UA rejected me. Now I control 3 powers.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku was expelled from UA and became the world's most powerful Mafia boss movie. Before we start, please go support StiferShadow for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Clarifications. 1. This will be based on the KHR manga and the BNHA and Vigilantes Illegals manga, in addition to, obviously, the 3 movies. 2. The world of KHR and the world of BNHA are one and the same. 3. The city of Nanamori will be one of the few quirkless cities. This is so that there are no heroes interrupting. Usually in these places they are not attacked by villains because they are considered unimportant places. 4. This will happen after the 4th season of BNHA. After the Heroes Rising movie, the Class A versus Class B battle arc will not have happened here. And what happened in the Rising Heroes movie will happen before the events of the Liberation Army arc. It's kind of weird how the continuity of the movies is with respect to the manga. 5. The events of what happens later in the world of BNHA will be somewhat delayed. 6. The ages of several characters will be changed as needed for the story, such as the Vengola Guardians, schoolmates, etc. Now let's start. The beginning. Izuku and All Might can be seen. Izuku, does he really need me to lend him one for all? All Might, of course, young Midoriya. As I've told you before, this mission is of utmost importance. Thinking I hope he doesn't suspect anything. I really would have liked him to be my successor. Unfortunately, he didn't just deceive me but everyone, coming out of his thoughts. Izuku, but you're well scratching his head. All Might, I know what you're thinking, my body can't give any more. But what would you think if I told you there's a way to maintain peace for a while? Izuku, is there a way? All Might, of course, Aizawa told me that he's made good progress with Erichin. She's offered to help me, and my good friend David has also created some gadgets that will help me with that. Izuku, I see. If that's the case, pulling out a hair, eat it, making All Might's face. All Might, laughing, of course. Taking the hair, eating it, I appreciate it very much. You'll see that in a jiffy you'll have it back. Izuku, yes, he knows he has my complete trust, so I'm entrusting him with it. And so the day would pass without further ado. The next day in room 1A. Izuku, thinking what All Might asked me to do yesterday was really strange. Does he really need one for all? He said it could even help us get stronger and that every user had done it. I really don't know what to think. I'll trust All Might. He wouldn't tell me that if it wasn't true. I hope he finishes his mission as soon as possible so I can continue training. Aizawa, alright, class is over. Izuku, Midoriya, I was asked to tell you to go to the principal's office after classes. Izuku, me, I'll go right now, thinking what did I do? That's how I would walk to the principal's office. Already in it. Izuku, opening the door, did you call me principal, seeing that there were several police officers and teachers? Nezu, young Midoriya, do you know why we summoned you? Izuku, no, I don't know. All Might, perhaps this will refresh your memory. Shows a video in which he passed information to the League of Villains, where he also talked about some heroes who had recently been hospitalized and recounted how he defeated them. Izuku, thinking, wasn't All Might supposed to be on a mission? What's going on? Coming out of his thoughts, that's not me. The one in the video is probably Toga using her quirk. Nezu, that's what we thought until we saw you mention that you came to my office every Wednesday for information. We couldn't believe it until midnight. Cementos, young Aoyama, Tagata, and Eri saw you leaving my office. You're quite skilled because they lost your trail. Izuku, very nervous, huh? I swear. All Might, disappointed enough, young Midoriya. I thought you were someone I could trust. You're just a vile liar. Izuku, falling to his knees, tears welling in his eyes. All Might, this matter could have escalated, but thanks to several of your actions, we've decided to let you go. Izuku, feeling agitated. All Might, whispering, unlike me, you didn't have one for all for as long, so you don't have the embers, or at least not enough to use them. Thinking if he believes he no longer has one for all, that will be enough. Little by little, the embers will begin to die out. Coming out of his thoughts, speaking normally, and you will be sent to one of the cities for quirkless people, where you can continue your life. I only hope you return to the path of good and can have a good life, even though you can no longer be a hero. Izuku, starting to break down in tears. All Might, unless you become a police officer or a doctor, this will stay between us. Making a gesture, the police will escort you. If they ask, you'll have to say you're a witness and the police will take you to testify. As for you no longer being at UA, we'll say you were transferred through the Witness Protection Program. This will be under the pretext that you discovered the traitor. Izuku, www, wiping away tears. Nezu, alright officers, you can take him away. Izuku, standing up, showing a sad face, let's go. Putting his hands out in front of him to be handcuffed. Officer 1, handcuffing him, come on, we'll take a special route so no one can see you. That's how he would leave along with the officers. UA exit. Officer 2, okay kid, before we go, do you want to watch UA one last time? Izuku, observing her, it was nice to believe I could be a hero. Thank you for everything, UA. Running at full speed MIDORO. Izuku, seeing who was coming, it's Iida, and what do you need being hit by a kick to the face which would make him fall and break his nose? What's wrong with you, Iida? Iida, looking at the ground, why did you do it, Midoriya? Izuku, what are you talking about? Officer 1, holding Iida, what's wrong with you? Iida, showing his face full of tears, why did you lie to us for so long? I thought you were someone I could trust, but you only helped us to manipulate us to make you. We admire you because you embodied what it means to be a true hero. You're just a fake. Officer 2, what are you talking about? Seeing his cell phone start to ring, he answers the call. Moshi Moshi, what, has a video been leaked? This is bad. Hanging up his cell phone, this is bad. They also managed to see the young man with us. The whole thing has been revealed. We'd better take him away as soon as possible. The teachers are doing everything they can to keep the students from going out. Izuku, in shock, this wasn't supposed to happen. Iida, why? When we found out, we thought it was a joke until we saw you coming to the entrance. We couldn't believe it. The one we considered a friend, someone who did the right thing, a true hero, turned out to be a traitor. Do you know how many people suffered because of the news? Do you know how many tears they shed for you? Was it really worth helping us? Izuku, Iida-kun. Iida, don't call me again. If you ever truly considered us friends or just colleagues, please don't come back and don't approach us. Izuku, lowering his gaze and starting to cry again. Well, it was an honor to meet you all. Goodbye forever. Let's go, officers. Officer 2, well, holding a calmer Iida, in the sense that he was no longer so aggressive. Since you're not older, I'll just inform the principal about the kick you gave him. He'll decide what your punishment will be. Officer 1, get in, kid. Opening the police car door. Izuku entering. Officer 1, entering the pilot's seat. Okay, leave that kid alone and let's go. Officer 2, good. Leaving Iida and getting into the passenger seat. Officer 1, starting the car, thinking, honestly, given this kid's attitude, I don't think he could do something like that. Unfortunately, I've had several like him before, but he's different. I have no choice but to follow the law. That's how they would go to the police station. 1 week later, Izuku and his mother could be seen getting out of a taxi. Inko, nervous. WL, we finally arrived at our new home. Izuku, disheartened. Fine. Inko, the moving truck will arrive shortly. Let's go inside. It will do you good to see the inside of the house I chose. Izuku, nodding. Inko, thinking, I hope that state is only temporary. I don't like seeing Izuku like this. It was really a hard blow for him to leave UA and his dream of becoming a hero, so both would enter. Upon entering, they would see a house that wasn't very large. In terms of size and width, it was quite similar to the houses of their neighbors. Inko, maybe it doesn't look that great now, but as soon as our things arrive, you'll see it'll be really pretty. Giving her a smile. Izuku, staring into space. Inko, WL, why don't you go check your room? It's upstairs on the left. I'll let you know if the moving truck arrives. Izuku did as his mother told him and went to see the room he would occupy. Later, the truck would arrive and they would both begin to put things away. 3 hours later. Inko, tired. It did take a while, but thanks to you we were able to do it without so many difficulties. You really have become strong. Izuku, staring into space. Inko, I'll prepare dinner. I'll make what you like best, Katsuden. Rest, I'll let you know when it's ready. Izuku, okay, going up to his room. Upon entering, one could see a somewhat empty room compared to the previous one, due to the fact that what characterized it was no longer there. Posters, figures, and other All Might merchandise. Flashback. Inko, looking at a box and several trash bags, which upon opening would reveal All Might's merchandise, along with his provisional hero license and his son's gloves in the trash, picking up the credential. Izuku, I think you threw this away by mistake. Izuku, there's only trash in those boxes and bags. I made sure to check them. Inko, but this, showing her the license and gloves. Izuku, it's just a piece of plastic, worthless, and the other things are just disposable prototypes. Inko, and the rest. Izuku, well, maybe they can be sold somewhere except for the torn posters. On second thought, could you do me a favor and go sell them? Inko, Izuku, if they see me, they'll start making a scene and that's the last thing I want right now. Inko, WL, only looking at the license, I don't think you should throw them away. Izuku, slightly annoyed, fine, taking the card and gloves, I'll keep these. End of flashback. Izuku, looking at the card and gloves, like I said before, it's just junk. Opening a drawer in his desk, I only did it for her. Throwing the items into the drawer and closing it. Walking to his bed, lying down on his arms. Tomorrow is my transfer to Nanamori Academy. What a drag having to catch up on my classes. That's how the day would go. The next day, you could hear someone knocking on the door. Inko, opening the door, good afternoon, what can I do for you? Carrying a cake, hello, nice to meet you, allow me to introduce myself, my name is Nana Sawada and this is my son Tsuneyoshi, we are the next door neighbors. Inko, And nice to meet you, my name is Inko Midoriya, it's a pleasure to meet you all, see come. They would enter and head to the kitchen where they would talk about some things. Nana, by the way, do you live alone? Inko, no, I live with my son, let me call him. Starts walking to Izuku's room, knocking on his door. Izuku, come downstairs, we have visitors. Izuku, I'll be down in a moment. Inko going downstairs, walking towards the living room, sitting down, I'll be down in a moment. Izuku would come down a few minutes later. Inko, he is my son Izuku. Izuku, hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya, it's a pleasure to meet you all. Bowing. Nana, how polite your son is, I am Nana Sawada and he is my son. Tsuna, hello, I'm Tsuna, and so they would begin to talk for a while. Nana, look at the time, it's late. Inko, looking at a clock, it's true. Nana, I suppose we'll have to continue our conversation another time. Inko, yes, tomorrow Izuku will transfer to Nanamori High School. Nana, it's the same school Tsuna goes to. Izuku, really? Tsuna, a little nervous, Yai's thinking when I see how they treat me and call me, most likely this short friendship will end. Izuku, it'll be good to have someone to guide me at school. Tsuna, you can count on me for that. Izuku, do you promise? Tsuna, Yais. Izuku giving a small bow, thank you, that's how the day would end. The next day, Nanamori School High School in this fic, Class 1A. Professor, before we begin classes, we have a new student. He was studying in a city where quirks are the norm, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku, bowing, I hope we get along well. Girl 1, he looks kind of cute. Girl 2, wow, is she really from the City of Heroes? Girl 3, why would she have decided to come to such a boring place as this? Chico 1, most likely it's because we don't usually see information related to heroes in these types of cities. Izuku, thinking if I'm not mistaken, there are few channels related to them, unlike in normal cities. Here, people find it somewhat depressing. They think they can't aspire to be heroes and they set other goals for themselves. Tsuna, thinking it seems the girls are interested in Midoriya-san, turning to look at someone feeling worried. Kyoka-chan, she's definitely smiling. Professor, your seat is behind Sawada-san's. Boy 2, too bad he got stuck next to Dame Tsuna. Girl 3, why did she have to sit near him? Tsuna, thinking now I can say that our friendship has come to an end. Izuku walking to his seat, hello Sawada-san, it seems we're in the same class. Tsuna, yais, I see that. Izuku, let's do our best, thinking why are they calling him Dame Tsuna? Is he something like Deku to me? Most likely yes. This is how the classes would go. Until recess, where Izuku would be seen surrounded by boys and girls who would ask him questions. Tsuna, thinking looks like he's popular, I'd better go. Izuku, hey Sawada-san, wait. Tsuna, Izuku, could you show me around the school? Tsuna, yais, of course. Girls 1, wouldn't you prefer that we show you around the school? Izuku, I don't want to bother you, besides Sawada-san promised me yesterday that she would help me with this. Girl 2, but. Izuku, okay, let's go. Tsuna, WL. They would walk like this for a short time. Tsuna, Midoriya-san. Izuku, what's wrong? Tsuna, why did you prefer me to guide you instead of them? Izuku, because you promised me. Tsuna, I know, but. Izuku, I don't like how people call you, I know how it feels. Tsuna, really? Izuku, yes, I know how it feels to be told that you are useless and good for nothing, that they don't believe in you. I understand you. During my stay in the City of Heroes, I went through something similar. Tsuna, it's a bit tough. Izuku, yes, that's why I hope we can become friends. Tsuna, friends. Izuku, yes, raising his hand to shake hands, friends. Tsuna, looking at Izuku's hand, returning the handshake, friends. Izuku, okay, let's finish the tour. Tsuna, yes. Arc of Daily Life Part 1-6. Some of them might even be a bit disappointing since Izuku won't be involved. You can consider them filler chapters if you want XD. Chapters with a little important change and references, not much. Plus Objective 3, Gokudera Hayato plus. Plus Objective 5, YMMOTOTAKSHI plus. Plus Objective 10, Poisonous Food II. For full enjoyment, read the manga to see the small changes I made. Plus Objective 1, That Type of Italy plus. 1 month later than the previous chapter. Nanamori School. Izuku, thinking I hope Tsuna doesn't make that mistake again, seeing Tsuna fall in front of the school entrance in his underwear with a flame on his head, wasn't he supposed to be quirkless? Tsuna, Sasagawa Kyoka. Please go out with me. Kyoko, surprised and scared, KYAA running away from Tsuna. You bastard, hitting Tsuna, you must be joking, you pervert. Walking into the school. Izuku watching as the flame on Tsuna's forehead went out. What was that? 2. The time for your last will last 5 minutes. After those 5 minutes you return to normal. Izuku thinking a baby. Tsuna pulling something out of his nose. A bullet, so I was shot in the head. Izuku, are you alright? Machide-senpai hit you hard. Extending a hand. Tsuna Yai's taking Izuku's hand, standing up. Izuku, by the way, who is this baby? Reborn, Sayaasu, my name is Reborn and I am Tsuna's tutor. Tsuna, thinking there's no way I'm going to believe something like that. Izuku, I see, I suppose it's because of his quirk that he looks like that. I don't mean to sound rude. Reborn, you could say so and don't worry, I get told that all the time. Tsuna, thinking damn, I didn't think of that. Although it's not normal to see people with quirks in these kinds of cities. Izuku, okay, taking a uniform out of his backpack, put this on, I don't think you want to walk around like that. Tsuna, embarrassed thank you. Izuku, if anything happens, Tsuna-kun, you can count on me. Tsuna Yais. Izuku, see you later, leaving. Reborn, you have a somewhat interesting friend, thinking possibly the first candidate, but I'll propose it to him another time. The next day, Nanamori School. Izuku could be seen sitting at his desk, looking somewhat thoughtful. Izuku, thinking Tsuna didn't come to school yesterday, but oh well, that was obvious. He confessed to Kyokasen in his underwear. Suddenly, the door to the classroom would open, where several of his classmates would begin to make fun of Tsuna and later take him to the school's dojo. Already at the dojo. Izuku, thinking they're going to fight, if only I could use my quirk. No, even if I could still use it, I'd be arrested. The last thing I want is to cause Mom any trouble. I'm glad she believed me when I said I wasn't the traitor. I don't want her to think I lied to her. Looking at the center of the room, by the way, where's Tsuna? He was here a moment ago. Extra, he said he needed to go to the bathroom, so I let him go. Extra 2, he has fled. He always uses the bathroom to escape. Extra 3, definitely. Extra 4, God, that dame Tsuna. Izuku, thinking I hate when they call him that, but Tsuna doesn't really do anything to prove otherwise. He's bad in all school or physical areas. But oh well, I guess I'll take the best option. After all, I don't think our senpai plays fair. Suddenly the door would open abruptly. Tsuna, ready, fight. Izuku, thinking again, and just yesterday he returned my uniform. Looking at the flame, so the rumor was true that there were some people with quirks in these kinds of cities. I heard that they're usually inhabited by people with useless quirks, quirks they can't use or quirks that are dangerous to their user, retired heroes, people whose quirks are incapacitated, old people, and very rarely people who manifest their quirks late in life. It seems Tsuna recently awakened his. Lucky him. Tsuna, I got Hyakudon, showing a piece of Machida's hair. Izuku, thinking damn, I got distracted by my thoughts and didn't see when he went towards him. Extra well thought out Tsuna. Extra 2, he never specified how they had to get Ippon. Tsuna, is this enough? Referee scared. Tsuna, damn it, starts pulling out all of Mochida's hair. Izuku, shocked, is he really Tsuna? Just when I thought I'd have a normal life this happens. Could that baby have something to do with this? Plus objective 2, the last will bullet is useless plus. Nanamari School. A volleyball game would take place. Izuku, Tsuna, nervous Izuku. Izuku, looks like we'll be rivals in this game, give it your all, thinking he'll most likely use his power. Tsuna, Yai's thinking great, I'm up against Izuku. Maybe it doesn't seem like it, but he's really good at sports activities. Referee, begin. This is how the first set would begin, where Tsuna's team would lose. Izu Team Extra 1, I really thought it would offer more gameplay. Izu Team Extra 2, you're really good at playing Midoriya-san. Izuku, thanks, taking a sip of water, I've been exercising. Izu Team Extra 3, that's why you're in good physical shape. Izu Team Extra 4, you should join a club. Izuku, it doesn't interest me. Izu Team Extra 3, what a shame, you're really good. Izu Team Extra 2, sorry for asking you to play. Izuku, no problem, I'm really having fun. Izu Team Extra 1, just be careful with the other clubs, they'll try to recruit you. Izuku, I'll keep that in mind. That's how the break would end. Start of the second set. You could see Tsuna falling to the floor. Izuku, Tsuna-san, are you alright? Tsuna, what? Nothing's happening. What's wrong? Getting up, but there are holes in my pants, what was that? Tsu Team Extra 1, here comes Tsuna, block him. Tsuna, jumping, okay, thinking I'll do what I can. At one point, everyone would be surprised to see the distance Tsuna managed to jump. Izuku, thinking this time he doesn't have the flame. I'd like to see what he can do. He could even become a hero if he puts his mind to it. Objective 3, Gokudera Hayato+. Teacher, we have a new exchange student. He's studying abroad in Italy, Gokudera Hayato. Izuku, thinking I wonder what kind of person he is. Judging by his clothes, I'd say he's a delinquent, but I don't think so. Suddenly, Gokudera began walking towards Tsuna, his gaze filled with fury. He kicked the bench where Tsuna was sitting and then returned to his seat. Izuku, do you know him? Tsuna, no, Extra 1, he must be a gangster. Izuku, looking at the girls, getting a sweat drop in true anime style. It seems the girls like him. After a while, classes would end. Izuku, you really don't seem to like the new kid. Tsuna, it seems so. God, what's wrong with that exchange student? I can't get along with that kind of behavior. Bumps into someone. Ouch, I could have broken a bone. Izuku, thinking third-year students, turning to look at Tsuna, who was already running away. Hey, what's that? Pointing to the right. The students would turn around, which Izuku would take advantage of to escape, running towards the exit. Tsuna, that was close. I could have been beaten to death. Damn, I forgot about Izuku turning around, seeing Izuku running towards him, thinking what a relief. Izuku, you abandoned me. Tsuna, joining his hands, bowing. I'm sorry, I was overcome with fear. Your cowardice is remarkable. Izuku, you're the exchange student Gokudera Hayato. Tsuna, I'm leaving. Gokudera, smoking a cigarette. If a charlatan like you becomes the 10th, the Vongola family is finished. Izuku, Vongola family. Tsuna, how do you know about that? Gokudera, I refuse to accept it. I am the one who must become the 10th. Tsuna, what? Izuku, Tsuna, what are you talking about? Tsuna, thinking, damn, I wasn't supposed to involve Izuku in this. Gokudera, I've been watching you since the volleyball tournament, but it's a waste of time to keep evaluating a weakling like you. Tsuna, were you watching? Gokudera, pulling out some dynamite. You're a nuisance, die right here. Izuku, dynamite. Tsuna, what? Dynamite. Gokudera, lighting the dynamite fuses with his cigarette and throwing them. See you later. Izuku, jumping towards the dynamite, thinking I can't let them explode. Running towards the dynamite, extinguishing the fuses with his hands. Ahhhhhhhhhh. It burns. Gokudera, pulling out more dynamite. Don't get involved in this. Suddenly, a gunshot would pass between Gokudera and Izuku, causing everyone to turn to see where it came from. CIAOSSU. Tsuna, reborn. Izuku, thinking, what is Tsuna's tutor doing here? Reborn, you've come sooner than I expected. Gokudera Hayato. Tsuna, do you know each other? Reborn, yes, he is one of the family members I called from Italy. Tsuna, so this kid's in the Mafia. Izuku, shocked, my Mafia. Tsuna, covering his mouth. Reborn, that's right, well, answering the previous question, yes, although it's the first time we've met anyway. Gokudera, so you're the 9th most trusted assassin. Reborn. Tsuna, thinking, is Reborn really that powerful? Izuku, thinking, murderer, Mafia, what mess are you in? Tsuna. Gokudera, you're not joking when you say I'll become a successor candidate if I kill Sawada, are you? Izuku, thinking, I don't really understand what's going on, but coming out of his thoughts, I can't let Tsuna fight him, I'll be your opponent. Giving a determined look. Tsuna, looking at Izuku with admiration. Izuku. Reborn, kicking Izuku in the head, knocking him out. You're not the protagonist in this story. Tsuna, Reborn, why did you do that? Reborn, this is a matter between the Mafia, although he is actually a good candidate to become part of the family. Tsuna, don't even think about it. Gokudera, well, since Rebornson removed your subordinate from the equation, this will be a showdown between you and me. Reborn, yes, that's right. Well, let's continue the killing. Tsuna, wait. I can't let Izuku end up more hurt than he already is. Reborn, don't worry, I'll take care of him so nothing happens to him. Tsuna, watching as Reborn dragged Izuku to safety. Shit. This is how the confrontation between Gokudera and Tsuna would go. The next day, Izuku could be seen leaving his house to go to school. Izuku, thinking, was it all a dream? It felt so real and my head still hurts. Although on the other hand, if we're talking about the Mafia, well, I really find it hard to believe. He would then see Tsuna and Gokudera approaching him. Gokudera, if you need anything Decimo, I'd like you to tell me. Tsuna, and nothing for now. Gokudera, okay, walking towards Izuku. Izuku, nervous. Gokudera, touching Izuku's shoulder, let's do our best for the 10th, giving him a smile. Izuku, yes. Plus objective 4, expulsion crisis plus. Master Midoriya. Izuku, yes, walking towards the teacher. Teacher, you are truly outstanding. In my experience, which I gained while studying in an elite course, you could enter a more prestigious school. You should take advantage of your potential so that instead of getting a 97-100, it will be a 100-100. I could help you with that. Izuku, thanks, but I'm not really interested in it, Nezu-sensei. Nezu, if you change your mind, you can count on me. Izuku, bowing, thank you, walking to his seat. Nezu, Sawada. Tsuna, yes. Nezu, PFFF, looking at Tsuna with superiority. It's only hypothetically speaking, but let's say a student gets 2100 on the exams and sadly lowers the level of the class. Tsuna, nervous, Nezu, speaking arrogantly, in my opinion, having been in an elite course. That guy will only be a nuisance and a burden to the educational community. Tsuna, thinking he means. Nezu, does that kind of trash have any reason to live? Thus, most of the class would begin to laugh and mock Suna's note. Nezu next Suzuki. Suddenly, the classroom door would open. Izuku thinking it's Gokudera, I really didn't think he'd come. Nezu, hey, you're late, what are you doing coming here at this hour? Gokudera, giving him a hateful glare that would frighten the master. Izuku thinking he can actually be a little scary, he reminds me of Kaken, only a bit friendlier with some people. Gokudera, bowing good morning 10th. Extra 1, what's happening? Extra 2, how long have you been friends? Extra 3, no wait, Suna probably became his pet. Izuku thinking with a sweat drop in true anime style, if they really knew what happened, I guess it's better that they don't. Nezu, speaking with superiority, this is hypothetically speaking, but let's say a student who arrives late to class without asking is talking to a loser because scum attracts scum. Izuku, thinking I feel like something bad is going to happen. Gokudera walking towards Nezu old man. Grabbing him by the necks. I will not forgive any insult against the 10th SAWADASAN. Everyone would be surprised to see that scene. Nezu feeling somewhat sore, I said it was. Hypothetically. Talking. Gokudera smiling, looking at Suna, hey. Izuku, seeing how Tsuna was quite embarrassed, I really have to discard that idea of a quiet life. After what happened, both Gokudera and Suna were taken to the principal's office. Break time. Classroom of Class 1A. Izuku thinking I just hope nothing happens to them. Suddenly an explosion would be heard. Izuku walking towards the window thinking that explosion, I only know one explosive type in this city. What are they planning? Seeing Tsuna running at full speed in one direction, where he would use a pair of rods commonly used to search for underground water, are they looking for something? Suddenly the place began to shake after Tsuna punched the floor. Izuku, watching Nezu walk furiously towards the disaster site, they're really in trouble. Seeing Gokudera showing what appeared to be some papers to the teacher, and then seeing them having some kind of conversation I'll have to ask them about today at the end of class. Objective 5. YAMAMOTOTAKSHI+. Extra 1, do we already have the equipment? Extra 2, only one left. Extra 3, I'm telling you, you can have Dame Tsuna on your team. Extra 4, impossible. He was amazing in the volleyball game, but we know he sucks at baseball. Tsuna, thinking Gokudera went to reload dynamite, so I think everything will finally be quiet. Izuku, I say he should join our team. Extra 5, are you crazy? I agree with Midoriya. Izuku and Tsuna, looking to see whose voice it was. Extra 6, are you serious, Yamamoto? You don't have to let that loser join us. Yamamoto, don't be like that, we just have to take charge of batting and that's it, right? Extra 5, well, if Yamamoto says so. All right. Izuku thinking Yamamoto Takeshi, the captain of the baseball team, as nice and energetic as ever, is really one of the few who doesn't treat Tsunakun like a loser. This is how the game would start. Elsewhere. Reborn, observing through binoculars Yamamoto, his athleticism and popularity are necessary for the family. On the other hand, looking at Izuku, I haven't been able to find much information about Izuku. Maybe I should start getting more information from Mrs. Midoriya, but I'll leave that for later. For now, the family's growth is increasing. Later. After the game. Extra 1, it's your fault, Dame Tsuna. Extra 2, that's why we didn't want him on the team. Bonus 3, clear the field yourself. Tsuna, saddened we still lost. Extra 4, take it seriously. Extra 5, loser. Tsuna thinking I should go home, help has arrived. Tsuna turning to see who that voice belonged to. Yamamoto-san, Izuku-kun, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Just when they let me onto the team. Izuku, don't worry. Yamamoto, don't worry, it's just physical education. Besides, you're a diamond in the rough. Tsuna, Yamamoto, you're doing very well after the kendo fight and the volleyball match, aren't you? I'm following your trail. Tsuna, Izuku thinking he's really been aware of Tsuna. Tsuna, blushing, no, Yamamoto, and what about the new transfer student? Although it seems Gokudera took that spot from you, you're truly amazing. Did the heroes over there teach you anything? Izuku, you could say that, yes, a trick or two that some kind heroes taught me. Yamamoto, I wonder why you left such an exciting place to come to such a boring city as this. Izuku, well, crouching down, it's really not such a good place for quirkless people. Sooner or later you run into someone who wants to mess with you just because you don't have a quirk. Tsuna, thinking that look, it's similar to when we first met. Yamamoto, sorry for asking, I didn't know. Izuku lifting his head, don't worry, I actually feel much better here. I've made friends and been able to have a normal life. Although, I feel like I stand out too much physically speaking. Yamamoto, it's true, you're really good. I don't know why you don't join a club. If you want, you can join the baseball team. Tsuna, it's true, you really are fabulous. Izuku, I'm flattered, but I'm not interested in joining any club, I just want to enjoy my life. Yamamoto, you've really changed. Sighing. Suna, is something wrong? Yamamoto, in this conversation I've realized that you all have changed, whereas sighing I still play baseball the same way. Izuku and Suna, how Suna, but your baseball skills are incredible. Izuku, you're even the team captain. Yamamoto, but I'm not doing so well. Suna, what? Yamamoto, lately no matter how much I train, my average is dropping. If I continue like this, it will be the first time I haven't been allowed to start since I began playing. What do you think Suna should do? Suna, nervous are you asking me? Yamamoto, smiling, just kidding, it's just that you've been so reliable lately. Izuku, thinking he really does seem a bit worried. Maybe baseball is to him what being a hero was to me. Suna, I think we have to keep a good attitude, thinking I'm a liar. Yamamoto, right, hugging Suna, very well, I'll stay here today to continue training. Suna, relieved, thinking I did it. Izuku, thinking I guess that's the best advice I could give him. That's how they would finish cleaning. The next day. On the way to school, you might see a green-haired boy. Izuku, thinking damn alarm clock, it didn't work. Oh well, whatever, I hope Yamamoto gets better, he's really a nice guy. Suddenly, I would hear some screams coming from the school. Izuku running to the entrance, what's going on? Extra 1, it's Yamamoto, pointing at the school ceiling. Izuku scared. Extra 1, he's about to jump off the roof. Yesterday he stayed after school to train and he strained himself so much that he broke his arm. Izuku, thinking why would something like this happen to someone like Yamamoto? Seeing Suna start talking to him, I hope you can convince him not to jump. At any moment, Yamamoto could be seen pulling Suna, which would end up causing both of them to fall from the building. Izuku, thinking I can't let them fall, but what can I do? Flashback. All Might, unlike me, you didn't have one for all for as long, so you don't have the embers, or at least not enough to use them. And you will be sent to one of the cities for quirkless people, where you can continue with your life. I just hope you return to the path of good and can have a good life, even though you can no longer be a hero. End of flashback. Izuku starts running towards them, thinking damn it, I'm useless. I hope I have at least a small amount of embers too. Suddenly, Tsuna's clothes would appear to tear, where he would grab Yamamoto, while a spring made of hair would emerge from Tsuna's head, which would make them bounce and escape to safety. Izuku stopping. Extra 2, it can't be. Extra 3, they were saved. Extra 4, it's impossible. Extra 5, was it a joke by Yamamoto with wires or something like that? Extra 6, what do you say about the spring that came out of Tsuna's head? Extra 7, Midoriya-san probably helped him by asking some of his acquaintances with quirks from the cities outside. Extra 8, it's the most likely. Izuku, thinking what a relief, I'm still a bit confused. How did a spring pop out of his head? Could it be related to All for One? I don't think so. If it were, it would look like a Namu. I'll have to get to the bottom of this. Objective 6, Russian Roulette Plus. A green-haired boy could be seen in a forest, exercising. Izuku, thinking I wonder what's going on at Tsuna's house, though it's probably something strange. I have to be stronger. I can't let something like last time happen again. I have to be stronger. Remembering several dangerous situations that have occurred since he arrived, I can't let anything happen to them. That day, Izuku was quite busy, so he didn't know what was happening next door to his house. Plus Objective 7, Lambo the Crybaby Plus. Kitchen of the Sawada house, where the young people were about to eat. Inko, oh, so he's a friend of Reborn-san. Nana, whispering that's right, Suna will try to reconcile them. Inko, whispering I see, it seems Lambo is a good boy. Nana, Inkachan and I will be handing out flyers, behave yourselves. Inko, I hope you enjoy the food. Thus both mothers would leave the room, in which there would be a great silence. Suna, Reborn, do something, I can't control it. Reborn, ignore it. Izuku, thinking I hope this kid isn't also involved with the Mafia. Seriously, who is he and why is he wearing a cow costume? Lambo Gokudera throwing a knife at Reborn's. Reborn deflecting the knife with a fork, which would hit Lambo in the head. Lambo starts to cry. Izuku getting up, are you already seeing him pull out a bazooka? Suna, wait, holding Izuku's arm and pulling him back, watching as Lambo points the gun at himself, he's going to use the bazooka. In itself, suddenly there would be an explosion, which would raise a small amount of smoke that would cover Lambo. As the smoke cleared, a 15-year-old boy could be seen. Well, looks like I'm here. By the 10-year-old bazooka. Suna, what? Izuku, 10-year bazooka, what's going on? It's been a while, young Vengola 10th. Looking at Izuku, so young Midoriya is here too. He certainly looks quite different. Perhaps not so much physically, but there's something about him that sets him apart. Anyway, thanks for taking care of me 10 years ago. I'm Lambo the Crybaby. Suna and Izuku what? Izuku, thinking so this guy is that kid, said Bazooka from the 10-year-old. I understand now that weapon must change the person shot into their 10-year-old version from the future. Hey, Reborn, I've changed, haven't I? I'm Lambo, the one you always ignored. Reborn, continuing to eat. Izuku thinking he's really ignoring him. 15 years old Lambo, putting horns on his head. Well, I'm going to have to use my powers to show you everything I've changed in 10 years. Thunder said. Suddenly, a lightning bolt would strike Tsuna's house, which for some reason would end up hitting Lamborghini's horns, charging them with energy. 15 years Lambo, my horns have 1,000,000 volts. Izuku, what, does he have some kind of electric quirk? He reminds me a bit of Kaminari. 15 years old Lambo, running towards Reborn. Die Reborn, ELETTRICOCORNATA. Reborn, stabbing him in the head with a fork without flinching. Izuku, 15-year-old Lambo, in pain, resist. Starting to run away while crying UWAA. Izuku, thinking now he reminds me of Mineta, he hasn't changed at all. Reborn is undoubtedly impressive in his own way. Hey Tsuna. They would turn around to see where the voice was coming from and see that Nana and Inko had already returned, and next to them was Lambo, who was crying. Nana, I told you to be the mediator. Inko, you should help him with that. Izuku. Izuku, thinking so the effect is temporary. Nana, Lambo-kun says he wants to be friends with Reborn-kun. Tsuna and Izuku, thinking did I want to be his friend? Lambo, it was a lie, starts throwing grenades at Reborn. Die. Reborn, covering himself with his plate, causing the grenades to bounce towards Lambo, which would knock him out and then explode. Everyone would be surprised. Reborn, can you serve me more, Mama Inko? Plus Objective 8, Family Entrance Exam Plus. Tsuna and Reborn could be seen in the school's pool area. Reborn, so to please Gokudera, I've decided to give him the family entrance exam. Tsuna, agitated, I'm the one who's not pleased. Why did you decide that by yourself? Also, don't go into the school pool without permission. YAMAMOTO is my classmate, my friend, and he's busy with baseball. Don't blend HIM into your weird world. Reborn, I already asked Gokudera to talk to Yamamoto. Tsuna, what, starts running IT's GOKUDRAKUN. What am I going to do if something happens to YAMAMOTO? Elsewhere, Gokudera, Yamamoto, and Izuku could be seen. Yamamoto, watching as Gokudera started circling him, nervous. Come on, Gokudera. Why do you talk to me and then just stare at me like that? Izuku, thinking Gokudera is acting kind of strange. Yamamoto, you should drink some milk. A lack of calcium causes frustration. Gokudera, annoyed, I've reached my limit, pulling out some dynamite. Hey, everyone turned to see whose voice it was. Gokudera hiding the dynamite. 10th. Yamamoto, hey, Izuku, Tsuna-san. Yamamoto, looking down, who is he? Your little brother. Tsuna, noticing that he had a rope around his hip which was being held by Reborn, who was on a skate. Reborn, CIOSSU. Tsuna, Reborn, no wonder it felt heavy. Reborn, I'm not your little brother. I'm Reborn, an assassin from the Vengola family. Izuku, nervous, thinking he says it like it's nothing. Yamamoto, HAHAHA, I see. Sorry for what I said. It must be difficult being such a young assassin. Reborn, no, none of that. You're joining the Vengola family too. Tsuna, one Reborn moment. Yamamoto, come on, he's just a kid, isn't he? We were kids once too. And we also played at being heroes and villains. Izuku, nervous, thinking HHE thinks it's a game. Reborn, jumping onto Yamamoto's shoulder. Tsuna is the 10th head of the family. Yamamoto, OH, that's an excellent decision. Very well, then I also want to join the Vengola family. Izuku and Tsuna, EHHH, Tsuna, YMMOTO, what are you saying? Gokudera, annoyed, TCH. Izuku, thinking he doesn't know what he's getting himself into. Yamamoto, what do I do now? Reborn, first, the family entrance exam. Yamamoto, hey, do you have proof? That's pretty serious. Reborn, if you don't pass the test, you won't be able to enter the family. Getting off Yamamoto's shoulder, by the way, if you don't pass it, you're going to die. Yamamoto, ha, you really are nice, I like you. Izuku, shocked, thinking this is too much, and the worst part is that Yamamoto thinks it's just a game. Reborn, the test is easy, pulling out some weapons, you just have to dodge my attacks. Izuku and Tsuna, Reborn, alright, let's begin. First, knives, throws a knife at Yamamoto. Yamamoto dodging at WOAH. Tsuna, wait, Reborn, do you want to kill YMMOTO? Izuku, we can't let anything happen to HIM. Gokudera, thinking kill HIM. Yamamoto, come on guys. When we were kids, we also played with wooden guns, right? I'm fine, I'll keep going. Izuku and Tsuna, keep thinking it's a game. Reborn, Tsuna, you're the boss, set a good example. Tsuna, Izuku, how can you? Reborn, you too, Izuku, you're Tsuna's first subordinate. Izuku nervous, thinking I never agreed to that. Yamamoto, sounds good, we should compete to see who passes the test. Reborn starting to throw more knives. Yamamoto, come on, let us run. So the three of them would start running and dodging the knives. Yamamoto, dodging the knives, nice throw. Izuku, thinking that was close. Looking at Yamamoto, he seems to be enjoying it. Reborn, he's in great shape from playing baseball and he also has good reflexes. Gokudera, annoyed, really. Yamamoto, recently toys have started looking too realistic, they look like real knives. Izuku, it's because they're not toys. Reborn, pulling out a crossbow, now it's time for a crossbow. Izuku, dodging the arrow. Gah ha ha ha, I found you, Reborn. Yamamoto, what happened now? That way they would turn to see who that voice was coming from. Tsuna, no. It just can't be. Izuku, Lambo, I am Lambo from the bovine family. I came to high school even though I'm only 5 years old. Gokudera, bovine, I haven't heard of them. What do we do? Reborn, pulling out 2 pistols, starting to fire, let us continue. Tsuna, annoyed, cheese come to bother us again. So they would run and dodge again, all 3 of them ignoring Lambo. Lambo starting to cry, hang in there. I'm really trying hard. The boss sent me a weapon from Italy, pulling out the weapon TADAM, missile launcher. Reborn firing the missiles. Tsuna, scared what? Suddenly, there would be an explosion from the missiles a few meters away from them. Lambo, I missed by about 10 meters. Yamamoto, sighing, phew, if I underestimate him. I won't be able to pass. Tsuna, Reborn, we have to stop him, didn't you see that? Izuku, Lambo started launching missiles. Reborn, pulling out another weapon, now a machine gun. Tsuna, hey, Reborn, starting to shoot at them first at the level of an assassin in training. Izuku turning slightly again. Seeing more missiles heading towards him. So there would be another explosion. Reborn, you can also participate, Gokudera. But. Reborn, it's okay if you try to kill Yamamoto. Gokudera, surprised, thinking, well then what can you do? Pulling out some dynamite if Rebornson says so. Coming out of her thoughts 10th, winking BACHI, thinking dodge it. Please. Tsuna, Lambo, damn it, Reborn. If you're going to get like that, I'm going to use the TNYARBAZUKA. He would then proceed to shoot himself. 15 years of Lambo, wow. It seems that Lamborghini 10 years older will have to take care of it. Reborn, pulling out another weapon, now fire the missile launcher. Gokudera, lighting several sticks of dynamite with his cigarette die. 15 years of Lambo, thunder. Was that? So all attacks would be launched at them. Yamamoto, nervous, hey. Tsuna, scared, Izuku, shit. Thus, all attacks would generate a large explosion which would raise a curtain of smoke. Gokudera, scared, thinking, damn it. I think I went too far. Coming out of her thoughts. 10th grade, are you okay? 10th grade, Reborn, pointing over there they are. Gokudera, surprised. As the smoke cleared, it would be seen how Izuku and Yamamoto protected Tsuna. Yamamoto giving a careless look, FUUH, watch out. Izuku thinking, what excuse will I make up for mom? Tsuna, they managed to pull me. I don't know why. Reborn, you passed the test, now you're an official member of the family. Yamamoto, thank you. Gokudera, approaching Yamamoto, grabbing him by the shirt, well done. You protected the 10th, so all that's left for me to do is welcome you to the family. I am his right hand, you are more like his shoulder. Yamamoto, shoulder, starting to laugh, I knew you're very funny, but I don't want to stop being Tsuna's right-hand man, so you're going to have to be the earlobe. Tsuna, what? Gokudera, angry, what did you say? Then you're a nose hair. Yamamoto, then you're a boogeyman. Izuku, thinking they're fighting like children. Yamamoto, I'm going to my training, see you guys. Reborn, good. Yamamoto, those bombs. Today's toys are definitely very realistic. Izuku and Tsuna, do you still think this is a game? Objective 9, BIANCHI+. Nanamari School. Class 1A. Girls, we're going to give you the onigiri we made today to you. Boys, celebrating, yes. Gokudera, what a strange thing. Izuku, it's really nice doing a normal activity. Tsuna, thinking I guess the activities out there are different than here. Yamamoto, leaning on Tsuna's shoulder, Tsuna, do you know who to accept it from? Tsuna, blushing, thinking I want Kaiokachin to give me an onigiri, but. Izuku, noticing that Tsuna was nervous, is something wrong, Tsuna? Tsuna, it's nothing, thinking that's definitely BNHA. What, I'm trading Kaiokachin's onigiri. Snapping out of her thoughts, wait. What are you doing? Seeing that she was gone, where is she? Kyoko, Tsuna-kun, do you want one? Tsuna startled, Yamamoto, how direct, hitting his shoulder. Izuku, you're really lucky, Tsuna, thinking, do I have to eat that? Kyoko, oh, you don't like salmon. Tsuna, no. And no, that's not it, thinking, don't make that face, Kyoko-chan. Stretching her hand towards an onigiri, but if I eat it, I'll die. What I do, Tsuna would remain like this for a few seconds. Gokudera, if the 10th one doesn't want it, I'll eat it, Tsuna surprised. Yamamoto, exactly, Gokudera. Izuku, thinking, I guess Tsunasen is so nervous he can't react, after all he likes Kyoko-chan. I'd better leave them for a moment, moving away a little. Tsuna, wait. Yamamoto, enjoy your meal, Kyoko, go ahead. So Yamamoto and Gokudera would each take an onigiri, so they would be about to eat them. Tsuna, nervously, hitting his friend's hands to make them let go, if you eat them you'll die. Thus everyone would be impressed by Tsuna's words, followed by the sound of 2 gunshots which would hit Tsuna. Tsuna, as his last wish, I will eat the onigiri with my last will. Thus Tsuna would devour the onigiri as if they were nothing. Tsuna, delicious, it's not enough, running at full speed, starting to eat the others. Extra girl 1, the onigiri. Extra boy 1, Tsuna is eating them. Tsuna, it's still not enough. Extra girl 2, she wants to eat everything. Extra boy 2, stop him. Izuku, grabbing him from behind and holding both arms, stop Tsuna. Gokudera 10th, Izuku, guys, help me get it out. Yamamoto, nervous eyes. Izuku, Gokudera, there's an extra uniform in Tsuna's backpack. Gokudera, good. This is how Tsuna would be taken out of the room until the effect wore off. Later in the same room. Kyoko, blushing, I don't think so. Hana, I'm telling you, there's no doubt. It is a statement by Sawada. Kyoko, Gokudera, you looked so manly, 10th. Tsuna, confused. Yamamoto, that's all, Tsuna. Izuku, who would have thought you'd do something like that? Gokudera, I expected nothing less from the 10th. Tsuna, still confused, everyone interpreted the phrase, if they eat them they will die, as a threat. Plus objective 10, poisonous food, Izuku, Gokudera-kun, are you okay? Tsuna, running towards where they were, I'm sorry for what happened, you went to the trouble of bringing the watermelon. Izuku, watermelon, it seems he's also worried about what's happening to Gokudera. Tsuna, yes, I feel like it's my fault. Izuku, what happened? Tsuna, I don't know, he only saw BNHA, his sister. Izuku, so that assassin you told me about is his sister. Gokudera, feeling unwell, yes, let me tell you. I lived with my sister until I was 8 years old. We had many lavish parties in our castle, but Tsuna and Izuku impressed a castle. Izuku, thinking, I guess all that was obtained by the Mafia, presumably they're rich. Gokudera, that day my sister made cookies for the first time. That was the first time she did poison cooking. I didn't know until later, but my sister has the ability to turn everything she cooks into poison. Tsuna, how is this possible? Izuku, does she have a quirk that allows her to do that? Gokudera, no, everyone in my family who's connected to the Mafia is quirkless. Okay, I'll continue. Of course, that time I ate the cookies and afterwards, I felt very nauseous and dizzy. And my piano playing was terrible, but that was only the beginning. That dreadful performance was well received. My dad liked it and wanted me to play again, so I asked my sister to bake more cookies for me. That terror traumatized my body, and now every time I see my sister I get a stomach ache. Izuku, he really made you suffer. Tsuna, it's just a reaction, but I think it's very intense. Gokudera, yes, I hate her, I can't get close to my sister. Izuku, 10th. Could you make him leave this city? Tsuna, WL, if possible, I'd also prefer you weren't here, but I can't. Izuku, looking at Tsuna, I'd like to help you too, but I don't really know how. Gokudera, I have a plan. Before she fell in love with Rebornson, she was obsessed with another man. He died in an accident, but she still can't get over him. So all we need to do is find someone who looks a lot like her ex-boyfriend. If she sees him, she'll chase him to the ends of the earth. Tsuna, that plan is insane. Izuku, it would really be difficult to find someone like him, or someone with a quirk that could help us. Tsuna, I agree with you. Gokudera, taking out a photo, this is a picture of her ex-boyfriend. Upon seeing the photo, both Tsuna and Izuku would be surprised. Izuku, he's practically the same as a 15-year-old Lamborghini. Tsuna, I know this cow man, I just wonder where he is. Izuku, Lambo is sleeping at my house. Tsuna, really? Izuku, yes, when I woke up he was sleeping on the floor. Tsuna, okay, let's go. So Izuku and Tsuna would go towards Lambo. Tsuna, wake up Lambo, shaking him with his hand, thus waking him up. Tsuna making a request pose, putting his hands together and giving a small bow. Excuse me, but could you call the Lamborghini from 10 years in the future with your bazooka? Izuku, please, striking a pleading pose. Lambo nervous, starting to sweat and never. I've never used a 10-year-old bazooka. Izuku and Tsuna ehhh. Lambo, starting to shake his head rapidly from side to side. The boss told me I'm not allowed to use the 10-year bazooka. I've never shot it. Izuku thinking, does he really think we're going to swallow that lie? Lambo, lying back further on the floor, I'm going to sleep now, gesturing for them to leave, go away. Izuku, this is my room. Tsuna, remembering something, Lambo uses the bazooka when Reborn is beating him up if that's the case. Izuku seeing Tsuna's expression, I really don't like the look you have, Tsuna. Tsuna, looking out the window of Izuku's room, there he is. That's how they would go to Tsuna's backyard. Tsuna, looking at Reborn, thinking now he's swimming, coming out of his thoughts. Reborn, I want to ask you a favor. Making a pleading pose, can you give Lambo a light beating? Izuku nervous, thinking, am I hearing bad things? Does Tsuna-san want Reborn to beat up Lambo? I knew I didn't like that look he had. Reborn, no, I already told you I'm not going to face weak opponents, striking a pose as if unconsciously. You won't say THAT again, Reborn. I'll bravely jump from the second floor. Izuku, how did you get there? Tsuna, relieved, thinking Lambo came all by himself, what luck. Lambo, jumping from the second floor, die, Reborn. I'm going to electrocute you with the laser my boss gave me. Suddenly, it became clear that the Lamborghini itself was the one who ended up electrocuted. Izuku worried, watching as Lambo fell into the pool. Tsuna, you can't get any dumber. Lambo crying, taking out the 10-year bazooka and shooting himself. 15-year-old Lambo, well, why am I soaked? Izuku, noticing that Lambo had something in his hand. That's. Where did you get that from? Tsuna, BNHA, hey look, come here. BNHA, I don't like being given orders, but it's almost time for your class. Romeo, running towards Lamborghini. Romeo, you're alive. Romeo. Poison cooking, smearing a plate of poisonous food on his face. Izuku and Tsuna, Reborn, it seems that before BNHA broke up with him they had a terrible relationship. She gets angry whenever she thinks about him. Tsuna and Izuku, Lambo, poisoned Re. What's this? Izuku, Lambo, wake up. Tsuna, fall asleep, cry. Reborn, perhaps it can be saved with the technological advances of 10 years from now. The next day, Izuku could be seen doing his training. Izuku, running, thinking there's no doubt about it, he had Aizawa's capture weapon in his hand. I wonder what will happen in the future. Arc of Daily Life Part 26+1. Another chapter that covers chapters 11 through 20 of this arc, well, they can already rub it. I just hope I can include a reference or two. I've been busy working, so I don't know when I'll release the next chapter. Also, I still have to reread the BNHA manga. Chapters with a little important change and references, not much. Plus Objective 12, Question 7 plus. Plus Objective 15, Dr. Shamal plus. Plus Objective 16, Hibari Kyoya plus. Plus Objetivo 16. 5 Izuku Midoriya plus. Plus Objective 18, Pulling off the Post second part plus. Plus Objective 20, Eat and Escape plus. Plus Target 11, Miura Haru plus. Izuku could be seen walking to school. Izuku thinking, my alarm didn't go off, I hope I don't get too. Suddenly an explosion would be heard. Izuku, that's definitely Gokudera's doing, running towards the place where the explosion was heard. Trying to stay afloat, SAVJOUCH. Save ME. Izuku thinking this is serious. Suddenly a gunshot would be heard. 2. I will save HARU with MY last will. Izuku would then see Tsuna jump into the river and Reborn would shoot him again, this time in the heel. Izuku, what's going on? Reborn, Tsuna jumps to save Haru. Izuku turning to look at Gokudera. Gokudera, I thought they were attacking the 10th. Later in the same place. Haru sitting in the fetal position, thank you so much. Gokudera, Shu, have you thought about your actions? If something happens to the 10th, you won't exist in this world. Izuku, you really don't regret what you did. Haru, moving energetically, I will save Haru with my last will. Hold on to me. I thought I would only hear those silly phrases on TV. Tsuna thinking she didn't regret what she did either. Haru, we have to swim to the other side. Tsuna embarrassed, stop it, how embarrassing. Haru, it was wonderful. That you jumped instead of Reborn-chan. 10th. Tsuna blushing, what, Haru Micorazon. It beat strongly, Tsuna. Yeah. Haru, I think I'm in love with Tsuna-san. Gokudera thinking, what's wrong with this silly girl? Suna Kui, but didn't you like Reborn? Izuku thinking Rira Reborn. Haru, now I want you to be the one to hug me. Suna Haru running please. Suna running away from Haru, what's wrong with you? Izuku thinking she's really in love with Suna, it seems like he's very popular now, I'm happy for him, I just wonder what will happen to Kayokachin. Plus Objective 12, Question 7 plus. Nanamari Forest late. Izuku could be seen training, doing sit-ups. Izuku pensando 979,899,100. Suddenly his phone would ring, which he would pick up to see if it was a call, and then he would answer it. Izuku Moshi Moshi, I am Suna. Izuku, what's wrong? Suna Izuku, we need your help. Izuku, what kind of help? Suna, help with a problem, if we don't answer Yamamata-san and me will fail. Izuku, I see, I'll be right there. So Izuku would run towards Tsuna's house. Already at the location, nights. Izuku, what's the problem? Tsuna, it's this one showing him the problem. Yamamoto, do you think you can solve it? Izuku, seeing the problem, I'm afraid not, I remember seeing it at the school I was at before the exchange. Haru, what school did you go to? Izuku, nervous thinking, damn, I said too much, what can I say? No, even if I tell them I was in the general education department, they'll think I have a connection to the heroes and they, being mobsters, imagining his death. Suna, are you okay? Touching Izuku's shoulder. Izuku, Gokudera, what's wrong with you? Izuku, it's nothing, I just wish I didn't talk about my old school. Haru, sorry for asking. Izuku, don't worry. Gokudera, why don't you want to talk about it? Suna, nervioso Gokudrakun. Yamamoto, come on man, you know how people with quirks are towards us. Gokudera, you're right, those idiots usually brag about their quirks and look down on anyone who doesn't have one. They think that just because we don't have one we can't beat them up. Haru, thinking he really does resent them. Izuku, it also depends on the type of quirk, there are some people here who have one too. Gokudera, I know, it's just that superhuman society considers them trash if they don't have some talent, like making tools for heroes or being able to help them. That's why people who are useful to them don't usually come to these kinds of places either. After Gokudera finished speaking, the atmosphere would feel heavy. Entering through the window singing, who are you? I'm Lambo. Who am I? I'm Lambo, seeing Tsuna and Gokudera's desperate looks. Lambo, yo. I was just passing by, what's for dinner tonight? Go. Kamenji. Tsuna, don't come here to eat. Haru, wow, this kid is really cute. Tsuna, angry, if you're only here to disrupt my homework then leave. Haru, it. I'm sorry. Yamamoto, come on, calm down a bit. Tsuna, Gokudera, it's still a high school question, we can ask an adult. Gokudera, adult. Tsuna, talking about adults. Gokudera thinking, no, he's the same age as us and he's an idiot. Tsuna, thinking, nah, he's an idiot. Haru, raising her hand, I know an adult girl who might be able to solve this. Yamamoto, really? Haru, yes, I went to eat Odin with her last time, she is very pretty and her hobby is cooking. Yamamoto, wow, that's perfect. Gokudera, a woman of women. Izuku, I hope I can help them. Haru, making a phone call, hello, BNHA. Izuku, Tsuna and Gokudera, scared what? Gokudera, WWIT. Tsuna, we don't need to call BNCHI. Izuku, looking at Lambo, I hope the same thing doesn't happen as last time. Suddenly the doorbell would ring. Haru, it seems I was just passing by here. So Gokudera would go at full speed to prevent BNHA from entering, failing in the process, ending up with a stomach ache. A short time later. Tsuna, so BNHA. Do you understand? BNHA holding Tsuna's leaf, whatever, tearing the leaf. Tsuna in shock, he broke it. BNHA, finishing tearing the sheet, love is what matters. Izuku thinking, mental note, don't ask BNHA for help with my homework. Tsuna furious, this is not just anything, my internship depends on it. Yamamoto, holding Tsuna with Izuku's help, alright, I'll let you copy mine. Tsuna, what's the point if we can't solve it? What are we going to do? Since they didn't answer the door, I just came in. Adjusting his glasses, what is it, Haru? The question you don't understand. So everyone would turn to see where the voice was coming from. Tsuna, who is that? Haru, this, dad handing him the sheet, oh, it's my dad, he teaches math at the university, that's why I called him. Izuku, really? Haru, yes. Tsuna, happy, why didn't you say so from the beginning? He is the best assistant. Haru's father, analyzing the question, actually this is at a university level, but with my skills I can solve it. The answer is 3. No, it's 4. Reborn, you made a mistake in the formula, the answer is 4. Tsuna, Reborn, what are you saying? You're talking to a university professor. Haru's father, HMH, I've seen those sideburns before. Surprised, I remember. You're the super mathematical genius, Dr. Borin. Everyone, what? Haru's father, there's no mistake, he's the one who suddenly appeared in the academic community and solved things that were supposed to be impossible. the rare mathematical phenomenon Dr. Boran. Izuku, thinking he really does look just like Reborn. He could be someone who resembles him, but it might be another face of his. Seeing how everyone was looking at Reborn, maybe it won't be the only one we see. Plus Objetivo 13, Iri Shuichi plus. Izuku, what's going on? I see Tsuna's head. Giant watching as it fell. What the hell? It seems I didn't work with BNHA. Izuku turning around to where the voice came from. Reborn. Lamborghini from the future. What's going on here? 15 years old Lambo, young Izuku. Well, you see. Later nights. Iri Shuichi was having nightmares because of everything he saw today. Objective 14, Ryohei Sasagawa plus. Boxing club. Izuku, good luck Tsuna, thinking is this another one of Rebornson's facades. Thus began the battle between Ryohei and Tsuna, where after a few moments, Master Pow Pow shot Ryohei with the dying will bullet, which had no effect on him because he already lived on the edge. The fight would continue once Tsuna was in his dying will, which would end by sending him flying with one blow. Tsuna, returning to his normal state, thinking damn, I finally did it. Izuku scared seeing Ryohei on the floor, thinking I'll kill him. Ryohei, your skills are amazing. Now I really want you in MY Club. You truly are the best opponent I've ever faced, far surpassing the last one. Isn't that right, Midoriya? Tsuna, surprised, huh? Izuku, he also wanted me to join the boxing club, which ended in a fight. Ryohei, both were great matches. I'd really like you to join the boxing club. Tsuna, I like you too, Ryohei. Master Pow Pow, do you want to join the Mafia? Izuku and Tsuna, thinking, didn't he hesitate for a second before asking him. Objective 15, Dr. Shamal plus. Tsuna, walking a little dizzy. Izuku, worried, are you alright? Tsuna, touching his forehead, my body feels weak. Izuku, could it be a cold? Tsuna, if that's the case, I can skip school, which is good. Izuku, I hope it's nothing serious. Tsuna, surprised, what? Looking at his hand, which had a skull-shaped mark, what is this? Izuku, worried, a stain. That's called skull disease. You're going to die, Tsuna. Tsuna, scared, why so suddenly? Why are you saying such a bad OMENCY? Are you a god of death? Izuku, see, calm down, Tsuna, you're too agitated. Why do you say that, Rebornson? Reborn, do you know how many dying will bullets Tsuna has received? Izuku, starts counting on his hands, no idea. Tsuna, I don't know, Reborn, exactly 10 bullets. It is said that if you shoot yourself 10 times with the bullet of your last will, something terrible will happen to the victim. Who would have thought it would be an incurable disease? Very badly. Tsuna, end it like that. Izuku, maybe we can find someone who can heal you using a quirk. Reborn, I doubt it. There isn't a single person in the city with a quirk who can help in this situation. Tsuna, why didn't you tell me something like that before? If I had known. I'm going homes. Izuku, Reborn, you're taking it better than I expected. Tsuna, most likely if I wash this it will go away. Izuku, thinking maybe Tsuna is right, but just in case I should investigate. The next day, entrance to the Midoriya house. Tomorrow. Izuku, exhausted, thinking damn, I couldn't find anything about that disease. You couldn't sleep, could you? Too, you really look exhausted. Izuku, turning around, Rebornson. Tsuna-san, yawning, I was up all night looking for something about your illness. Tsuna, speaking of which, showing him his arm. Izuku, surprised he disappeared. How? Reborn, I called a doctor who managed to cure Tsuna out of pity. Tsuna, angry, don't say it like that. Izuku, really? I'd like to meet him. Reborn, if you want to meet him, he's over there pointing. Izuku, you don't have to bother with this. I can carry my bags, Shamal-san. Shamal, it's no trouble at all, Midoriya-san. If you need anything else, I'm also a doctor. Reborn, I see you don't waste any time. Shamal, of course not, you know I like to keep busy. Inko, so you're friends with Rebornson, huh, Shamal, you could say so. Inko, looking at Izuku, oh, so it's time to go to school already. Time flies, I won't take up any more of your time, I wouldn't want you to be late. Shamal, don't worry about it, taking out some keys, I'll make sure they arrive on time. Inko, really? Bowing, thank you. Shamal, giving a big smile, you don't have to thank me, well there's no time to lose, let's go. Izuku, what just happened? Objective 16, Hibari Kyoya plus. Azodia de la Academia Namamori. Tsuna, Izuku, Yamamoto, and Gokudera could be seen having lunch. Izuku, it's finally autumn. Tsuna, the vacation ended abruptly. I feel a little sad now. Yamamoto, we also went to tutoring all summer. Gokudera, and lately that stupid cow has been very upset about the grape fever. Throwing some chestnuts at Tsuna, chestnuts are good too. Tsuna in pain, Reborn. Reborn, CIOSSU staying close to Tsuna, stabbing him with the thorns of his chestnut disguise. Tsuna in more pain, OWW, you're squashing ME. Reborn, this autumn-style costume is for secret agents. Tsuna, angry, I bet 100 out of 100 people would turn around to look at you. First of all, didn't I tell you not to show up at school? Reborn, we will create a base for the family. Everyone, Izuku, a base. Gokudera, I like the idea, a family definitely needs a foundation. Reborn decided then. Yamamoto, where will we do it? On the mountain behind the school. Gokudera, of course not. Reborn, we will use the school's reception area. Everyone surprised. Reborn, the reception area is almost never used. The surroundings and views are good and the location is excellent. Yamamoto, okay, we'll start by arranging the seats. Gokudera, I will sit to the right of the 10th. Izuku, thinking maybe Reborn-san did something to get us to use that space at school. Coming out of his thoughts, seeing that everyone had already left, he started walking towards the place. Already in the reception area. Izuku, sorry, I got distracted seeing Gokudera and Yamamoto unconscious. Well, it seems another herbivore has arrived. Izuku, looking at the person from whom that voice came, thinking it's Hibari, so what was said about him was true, he managed to defeat them in a moment. Hibari, throwing a few blows at Izuku with her tonfas. Izuku dodging several blows, thinking he's really fast. Is he really Quirkless? Receiving a blow to the face, backing away, wincing slightly from the pain. Hibari, launching a powerful blow at Izuku with both tonfas. Izuku holding Hibari's hands before they hit him. Hibari surprised. Izuku slowly getting up, giving a serious look, pushing Hibari away. Tsuna surprised, thinking Izuku really was able to stop Hibari's attack. Coming out of his thoughts, relieved we're saved. Hibari turning to look at Tsuna for a moment. Izuku by receiving a kick from Reborn, falling unconscious without Hibari noticing. Hibari, looking at Izuku on the floor, thinking I thought he'd put up more of a fight. It must have just been my imagination. Tsuna shocked, why did you do that, Reborn? Reborn pointing his gun die, shooting him in the head with the dying will bullet. Thus Tsuna would face Hibari, where just like in the manga, after a small exchange of blows they would escape due to Reborn's intervention. Later, Azodia de la Academia Namamori. Tsuna, what, you intentionally made us go find HIM? Reborn, it was a dangerous gamble, be grateful that you only came out with scrapes, injuries, and one of you was knocked out. Tsuna, you knocked out Izuku. Reborn, he really has good potential. I was surprised he was able to stop Hibari. If he had continued, there would have been no need for you to fight him. Tsuna, then why did you knock him unconscious? Reborn, because this was training so they won't be peaceful idiots. Arranging a battle is the best way to train. As the next boss, you can't always rely on your subordinates. Tsuna, scared, I mean, what are we going to do now? I'm sure he'll keep an eye on us now. Yamamoto, calm down. Gokudera, I'll send him flying next time. Reborn, thinking Hibari will be a useful boy in the future. On the other hand, Izuku. For a moment, I could see him. Green rays. There are two possibilities. Either he possesses a quirk or it is the flame of lightning. I haven't been able to get any information about him. His entire file doesn't say anything useful. The only thing I know is that he comes from the cities of heroes. Sighing, I don't like this at all, but I have no choice. I'll have to resort to him. Objetivo 16. 5. Izuku Midoriya Plus. 2 weeks after the meeting with Hibari. Azodia from Nanamori Academy. Izuku thinking that's strange, there's no one here. Pulling out a card, a girl is supposed to be here, maybe it was just one. Suddenly, Izuku would fall from a kick. Izuku surprised, looking at the person who knocked him down, Reborn. Reborn, pointing at him with a pistol. Izuku scared. Reborn giving a cold stare, Izuku Midoriya, transfer student from UA Quirk. Super strength, also known as the traitor of UA. Izuku surprised, Oh, Reborn, I have my methods, flashback. Reborn could be seen talking on the phone, Moshi Moshi. Reborn, are you Jurin, do they rotate? It depends who's looking for it. Reborn, who asks is irrelevant, I was told that you could provide me with some information. Jurin, what kind of information? Reborn, information about Izuku Midoriya. Jurin surprised, wow, are you talking about the UA traitor? Reborn, maybe. Jurin, of course I can, you're not the first to ask me for that information, but it comes at a cost and it won't be cheap. Reborn, I know I'll pay whatever it takes. Findel flashback. Reborn, how does someone with such a promising future end up in a place like this? Izuku, well. Reborn, it wasn't a coincidence that you could stand up to Hibari using your quirk. Who do you work for? Moving the gun closer to his head, answer, hero. Izuku terrified, crying, I don't work for anyone, much less a hero. The reason I'm here is because. Izuku would then begin to tell her about his time as a UA student and his borrowed quirk, up to the BNHA Cultural Festival arc, clearly without telling her that he was All Might's successor. Reborn, lowering his weapon. That explains a lot, except whose quirk did they lend you? Izuku, Isa. I can't say I made a promise. Reborn, I see. Removing his weapon from Izuku's face. I'll believe you for now. Izuku, relieved. Reborn, but pointing at Izuku again. If I see you trying to play the hero by doing something against Vengola, I won't hesitate to kill you. Izuku, scared. No, you don't have to worry. I have no intention of doing so. Reborn, you'd better watch out. I'll be keeping an eye on you. I wouldn't want to see Mama and Co sad, so don't do anything stupid. Izuku, terrified. Don't worry about it. Plus Objective 17, pulling off the post Part 1 plus. Izuku's POV. It's Nanamori Academy's sports festival season, and from what I've heard, it's a big event. Obviously, it's not on UA's level, but the school feels more lively than usual. Our school is divided into classes A, B, and C, and we form teams, but the competition gets really intense, especially in the final event, where the boys compete in an activity called pulling the pole. The leader of each team stands atop a pole, and the winner is decided when the opposing team's leader is knocked off. Right now we're in a meeting where we'll plan what we're going to do. Fin del POV. Namamori Academy, meeting of all Class A courses. Ryohei speaking to the whole group. Extreme desire to win. This will be Team A slogan for tomorrow's SPORTS festival. Unless we win, nothing will make sense. Izuku, thinking Ryohei is more cheerful than usual. Gokudera, that boxer is very annoying. Yamamoto, oh let's go. Gokudera, can't he speak in a normal tone? Damn it. Suna, agitated. Hey Gokudera Kyokochan will hear that. Izuku, lower your voice, Suna. If I don't hear it from Gokudera, he'll end up hearing it from you. Suna, covering his mouth. Ryohei, the pole-pulling competition is once again the key to winning this year. It's a tradition for each team's representative to be the leader of the game, which means I'll be doing it. Piro Emi Nigo, everyone amazed. Ryohei, instead of being the leader, I want to be a battle soldier. But there's nothing to worry about. I've prepared someone who will be a better leader than me. SAWADATSUNA from Class 1A. Everyone, what? Izuku, worried. EA, Gokudera, that boxer knows the genius of the 10th. Suna, scared. What? Why? Ryohei, raising his hand. Everyone who agrees, raise your hand. We'll decide by majority vote. Extra 1, it will be practically impossible for a first-year student. Extra 2, me him. Extra 3, we don't want to lose. Extra 4, you're kidding, right? Izuku, thinking I don't blame them for not choosing Suna. There are several reasons why they wouldn't choose him. He really does have great potential, but he's the only one preventing it from being exploited. I doubt they'll vote for him, so he's safe. Ryohei, giving a very serious look. Raise your hands. Izuku, thinking on the other hand, Ryohei can be terrifying. Gokudera, stomping his foot hard on the bench where he was sitting, raising his hand with an angry expression. There's no one in our class who would object, right? Male extras, scared, raising their hands. Extra girls, blushing, raising their hands. We agree with Gokudera-kun. Izuku, thinking damn it, I have to seeing Reborn through the window who was pointing a gun at him, scared. Better not. Ryohei, at this point the proposal is accepted by the majority. Itis decided then the leader of pulling the pole is SAWADATSUNA. Suna, scared. What? Impossible. What does this mean? Yamamoto, wow. Suna. Gokudera, impressive, that scared me. Suna and Izuku, surprised. Izuku, thinking how did he get here so fast, and he's wearing different clothes. Suna, annoyed. That's not natural. Reborn, CIOSSU, when you talk about the leader, that has to be the boss. If you don't win, I'll kill you. Suna, okay, just kidding. Pressing Reborn's head high, don't go in front of everyone. Suddenly, Reborn would start shooting out like a balloon. Izuku, a balloon. This must definitely be the work of some quirk. Later, on the way to the Sasagawa house. Izuku, thinking well, Reborn-san told me you'd be here, I can see you. Is that a pole coming out of his thoughts, guys? Suna, you too, Izuku. I understand Kyokachan's brother is here, but what are you guys doing here? Yamamoto, we were invited to train to drop the pole. Gokudera, I thought it would be a great idea if we won tomorrow. Izuku, it's the best way to practice. Suna, shocked, looking at Ryohei. WHAT. Ryohei, I didn't invite them, the old man did. Suna, Vao, coming down from the pole, a little PAON. Ryohei, the old man of Tai, Master Palpo. Gokudera, what a strange old man. Suna and Izuku, thinking that's Reborn. Ryohei, let's go to the riverbank. Reborn, pound. That way they would go along the rivers. Later. Ryohei, holding the pole. Okay, climb SAWADA. Suna, nervous, huh? A Roman 2 can't even climb a tree. Yamamoto, let's start there. Gokudera, let's make it work. Izuku, it's not that difficult, let me show you. Starts climbing the pole. Ryohei, just as I expected from Midoriya. Izuku climbing down from the poles. Tsuna nervous you make it look easy I don't think. Ryohei don't be so handsome it's a matter of spirit. Climb with your spirit SAWADA, Gokudera, annoyed if you keep saying that nonsense I'll hit you grass head. Ryohei do it if you can octopus head. Gokudera annoyed I'll kill you. Izuku holding Gokudera calm down, Gokudera don't mess with this broccoli head. Tsuna don't do it Gokudera-kun. Reborn I disagree with Sasagawa shooting Tsuna. Tsuna in a state of dying will I'll climb like I'm going to die, rapidly climbing the pole CLIMBED. Ryohei holding the pole I knew he had talent. Yamamoto holding the pole good job. Gokudera holding the pole impressive. Izuku holding the pole you really did it. Ryohei see that's the spirit. Gokudera annoyed lighting a cigarette. Ryohei hitting Gokudera's hands causing his cigarette and lighter to fall turn that off. Gokudera annoyed you. What the hell are you doing? Ryohei your cigarette could be a threat to my health. Yamamoto ha 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 Sasagawa's brother is very funny. Gokudera furious damn it. First it was that idiot from the disciplinary committee and now everyone's taking my cigarettes. I can't take it anymore. Pulling out several sticks of dynamite which he would light I will defeat you. Ryohei, awesome, taking a fighting pose my blood is boiling. Izuku thinking damn it not now, seeing some dynamite heading in his direction. Suddenly, the place would begin to be consumed by dynamite explosions. Yamamoto dodging an explosion letting go of the pole. Izuku pulling the pole trying to dodge some explosions, feeling the pole start to pull him in YAMAMOTO. Yamamoto, I'm sorry they're going to fall. That's how Tsuna would end up falling into the river. Plus objective 18 pulling off the post second part plus. The next day, Nanamori Academy. At the Nanamori School Sports Festival, there is a fierce battle between groups A, B, and C, divided according to their classes. Izuku could be seen at the bathroom sink. Izuku drying his face thinking the final competition will start soon. We did well in most of the tests. Okay, I'll be back, I don't want you to worry, so you're Midoriya Izuku. Izuku turning around you're the leader of Team B, the president of the karate club. Ashikiri-senpai right, Ashikiri, I suppose you already know why I'm here. Izuku so that I can join your club, that's what most people ask me. Ashikiri no, don't think I'm like those idiots. Izuku so. Ashikiri how much? Izuku, Ashikiri, how much do you want to let us win? It's obvious your class has several of the most physically imposing captains like Sasagawa and Yamamoto, not to mention Gokudera and Dame Tsuna who's starting to stand out. And how could we forget Machida's humiliating defeat? I came with you because they are stubborn, I know you will be smart. Izuku, annoyed forget it, we all worked hard to win goodbye, starts walking towards the door. Ashikiri holding Izuku by the shoulder. Izuku angry let me go. Ashikiri what if I don't want to? A few minutes later. Tsuna, you could see how Ryohei and Gokudera knocked out the leader of Team C. Tsuna thinking this can't get any worse. Extra 1, oh no, OSHIKRACMPI the leader of Team B was attacked by someone in the bathroom. Extras what? Extra 1 from what I've been told it was someone from the A-team. Extra 2 the A-team again. Extra 1 pointing at a small old man this is the witness right? Witness. Tsuna reborn. Reborn, the one who attacked the leader of Team B was sent by the leader of Team A Sawada Tsuna. Tsuna, surprised what? Sasagawa, excited you're more thirsty for victory than I thought SAWADA Gokudera, excited brilliant strategy. Tsuna scared no it isn't thinking surely the one who attacked him was reborn himself. Sorry for the delay guys what's up? Tsuna, Izuku it seems someone turning around attacked what happened to your face. Reborn, pointing at Izuku he was the one who attacked him. Izuku Sasagawa, well so you're thirsty for victory too Midoriya, Gokudera, well we've finished off the leaders this is secured well done. Izuku they defeated Takade-senpai. Tsuna, scared don't tell me you were the one who attacked Ashikiri-senpai. Izuku rather he attacked me. Tsuna nervous so it's true. B-class extras, THAT's cheating, ATAM, what an unfair team. Sasagawa giving a nonchalant look did you see that? That's how we do things. Class C extras, angry so it was SAWADA who ordered the attack on our leader too. You cheating bastards make your leader resign. Izuku thinking this is getting out of control. Could we have your attention please? Izuku coming out of his thoughts noticing that the sound was coming from a megaphone. Megaphone we will debate the issue of throwing the pole away during lunch. The representatives from each team's third grade class please go to headquarters now. Later, lunchtime. Inko uncomfortable don't you feel like everyone's staring this way? Reborn, ignore them Mama Inko it's normal after all it's thanks to Tsuna. Nana Tsuna you're like a celebrity. Izuku thinking Tsuna's really got a tough road ahead. Let's wait and see what he says. Reborn, wearing the old man disguise, speaking through a megaphone. Now the leader of team has put poison in the food. Izuku, seeing several boys lying on the floor, scared this can't get any worse. Megaphone, thank you for waiting. A decision has been made in the debate. After discussion, this year will be the union of teams B and C against Team A Class A Extras. What, 2 against 1? Izuku looking at Ryohei, nervous. What happened? Extra nervous. I bet it was a majority vote and they forced you, Sasagawa-senpai. Suna, scared. That can't be, that's cheating. Ryohei, I suggested it and I forced them. Everyone what? Climbing down a tree trunk, because getting rid of all the enemies at once is obviously the fastest way to solve things. Izuku, thinking again with the Master Palpo disguise. Ryohei, exactly, I completely agree. We will defeat all those who approach us. Izuku, thinking the number of people watching Hibari climb the B plus C team pole, nervously swallowing. After a few moments, the event would begin, where all the students would go to attack the opposing team, where just like in the original story, Tsuna would receive the dying will bullet and Yamamoto, Ryohei, Gokudera and Izuku would form a mount for Tsuna. Tsuna, in a state of dying, will let go after the leader. They would then race at full speed towards the opposing goalpost, sending anyone who gets in their way flying. Gokudera, feeling Ryohei accidentally hit him. Hey Grasshad, you just kicked me. Ryohei, stop messing with me, octopus, you're the one who kicked me. Gokudera, annoyed, what did you say? Yamamoto, awkwardly, hey. Izuku, nervous, calm down. Suddenly both Gokudera and Ryohei would deliver a powerful punch to each other's faces, releasing their mounts. Izuku, staggering, Yamamoto, are you okay? Yamamoto, yes. Izuku, good. They would continue with some difficulty until they reached the post. Tsuna jumping towards Hibari. Izuku and Yamamoto falling to the floor. Tsuna returning to normal before he can hit Hibari. Hibari punching Tsuna in the face, making him fall. Izuku tired, WWE lost. Extra annoyed, hey, don't think the team leader will leave without getting anything. Gokudera, getting up, what the hell are you doing? Running to defend Tsuna. Ryohei running to help Tsuna, yes, everyone who wants to fight join us. Thus a fight to help Tsuna would begin. Izuku hitting several extras, glancing sideways at Dynamite falling near him, pushing several of the boys away from the explosion. With the others. Inko scared, thinking how come they don't look worried after all this. Nana, what an incredible event. Reborn, it's a sports festival to remember. Plus objective 19, first time killing plus. Izuku could be seen returning from his training, passing by the Sawada house. Izuku, tired, watching Hibari park his motorcycle next to the Sawada residence. Hibari, watching him climb through the window into Tsuna's room, entering through the window after him. Tsuna seeing Izuku enter through the window. You too, Izuku, are you with Hibari? Izuku, I saw him come in through the window and decided to follow him, which is seeing a corpse, feeling terrified. Reborn, Tsuna finished him off. Izuku, scared. Hibari, placing a foot on the corpse, good job, you hit the heart with one shot. Okay, I can get rid of this corpse for you guys. Tsuna, nervous, what are you saying? Reborn, he can get rid of the body so that it will never be found again, this murder will never have happened. Tsuna, scared, that's bad in many ways. Hibari, going to the window later. I will send someone from the disciplinary committee. Everyone except Reborn, scared. Izuku, nervous, you're using the committee to cover up a murder. Hibari, jumping out the window, see you. Tsuna, running towards the window, no. Wait, hey, Gokudera, annoyed, 10th, please move. Lighting some dynamite, I can't rest until I get my revenge, throwing the dynamite, perish. Tsuna, dodging the dynamite. Hibari, don't be so eager to die. He throws back all the dynamite sticks after hitting them with his tonfas. Everyone scared to see the dynamite coming back. Then the dynamites would do their work, damaging several of those present in the room. Izuku, are you guys okay? Tsuna, yes. Yamamoto, is it already sunset and they're still having those fireworks? Gokudera, annoyed, they're not fireworks. Haru, surprised, seeing that the corpse was not there, the body is gone. Tsuna, nervous, don't tell me that in the explosion. Man, I thought I was going to die, scratching the back of his neck, that was close. Izuku, surprised, it's the corpse. Tsuna, he's back, corpse, it's a pleasure to meet you, 10th, spitting blood. Tsuna, zombie. Haru, shoo. Reborn, this is Morty, a pro at being killed. Morty can use a technique called Adio to stop his heart at will and maintain a state of apparent death. He's a specialist for the Vengola family, and no, this isn't a quirk, it's pure skill. Tsuna, so I wasn't dead. Reborn, he was just playing dead. Tsuna, but I heard the gunshot. Reborn, I shot at a target and then I put the gun in your hand. Tsuna, Morty, of course the blood is fake and I was pretending to be a thief. I don't come to Japan every day, so I thought it would be a good opportunity to show the 10th my goodbye. Tsuna, annoyed there are other ways to show me. Relieved, but I'm relieved starting to feel the pain of the explosions. Gokudera smiling good heavens Rebornson Yamamoto, laughing this guy is hilarious. Izuku it really is an impressive and dangerous ability, thinking Adio to stop his heart. Plus objective 20, eat and escape plus. Izuku could be seen arriving home after training. Izuku thinking I hope Lambo isn't sleeping in my bed again. Last time I had to wash my blankets and pillow. Snapping out of his thoughts, he enters through the door. Mom, I'm home noticing Inko staring intently at the television. Reporter, what do you think about this, my dear Tanaka-san? Tanaka, well Watanabe-san. Suddenly a video would appear, showing the League of Villains leaving the confrontation with the heroes. Tanaka, it was a massacre, but luckily no civilians appear to have suffered serious injuries. It started as a clash between villains, but it escalated out of control, requiring the heroes to intervene. So far, 86 injured and 92 dead have been identified, of whom 7 were professional heroes and 2 were students completing their internships. Kan Izuku Yinko. Izuku nervous how horrible, watching the scenes of destruction some of the heroes' comments about the situation. Back to television. Watanabe, we have breaking news, remember Midoriya Izuku, or better known as the traitor of UA. Tanaka, he was the most talked about person in recent months, forcing UA Academy to increase security. What's going on with him? Watanabe, from what we've heard from several heroes including Endeavor the #1 hero, it turns out he was innocent. All the evidence was planted to make us believe he was the culprit. This was confirmed by the League of Villains leader himself, Tamura Shigaraki. We just have to wait and see if the real traitor can be found. It would take someone with access to UA to do something like that. We don't have any video footage of the incident, but here are the heroes' testimonies. Kan Izuku Yinko. Inko crying, finally hugging Izuku, your innocence has been proven, we can go back, have the life we had before. Izuku, being in shock for a moment, pushing Inko away for a moment. Inko confused, is something wrong Izuku? Izuku nervous IINNO. I don't want to go back Inko a Pira. Izuku, I know my innocence has been proven, but nothing will be the same. Starts to cry, there will always be someone who attacks me for thinking I'm still the traitor of UA and that it's just the TV spreading fake news. I can't just go and act like nothing happened. I can't get those hateful, disappointed looks out of my mind. I hope that… Inko hugging Izuku, I understand. If you don't want to come back, then we won't. Maybe we haven't lived here that long, but we've had some good times. I suppose if we leave, Nana and everyone else would be sad. You've made so many friends and I can't take that away from you. Looking intently into Izuku's eyes, you're the most important thing to me, and that's why I have to make sure you're happy above all else. We've been through some tough times, but now everything will get better. Izuku hugging Inko, Gigi, thank you. Inko returning the hug. After a few seconds, they would separate. Inko, okay, I'll go make dinner at Nana-chan's house. Maybe you could spend time with your friends while we finish up. Izuku, leaving the house, taking his phone and calling Tsuna. Tsuna cansado moshi moshi. Izuku, Tsuna-san, you have time to. Tsuna, sorry, it looks like I'm going to be busy for a while. Izuku, hey, Tsuna, let's just say it was thanks to Reborn, Lambo and BNHA. Arc of Daily Life Part 3-6. New chapter, we're already halfway through, just waiting for the Kokuyo Land arc, which is varied and probably the most important arc of KHR, the future arc. As a Christmas present lol. Chapters with a little important change and references, not much. Plus goal 21, childcare plus. Plus objective 28, Dino again plus. Plus objective 29, hospitalization. Plus goal 21, childcare plus. Nanamori Academy Class 1A. You can see that the class was going normally. Extra 1, what kind of costume is that? Extra 2, a zebra. Extra 3, is it a panda? Extra 4, I'd say it's a cow. Izuku thinking, cow, don't tell me that. Holding back the urge to urinate, calm down. Izuku and Tsuna Lambo Tsuna. Izuku, my zipper broke and I can't pee. Extras starting to laugh at the situation and making fun of both boys. Izuku thinking, why is he at school? Snapping out of his thoughts, let's go, carrying Lambo trying to go to the bathroom. Lambo seeing Reborn escaping from Izuku's arms, Jijaja, I found Reborn. Tsuna, nervous, didn't you have a more important matter to attend to right now? Izuku, didn't you say you had to go to the bathroom? Lambo embarrassed, urinating on the floor, starting to cry. Izuku worried, I'll be right back, take care of Lambo. Tsuna nervous, hey, wait, seeing Izuku speeding away. Izuku, later Midoriya house. Inko, so Lambo went to your school. Izuku, yes. Inko, I thought Nana-chan was watching him. He was sleeping in your room for a few hours and I didn't realize when he left. He left without saying anything, bowing sorry. Izuku, it's not your fault, Mom. Maybe I should prepare myself in case something like that happens. After all, we can't control what he does, we can only try to guide him. Inko, really? Izuku, yes, both you and Mrs. Sawada take care of all of us. After all, how difficult can it be? The next day, outside the Nanamori Academy buildings. Izuku, tired, thinking training with Sasagawa is really tough. I didn't think people without quirks could be so strong, though. Maybe I'm the one who became weak without one for all, sighing. Suddenly, someone would start crying. Izuku, looking to see who was crying, a 15-year-old Lamborghini. Tsuna, nervous, it always ends the same way. Izuku, approaching Lambo, taking out a handkerchief, wiping away his tears. Are you okay? 15-year-old Lambo, staring intently at Izuku, hugging him tightly, starting to cry again. Izuku, stroking his head, calm down, everything will be all right. 15-year-old Lambo, calming down. Izuku, good. The bazooka's effect would suddenly end, showing a Lambo with a cup of chocolate milk, eating a cookie. Tsuna, where did you get that from? Lambo, Mrs. Frog gave me this, drinking from his cup, and Miss Black Tongue gave me a cookie while some robots were arguing. Izuku, thinking Mrs. Frog, is she talking about a suicide? Miss Black Tongue, robots arguing, first Eraserhead's capture weapon and now this, I don't know what fate has in store for us. While Izuku was thinking, he didn't realize that it had been decided that he would be Lambo's babysitter. Plus goal 22 birthday plus. It happened just like in the original story, where everyone would give their gift, where Nana and Inko would make a birthday cake for Reborn. Izuku would give him a hat that would match the outfit Haru gave him, earning him 45 points. Plus target 23 Ipin plus. At the Sawada house, after classes, Ipin could be seen tied up and surrounded by Reborn, Gokudera, Tsuna, and Izuku. Izuku, so this girl was the one who caused that explosion. Gokudera, from what Reborn-san said, he came to kill Tsuna. Izuku, worried, are you okay, Tsuna? Tsuna, yes, it was just a scare. Reborn, looking at a photo, they told you to kill the one in the photo. Ipin nodding. Reborn, this is not Tsuna. Everyone surprised, looking at the image. Izuku, he doesn't look anything like Tsuna. Reborn, you lack experience, it seems you have vision problems. Izuku, I see, so he mistook him for Tsuna. Tsuna, now that this is cleared up, let's let her go. Reborn, unleashing Ipin. Ipin speaking in Chinese. Reborn says he's sorry, it seems he'll be staying for a while to train. Izuku, I see, so you'll train your quirk to make it stronger. Ipin, nervous, activating the countdown. Reborn, it seems her master didn't tell her how to answer those kinds of questions, since she doesn't possess any. Plus objective 24, Ipin versus Lambo plus. You could see everyone having lunch at the Midoriya residence. Tsuna, why is that Ipin here? Nana, we invited him to lunch. Inko, he predicted this morning's rain so our clothes wouldn't get wet. Nana, also I heard he's a friend of Reborn-kun. Tsuna, I see. Inko, serving a plate to Tsuna, here's your food, make yourselves at home. Tsuna, I see why you're so carefree, Izuku. Izuku, yes, I was thinking of going to train, but since breakfast is here, maybe I'll go another day. Lambosan appears. Suddenly, Ipin would jump onto Tsuna's plate, adopting a fighting stance. Ipin shouting in Chinese. Tsuna, what is he saying? Reborn, it's a broccoli monster. Tsuna, thinking that's right, I'd forgotten that Ipin is very short-sighted. Lambo, lowering his head, calm down. Izuku, don't worry, Lambo, she told me the same thing this morning. Lambo, playing at being a monster, I'm a ghost. Tsuna, nervous, he's actually enjoying it. Lambo then began to chase Ipin, who ran away somewhat frightened. Inko, okay, see you later. Nana, please take care of the children. Inko, we're going to see a piano recital with some friends. Izuku, non-concerned, fine. Tsuna, nervous, ISB. Wait a minute, I have an extra tutoring class with Yamamoto today. Izuku, don't. Reborn, moms, leave the children with us and enjoy the recital. Inko, walking towards the exit of the residence, thank you, it's a great help to us. Nana, walking towards the exit of the residence, will buy you a pasty when we get back. So both mothers would leave the residence. Izuku, don't worry, Tsuna, I'll take care of Lambo, you guys can take care of Ipin. Tsuna, really? Izuku, nodding. Reborn, it was to be expected, after all, he is his babysitter. Tsuna, annoyed, don't say it like that. Thus Tsuna would go home taking Ipin with him. Later, Lambo would leave the hunt for Izuku. Sawada house, Tsuna's room. Izuku entering Tsuna's room. Sorry, I lost sight of him for a moment. Lambo starting to cry. Kalmadu Lamboson isn't. The shaggy Lamboson won't lose against someone with a funny head like yours. Ippin, slightly annoyed. Tsuna, hey Lambo, say anything embarrassing to IPIN or he'll explode. Lambo, your little braid. Little braid, Ippin feeling embarrassed, activating the Pinzu explosion countdown. Tsuna scared the human bomb countdown. Yamamoto, smiling that dangerous game again. Izuku thinking he still thinks it's a game. Tsuna taking Ippin. Gokudera, opening the window 10th, throw him out the window. Thus Tsuna would throw him out the window, however his braid would stick to the ceiling on the outside of the house. Izuku, we'd better get out of here. Haru annoyed Tsunasen, what are you doing to Ippinchin? Tsuna, scared there's no time for that. When the PINZUS on his head reach 1 he'll explode, turning around seeing that the Ippin counter was at 3 shit. Let us run. Izuku, watching as Lambo pulled out the 10-year bazooka. Maybe we can use the bazooka. Reborn hitting the bazooka. Well thought out, Izuku. Thus the projectile would hit Ippin when he only had 1 Pinzu left, generating a large smokescreen. Tsuna, surprised you used the 10-year bazooka on Ippin. Reborn, the explosion has been sent to the future. Tsuna, really? So that's the Ippin from the future. 15-year-old Ippin, huh? As the smoke cleared, a girl could be seen in the place. 15-year-old Ippins, why? Why am I here in this room in the middle of a delivery? Izuku, surprised, so she's Ippin. Tsuna, what? Ippin is a girl. Ippin, worried, oh no, the ramen will be ruined. Mr. Kawahira is very strict about that. Izuku, even his Japanese is fluent. 15-year-old Ippin, it's Sawadasan and Midoriya-san. Hello. Tsuna, Ippin, you've become very feminine. 15-year-old Ippin, huh, embarrassed, why are you bringing that up out of nowhere? I haven't changed much, seriously. Tsuna, surprised, his level of shyness is normal. What happened to the Pinzus and the Jayazaken? 15-year-old Ippin, Sawadasan, don't you remember that I had to quit because right now I'm saving money for school? The Pinzus explosions have been sealed by my master in China when I resigned, the password too. Gokudera, so you're normal now. Tsuna, now she's like a normal girl. Tsuna, a person can change a lot. 15-year-old Ippin, well, I have to make the delivery this Midoriya-san. Izuku, yes. 15-year-old Ippin, say hi to everyone for me, they've been very busy lately. Izuku, okay. Lambo, what happened to the little braid? Izuku, Lambo, have you stopped crying? 15-year-old Ippin, monster Broccolinervous, thinking that Lambo was a broccoli monster, unlocks the seal, activating the countdown. Izuku, what? Tsuna, the password was BROCCOLI monster. Izuku, everyone run. Tsuna, maybe. Suddenly a powerful explosion would occur, thanks to Pinzus' new, more powerful bomb. Plus objective 25, Kyoko vs Haru plus. While Tsuna dealt with Haru and Kyoko's appreciation day, following them to the pastry shop, Izuku was doing other things, thinking about the incidents that occurred with Ippin and 15-year-old Lambo. Plus target 26, 3 brothers in crime plus. Nothing relevant related to Izuku happened today, all things considered. Plus objective 27, Bronco Dino plus. Sawada House night. You could see Tsuna, Izuku, Reborn, Ippin, Lambo and Dino having dinner. Dino, so ask me anything, my cute illegitimate bruh. Izuku, seeing how nervous Tsuna was. Dino, you already have a family, right? Tsuna. Izuku, looking at Reborn, so he's also connected to the Mafia. Reborn's nodding while eating. Dino, sorry I haven't introduced myself, my name is Dino from the Cavallone family. Izuku, my name is Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, Dino, it's a pleasure to meet one of my little brother's subordinates. Tsuna and Izuku, nervous, huh? Reborn, you still have to meet Gokudera Yamamoto as well as some candidates like Ryohei and Hibari. Tsuna, annoyed, those are just my friends and superiors. But why did you come with someone like me? Reborn, it seems you were getting along well with Dinasen. Dino, Vengola is the center of our allied families, that's why it takes precedence over the others in every aspect. Tsuna, does Vengola have that much influence? Reborn, that's right. Tsuna, scared. Izuku, thinking I don't know whether to be surprised or scared. Inko, seeing how Dino had spilled all the food on his plate. Wow, you spilled your food. Tsuna, huh, Reborn, without his men, Dino doesn't function very well. He's the type who can only use his powers for his family or in front of them. Without them, his physical condition declines dramatically. Tsuna, surprised, what the hell? Izuku, in other words, he can't do anything on his own. Dino, embarrassed, making things up like that again. Reborn, do you really want Tsuna to believe that? I always use a fork and knife, so I can't use chopsticks very well. Tsuna, I see, that must be it. Nana, entering the kitchen, I'll prepare your bath. Dino, thank you. Tsuna looking at Reborn, don't lie. Reborn, it's not a lie. Suddenly a scream could be heard coming from Tsuna's mother. Inko, what is it? A scream would also be heard, but this time from Izuku's mother. Izuku getting up worried. Dino trying to get up, stumbling and ending up falling. Izuku and Tsuna, are you okay? Dino getting up, I tripped over my own foot. Tsuna confused, Reborn, you see he really is clumsy. Inko and Nana entering the kitchen, scared, in the tub. Tsuna, what's in the tub? Izuku, I'll go see. So everyone would go in the direction of the bathroom, in which upon entering they would see a gigantic reptile. Tsuna scared. Dino nervous, shit, it's Enzio, when did he escape? Tsuna, is this the turtle from before? Izuku, is that a turtle? Reborn, that's right, Enzio is a sponge turtle, he grows if he's submerged in water. When Enzio grows he becomes more ferocious and can devour a house. Tsuna, what the heck? Izuku, thinking he might be something similar to Principal Nezu. Ippin, eating a bun, attacking Enzio with the Gyoza Kempo. Izuku watching the tank bounce off Enzio, did I miss? Reborn, turtles can hold their breath for a long time. Dino back, drawing his whip, nobody interfere. It would be a disgrace to the Cavallone family if the boss can't even take care of his own pet. Starting to crack the whip, calm down, Enzio. Accidentally hitting Tsuna and Izuku. Tsuna and Izuku complaining of the pain. Dino embarrassed, I'm sorry, I slipped. Reborn, now do you understand? He's not the same when his men aren't around. Little by little, Enzio would start eating the tub, making quite a bit of noise. Dino serious, stop it, Enzio, waving his whip, hitting Tsuna, Ippin, Lambo and Izuku, I'm sorry. Embarrassed, are you all right? Izuku, I'd better take care of. Reborn, he told us not to interrupt. Tsuna nervous, but at this rate the house will be destroyed. Do something, Reborn. Reborn, I guess there's no other option, it's Leon's turn. Leon jumping onto Tsuna's face, molding himself to his face, transforming into the face of one of Dino's subordinates. Tsuna nervous. Izuku surprised, incredible. Dino turning around, surprised, you're here, Romario, I thought you'd gone back to the others. Getting serious, idiot. Back off and leave this to me. Waving his whip, managing to knock Enzio out, get some sleep. Izuku thinking it was true, now I'll do it. After a while Enzio returned to his normal size after being dehydrated, and this situation was stabilized. Dino embarrassed, I'm sorry about the tub. Tsuna, it broke, we'll have to find another place to take a bath. Izuku, you can have it at my house, there's no problem for me or my mother. Tsuna, really? Izuku, yes. Dino, okay, walks towards the stairs. Izuku, just wait until. Suddenly the sound of someone falling could be heard. It was none other than Dino. Plus objective 28, Dino again plus. On the way to Nanamori Academy, Izuku, Yamamoto, and Gokudera could be seen watching as a rather luxurious car kidnapped Tsuna. Reborn, they are the Yakuza called the Mamakayokai who control the surrounding area. Izuku nervous, thinking the Yakuza again, why does this have to happen to me? Reborn, Yakuza is. Izuku, the Japanese Mafia, do you think this could have something to do with the members of the Shai Hasekai? Reborn, I doubt it. Kaichisaki is in prison and I don't think he'd mind getting involved in this kind of thing. What a drag. I like the old boss better for what he ended up doing. Gokudera thinking, how does he know about the Japanese Mafia? Of course this is his country, he's investigating the groups that could cause problems for the tithe, he's ahead of me. Reborn, well, putting that aside. High school kids like you won't stand a chance against the adult Mafia. Leave it to the police. Izuku, thinking that would be the right decision but remembering the good times he spent with his friend, seeing the determined looks on Gokudera and Yamamoto's faces, he starts running alongside them. Gokudera, to hell with it, I won't let them have it. Yamamoto, I'm leaving the police in your hands, kid. Izuku will be back. They would then head towards the Yakuza's residence, killing several of those found there. Gokudera holding one of the Yakuza by the neck, spit it out. Yamamoto holding one of the Yakuza by the neck, can you tell me where he is? Izuku subduing one of the Yakuza. Surprised what? Upon hearing that voice, the previously excited ones turned to see where it came from, seeing that it was Dino who was with Tsuna. Gokudera relieved, 10th, you're safe. Yamamoto relieved, you look good. Izuku relieved, I'm glad you're okay. Dino, that's really something, what did you do, you brats? They would turn to see where the voice was coming from, encountering those who appeared to be the strongest of the Yakuza. Tsuna scared, the strongest ONES have ARRIVED. Gokudera, annoyed, damn it, they keep appearing. Dino, wait, they're not like the younger ones you defeated. You can't do that. Leave the adults to an adult. Walking forward. I am the 10th head of the Cavallone family, Dino. It's my fault it ended up like this, I apologize. I will pay for both the medical expenses and the repairs, please. Yakuza 1, family, what are you talking about? This is Japan. Yakuza 2, acting so frivolous. Yakuza 1, fine, we'll take the money, but you're not going anywhere. Dino, drawing his whip so all negotiations have broken down, I think we'll have to return by force. Here I come. Swiping his whip, striking Gokudera, Yamamoto, Izuku, and himself. Izuku, in pain, thinking I forgot that without his men, he's useless. Yakuza 1, hahaha, what the heck was that? Yakuza 3, what a fool, he hit himself. Yakuza 1, launching into attack alongside his group, make sure they don't speak again. In an instant, Tsuna would be hit by several shots, 1 in the head and 2 in the hands. Tsuna in dying will mode with the added effect of the giant fist reborn. I will defeat the Yakuza with my last will. Begins attacking the Yakuza. Yakuza Extra trying to attack Tsuna from behind. Dino recovering, watch out. Suddenly, the Yakuza was taken down by Izuku, while several explosions were seen hitting several of the enemies and some were defeated. Gokudera, are you alright? 10th, Yamamoto will watch your back. Izuku, stay alert. Dino surprised, thinking these guys. We can't be left behind. Dino, seeing that his subordinates had arrived at the location. Subordinate 1, what are you doing lying there? Subordinate 2, that's not great. Dino, somewhat sentimental, guys, God, you're so loud. Holding his whip securely, okay, let us have some fun. This is how the Mamakyoka were destroyed. Plus objective 29, hospitalization. Everything happened as if it were the same as in the manga, except that it seems Tsuna found one of the laboratories used by Dr. Daruma Yujiko. Plus objective 30, getting lost plus. Izuku could be seen training. Izuku running, thinking I should use some heavier weights. I've gotten used to the weights I'm using. Suddenly several screams would be heard, to which Izuku would go to see, finding a strange situation, because Enzo was chasing Tsuna, BNHA, Reborn, Dino, Haru, Lambo, Ipin, Yamamoto, and Gokudera. Izuku nervous, how did you end up like this? Later, thanks to Izuku, everyone was able to return home. Arc of Daily Life Part 4-6. We're getting closer to the Kokuyo group arc. Some chapters might be shorter, or I might just write a vague description of what happened. After all, this is Tsuna's story. Izuku doesn't necessarily have to do anything relevant in every chapter of this arc. I also wanted to tell you that in this part there will only be a few important things, I think. Another chapter finished. I'll try to include at the beginning of the following and previous chapters of the Daily Life arc the parts that show something a little more interesting. Remember that for those who haven't read the KHR manga, I recommend it. Chapters with a little important change, not much. Plus objective 34, The Little Prince, Fuda plus. Plus objective 35, Fuda again. Plus objective 38, Snow Fight round 2 plus. Plus objective 39, Yamamoto's training plus. Plus objective 40, the Dojo Hunt plus. Plus goal 31, New Year plus. The story wouldn't change that much, since Izuku's intervention wasn't that significant. Plus objective 32, Gokudera's training program plus. You could see Tsuna, Reborn, Nana, Ipin, Lambo, Izuku, and Inko having dinner. Inko, why the long faces? Nana, is this another case of today's Gokudera-kun? Tsuna, today suddenly he started calling Yamamoto Yamamachan. Izuku, really? Tsuna, yes, that makes it more terrifying than usual. Nana, oh I see. Izuku, thinking he always ends up talking about Gokudera, I don't blame him. Ever since Reborn arrived, every situation he's involved in has been kind of weird. Plus objective 33, school visit plus. Academia Nanamori days. It was possible to see how the relatives of several students were gathered, because it was Parent Participation Day. Teacher, so today is Parent Participation Day, you're probably very nervous, but relax and act like you always do and I'll make my usual mistakes. Izuku, thinking it seems my mom won't be coming. I see Tsuna is a little seeing Inko and Nana enter the room well, I hope they don't choose Tsuna to answer anything. He's my friend, but I still can't ignore his level of knowledge. Teacher, now for this question I'll start by asking the students who are weak in math, how are you doing Yamamoto? Yamamoto, nervous, yes, trying to solve the problem, 1-2 then. Teacher, hey, you're just speculating again, wait, that's correct. Yamamoto, relieved, what luck? Yamamoto, father, good job takshi, we'll have a great tuna tonight. Yamamoto, embarrassed, oh my god, dad. Izuku, thinking they're going to celebrate in a big way. Gokudera, sitting with his feet on the desk, tusk, what a pain. Izuku, watching as his classmates' families started talking about Gokudera's attitude, thinking it's obvious they think he's a delinquent. He literally acts like one. The image of Bakugo flashing into his mind. Master Gokudera, can you at least sit properly for today? Gokudera, Nop. Teacher, you should learn from Midoriya. He's always attentive in class and he even has recommendations from several of us to be part of the disciplinary committee. Izuku nervous seeing how proud his mother looked, thinking if only she knew what the committee representatives do under Hibari's orders. Gokudera appearing disinterested. Master, all right then, it'll be complicated but please answer the following question, Gokudera. Gokudera 7 pi cm2. Teacher, annoyed, right, you got it, okay. Next, Yamamoto was lucky today, maybe you will be too. Question 4, Sawada. Izuku looking at the question in his book, thinking the question isn't that complicated. Looking at Tsuna, but it seems like it isn't for him, seeing Gokudera giving him the answer with discreet gestures he doesn't realize. Suddenly, Tsuna would be seen being hit by something. Master seeing Tsuna get up in pain, worried, what's wrong, Sawada, what was that sound? Tsuna, something hit me from behind. Izuku turning around seeing that Reborn was now dressed as an old woman, so he came. Well, after all, he is Tsuna's tutor. Teacher, can you repeat what you said, Sawada? Tsuna nervous yies. Izuku thinking he's lost. Uo, it's 1,010,000. Izuku thinking Lambo IPIN, what's he doing here? Teacher, whose brother are you? Where are your parents? Lambosan also knows how to multiply. 2 times do is 2, chi times chi is chi, key times key is key. Look. Dropping down, erasing what was written on the board with his afro. Inko and Nana, walking quickly towards where Ipin and Lambo. Nana, sorry there are children, taking Ipin. Inko giving a small bow, I'm sorry, picking up Lambo. Then the other parents present began to speculate and make strange speculations. Izuku thinking, good heavens, they're starting to get some weird ideas. Lambo struggling a little, Lambosan wants to play with Kyoko. Tsuna, embarrassed mom, Mrs. Midoriya, why did you bring the children? Nana, we didn't do it. Izuku, what does he mean by that? Entering the room, they wanted to come to the parents' participation day with me. Tsuna, why Izuku binchi. Gokudera collapses upon seeing his sister. Izuku and Tsuna, worried, are you okay, Jokyudrakun? Teacher, worried, let's take him to the infirmary. Nana, I'll go with you. Inko, I'll go with you. BNHA, I'll go too, holding Gokudera's face, staring at him intently, I'm here, so be strong, Hayato. Izuku thinking he's making it worse. Teacher, nervously, this is an emergency, so class will be suspended for now. I apologize for the inconvenience. Please review some material while you wait. That's how they would take Gokudera to the infirmary. Izuku thinking, I hope he recovers, but having BNHA with him, well, at least Tsuna didn't have to answer the question anymore. Hey, sit down, class has resumed. Writing on the board, okay, pay attention. I'm the substitute teacher, Rabayama. Izuku turning to look at Rabayama, thinking Reborn. He changed quickly again. Rabayama bowing to the parents and guardians, pleased to meet you. The parents would then also bow. Rabayama, okay, let's continue with the class. Starting to write on the board, begin with this. Finishing writing the problem, who can answer it? Izuku thinking, what is that? We painted the whole house without leaving a single drop of trash, unless it's this, could easily be at NASA level. Rabayama, furthermore, whoever answers this question correctly will be offered a good job in the Mafia. Izuku thinking he said it without hesitation. Xstar 1 annoyed, hey, I don't care if you're Rabayama or Hebiyama, I won't let myself be taken for someone like you. Rabayama, I won't tolerate that tone. Throws a piece of chalk which explodes upon impact with the extra's head, causing him to faint. Rabayama thinking, how did he do that even? Extra's mother, annoyed, excuse me, what are you doing to my Asama-chan? Rabayama, mother, please calm down, throwing another piece of chalk which exploded on the extra's mother's head, causing her to faint. So everyone in the classroom would be filled with fear. Izuku thinking, who is Reborn really? Yo, Yuwuwo. Izuku thinking, Lambo Poo. Izuku a Rabayama throws a bomb which would explode upon impact with the aforementioned. Izuku thinking, where did he get that bomb? You stupid cow, have seen that question before. Opening the classroom door. Tsuna y Izuku pensando Jokyudrakun. Gokudera, the answer is the square root of 5. Rabayama, you're already in the Mafia, throwing another bomb which explodes upon impact with Gokudera. Izuku thinking, did he answer correctly? I mean, poor Gokudera-kun. Tsuna walking towards Reborn, hey Reborn, why did you do that? Rabayama, because it bothered me. Izuku thinking, punishment for that reason, that's terrifying. Extra 1, I knew it, Sawada has something to do with this. Extra 2, it's very annoying. Izuku, seeing how his classmates were giving his friend a few disdainful looks, the atmosphere feels heavy, what's going to happen? Suddenly the classroom was startled by the sound of a gunshot. Suna, entering dying will mode reborn, I will teach the class with my last will. Thus the horrible day of continuous participation. Plus objective 34, the little prince Fuda plus. That day after class, Izuku would have a brief chat with Lambo. Izuku, Lamborghini, you who come from the future, I don't know if you could tell me anything that happened. 15-year-old Lambo, young Midoriya, I don't think you should, it could be dangerous. I don't really know how those time and space things work. Izuku, and isn't it dangerous that you're here? 15 years old Lamborghini, okay, what do you want to know? Izuku, will I become a hero? 15 years old Lambo, giving a determined look, I don't know. Izuku, falling anime style, what do you mean you don't know? 15 years old Lamborghini, not Ippenshin Fudakun or me. Izuku Fuda. 15 years of Lamborghini, you'll know him soon well. They never tell us anything about their work, they just tell us to study. You can see in their eyes that they are worried about us. Izuku Yavio, disappointed. 15 years Lambo, but in itself you all work with some Xeros yawning, I really don't know what's going on with Vengola. Izuku, thinking it's not clear at all, could it be that the heroes joined the Mafia or are we working as vigilantes? 15 years of Lamborghini, if that's all you wanted to know, I'm out. Izuku, wait, before you go, could you tell me what you were doing with Aizawa's capture weapon, the hero Eraserhead? Before the 15-year-old Lamborghini could reply, the bazooka's effect would have worn off. Izuku, thinking damn, it ended just when I was about to ask something important. Plus objective 35, Fuda again. Izuku, entering Suna's room, hey Tsunesan, don't you want to? Seeing that everything in the room was floating, including Lambo and Ippen, what's going on? Suna, Izuku, what are you doing here? Izuku, I went to buy some things for dinner tonight. After walking around for a while, I saw Dino's men, so I wanted to know if something was going on. Izuku Midoriya is ranked number 7 out of 928,532 people in terms of sense of heroism. Izuku surprised, suddenly everything would fall to the floor. Suna, did it stop? Oh, this is weird. Suna, what's going on? Fuda-kun, Izuku, so he's Fuda. Suna, did you already know him? Izuku, the Lamborghini of the future, he told me that name. Suna, I see. Fuda, outside of the trait of heroism, in the ranking he is in position number 4 out of 1,590,230 when it comes to becoming a hero. Haru, really? Suna, surprised, incredible. Fuda, however, when it comes to quirks, there's a flaw. Quirk. Upon hearing that voice, everyone would turn to see who it came from. Suna, why Izuku, Gokudera-kun, Yamamoto-kun. Yamamoto, I met him a while ago, he seemed interesting so I came too. Gokudera, what were you saying about some quirk? Suna and Izuku, nervous. Fuda, in the quirk ranking, Izuku Midoriya is undefined. Reborn, what do you mean? Fuda, it's like I have one but at the same time I don't. Usually people without quirks like Tsunane, Dinone, Rebornson, or even me don't appear. Izuku, thinking another weirdo, and he says he doesn't have a quirk. Reborn, you mean it's like it vanished. Fuda, I'm not sure. Gokudera, or maybe it's that his quirk is so useless that it doesn't even count. Izuku, or maybe it was stolen. I don't know how your ability works, but could you tell me what rank the quirk of searching for an image on his phone the former hero Ragdoll is in? Showing her a picture to Moko Shirtoka. Fuda, okay, using his ability, causing objects to begin floating. Gokudera, so this is the power of the ranking boy. Fuda, Tomoko Shirtoko's quirk is ranked 857,342 out of 925,133 in the list of most useful quirks. Reborn, why are you asking him something like that? Izuku, at my old school I had a friend whose brother was at UA. He used to tell us about some of the battles against the villains and that heroine her quirk was stolen by All for One. Haru, Yamamoto, Gokudera, and Suna, confused. Gokudera, and who is this there by Huan guy? Haru, maybe he's a villain. Yamamoto, uncomfortable, if he can steal quirks he must be strong. Izuku, nervous, thinking it's true they don't know who he is. Reborn, All for One is the leader of the League of Villains, one of the most powerful criminal groups of the time, known for their constant attacks on UA and their battle against the former number 1 hero and symbol of peace, All Might. Gokudera, so he really is a dangerous person. Okay, leaving that aside. Izuku, thinking they walked right past me. Well, I don't blame them, they're not familiar with the world of heroes. This would be the same as in the manga where Furuta would take a break from ranking because of the rain. Plus goal 36, Valentine's Day plus. That day Izuku had a difficult time, as did Yamamoto, only to a lesser extent, only he ended up fainting from nerves. Plus objective 37, a snowball fight begins plus. Academia Nanamari Day, the game between Cavallone and Vengola would be shown. Dino, what's happening? I'll take Leon then, I don't believe it. Everyone present would see where the voice came from. Suna, Bianchi, how dare they play without me? Come, my slaves. This is how Lambo, Ippen, and Izuku would appear. wearing a suit similar to BNHA's, a suit similar to those used for Kung Fu, striking a pose. BNHA, we will be the winners, the team Poison Cow Chinese Cook Broccoli. Dino surprised a third team. Tsuna scared what will happen in this snow fight, plus Objective 38 Snow Fight Round 2+. BNHA in this snowball fight were Team Poison Cow Chinese Cook Broccoli. Tsuna, what are you doing, BNHA, showing up out of nowhere when you weren't invited? BNHA, annoyed, do you understand the feelings of those who aren't invited? Izuku, nervously, thinking she's really angry. Dino, the children and Izuku probably go with BNHA because I hypnotized them with the poisonous food. BNHA, you're wrong, Dino, it was an agreement. Thus, Izuku, Lambo, and Ipin would remember how BNHA threatened them, showing the others their nervousness and fear. Izuku listening to Tsuna and Gokudera's conversation, so if his face is covered he won't collapse. That's weird. Reborn, since we have 3 teams, we have to change the rules of the snowball fighting tournament. Izuku looking at Reborn's outfit, is he wearing archaic clothing? Reborn, it will be a battle for Leon, but this time they will win the moment they capture him and Leon can run everywhere. Leon then transformed into a kind of mini-car. Reborn, it's Turbo Leon putting him on the ground. Okay, the second round starts now. Leon would then speed through the academy. BNHA preparing some snowballs. Izuku watching BNHA fill the balls with something poisonous food. BNHA giving a serious look, do you have a problem with that? Izuku, nervous and no. BNHA throws a snowball at one of Dino's subordinates, Ivan, knocking him out of the fight. Lack of preparation is the worst enemy. Poisoned Bo. Thus, the entire Poison Cow Chinese Cook Broccoli team would begin throwing snowballs at their opponents. Dino, I see that's how they play. Bono, Dino's subordinate, that's right, boss. This is how Dino and his subordinates would pull out pistols. Dino shooting snowballs with live bullets. Izuku nervous, thinking this escalated way too fast. Yamamoto, let's go now. Seeing how Tsuna's team tried to go after Leon, and how they began to attack them with snowballs. Suddenly all the attacks were deflected by Fuda's ability. Izuku thinking that must be thanks to Fuda's ability. If so, they seeing Gokudera throw dynamite in his direction, which he dodges. The explosion would hit Lambo and Bono, knocking them out of the fight. Izuku watching as Leon walked towards one of the staircases in the school building, thinking if I catch him, this madness will end. Dino running, I'll go ahead, leaving Izuku and Yamamoto behind. BNHA, Izuku, go for it. Izuku running alongside Yamamoto. Yamamoto will see who gets there first. Izuku, yes. Suddenly, both Yamamoto and Izuku stopped dead in their tracks as they saw Dino fall, heading towards them wrapped in a giant snowball, trapping them. Dino, I was wrong, embarrassed, I'm sorry. Yamamoto smiling, what can you do? Izuku, thinking that's true, that happens when his subordinates aren't around. In the end, everything would end as in the manga with Reborn's victory. Plus Objective 39, Yamamoto's training plus. The next day, Nanmori Academy. You could see Izuku and Yamamoto warming up. Tsuna, wasn't this supposed to be Yamamoto's training? What's Izuku doing here? Reborn, this was mainly something for Yamamoto, but I realized that Izuku was also a bit stuck. Tsuna, stuck. Reborn, you'll see. Yamamoto, okay, I'll trust you as my coach. Izuku nervous, I'm not sure about this. Yamamoto, come on Izuku, this will be fun. Izuku thinking he still thinks this is a game. Yamamoto looking at Reborn. Reborn, so what will we do? Reborn will start by throwing the ball, handing over a small ball. Yamamoto, haha, what a cute balls. Izuku thinking when it comes to Rebornson, that must be dangerous. Reborn, try to aim at the mark on the post. Yamamoto getting serious, throwing the ball, here I go. After that ball was thrown, some spikes appeared on it. Upon impact, it destroyed the post, leaving Tsuna and Izuku surprised. Reborn, this throwing branch invented by the Vengola could break even a rock. It's called the micro hammer. Tsuna, huh, are you trying to give Yamamoto weapons now? Reborn, making a somewhat strange expression. Tsuna, don't try to answer with such a weird expression, and I told you not to drag Yamamoto into your crazy world. Izuku, walking towards the rubble, picking up the ball, inspecting it. Yamamoto, the stick seems to be made of foam. I think he's trying to give me confidence with that. Izuku, picking up a piece of rubble, thinking no, this is definitely cement. Reborn, let's go to the next one. Yamamoto, okay, I depend on you, coach. Izuku dropping the rubble following Yamamoto. Decimo Midoriyasan. Upon hearing that voice, everyone would turn to see who it came from. Tsuna, Gokudera, did you finally fire Yamamoto? Tsuna nervous and no. Izuku Rebornson is giving us some kind of training. It seems he's giving Yamamoto weapons. Yamamoto, hey. Reborn CIOSSU. Gokudera surprised, thinking the 10th Midoriya and Rebornson are here because of Yamamoto. Coming out of his thoughts, I grabbing some grass think Yamamoto should throw the grass around him as an attack. Izuku thinking what nonsense is that? Reborn, the next weapon pulling out a bat is this. Izuku Yara bait, Suna, nervous you want Yamamoto to fight like a criminal in a domestic violence case. Yamamoto holding the bat a training bat huh, oh it's quite heavy, it's pretty heavy. Reborn, I almost forgot pulling out what appeared to be dark gloves, sneakers identical to the ones he used to wear, a green vest, knee pads and a rather large belt. Izuku Ropa. Suna it's normal. Izuku trying to grab one of the gloves it's kind of heavy. Reborn, I've noticed you usually exercise in your free time but you've gradually plateaued. Weights and other training equipment can be quite expensive so Leon gave you this gift. Gokudera, wow that's lucky. Reborn, for now only deal with the gloves, belt and boots. Izuku putting on the gloves and boots, feeling the weight it's like 10 times no, 20 times the weight I was carrying. Suna, nervously seeing how difficult it was for Izuku to stand you don't need to use it. Izuku, okay I was the one who agreed to come. It'll take me a while to get used to it but making some effort I will strive to achieve it. Yamamoto that's the attitude. Gokudera, I couldn't expect less from the 10th's first subordinate. Reborn, before you begin look at the tip of the hilt. Yamamoto, looking through the handle oh I see it's a telescope. Gokudera, I expected nothing less from Rebornson, he's a perfect fit for Yamamoto. Suna, how do you expect to fight with that? Suddenly Yamamoto would move abruptly, as if he wanted to dodge something. Izuku gunshots, Reborn I have them so they can shoot from afar. Yamamoto looking through the telescopic bat, it seems to be Dinosan. Suna Dinosan, Reborn let's go to the next training session, dodge the bullets flying towards you. Izuku RR reply, Reborn throwing binoculars to Izuku use them. Izuku nervous yais. Reborn are you ready? Izuku yais I think so. Yamamoto, yes this is supposed to train my coordination and reaction time right. Reborn Suna do it too. Suna annoyed what are you talking about? I mean why did you tell them to shoot, we'll die. Yamamoto, come on he went to the trouble of preparing this for us let's play. Suna listen Yamamoto, suddenly they would start shooting. Izuku looking through binoculars pushing Suna watch out. Yamamoto looking through the bat telescope I see it, it's coming from there too. Come on let's go Izuku and I will go first. Izuku, seeing as dynamite was now coming towards them dodging it. Yamamoto taking Suna this way. Izuku dodging attacks left. Reborn, I expected nothing less from you two. He's used to explosions and the speed of long-range bullets. He pulls out his pistol pointing it at Yamamoto who was just inches away. Yamamoto dies, he fires. For a moment the atmosphere was filled with tension, until the sound of metal clashing was heard. Izuku the bat. Suna nervous a katana. Reborn it's pretty good, it looks like a normal bat and normally it's a telescope, but when it exceeds 300 km/h it transforms into a katana, a striking weapon. Izuku, so Yamamoto's weapon is a katana. Reborn, it's called Yamamoto's bat. Yamamoto laughing how strange it's fun, playing with the katana. Reborn, being able to track bullets at short range is the user's skill I suppose. Yamamoto, if I keep shaking this heavy thing my batting will improve. Reborn, firing in Yamamoto's direction here's another one. Yamamoto striking the bullet with the katana. Izuku fine starts jogging if that's all I'm leaving. Suna, is it okay for him to leave? Reborn, repeatedly firing in Yamamoto's direction yes, his type of training is different from Yamamoto's, it's a bit more about endurance and strength. Over time, by wearing lighter clothing he will feel lighter and be faster. Plus Objective 40, the Dojo Hunt Plus. Nanamori Academy, Classroom 1A. Sasagawa Ryohei could be seen interrupting the class at the classroom door. Professor, you're not Sasagawa Ryohei from the boxing club are you? Do you need anything in the middle of class? Ryohei, yes, the story begins the day before yesterday, wait. Was it the day before yesterday, the day before yesterday? AAHRGH it's too complicated, just bring SAWADA and MIDOR. Izuku, what's up Sasagawa-san? Suna nervous, what's wrong? Ryohei, GUIS to tell you the truth, I need to ask you a favor. ARGH, it's really complicated, I'll explain it to you later. Izuku, nervous uke. Later outside the academy. Izuku and Suna Yarubai Dojo. Dojo Master, yes, it's becoming more frequent. The 3 dojos in town have already lost their signs. Right now, our dojo's main fighters are participating in a tournament, so I was looking for people to help protect it, and so the leader of the boxing club offered his help. Izuku, a boxing club. Suna, nervous b but we're. Ryohei, are we're AT the boxing club. Suna, that's not true. Ryohei, think about this isn't about boxing. The duty to protect the peace of this area belongs to every man. Izuku, thinking it's like talking to Kirishima, only more extreme. Ryohei, and when they fight for justice, they will realize how wonderful boxing is. Izuku, thinking after all, if it's about boxing, it seems fun. Izuku, looking to see who the voice came from Reborn. Ryohei, Master Pao, it's been so long. Master Pow Pow, protecting the safety of citizens is also a job of the Mafia. Izuku, thinking now this is a Mafia matter. Later, at the entrance of the Yarubai dojo, Ryohei, Izuku, and Suna could be seen along with some students from the dojo. Ryohei, anyone who wants to defeat this dojo can come anytime. Izuku, are you sure they'll come to challenge the dojo? Dojo Master, they will arrive at exactly 3:30. Suna, what kind of people are they? Dojo Master, regarding that all the witnesses are seriously injured and unable to speak. Suna, scared what? Dojo Master, people said that when they left they didn't leave a single blade of grass standing. Izuku, that's terrible. Ryohei, serious there it is. Izuku and Suna, Ippin. Ryohei, you're the forehead of the SAWADA family. Izuku, his name is Ippin. Suna, what are you doing here? Did something happen at home? Ippin, speaking in Chinese. Master Pow Pow, I've come to take the dojo plaque, she said. Ryohei, annoyed, what does that mean? Suna, is Ippin the person who was defeating the dojos? Izuku, that makes sense. At home, both she and Lambo have a snack at 3:00, so it's logical that she would appear after that around 3:30. Suna, you're right. Dojo Student 1, impossible. There's no way this girl can beat us. I mean, look at that ridiculous dress. Dojo Student 2, the hair is strange too. Izuku, don't embarrass her. Suna, it will explode. Ryohei, Midorya is right, we shouldn't laugh at her. Even if she's just a child, someone who defeated those dojos is capable of doing it again. With all her power, catch her. Thus the students would try to stop her but would be defeated. Izuku, she defeated them. Master Pow Pow, it's quite an intense fight, I'm glad I came to see it. Let me participate too. Izuku, that voice. Suna, Lambo, gaja. Izuku, you've got candy stuck to your head. Lambo, choking, trying to pull the candy out of his hair. Izuku, thinking now he's drowning. Lambo running towards Ippin, being sent flying. Izuku catching Lambo. Lambo crying, "My sweetie." Suna, he only came to cry. Ryohei catching Ippin, stay still, the fight is over. Suna, Ippin, this. Master Pow Pow, I see you couldn't beat Ryohei. Well, I had fun, goodbye, leaving quickly. Suna, don't leave just because this no longer entertains you. Ryohei, did you see that? Boxing is the most powerful martial art. Izuku, nervous. Suna, nervous, is it even a martial art? Suddenly, 2 explosions could be seen, the cause of which our protagonists already knew. Izuku, the 10-year-old bazooka. Suna, nervous now, you don't say. 15 years old Lambo, oh great, I was in the middle of cleaning the bathtub, at least now I have an excuse for Asuisan and Urarakasan. Izuku, Uraraka Asui, no me. Suna, that really was the 10-year bazooka. 15-year-old Ippin, surprised what? The table and the textbook, where did they go? Ryohei, what, who are you, where did that girl go? 15-year-old Ippin, why is Sasagawa's brother in my house? Rubbing her eyes, my eyes must be really tired. Sasagawa, running is for COWARDS, get out of here, big forehead. Izuku, this just got even more complicated. Hey, all the useless people are there. Upon hearing that voice, everyone would turn to see who it came from. Ryohei, Suna, Izuku, wasn't it Ippin who had been defeating the dojos? Ryohei, you too. Attacker 1, we're so strong that competing in the national tournament isn't a big deal. I guess we're just too powerful. Attacker 2, our only hobby is destroying things. Attacker 3, are we going to take care of the 4th one now? Izuku, the 4th dojo. Suna, the other dojos were defeated by them and not by Ippin. 15 years old Lamborghini, well, these guys are making me nervous. Izuku, what? 15-year-old Lamborghini, adjusting his horns, the next time these horns shake, your lives will be. Attacker 1, striking Lambo with a kendo sword, the martial art, knocking him out. Izuku, worried. Ryohei launching his attack, you are a disgrace to all fighters. ISASAGWARYOHEI will punish you, starting to attack 2 of them at once, extreme. Attacker 2, dodging this one is strong. Attacker 1, running towards Ryohei from behind, don't forget, we're receiving a kick to the ribs from Izuku. Izuku, and don't forget that there are 3 of us too. Ryohei, ESPRITU MIDORYA. Attacker 1 Bastard launching himself to attack Izuku. Attacker 3 sneaking towards Izuku. Ryohei dodging attacks from Attacker 2 shit, he's escaping. Izuku he's going for Tsu losing focus, receiving a blow to the stomach. Attacker 1, that's right, go after the dojo leader's daughter. Attacker 3 launching towards Ippin. 15 years old Ippin, using a fighting technique that knocks him out, embarrassed sorry, it was a reflex action. Attacker 1 losing focus WH. Izuku punching him in the face, finally delivering a powerful kick to the stomach that knocks the wind out of him. Ryohei holding the attacker. Okay, we did it. We just need to find the BIGFOREHEAD girl, she needs to take up boxing. Izuku watching Ippin return to normal, relieved, thinking all that's left is to find out why Ippin wanted the dojo board. Dojo master bowing, thank you very much, I am indebted to you. Izuku, it was nothing. Sasagawa, this proves that boxing is the superior sport. Dojo master, getting an anime-style sweat drop. If you need anything, I'll be willing to help you in any way I can. I'd invite you to join my dojo, but you see, you're above our level. Tsuna, thinking I feel like a useless person. Izuku, if there's no problem, I'd like to join. Sasagawa, what are you saying? You're betraying the boxing club. Izuku, with an anime-style sweat drop, none of that, I just want to have a little more technique. Boxing is a heavier sport, so before practicing it, I need to get stronger and faster. Sasagawa, I see, so you're preparing for when you officially join. Izuku, I'm not interested in joining, besides, I'd have to be there every day, I'd just like to get stronger. Sasagawa, you have the determination of a true man, I don't fully understand what you're saying, but fine, I'll allow you to train in the dojo for now. Tsuna, nervously did he give her permission. Arc of Daily Life Part 5-6. Another chapter of this fic, one more chapter to enter the Kokuyo group arc. I'll try not to delay and reread the My Hero Academia manga, the Vigilantes arc, and the future arc so I can make it as enjoyable as possible. You can join my Discord channel, the link is in my profile. Remember that for those who haven't read the KHR manga, I recommend it. Chapters with a little important change, not much. Plus Objective 43, Cherry Blossom Sighting Plus. Plus Target 45, The Bullet of Desolation Plus. Plus Objective 46, Longchamp's Home Plus. Plus Objective 48, Holiday Resort Plus. Plus Objective 49, Pacifier Warriors Plus. Plus Goal 50, An Amazing Performance Plus. Plus Objective 41, Failure Plus. On this day, Izuku would be training at the dojo. Plus Objective 42, The Zoo Plus. Namamori Zoo, a small group consisting of Izuku, Yamamoto, Haru, Lambo, Ippin, and Fuda could be seen. Izuku, this day was weird. Yamamoto, it was kind of fun. Haru, we were almost attacked by lions. Lambo, I could have defeated them all alone. Yamamoto, of course, buddy. Izuku, seeing Tsuna, Kyoko, and Ryohei in the distance, look over there. Haru, are you okay? Tsuna, looking at the small group guys. Izuku, I see you're all right. Fuda, excited, we were almost attacked by Leon until Izuku-kun and Yamamoto-san defeated them. Yamamoto, it seems they had a good time. Tsuna, turning around, seeing BNHA and an unconscious Gokudera, are you guys here too? BNHA, you ask us why, we're here for you. Izuku, carrying Gokudera, it's best to take him to the infirmary. Seeing Tsuna now carrying a lion, so is that going to be Tsuna-san's pet? Objective 43, Cherry Blossom Sighting Plus. Tsuna, Yamamoto, Gokudera, and Yamamoto could be seen heading off to find a place to view the cherry blossoms. Izuku, the cherry blossoms should be blooming today. Yamamoto, it looks like a good day for cherry blossom viewing. Tsuna, it's still early, we should be able to find some good spots. Gokudera, yes. After a while they would arrive at the place to spot them, seeing that there were no people around. Yamamoto, woo, how lucky. Gokudera were the first to arrive. Tsuna, now I don't have to die. Izuku, don't you think it's strange that this place is empty? That's because this place is off-limits. Upon hearing that voice, everyone would turn to see who the voice came from. All the cherry trees in the surrounding area have already been reserved. Trash. Yamamoto, hey, that's not fair, it's not private property. I never told you this could be discussed. Cracking his knuckles, if you don't leave, you'd better watch out. Gokudera, kicking him in the stomach, knocking him down, shut up. Shit. Izuku worried. 2. I was wondering who was making such a fuss. Was it you? Upon hearing that familiar voice, everyone would turn to see who it belonged to. Gokudera, Yamamoto, Tsuna, and Izuku. Hibari-senpai. Izuku, does that mean he's a member of the disciplinary committee? Hibari, I don't like seeing cherry blossoms in company, so I took it to scare people away. But it seems you weren't very useful, I'll take care of the rest. Extra from the disciplinary committee, P. President scared. Hibari, the weaklings. Giving it a powerful blow, they should simply disappear. Suna scared he hit his own people. Hibari, you saw it too. I'm not used to being surrounded by people. I'm only safe when I'm surrounded by corpses, giving an imposing look, making the atmosphere feel incredibly heavy. Drunk, ah, what a lovely sight. The cherry blossom enlistment is cute. Looking at the small group disgusting, all men. Izuku, looking to see who the voice was coming from. Dr. Shamal. Gokudera, annoyed, why oh you haven't left yet, you pervert womanizer. I brought it. Suna, even Reborn is here. Dr. Shamal, guys, why don't you go ask some cute girls to come over, taking a swig from a bottle of sake. Hibari, hey kid, it's good to see you again. Reborn, we want to see the cherry blossoms too. What about Hibari if Suna suggests competing with the best view as the prize? Suna, nervous, what? Why are you pulling me into this? Hibari, a game, well anyway I was waiting to kill you all. How about you four fight me separately, whoever's knees touch the ground loses. Suna, what are we going to fight? Gokudera, let's do it 10th, actually let me do it. Yamamoto, even so there are rules, I want to see the cherry blossoms too. Suna, nervous, are you serious? Izuku, watching as Izuku began to take off the training gear. Reborn, gave him you too. Izuku, everyone is waiting to see the cherry blossoms. Reborn, Suna, don't worry, that's why I called a doctor. Suna, that guy only helps women. Dr. Shamal, walking towards Hibari, hey he's not lively, do you have a sister? Hibari, hitting Shamal trash. After that, Gokudera would start but he would lose. Then Yamamoto would enter but he would also be defeated. What? Izuku entering the fight, my turn, walking towards Hibari. Hibari walking towards Izuku, starting to throw punches which Izuku dodges. Izuku throwing punches at Hibari, who deflects them with his tonfas, thinking how is he so strong and fast, holding both tonfas. Hibari delivering a powerful kick that sends him reeling. You're really interesting. Launching an attack on Izuku. Izuku dodging Hibari's attack, he delivers a powerful blow to Hibari's face, forcing him back. Hibari excited. Izuku launching to attack Hibari. Hibari dodging Izuku's attacks, striking him in the leg with her tonfa, causing Izuku to lose his balance, then delivering a combo of blows that would make Izuku fall. Reborn, Izuku lost. Your next opponent is Suna. Hibari, this isn't over. Suddenly the sound of a gunshot would be heard, which only meant that Suna entered dying will mode, which would go to face Hibari. In the end, everything would end as in the manga, with Suna's victory thanks to Dr. Shamal releasing a mosquito trident which would give her the Sakura Disorientation Syndrome disease. Plus target 44, NATO Longchamp plus. Izuku, Yamamoto, and Gokudera could be seen heading in the direction of Suna and a strange boy. Gokudera, good morning 10th. Izuku, it seems we're all in the same class. Gokudera, even though it's embarrassing to have to be with that baseball idiot. Yamamoto, hey. Gokudera looking at the person accompanying Suna, who is this boy? Unknown, well all your family members are here. I can introduce myself, I am the 8th head of the TOMASO family. NAITO LONGCHAMP. Izuku nervous thinking another mafia boss. Gokudera, speaking of the Tommaso family, when the mafia was beginning to emerge they opposed the Vengola. They were involved in a major dispute in the second generation. Their bosses are always called Longchamp. Suna, surprised this guy is really in the mafia. Gokudera, annoyed, what are you doing here? Longchamp, what am I doing? Excited, being a student, of course I'm from here. Don't you think that's a huge coincidence? What a coincidence, right? We're all in the mafia, so let's get along. Suna, nervous, I said I'm not like you. Gokudera, that's right, don't compare the 10th to trash like you. Izuku thinking he's making it worse. That's our line. Everyone would turn to see who the voice was coming from. LONGCHAMP is definitely superior to that VONGULA leader. Izuku, thinking another strange person. Later in the classroom of Class 2A. Izuku looking at Longchamp thinking he's really in our class. Longchamp talking to some of the extras, I'm telling you I'm going to be a mafia boss. Izuku thinking he's saying it like it's the most normal thing in the world. Please everyone return to your seats. The teacher couldn't come in today, I'm his substitute, Rablama. Izuku thinking again, Rablama, it might seem a little rushed but let's elect a class president today. Any candidates? Stranger raising his hand here. I think NAITO LONGCHAMP would be a great president. Longchamp OH really MANGUSTA. I don't object, perhaps I will be president. SHOULDIB. Izuku thinking it really is imperative. Gokudera, wait, I think the 10th would be a better president. I have Sawadasan under my thumb. Bonus, Sawada, gimme Tsuna. Extra 2, no way. Extra 3, first they nominate last year's B-class clown and now Dame Suna. Suna nervous, what are you saying, Gokudera? Extra 4, maybe someone else could be the representative. Extra 5, we should nominate. Gokudera giving a piercing look to whom? Mangusta giving a serious look, who is that other person they want to nominate? Extra 5 scared to nobody. Gokudera and Mangusta, that's what I thought. Just as in the manga, Longchamp would end up winning thanks to the Desolation Bullet. Plus target 45, the Bullet of Desolation plus. Suna and Longchamp could be seen in front of Izuku. Izuku, I heard they wanted to join the dojo. Suna, who told you that? Izuku, pointing at Reborn, who was disguised as an Egyptian statue. Longchamp, perhaps we should try it. After all, one of your subordinates will be accompanying us. Suna, he didn't. Izuku, awkwardly, do you really want to join? Suna, I'm really not interested. Izuku, that's what I thought, if you'll excuse me, starts walking. Longchamp, hey, waits. Suddenly, Izuku would be seen being hit in the forehead by a bullet, falling to the ground. Suna and no, it can't be, not again. Izuku, entering desolation mode, my past has been completely dark, my future will be completely dark. Suna worried. Izuku starting to cry, I don't know what I did wrong, everything was going so well, wasn't I good enough? Maybe I deserved to have my dream end. I shouldn't have insisted on being a hero after I was diagnosed with being quirkless. I'm sorry, Mom, Dad, All Might, Gran Torino, Gentle Sir, Stain, Melissa, everyone. You all had your hopes for me, but after all, I'll always be Deku, which means useless. Even so, despite everything, I was able to make friends. A useless person like me could be happy. Suna, more worried, Izuku thinking, I don't know what to say, it's not like he's going to start talking nonsense, after all, he grew up in the city of heroes. Longchamp, crying, maybe I didn't understand what he said, but his words touched my heart. Suna, maybe. What does this have to do with joining the dojo? Starts running, sorry Izuku, I just don't understand. Objective 46, Longchamp's home plus. Suna, Yamamoto, Haru, Ipin, Lambo, Reborn and Izuku could be seen in front of a large house. Reborn, okay, first we need to explore. Something so trivial should be done by a subordinate. Kicking Lambo, you go. Izuku thinking how horrible. Suddenly, they would hear how joy turned into a beating. Izuku worried, we should go get. Suddenly the doors of the place would begin to open. Who's there? Upon opening, a group of Mafia men could be seen, who were bringing a Lambo with them, looking imposing, before falling to the ground a few seconds later. Suna, what happened? 2AHITSSAWADCHAN. Suna, Longchamp. Longchamp, all you guys are so shy, if you're going to visit me let me know first. Izuku, as energetic as ever. Longchamp shaking Suna's hand energetically, you're here, you're very welcome. Suna, awkwardly, it's nothing. Longchamp, feel at home. Izuku, who are those people on the floor? Longchamp, they're my subordinates, they're having internal disputes again. So everyone would see that there was a war scene in the backyard of the house. Longchamp, well, don't worry about that. Izuku and Suna, how could we not? Haru, I don't think anything in particular about that, I'll do my best not to. Izuku, she's really determined. Longchamp, WAH, is this girl SAWADA's girlfriend? Haru, blushing, well, something like that. Suna, why are you lying with disgust? Reborn, now we're here, let's have some fun. Longchamp, okay, Yamamoto, Nato's house is certainly interesting. Izuku, nervous, I know, thinking I don't know what Rebornson is planning. That's how they would enter Longchamp's house. Longchamp, Hayaho, this way, pointing with his fingers in a direction. Izuku thinking, Hayaho, how many times do I have to tell you, scum? This is what a C minor chord looks like. I'll send you back to your homeland. 2. I'm sorry, don't send me back to my homeland. Longchamp, it seems that Lunga has finally found a bandmate with whom he can open up. Izuku thinking he really is cruel. Longchamp taking a few steps, we're here, everyone look at my bedroom. So everyone would see Longchamp's room, which was completely messy and dirty. Izuku nervous thinking, is this his room? Gokudera annoyed, it's a pigsty. Longchamp, I have a lot of things I don't want to throw away. That way everyone would start to see what was in the room. Izuku thinking, no matter how I look at it, it's a garbage dump. Yamamoto, oh Nato, you're a Sakura Kikumono fan too. Izuku thinking, something normal, I guess. If I'm not mistaken, she's a Quirkless idol. Longchamp, no way, that's just camouflage to hide my super porno magazines. Izuku and Yamamoto, nervous, thinking super. Izuku, watching Haru hit Longchamp, this reminds me of when Asui controlled my. Gokudera trying to light a cigarette, this house is badly built, it keeps swaying. Don't turn it on. Suddenly, a huge girl would stand up among all the things in Longchamp's room. You'll burn my hair. Suna, someone was buried. Longchamp, blushing, Sanapi, were you still sleeping? I forgot to introduce you to my new girlfriend. SHESSANNAPI. Suna, annoyed, another new one. Izuku, surprised, another one, thinking Longchamp is indeed surprising. He's similar to Mainta, only a bit more assertive and unpleasant, though in a less perverted way. I could even say he's a bit more likable. Sanapi, shit, I have to go to work, leaving the room. Longchamp, your natural messy hair from sleeping is perfect. Izuku nervous thinking he's an extremely romantic person. Annoyed LONGCHMPKUN, what are you doing? Why are you letting the VONGULA enter our property? They are our sworn enemies of LONGCHMP second. This is war. Longchamp, don't be such an idiot. Mangusta, Saudachin and the others are just visiting. Mangusta, surprised, is that true? 10th VONGULA. Tsuna, I will. Turning to look at Reborn, nervous Reborn, what are you doing? Seeing how Reborn was ready to destroy the place with a machine gun in each hand. Reborn, didn't I tell you we destroy the Tommasos? Gokudera, I've been waiting for Aribornasayan, let's blow this place up. Izuku scared, so that's what they were planning. Longchamp scared, he's bad. Mangusta, didn't I tell you? Longchamp, we have to run. SAWADA. MANGUSTA, annoyed, why does he want to escape with the enemy? Reborn, we will annihilate this place. Thus Gokudera and Reborn would begin to unload all their ammunition, dynamite and bullets, while the others would begin to flee until they ran into Pantera. Longchamp, nervous Panther, why are you holding those weapons? Do you really want to kill SAWADA? At any moment she would launch her paper pinwheels, which would be dodged and stuck to the wall. Longchamp, I was just kidding. Seeing Tsuna and Izuku looking nervous, why are you so scared? She's always this unpredictable, so she never hits the target. Panther, throwing more paper pinwheels towards Longchamp. Longchamp instinctively dodging Panther's attacks. Look, he's not even close to Sawadachin. Izuku thinking he's not aiming at Tsuna, his target is you, his own boss. Tsuna, I wonder what happened between those two. Izuku, me too, it must have been something serious for him to want to kill. Mangusta, nervous, NONONONOTHING has happened, whispering, please don't interfere in our affairs. Izuku and Tsuna thinking something definitely happened. Panther stopping, starting to approach Izuku, beginning to sniff him. Izuku nervous. Longchamp, wow, so you have a quirk Midorichin. Izuku nervous, huh? Mangusta, Pantera has a rare ability to find people with quirks by smelling their essence. She's one of our most valuable members. So Vingola is implementing people with. Panther, no, he is different, he has a rather peculiar essence. Longchamp, I haven't heard your voice in a long time. Panther, blushing, taking Izuku's arm. Izuku blushing intensely, thinking he's too close. Mangusta, this is. Suddenly one of the rooms next to them would explode, and they would begin to flee, reaching the exit of the house and the entrance to the patio. Tsuna opening the doors, another internal dispute. Lambo starts throwing grenades, Lambo will help too. Izuku stop. Thus everyone would leave the house in Longchamp, which was burned to the ground. Superficially it seemed that the Tommaso family had suffered serious losses, but Midoriya house knights. Panther holding Izuku's arm, it's a pleasure to meet you, could I stay here for a while? Inko, nervous, W stay, don't tell me she's your girlfriend. Izuku nervous, thinking how did I get into this awkward situation? Plus objective 47, bowling plus. That day Izuku felt somewhat watched, so much so that he felt uncomfortable all day. Plus objective 48, holiday resort plus. Tsuna could be seen talking to Longchamp and his new girlfriend. Mangusta, what did you say? The VONGOLA are going to MAFILAND too. That explains why Midoriya is here and not that lie he told. Tsuna seeing Izuku with that strange group being hugged by Panther, did you come too, Izuku? Izuku, nervous, Yai's mom won a prize which came on a ticket attached to the milk bottle. Tsuna, just like us, Reborn came too. Izuku, Reborn's here then, and the kids. Tsuna, they also came, including BNHA. Izuku relieved, sighing, well, the only thing that worries me is where we're going. Tsuna, it's true. They said Mafialand isn't the ship headed to a tropical island. He's headed to the Mafia's tropical paradise. Izuku seeing Reborn in disguise, embarrassed. Tsuna, stop undressing. I don't understand anything you're saying. This can't have anything to do with the Mafia. We won the prize with tickets. Reborn, those were some fake notes I left on the bottles because I wanted Mama Inko and Mama Nana to rest a little. Tsuna and Izuku, what? Reborn, I've even kept it from everyone else. Reborn. Upon hearing that voice, everyone would see that it came from BNHA. BNHA, it's strange, the guards don't seem to be looking for us. Reborn, of course, if we have completed all the procedures correctly. Tsuna, what, so you planned all this from the beginning? Izuku, so this ship, the people. Reborn, everyone has something to do with the Mafia. Izuku and Tsuna, nervous. Longchamp, how have you all been deceived this whole time? The Mafia Paradise is a super resort. Reborn, exactly, the Mafia Paradise is a place created by all the Mafia families, pooling their resources to create a place where they could relax without the police around. It's a huge island. Longchamp, seeing them approaching the island, wow, we've arrived. so everyone would see how they were slowly approaching Mafialand. Suna impressed Itis a fantasy amusement park. Longchamp, it's great for dating, don't you think so? Midoriya, blushing, feeling Panther cling tighter to his arm. Longchamp, maybe we can go on a double date. Midoriya, completely read a date, thinking I always thought my first date would be with Uraraka-san. Plus objective 49, pacifier warriors plus. Izuku, wow, that's fantastic. Longchamp, we're in relaxation paradise. SAWADACHEN, I'm going on a double date with RANKKO, MIDORAYA, and Panther. Izuku, nervous, huh? I being pulled by Panther and Longchamp. Inko, proudly have fun, Nanachan and I are going to the beach with the others, thinking I can finally say that our lives have truly changed for the better. Izuku, thinking he's getting strange ideas. So they would spend some time where Izuku and Pantera would begin their date alongside Longchamp and Renko. Until at one point they separated, where Izuku would try to do what he could to make them both have fun on the date. Plus goal 50, an amazing performance plus. Izuku walking beside Pantera thinking it's really hard to tell if she's having fun. Her face seems neutral, maybe a little embarrassed. Coming out of his thoughts, Suddenly a huge explosion could be heard, which would make the place shake. Loudspeakers, we are under attack, please move to the nearest shelter, we are now entering battle mode. Izuku, worried, being pulled by Panther. They would arrive at the Mafia's stronghold within minutes. Here, Izuku, it's Mangusta-san. Mangusta, are you still with the 10th Vengola's subordinate? Panther, taking out some pinwheels. Mangusta, it doesn't matter. That way they would go to the center where they would meet with Lunga. Mangusta and Longchamp-kun, Izuku, at one point he separated from us. Mangusta, shit at a time like this. Izuku, what's going on? Mangusta, Renko turned out to be a spy for the Kalkasa family who tricked Longchamp-kun into coming here. Izuku, really? Mangusta, yes, good, only Longchamp-kun is missing, starts running, I'll go find him. Izuku, nervous, why would a Mafia family want to attack Mafialand? Isn't it a neutral place? Panther, not all families have been part of this. Izuku, Panther, this is made by friendly families who don't deal with drugs, but not all of them agreed to be friendly. The Kalkasas are one of them. Izuku, thinking there's no such thing as a friendly Mafia coming out of his thoughts, I see. So they would wait a while and watch as Nana, Inko, Ipin, BNHA, and Lambo arrived safely. Izuku, looking at Suna, trying to go towards where he was being accompanied by Pantera. Tsunasan, looking at Gokudera, are you here too? Gokudera-kun. Gokudera, I couldn't leave you with the entire responsibility of protecting the 10th. Mafioso 1, pretentious kid inventing a nickname for himself to top it all off. 10th. Gokudera, annoyed, that's not a nickname. Sawadasan is our boss. Mafioso 2, approaching Izuku. Uso, what unknown family are you from? Izuku, nervous, feeling the pressure of the atmosphere. Panther, they're the Vengola, is there a problem? Upon hearing the name Vongola, everything went silent for a moment. Mafioso 3, the next Vengola boss. Mafia 4, the Godfather. Mafioso 5, that girl belongs to the Tommaso family, Vengola's enemies, but they wouldn't invent something like that to reduce their reputation in case they fail. Mafioso 2, bowing, I apologize for our harshness. Mafioso 6, the problem with the leader is solved then. Suna, nervous, Izuku, nervous, what's going on? Mafioso 2, tradition, rules, scale, power, no matter what, nobody is an opponent for Vengola. Mafiosos, let's all follow the 10th Vongola. Thus all the mobsters would begin to raise their weapons. Suna, nervous, what? Izuku, nervous. Panther, handing him a machine gun. Izuku, Panther, you'll need it, see you later to resume our date. Mangusta, come on Panterasan, the Tomaso will defend the base. Panther, running towards where his family was heading. Extra Mafioso 2, hey, the enemy is attacking. This is how the Kalkasa family members would begin to attack, where the mobsters would start to defend themselves. Suna, scared, this sucks. Izuku, scared, why is this happening? Extra Mobster 1, boss, LB your reinforcements. Extra Mobster 2, yes, we'll blow their ship up to the sky. They would then begin to carry Tsuna towards the area closest to the ship. Gokudera, there's a shortcut through the forest. I'll catch up with you once I've cleared this place. Midoriya-san, you'd better take good care of the 10th. Izuku, thinking I guess I have no choice, I can't let anything happen to Sawada-kun. That's how they would go to the place where the Kalkasa arrived. Izuku, seeing as the mobsters suddenly threw Tsuna down, are you okay? Helping Tsuna up. Extra Mobster in the trees. So everyone would see a small group emerge from the trees in which a child would stand out. Extra Mafioso 3, he's the commander of the Kalkasa family. Tsuna, is that kid the commander? Izuku, that pacifier, it's just like reborn. Tsuna, that's true. Extra Mobster 3, as you already noticed that purple pacifier is the sign of a finisher. Tsuna and Izuku Archibaldino, Extra Mafioso 3, Archibaldino meaning rainbow. In the Mafia it represents the 7 most powerful children. Tsuna, what? Izuku, thinking so, reborn has a rank beyond being the best assassin of the 9th. Extra Mafioso 4, stupid kid. Extra Mobster 5, Geo to hell dwarf. So everyone started shooting at the Archibaldino, however all the shots were blocked. Izuku, he stopped them. Extra 6 Mafioso, a shield. Extra Mobster 7, there's something in the trees. This is what a giant squid would look like when it emerged and easily destroyed the trees. Extra Mobster 3, I've heard rumors that Skull controls an armed octopus. Skull making a signal with his hands for the octopus to attack the mobsters. Just as one of the tentacles was about to hit the mobsters, something would appear to impact it, stopping it. Skull, why are you stopping? Extra Mobster 8, incredible. Tsuna, Izuku. Izuku holding the tentacle, thinking training with the team that Rebornson helped me with finally paid off. Extra 9 Mafioso, great, the 10th subordinate stopped him. Mobster Extra 3, come on Vangola. Extra Mobster 4, we're in debt for life. Skull making a sign with his hands, causing the octopus to wrap its tentacle around Izuku's body, don't think that will stop me. Izuku thinking shit. Skull, who's next? Tsuna, we're doomed. You haven't eaten that octopus, like I said before, I'm sure it tastes great. Skull, reborn. Izuku, relieved. Tsuna, you're finally awake. While you were sleeping, we were in trouble. Skull, why is Reborn Senpai here? Reborn, Sayaasu. Izuku and Tsuna, Senpai. Reborn, didn't you notice the pacifier was glowing? Izuku, thinking this day is getting stranger and stranger. I wonder how the Tomasos are doing. Suddenly, the octopus would trap Reborn in its tentacle. Reborn firing 3 bullets, which would be deflected by the octopus. Skull firing so recklessly it's a shame. Start signaling for the octopus to crush Reborn. How does it feel? I'm not the old Skull anymore. Die, Reborn. Signals for the octopus to finish him off. Skull's octopus starts launching its tentacles in various directions. Skull, what are you doing? Why aren't you answering? Watching as he continued to launch his tentacles into a cloud of dust. Reborn, don't you understand? My intention was never to hurt you. Tsuna, when the dust cleared, they would see someone they knew very well. In a state of last will Reborn. I will defeat the octopus with my last will. Tsuna surprised Izuku. Thus the octopus would begin to attack Izuku, who would dodge the attacks as if nothing was wrong, starting to walk along the tentacles. Izuku opening the tentacle where Reborn was, freeing him. Leon transforming into a gigantic fishing net. Izuku throwing the net at the octopus, capturing it. Skull nervous, how could? Reborn, my turn. Strike Skull, defeating him. Izuku coming out of his dying will state. Skull, lying on the floor, arg, yes, that's how it is, I'll give the order to blow up the entire fortress. Reborn, it won't happen, Colonello is already awake. Skull, Colonello senpai is here too. Izuku, who is Colonello? Suddenly several shots would be seen which would destroy the ships one by one. Tsuna, pointing nervously at the Archibaldino in the sky, that's Colonello. Izuku surprised, Skull's radio, Skullson, all the battleships have been destroyed. Reborn, it seems Colonello's rifle is going haywire too. Izuku nervous, he took on the entire fleet by himself. Tsuna, if that's the case, then why did you fall asleep? You should have fought them from the start. Reborn, didn't I tell you that you didn't have to fight today? Tsuna, coming to his senses, thinking that's true. Reborn, for now my errand boy will follow my orders, of course. Tsuna. Tsuna, what? Reborn, for now you should return the favor to Izuku and bring him some clothes. Izuku, feeling embarrassed, I forgot I was in my underwear. Thus, after the United Forces defeated the Calcasa family, peace returned to the island. Those little holidays were over. Arc of Daily Life Part 6/6+1. And so we come to the last chapter of this arc. I hope to release the Kokuyo Group arc chapter as quickly as possible. This one, along with the Varia arc, will probably be the only ones finished in 1 or 2 chapters maximum. I don't have to include the other battles, maybe just a comment or something in the Varia arc about the different encounters. The future arc and the Archibaldino arc within the KHR story will clearly have more chapters. I'll also reread BNHA and Vigilantes from the beginning and watch the movies. I know this chapter is super short unlike the others, and you might be wondering, why did it take me so long to upload it? Well, it's just to kill time and prepare more chapters. Also because I want to buy some commissions and use them as chapter covers, but clearly I have to work to be able to pay for them. Remember that for those who haven't read the KHR manga, I recommend it. Chapters with a little important change, not much. Plus goal 57, swim in the sea plus. Plus objective 58, summer festival plus. Plus objective 59, Haru's fears and suspicions plus. Plus objective 60, test of courage plus. Plus goal 51 plus June girlfriend. There would be no relevant change here. Plus target 52, weapon tuner plus. While a disaster was looming, Izuku was doing group work at one of his classmates' houses. Plus objective 53, Tsuna's assassination plot plus. Sawada house entrance. Izuku, opening the door. Hello, I finished work. So I came to see how you were doing, seeing two guys in strange outfits on the floor, and Gokudera was now a baby. What happened here? Plus objective 54, the pool opens plus. Just like in the original story, Tsuna failed because the swimming style he learned wasn't the one they would be evaluated with, ending up practicing with the girls. Plus objective 55, the Tanabata contest plus. There wouldn't be such a big change, except that Izuku and Ipin would present an act together, only that being nervous Ipin would activate the Pinzu bomb, to which Izuku would throw it, making the elders believe that their act was fireworks. Izuku's wish was, I wish these days would never end. Plus target 56, the Lambo disappearance case plus. That day Inko went to the City of Heroes to finish some paperwork. Izuku went to train in the mountains. Izuku did know that Lambo was at Haru's house. Plus goal 57, swim in the sea plus. Yamamoto, summer is the best. Gokudera, you sound old-fashioned and stuck in your ways. Izuku, admiring the view of the sea, thinking in Mafia I couldn't swim with the others because of the double date, but now we can all enjoy the sea. Extra 1, look at those girls, they're cute. Extra 2, are they magazine models? Extra 3, we should go and talk to them. Upon hearing what the extras said, our squad would see the girls they were talking about. Kyoko, we apologize for the wait. Haru, we're changed. Pantarachan bought some popsicles. Panther, giving each of the boys a lollipop. Izuku, blushing, thank you, you look cute. Thinking her swimsuit is old, but it really makes her look cute. Panther, blushing. Haru, why didn't you tell us you had a girlfriend? Midoriya-san. Kyoko, it's true, you're so mean. Haru, ever since we went to Longchamp's house, you've been very close, huh? Izuku, nervously, thinking they're misinterpreting it. Yamamoto, sticking the umbrella pole into the sand. I heard Sasagawa's brother is staying here. Kyoko, yep, a superior who is a lifeguard asked for help. Tsuna, wow, that's a great life preserver. A few minutes later. Gokudera, you've finally arrived. Ryohei with MY Lion strength and fish agility. I'll be a lifeguard apprentice this year. Gokudera, you expect to save someone with your swimming skills. Ryohei, getting down from the lifeguard chair. Then let me introduce you to my colleagues. First, there's someone experienced, a little solo. Ryohei Paoposnci. Izuku, thinking again. Tsuna, why are you here? Ryohei, and also trying to see his superiors. Hey, it's not enough. Picking up a child, you want to increase our workload, don't you? Child, scared. I'm sorry. It's great as long as you understand it. Letting go of the child, then you clean up this area, walking along with two other people towards Ryohei's direction. Ryohei, these are my lifeguards, SENPAIS. Senpai 1, hey guys. Izuku, thinking, are these damn guys their senpais? Ryohei, SENPAI used to be ONNANIMO ice boxing team. Senpai 1, oh, are you Ryohei's younger sister? Heh, you're my type. Kyoko, nervous, hello. Senpai 1, then we'll stay with these girls. Hugging Kyoko with one hand. Senpai 2, hugging Haru with one hand. GUIS, watch out for the beach. Senpai 3, trying to hug Pantera with one hand. We trust you. Yamamoto, serious, stop right there. Gokudera, serious, why the hell do we have to work for you? Izuku, angry, we came with them to enjoy the summer atmosphere of the beach. Tsuna, nervous. Ryohei, annoyed, that's right, SENPAI, I invited you to have fun, not to be lifeguards. Senpai 1, Ryohei still doesn't understand. Senpai 2, we just wanted to show these lower-class kids the glory of being a lifeguard. Ryohei, calmly, I see. Izuku, thinking they convinced him very easily. Kyoko, then I'll help my brother. Haru, annoyed, yes, Haru wants to swim with Tsunasen. Panther, I won't go with anyone who isn't family or Izuku-kun. Senpai 1, who is this Dame Tsunasen? Senpai 3, and that Dame Izuku-kun. Senpai 1, are you Dame Tsuna? Looking down at Tsuna. Senpai 3, are you Dame Izuku? Looking at Izuku with superiority. Senpai 2, laughing, they must be very good swimmers. Gokudera, annoyed, be careful or I'll kill you. Senpai 1, oh, you want to fight? I don't want to cause a mess, I'm a lifeguard after all. So let's compete, let's have a proper athletic competition. 3 against 3 in a swimming race, the losers will be the winner's slaves. Everyone, what? Ryohei, SENPAI, don't you think it would be fairer to have a FOUR and FOUR match? Senpai 1, thinking if we let Ryohei participate, we'll lose. Coming out of his thoughts, if we let you compete, we won't let you have the privilege of being a lifeguard. You can't do both at the same time, you have to concentrate on one or the other. Ryohei, it's true. Haru, what are you? Then the Master Paopao would cover the mouths of everyone in the main group, accepting on their behalf. The rules are to swim towards the island and around it. There are no restrictions on swimming style. The best 2 out of 3 win. Thus Yamamoto would begin to compete, followed by Gokudera, neither of whom would return. Senpai 3, it seems none of your friends have returned. Senpai 1, did they get a cramp? Senpai 3, I'll tell you this, if you manage to beat me, we'll pretend the previous 2 didn't count. What do you say, damn Izuku? Izuku, annoyed. They would then take their starting positions, until the race began, at which point both would go at full speed. Kyoko, you can do it. Midoriya, Haru, come on Midoriya. Suna, we're counting on you. Looking at Panther, aren't you planning on cheering Izuku up? Panther, it's obvious that guy is no match for him. I could easily get rid of the other one, only nervous Izuku wouldn't like it if I acted like a mafia. Minutes later, Izuku and Senpai 3 would be halfway there. Izuku, thinking something must have happened to Gokudera, and Yamamoto in this area, feeling his feet being pulled. Senpai 3, see you. Izuku swimming, dragging the Senpai's servants along. Senpai 3 seeing Izuku going much faster, what the hell? Izuku, don't underestimate me. Suddenly, Izuku was pulled away very quickly. Senpai 3, I present to you my friend, he comes from the city of Quirks. You already know that against someone like him you don't stand a chance, loser. After a few minutes, everyone would see only Senpai 3 return. Tsuna and Izuku-san, don't tell me that. Panther, in the fetal position, my past has been completely dark, my future will be completely dark. Kyoko, worried, are you okay? Haru, worried, what's wrong? Panther-chan. Tsuna, worried, I entered a state of desolation quickly and without needing the bullet. Senpai 3, turning towards his friends, it seems that boy wasn't such a big deal after all. Tsuna, crying, it can't be. Senpai 1, I'll show you some mercy. Let's pretend nothing happened, and if you manage to beat me you win big. What do you think? Tsuna, calming down, really. Senpai 1, of course, don't think we're bad guys or anything like that. After a few minutes they would begin to compete, where Tsuna would try to save a girl, entering a state of last will. On the beach. Extra 1, that child didn't drown. Extra 2, he's bringing the girl back. Senpai 2, heh, it won't be that easy. Senpai 3, there are many more servants behind the island, they will take care of him. Are you referring to these servants? They would then turn to see who that voice belonged to, seeing Izuku, Yamamoto, and Gokudera along with their servants, all of whom had been defeated. Senpai 3 and 2, nervous, what? Yamamoto, serious SNPAI, Gokudera, annoyed, cracking his knuckles, thank you for taking care of us like that. Izuku, annoyed, a person with a quirk, huh? I also come from the city of heroes and I know how to deal with guys like him. So the 3 of them would beat up the senpais. Finally, Tsuna would return to the island where they wouldn't believe that he saved the girl, because he looked different with the last will. Plus Objective 58, Summer Festival Plus. You could see everyone worried. Festival venue. Extra guys, you should prepare the payment too. Tsuna, nervous, huh? Gokudera, it seems to be a tradition in Nanamori where people pay to be allowed to enter a certain area. Yamamoto, do we plan to follow him and make the payment? Tsuna, nerves, he's here. Giving a serious look, 50,000. Tsuna, Izuku. Izuku, changing his expression to a more carefree one. Tsuna-san, you finally arrived. Tsuna, I thought you were coming to the festival with Pantera. Looking at Izuku's outfit, don't tell me you're with the disciplinary committee. Izuku, it's just for today to help you pay the fine. Gokudera, I forgot to excite him. Yamamoto, scratching his head, sorry. Izuku, and about Panther-chan, she'll come later with Kyoko and Haru. Tsuna, blushing, really. Izuku, yes, wait, Hibari-san, how much do I charge the boys at our stall? Hibari, 45,000 yen. Tsuna, nervous, thinking so little, coming out of his thoughts is the payment for the disciplinary committee. Hibari, it's for the fund of our activities. For now, since Midoriya is helping me, we won't destroy his position. After all, he owes me a fight. Tsuna, huh. Izuku, to get the job, I had to accept a fight with him. Extra, please wait. This way, everyone would see how they destroyed the extras booth, which the Vengola would immediately pay for on Tsuna's orders. Hibari, thank you, counting the money, let's go Midoriya. Izuku, yes, if you see anything strange it would help me a lot if you reported it. We are looking for a group of thieves, see you. Later, Tsuna would be robbed and he would pursue the thief who was Senpai 1, accompanied by the other 2 and their servants. Senpai 1 holding Tsuna by the shirt, taking out a knife, well, where do I start cutting you? Tsuna, scared, thinking instead of fireworks, I ended up in a desperate situation. At any moment some of the senpai's servants would be defeated. I'm so happy, I'm trembling, too, so they are. Tsuna, seeing whose voices those were Hibari-san, Izuku-san. Hibari, I thought I'd found a delightful group, but then it turned into a brilliant encounter with the group of thieves we were looking for. Servant 1, who the hell are you? Servant 2, I recognize the green-haired guy, he was at the beach, but I have no idea who the hell the other one is. Hibari, you've saved me the trouble of having to go and collect money from so many different people. We, the disciplinary committee, will keep all the money you've stolen. Izuku, nervous, what about Tsuna-san? Hibari, I don't care what happens to him. If you want to save him, I won't stop you, just don't get in my way. Senpai 1, pushing Tsuna, another idiot who drives me crazy, perfect. Just to annihilate high school students, I've called many of my servants plus more friends with quirks. That's how they would end up surrounded. Senpai 1, they are very powerful. Tsuna, scared, how many are there? Izuku, putting on his training gloves, nervous, I didn't expect this. Senpai 1, don't be kind to them, kill even that filthy kid too. Tsuna, scared, isn't this amount too much even for Izuku and Hibari-san? Reborn, then join in and fight too, shoots at Tsuna. Tsuna, with his dying breath, Reborn, I will fight with him, my last will. Orya, let us go. Izuku, yes, dodging some attacks. Hibari, blocking some attacks, it's none of your business. Thus they would begin to defeat some of the servants. Senpai 1, they're just high school kid, attack them all. At once watching as some explosions hit his servants, those brats again. Yamamoto, using his bat, the support has arrived. Gokudera throwing dynamite 10th. Reborn, this is the first time they've fought alongside Hibari. Hibari, no way, the money that was stolen will be mine. Yamamoto, what? Tsuna, I won't give it to you. Gokudera, obviously. Izuku, can we discuss that later? Thus, the Vongola group would achieve victory against the senpais and their servants. Later that night. Gokudera, we managed to protect our money from Hibari, but Yamamoto, we're ruined. Tsuna, it looks like we won't be seeing the fireworks. Izuku, it seems so, sighing, hey, two guys. So everyone would see Kyoko, Haru, and Pantera approaching them. Tsuna, what are you doing here? Reborn, I called them. Izuku, Reborn-san. Tsuna, happy Reborn you. Reborn, don't misunderstand me. Suddenly, several lights would begin to appear in the sky. Reborn, this is the best secret spot to watch the fireworks. So everyone could watch the fireworks display in complete harmony. Plus Objective 59, Haru's fears and suspicions plus. Ryohei and Izuku could be seen at Nanamori Academy later. Ryohei, how about we practice today? Izuku, I'm sorry I can't today. Ryohei, that's right, you have a girlfriend, you're definitely going to see her. Izuku, blushing, she's not my G-girlfriend. Ryohei, really? I thought so when I saw them on the beach. Izuku, no, this isn't what you think. Midoriya doesn't accept it because he's still a child. Izuku, Dr. Shamal, why don't you confess your feelings to her? Izuku, blushing, huh? Ryohei, he's right, if I were in your situation I would confess to the girl I like. Izuku, I don't know, Pantarachan is kind of weird and expressionless. It terrifies me when she suddenly appears. There's also the fact that she belongs to the Mafia and… Shamal, don't drag it out, just let out what you feel. Izuku, I don't know if she really likes me. Shamal, what, are you an idiot or what? She follows you around almost everywhere, she's super attached to you, she even calls you by a nickname and you're still asking if she likes you. You're truly pathetic. Izuku, maybe I am being a bit of an idiot. After all, she's the first girl who's shown me affection like that, so it feels kind of strange. Maybe I didn't explain myself well. What I meant was, I don't know if it's the right time for this. We haven't known each other for very long and I don't know what to do. Before coming here, I met a lot of girls, most of whom made fun of me for not having a quirk. The others were just friendly, like friends. So this is a big change compared to them and the other girls at school. Shamal, I see no one has instructed you in these matters of love. Perhaps she's just as confused. Maybe she should come so I can teach her. Izuku, I think another girl could help her with that. Shamal, like whom? Izuku, thinking BNHA, definitely not her. Coming out of his thoughts, Harusan. Shamal, her. You may be right, it's better that I learn from another woman. Ryohei, I think Kyoko could help her too. Shamal, good, we have her guides now. If you could tell Kyokasan that you and Haru should guide her on the path of love, it would be helpful. Of course, don't mention that you're doing it because we told you to. Ryohei, I'll make sure it looks as natural as possible. Shamal, alright, we don't have time to waste. Holding Izuku, let's go to the infirmary. There I'll instruct you with all my knowledge like a playboy. Izuku, thinking I don't think I'll get anything out of this. So Shamal would give him advice and talk about his experiences for the rest of the day. 2 days later, Nanamori Academy, exit. Izuku, thinking Mangusta has been looking at me in a really weird way today, what could be going on? Also, Pantarachan hasn't come around like she usually does. Midoriya. Izuku, turning to see who the voice came from, Mang being pointed at by a gun. Mangusta, what did you do to Pantarachan? Izuku Mangusta serious 2 days ago. Panterasan came home looking rather down. I tried to see what was wrong but I almost died trying. And yesterday she went out and hasn't returned yet. The only thing she told me was that you hate her. Izuku, what? I didn't remembering, don't tell me that. Mangusta, what? Izuku. Yesterday I ran into Ryohei and Dr. Shamal and he told me about confessing my feelings to Pantera. Mangusta, so. Izuku, at one point I said that she was a little strange and that she didn't know. Mangusta, firing the bullet grazing Izuku's face. Damn this right now. First it was Longchamp and now you. Izuku, scared Longchamp. Mangusta, shit, I forgot. Izuku, what happened between them? Mangusta, nervous and nothing. Izuku, cornering him, pinning him against the wall. Ever since we met I've had this question. Squeezing Mangusta's wrists. You know what happened, right? Tell me. Mangusta, in pain. I'll tell you. Izuku, letting go. Mangusta, Pantera was Longchamp's fiancé. Izuku Mangusta, this was on Longchamp VII's orders of course. Being childhood friends she had no problem with it. As time passed, they grew a little closer until the 8th simply told her he didn't want to marry Panther, then showed her his new fiancé and you can imagine how long that lasted. Izuku, a new fiancé. Mangusta, you already saw the particular taste he has for a certain type of girl. Izuku, nervous eyes. Mangusta, okay, I'll continue. She was devastated by what happened, however that wasn't all, because in the contract that her parents signed along with the 7th there was a part that they failed to fill out properly, in which it is mentioned that in case the 8th dies, Pantera would become the new head of the family. Izuku, so that's why she wants to kill Nate. Something similar happened between Gokudera and Tsuna, where in the end Gokudera became Tsuna's subordinate because Tsuna saved his life, and Mangusta, yes, I know the rules of the Mafia. As you can see, not even Lunga, Longchamp's brother, is being considered to be the head of the Tommaso family. According to the 7th Panther, he's one of the people with the most potential we have. As I mentioned before, that was his goal until he met you. I don't know how he perceives your essence, but it seems he likes you. Izuku, worried. Maybe I should go look for her. Mangusta, do you have any idea where it might be? Izuku starts walking. See you. Mangusta, before you go don't tell Longchamp-sama anything about Kant, he doesn't need to know. Izuku, I won't tell him anything, you have my word. That's how Izuku would retire. Later that night in the mountains where Izuku regularly trains. Izuku tired watching as Panther sat gazing at the stars. Panther, crying, my past has been completely dark, my future will be completely dark. Izuku approaching slowly, stepping on a branch which breaks making some noise. Panther throwing a few paper pinwheels at Izuku which would cut him a little on the face. What do you want? Izuku, I came to see you. Approaching Panther, I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking straight. I really didn't mean any of that and I hope you'll forgive me. Panther, do I seem strange to you? Izuku, yes, I mean no, maybe shit. Panther, am I a bother to you? Izuku, no, of course not. Panther, you're lyings. Izuku, no, I'm not lyings. Panther, so why do you stumble over your words, or are you afraid of me? Izuku, nervous, well, I thinking shit, I don't know what to say, coming out of his thoughts. Look. Suddenly the air was filled with the sound of a gunshot. Panther, holding a gun that was emitting some smoke from the shot. That'll solve it. Izuku, entering desolation mode. My past has been completely dark, my future will be completely dark. Damn, why is it so hard to express what I feel? I'm such an idiot. This is the first time something like this has happened to me and I'm messing it up. Maybe I should just disappear. I can't even speak clearly. I can't even give a decent compliment without hesitating. I envy Longchamp for that alone. I'm just a Deku. Maybe Panther should just stop hanging around someone like me. I'm used to being dumped and looked at with disappointment. After all, who cares about a Deku? Panther, I see, so you just don't know how to express yourself. Hugging Izuku, who would stop being in a state of desolation. What did you really mean by weird? Izuku, you're not like the other girls. Sometimes I can't tell if you're happy, angry, or indifferent. I feel like before confessing my feelings to someone, I need to get to know them better. We haven't known each other for very long and I don't want it to be rushed. Panther, well, I think I was a bit bold and rushed things too. Maybe I was feeling a little scorned, you know, I was Longchamp's fiancé and… Izuku, Mangusta already told me what happened. Panther, that saves me some time. Maybe you're right, we need to get to know each other a little better, if you don't mind me following you. Izuku, actually I've already gotten used to it. I'd really like you to be yourself. Panther, well, if that's what you want, we'll continue as we have been. Izuku, yes. Panther, okay, let me take you home, pulling out some keys. Izuku, did you come by car? Panther, yes, just like you, or did you walk here? Izuku, nodding. Panther, you are weird, well, never mind, let's go before you catch a cold. Plus objective 60, test of courage plus. Nanamori Cemetery, night 9 p.m. Izuku could be seen walking. Izuku thinking in the end, Tsunasan and Lambo went their separate ways. Izuku 2 Midoriyasan. Izuku seeing how year-old Lambo and Suna were being pulled by another person who looked like Lambo. What's going on? Suna, its Romeo BIANCHI's dead EXBOFRAND. Izuku, what? Running towards them trying to pull Suna and Lambo along. Romero, so young Midoriya came too, just let them go and I won't do anything to you. Izuku, I refuse. Romero pulling harder, dragging them along little by little as you wish. Izuku, pulling with all his might, thinking shit, at this rate I'll have to. Suddenly Romeo would be kicked out, so trying to take advantage of young people, huh? Romero annoyed, who are you? Izuku, it can't be, crying, that's right, I'm in the city of the Quirkless, it's obvious you don't know me. Izuku SIR, sir, I am Sir Nightai, or rather I was when I was alive. Romeo lunging to attack Sir, who dodges all his attacks. Stay still. Sir, striking Romeo, making him fall. What good is having so much power if you don't know how to use it? Simply. Suddenly Romeo's face would be hit by a cake. Izuku, that's it. BNHA, seeing how Lambo also had a cake on his face. BNHA, poisonous food, I. Romeo then disappeared. Sir, that was a bit too sudden. Well, I guess turns around. Izuku, wait, sir. Sir, turning around, what's wrong? Midoriya-san. Izuku, falling to his knees, I'm sorry. Sir, stroking her hair, why are you apologizing? If this is what was meant to happen, it's fine by me, you're not to blame for anything. Izuku, I couldn't have been. Sir, I know about Vengola, your expulsion from UA, and the loss of one for all. Don't worry, I know you'll achieve great things. After all, didn't you throw yourself into danger a moment ago to save your friends? Maybe my ability doesn't work as well when I look at you, but I know that whatever you do will be on the right path, the path of heroism. You can become a great hero. Izuku crying harder. Sir, don't cry, giving her a big smile. Smile. A society without spirit or humor will not have a bright future. Izuku crying even harder, giving a big smile. It'll do it. Sir, well, see you later. Thinking no matter what happens, I know I'll manage to bring peace, maybe not in the way I'd like, but I can't do anything to change it. The future belongs to the living. Thus he would begin to disappear. Toshinori Y. Plus Objective 61, promotion. That day Izuku would train as usual. Kokuyo Group Arc Boy. Tomorrow, Midoriya's house. Inko worried, was there another robbery? Nana, nervous, that seems to be the case. Suna, what are you talking about? Izuku, serious, haven't you heard? Reborn, last weekend, 8 prefects from Nenmori Academy were found with serious injuries. The victims for some reason had their teeth extracted, some were even missing all of their teeth. Suna scared, huh, really? Why would anyone do something like that? Reborn, no idea. Nana, hey Suna, you should go learn some hand-to-hand combat techniques for self-defense. Maybe Midoriya-kun. Suna, why do I have to do something like this? Nana, because I'm worried, you should protect yourself. Besides, a man needs to be strong, doesn't he? Reborn, Aja. Suna, don't agree with her, besides this has nothing to do with me. This is a battle between gangsters. Izuku, finishes drinking a cup of tea. Don't worry, Sawadasan, Suna is stronger than you think, he'll be fine. Nana, well, if you say so. Suna, thinking, trust Izuku's words more than my own. Izuku, okay, see you later. Inko, are you leaving so early? Izuku, yes, I agreed to train with Sasagawa-senpai. Reborn, maybe you should go train with them. Suna, annoyed, no. Izuku, see you. Inko, just be careful. Izuku, yes. Izuku would leave the house heading towards the boxing club, seeing that there was no one there, and after waiting a few minutes he would simply go to class, where after a while Gokudera would leave. A few minutes later, it would look like the door to classroom 2A was opened. Izuku thinking, it's Suna-san, he's way too late, could something have happened? Professor Sawada-san, do you know that? Suna worried, looking around, I came for Gokudera-kun. Professor, he left in the middle of the class. Suna, he left early, starts running. Professor, wait a moment, SAWADA, don't just come and leave as you please. Tired, he left. Izuku thinking Suna seemed worried more than usual, getting up from his desk, walking towards the door. Maybe. Professor Midoriya, are you going somewhere? Izuku snapping out of his thoughts, nervous, huh? So Izuku would stay until the end of classes. They would let them out early due to the lack of students. Namamori City. You could see how a stranger was about to attack Suna until Sawada was pushed away. Suna, nervous, huh? Are you okay? Good job, Izuku, that's what I call safely sliding into the base. Suna, Izuku, Yamamoto, in the end we had half a day off from school. Izuku, I thought something bad was happening, so I decided to investigate until I heard that some Namamori students were involved in a fight. Yamamoto, me too, I thought it might be Gokudera. Suna, that's it Gokudera. Yamamoto, serious, yes, I understand this guy isn't the quiet type, is he? Unknown, you're in my way, using yo-yos to attack. Yamamoto, pulling out his bat which transforms into a katana that cuts the ropes. Tsuna, I cut the ropes. Izuku, relieved, lucky you brought your bat. Unknown, I see a student from Namamori High School, Class 2A, seat number 15, you are Yamamoto Takeshi. Tsuna, thinking that's right, Yamamoto is in 3rd place on the fighting strength list. Yamamoto, so what if I am? This is the police, we're arriving. Unknown, your Kens, pray I'll be in trouble if I interfere. Starts to back away. Tsuna, he just leaves like that. Izuku, carrying Gokudera with Yamamoto's help, come on, we have to take him to the hospital. Later. Namamori Academy Infirmary. Izuku standing in front of Gokudera's stretcher, reference to Evangelion, just kidding, thinking damn, if only I had gone with Tsunesen this wouldn't have happened. Seeing BNHA and Yamamoto talking, they're really worried. I'm useless. I couldn't do anything to stop this, walking towards the door about to open it. What have you been doing? Izuku, thinking that voice is Tsuna's, pressing his ear to the door. That way Izuku would hear the entire conversation between Tsuna and Reborn. Izuku, thinking this has something to do with the Mafia, damn it, this is going from bad to worse. First we thought it was a gang issue, and now it's a problem between mafiosos. Opening the door, seeing that only Reborn was there. Rebornson, Reborn, we're worried about this situation, but don't worry, everything will be alright. Tsuna will take care of it, it's not like he has any other choice. You should go visit Ryohei at the hospital. Izuku, surprised they attacked Senpai too. So Izuku would go to the hospital where he would talk a little with Ryohei and Kusakabe, gaining the determination to face the situation. Outside the Sawada and Midoriya residences, Yamamoto, Tsuna, Reborn, BNHA, and an unconscious Gokudera could be seen. Reborn, the hostage is someone we all know very well, so we'd better go and get ready. Wait, I'll go too. Upon hearing that voice, everyone would turn to see who it came from. Tsuna, Izuku-san. Yamamoto, Midoriya. Reborn, I told you not to worry, we'll sort it out. Izuku, how can I not worry? I can't just stand idly by while the attacks continue, that's why I. Reborn, twisting Izuku's arm, no, you won't go. Tsuna, nervous, surprised. Reborn, Izuku, in pain, why? Reborn, this is a mafia matter and you're not part of it. Tsuna. You always treat him like he's my subordinate and drag him into situations. Reborn, that's different, before we were just playing. This is a real situation where we could even die. He gives him a paw, making him back up. I wouldn't be able to sleep for at least a week knowing that I caused an innocent person to die. Izuku, Piro. Suddenly a gunshot would be heard, which would graze Izuku's face. Izuku, falling from the shock. Reborn, I won't say it twice, you're staying. I couldn't bear to see Mama Inko sad if you died. Tsuna, nervous, what about my mother? Would you let her be sad? Reborn, you're the next boss, so that's an exception. Looking coldly at Izuku, holding him by the collar, you won't go even if I have to make you a paraplegic, understood? Izuku, scared, nodding. Reborn, releasing him, showing the training gloves he gave Izuku, I'll take these, so you won't think you have a chance. Alright, let's get ready. Thus the main group would leave, leaving Izuku behind. Later, the Midoriya house, Izuku's room. You could see Izuku lying on his bed with his arms on. Izuku, thinking so many things have happened, both good and bad, and to think this happened because of a deception. Remembering how he was expelled. But if it weren't for my friends, I don't know what I would have done. The best decision I ever made was being assigned to this city, Nanamori. My life took a 180-degree turn, going from being sad to having a much happier life, and it was all thanks to Tsunasen and Rebornson. Thanks to them, I was able to meet so many people. Getting out of bed and moving to her desk. I didn't think I'd do this again. Taking gloves out of a drawer, trying to put them on, feeling something inside, pulling it out. This isn't just for me, it's for Sasagawa-senpai, Machida-senpai, everyone. Looking at his provisional hero license, I find it hard to believe I'll be back in action. I have a feeling of fear and another of determination to help my friends. Going down from his room to the door, opening it and leaving his house, walking towards the Sawada residence. I can't let them take care of everything while I do nothing. I'll help them in any way I can. Knocking on the door, seeing Tsuna's mother come out. Nana, Izuku-kun, what's wrong? Izuku, Vinaver at Tsuna, why Reborn? Nana, oh, they're not here, they left with BNHA, Gokudera, and Yamamoto, I thought you were going with them. Izuku, nervous, what? Running off, thinking they beat me to it. He would run like this until at one point he was almost hit by a car which then stopped. Hey, look where you're going. Izuku, Mongusan, Mangusta, the subordinate of the 10th Vangola. Longchamp, be careful, Midoriya-chan, we almost ran you over. Izuku, Longchampson, I haven't seen you guys at school lately, I guess it's because of the attacks on the students. Longchamp, you're right. Mangusta, it's for the safety of Longchampson. Izuku, I see. Panther, you look worried. Izuku, I am. Longchamp, what's happening? Izuku, could you take me to Kokuyo? Mangusta, are you asking us that out of the blue? Izuku, it's important, I need to go help Suna. Mongoose, me him. Longchamp, come on Mangusta, don't be such a spoilsport. Panther, giving Mangusta an annoyed look. Mongoose, well. Longchamp, what's going on? Izuku, I'll tell you on the way, getting into the car. That's how they would head towards Kokuyo. You could see a weakened Gokudera, a knocked-out Yamamoto, Reborn watching what's happening, a worried Suna Bianchi in the middle of the battlefield, and an unknown person using a steel ball. Suna, thinking it's him in the picture, it's Rokudo Mukuro, snapping out of his thoughts, hey you, what are you doing? Mukuro, looking at Suna. Bianchi Tsuna nervous. Mukuro, come down here Vionjuele, Tsuna nervous EDVH, no I mean. Mukuro, then wait until I annihilate this woman, striking the steel ball in the direction of Bianchi. Bianchi nervous. Tsuna worried Bianchi. Reborn, you need the last will and testament, preparing his weapon, it's now or. Suddenly a green flash could be seen, which would move in the direction of the steel ball and then it would gradually stop. Mukuro, surprised. Bianchi falling to the ground, surprised it can't be. Suna, surprised, huh, those are lightning bolts. Dropping the ball on the floor, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Mukuro, I see, so you're Izuku Midoriya from Class 2A. I heard there was a rather special student, not only for being ranked second in strength, but also for being a transfer from UA. I didn't expect to face you so soon. Suna, surprised UA, thinking Izuku told us earlier that UA was the best hero school, so that means. Mukuro, you're very far from home's wannabe hero. Izuku, annoyed seeing how his friends were. Reborn, despite everything I told you, you came Izuku. Izuku, a hero's duty is to intervene and jump into action even when not called upon to save those who need it. Mukuro, well, what are you waiting for? Midoriya Izuku. Izuku, giving a serious look. Mukuro, abandon all hopes. Izuku, you're wrong. Mukuro, Izuku, you won't face Izuku Midoriya before you stands the former hero aspiring DKU. Everyone would be surprised to hear what Izuku said. Suna nervous thinking Deku, doesn't that mean useless? Mukuro, useless, was your hero name going to be useless? Deku, that word tormented me for so long, remembering Bakugo day after day I was called that Deku. Until someone changed its meaning, remembering Uraraka, I'm no longer the Deku that means useless. I'm the Deku that means you can do it. Mukuro, giving a serious look, turning the steel ball if you're finished throwing the steel ball GOUJREPPA. Deku, dodging the attack, running at full speed, trying to land a hit. Mukuro, taking a great leap, dodging the attack. Deku, watching as the steel ball approached him, blocking the attack which would have made him retreat considerably. Mukuro, pulling the steel ball HIJREPPA, hitting the ball towards Izuku. Deku, regaining his composure, charging an attack Delaware SMASHHH. Launching a powerful blast of air towards the steel ball, which upon impact would send it back a few centimeters. Suna, surprised, stopped him. Reborn, nervous, he's stronger than I thought. I also didn't imagine he'd bring hero equipment with him. Mukuro, surprised. Deku, using 5% of his embers, he leaps powerfully towards Mukuro St. Louis Smash, launching a powerful kick. Mukuro, blocking the attack, flying off towards some rubble, creating a cloud of dust. Deku, falling to the floor, feeling somewhat agitated, thinking I've gotten rusty, I feel some tension in my leg and my finger hurts despite using such a low percentage. Bianchi, you did it. Suna, relieved, you're awesome Izuku. Reborn, now we can return to Namamori. Izuku, are you all right? Suna, Yamamoto seems to be unconscious and Gokudera can't fight. Izuku, I see, that's better, turning to the place where Mukuro had been thrown, seeing him standing there. Mukuro, it seems I have to use all my power against you. Deku, getting into a fighting stance. Suna, scared, he's acting like nothing's wrong. Bianchi, scared, is he okay even after receiving that attack? What the hell is he? Mukuro, let's finish this. Taking the steel ball, playing ball is a hobby to pass the time. Throwing the ball into the air, then running towards Izuku. My true strength would actually be attacking Izuku. Deku, dodging the blow, launching an attack. Mukuro, HAND fight. Launching a counterattack, striking Izuku in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him for a moment. We're not finished yet. Grabbing Izuku's head, delivering a knee strike that sends him flying. Deku, on the ground, watching the steel ball approach, he would try to throw a gust of wind at it. Mukuro, striking Izuku's hand, deflecting the attack not yet, grabbing him by the neck to lift him up and then slam him to the ground now, the final blow. This is what it would look like as the steel ball fell, creating a mini crater. Tsuna shocked. BNHA assistada Izuku. Mukuro, your subordinate has fallen. Vangola 10th, prepare yourself, you will be next. We're not finished yet. Mukuro, surprised you're still conscious. Well, after all, that's what was expected of an aspiring hero. Izuku, I thought I could beat you without using more than 5%. I've never used my quirk on someone without one, but I see that's impossible. Mukuro, annoyed, are you mocking me? Seeing as Izuku kicked the steel ball towards him, which he blocked, immediately afterwards the former aspiring hero appeared in front of him again, to which Mukuro tried to throw a punch which was dodged. Deku, you're so slow. Mukuro, what did you say? Pulling the steel ball which he would use to try to hit Izuku. Deku dodging attacks, using Gran Torino's style, jumping between trees trying to attack Mukuro but being dodged. Mukuro, stay still. Deku launching himself towards Mukuro. Mukuro preparing an attack which would be dodged. Deku appearing behind Mukuro, charging a powerful punch. Mukuro reacting quickly, using the steel ball as a shield. Deku launching the attack SMAASH. This is how Izuku's attack would impact, generating a large current that would send Mukuro flying, as well as destroying several trees, rocks, and some of the ground in a large area. Tsuna shocked, nervous. BNHA nervous. Did he have a power like that? Reborn, surprised seeing him in action is quite amazing. Tsuna, did you know he could do that? Reborn, in a way, for now let's go with him. Izuku, falling somewhat tired and sore, kneeling on one leg, breathing with some difficulty, thinking damn, I overdid it. Starts coughing a little, covering his mouth with his hand, trying to clean it. I guess that was to be expected. Noticing a small bloodstain on his glove. Tsuna, are you okay? Izuku, getting up with some difficulty. Yes, it's nothing. Reborn, you look tired, maybe you should rest. Izuku, I'm fine. You know at UA we have a phrase that we can rely on when we need strength, Go beyond your limits plus ultra. Tsuna, embarrassed, hesitant. Izuku, as long as I can stand, I won't stop until we're done with this. BNHA, are you sure you can continue? Noticing that Izuku was bleeding a little from his head. Izuku raising a thumbs up, sure. Feeling a great pain in his arm, holding it in a way, I'm already used to hurting myself because of my own power. Reborn, okay, let's go. That way they would go to the direction of Mukuro. Mukuro, how could I lose? Izuku, you're not a bad person, are you? Mukuro, Tsuna, when you performed your final blow you closed your eyes. Izuku, even though you knew perfectly well how your weapon worked, you knew the steel ball wouldn't hit me. The snake-like channels cause any air current to make it spin and thus alter its movement. Tsuna, I thought it was strange the first time I saw you. It almost felt like being a kid at home. I didn't feel any fear when I was in front of you. Izuku, so I wasn't the only one who felt that. Mukuro, surprised, thinking they saw right through me with just one look. I see, so this is the next Vangola boss and one of his subordinates. Coming out of his thoughts. I admit my defeat. It's not for nothing that Rokudo Mukuro is wary of you. Izuku, what? Tsuna tu no eres rokudo mukuro, Mukuro. I'm just a shadow. BNHA an impostor. Tsuna b but you were in the prison photograph. Mukuro, the real Mukuro never took that picture. Beyond that, Rokudo Mukuro, he is the one who took everything from me. Izuku and Tsuna, shocked. Reborn, what do you mean? Mukuro. 5 years ago I was part of a mafia family in northern Italy. I was an orphan, so the boss and the family who took me in were my life. To repay their kindness, I served the family as a bodyguard, even becoming known as the strongest man in the area. One day, the boss adopted another orphan. It seemed the boss liked the boy very much and had big plans for him. The child became my responsibility. I loved him as if he were truly part of my family, just as they had loved me. Not long after that, tragedy struck. One day I came home after playing cards, and everyone in my family had been murdered. Reborn, that was a famous incident. Mukuro, I was furious with the perpetrator, but who would have known that the investigation that followed would lead me to such an identity? It was me. I killed them. Everyone would be surprised to hear that. Izuku, surprised what? Tsuna, surprised how could that be? Mukuro. Since then, how many times have I gotten up remembering nothing while corpses lay at my feet? Izuku b but you didn't try to kill anyone, right? Mukuro. Of course not. I thought I was going completely crazy. I decided to end my life, but it was impossible. I was truly controlled by it. Everyone surprised. Mukuro, yes, it was that boy. Rokudo Mukuro had me under his control. Tsuna, annoyed, what did you say? Mukuro, Standing up slightly, I don't know when or how, but I lost my name and my will. I became the false Mukuro. I was desperate. I did everything and more for him. I became a killing machine. Izuku, annoyed. What kind of guy is Mukuro? Tsuna, annoyed. That's not something a human would do. Let's kick his 10th ass. Upon hearing that voice, everyone would turn to see who it belonged to. Tsuna, sorprendido. Gokudera. Izuku, you finally recovered. Mukuro. Vangola, you're the only one who can do it. Listen to me. Vangola, Mukuro's true objective is. Suddenly, Mukuro, he would push Tsuna, who would then be hit by multiple needles. Gokudera, annoyed. The yo freak. Damn it. Reborn, he's gone. Izuku, at what point, looking in Yamamoto's direction. BNHA, Yamamoto takes. She is fine. Izuku, nervous, seeing the fake Mukuro on the floor. Why? Reborn, his goal was to silence him. Izuku, annoyed. How could you? Tsuna, crouching down. Are you alright? Izuku, running to help the imposter. Hang on. Taking out his phone, trying to dial. The Tomasos are nearby. Maybe they can. Seeing there was no signal, feeling frustrated. Mukuro, smiling with what little energy he had left. What a terrible life I've had. Tsuna, nervous. It can't be. No, tell me your name. Mukuro, Tsuna, feeling desperate. It's not Mukuro, is it? You have a real name, right? Mukuro, I'm a Lancia. Izuku, distressed. Please hold on. Tsuna, resist. Lance. Lancia, let my name be pronounced like this. Now I remember a long time ago my family. Now I can go with them if closing her eyes. Tsuna, frustrated. No. Lancisan. Gokudera, annoyed. He was being used, and the moment he survived his usefulness. Damn it, these are his methods. BNHA, annoyed. What do people think he is? That Rokudo Mukuro. Tsuna, annoyed. That guy really gets on my nerves. Let's go find Mukuro. Reborn, keep in mind that we only have one dying will bullet. If it's not enough to defeat him, all is lost. We were lucky Izuku arrived in time. We also can't count on Yamamoto, and Gokudera hasn't fully recovered. Tsuna, I know, but we have to do something about Rokudo Mukuro. And for that, looking at Izuku, I know this is none of your business, but could you lend us your strength? Izuku, giving a serious look. Even if you didn't ask me, I would go. Looking at Lancia, the first time I saw him, I saw Lambo reflected in him, but now I can only compare him to Eri. Tsuna, Eri. Izuku, she's a girl that several heroes and I rescued. She helped me defeat her captor, Overhaul, who, like Mukuro, was simply using her to complete his plans. Gokudera, Overhaul. I've heard that name before, but I can't remember. BNHA, if I remember correctly, he was connected to the Yakuza. Reborn, Kaichisaki, also known as Overhaul, was the head of the Yakuza, who took over the leadership of the Shai Hasekai after leaving the previous boss in a coma. It was a highly publicized event within the Mafia world, where all his connections with allied mafias were severed, even before the monstrous acts he committed and everything he put that poor girl through were known. Izuku, he was experimenting on her. When I first saw her, she had bandages on her. I started to suspect something, but my former senpai Lemillion stopped me. It wasn't until I learned about her quirk and what he was doing to her that everything became clear. He was assembling and disassembling Eri to create quirk-erasing bullets that contained her blood. Everyone would be surprised to hear that. Tsuna, annoyed. How can people like that exist? BNHA, annoyed. He really is a monster. Reborn, the last thing that was known is that he, like most of his members, was imprisoned, and that karma would come for him when he lost both hands in an attack by the League of Villains. Izuku, giving a determined look. This is a similar situation. I don't know what might happen. We don't know anything else about Mukuro, but I simply can't let someone like him roam free doing whatever he pleases while making people suffer. Nor can we let Lancia's sacrifice be in vain. Tsuna, thinking so. Izuku-kun has been through so much. With everything that happened today, I realize I don't really know him completely, but what I do know is that we can trust him. Reborn, I see. By the way, Lancia isn't dead yet. Tsuna, why Izuku? Reborn, the problem lies in the poison needles. If we can give him the antidote within the next hour, he will be saved. Tsuna, really? BNHA, that yo-yo guy must have the cure. Gokudera 10th, I will defeat that bespectacled. Tsuna, Gokudera-kun, thank you. Reborn, Yamamoto is out of this. BNHA, let's take him to a safer place. Izuku, carrying Yamamoto, taking him to a safer place. Tsuna, I'm sorry, Yamamoto will be back, just wait a little while. Izuku, okay, where do we go now? BIRDS was defeated. Upon hearing that voice, everyone would turn to see who it came from, and they would see that it was from a small bird. Gokudera, he's the crazy bird guy. Tsuna, he's going for the seeds. Reborn, let's observe him carefully for now. He must be trained to call for comrades when his master is defeated. Bird, flying away. BIRDS was defeated. Gokudera, this definitely fits the old man's style. Izuku, looking in the direction the bird was going, it's going to that building. Gokudera, annoyed. In other words, Suna, that's where Rokudo Mukuro is. Reborn, finally it's time. Thus BNHA, Gokudera, Reborn, Suna and Izuku would head towards the building, already at the location. BNHA, there's no way out here either. Izuku, the stairs have been destroyed. Reborn, Mukuro is most likely upstairs, there must still be a staircase standing somewhere. Suna, what do you mean? Reborn, it's easy to defend the base if they destroy all the attack routes, isn't it? On the other hand, he's destroyed all the escape routes himself, he must be very confident of his victory. Izuku, feeling he stepped on something strange, looking to see what it was, someone lost their cell phone, picking up the phone, it might be Hibari's cell phone. Suna, now that I think about it, their main ringtone is the school anthem. Gokudera, incredulous, is this a joke, right? Suna, shaking his head. Reborn, there are two paths. Gokudera, maybe we should split up. BNHA, I would usually agree, but knowing who we're up against. Izuku, you guys go right, I'll go left. Suna, nervous, are you sure? What happens if an enemy appears, in this state? Izuku, giving a small smile, of course, this is nothing. Showing his arms, these scars were caused by the overuse of my quirk. At first it only broke my arms. Suna, thinking he says it in such a calm way. Izuku, but as time went on, it wasn't just something minor anymore. On several occasions, I pushed my arms beyond their limits, which meant I had to undergo several surgeries that left me with these scars. Unfortunately, the doctors told me that if I force them like that again, I won't be able to move them again, but I don't think I have to get to that point. Suna, thinking I didn't think much of it before, I thought it was something less serious. But I see that for a long time he carried a great weight, so much so that it took him to end up with those scars. Reborn, then it's decided. After all, Izuku is the strongest in terms of raw power. Suna, but it would be a misfortune if he ran into Mukuro. Reborn, I doubt he'll find him, he's most likely at the top and his henchmen are the ones lurking on the other floors. Izuku, I agree with Rebornson, either way if something happens we just have to shout, the echo in this place makes the sound of our footsteps resound. Reborn, and if we run into anyone we'll just fight. Gokudera, I'll take care of protecting him. 10th, Suna, nervous. BNHA, I'll help too. Reborn, you'll fight too, Suna, if the situation gets out of control. I just hope we don't waste our last bullet. Suna, showing a nervous face. Izuku, touching Suna's shoulder, everything will be alright. Suna SSI. Izuku starting to walk, good luck. Thus the group would separate. 10 minutes later. Izuku, in the end, that path only led me to the other side of the building. Suddenly several explosions would begin to be heard. Izuku Sadib Sir Gokuderakan. So I would return to see what was happening. 5 minutes later. Gokudera could be seen facing Chikusa, who had several wounds and burns. Gokudera confident enduring it, I'll finish this, starting to feel great pain. UGAA. A moment like this. Leaning against a glass wall of the shops. Chikusa seeing Ken behind the glass. Ken approaching from behind the glass where Gokudera was. At one point, you could see Ken being hit by a powerful impact from just a few centimeters away, which would send him flying. Chikusa dodging Ken, so he's with you too, that former UA student. Gokudera trying to stand up Midoriya. Izuku, are you alright? Gokudera regaining composure, yais, it's nothing. Chikusa looking at Izuku's hands, hero gear, how come you have something like that? Ken getting up, what does it matter, I'll take care of him so don't interfere. Chikusa, I knew you'd say that. Ken changing his fangs, lion channel. Launching towards Izuku. Deku launching himself and tackling Ken, pulling him away from the area. Ken kicking Izuku away. Deku backed against the wall. Ken changing fangs channel KONG, lunging towards Izuku. Deku dodging Ken, who would have caused great damage to the wall. Ken throwing a punch at Izuku. Deku dodging the attack using 8% of the embers smash, hitting Ken in the face, which sends him crashing through the wall. Starting to feel some pain in his arm. Damn, I'll have to train more. My body can't take it. I have to get this power back under control. Unfortunately, that won't happen. Deku watching Ken come out with some scratches. This won't be that easy. Suddenly a loud scream would be heard. Deku turning to look at the place where the noise came from. Gokudera trying to go and help him. Ken punching Izuku, sending him crashing into a wall. You'll have to step over me to go help him. It looks like those arms of yours won't hold up. Launching himself towards Izuku. Deku delivering a powerful kick to his jaw with 8%, then charging an attack with his other hand using one of his Air Force gloves, forcing him back. I still have my legs and my other. Ken bastard. Changes to Leon Chanel, lunging towards Izuku. Deku trying to dodge the attacks, receiving several scratches. Ken scratching Izuku's face and digging his claws into his injured arm. Deku feeling great pain. Ken launching a powerful kick, sending him crashing into a wall, raising a cloud of dust. Too bad. I thought we could have some fun. Deku launching himself towards Ken and throwing a powerful punch. Texas SMASHHH. The blow would create a great air pressure which would break one of the walls. It was a weaker blow compared to the one he used against Lancia, and considering he was in a ruined building, it was the best action to avoid harming his companions. Izuku feeling a great pain throughout his body, ending up kneeling. You are strong. Deku incredulous, seeing how Ken looked like nothing had happened. Ken kicking Izuku, sending him flying a few meters. You're a menace. If only you could control your power, things would be different. Placing a foot on Izuku's chest. I guess that's the price some of those quirk-wielding bastards pay. You got a powerful one, but it hurts you when you use it. What a shame. You weren't chosen to have an ideal power without restrictions and without repercussions. What a pity. Giving a deranged look, pressing down with his foot, revealing more fangs. If only that kick had hit me, you wouldn't be in this sorry state. Izuku, in pain, thinking so this is how it'll end, huh? In the end, I wasn't any use. What was I even trying to do? I'm not a hero. I couldn't save Gokudera. I'm sorry, Mom. I thought I wouldn't cause you any more pain, but I guess this is goodbye. Starts to cry. When Ken was about to put on his fangs, he would fly away. You look pathetic. Izuku seeing whose voice it was. Hi, Hibari-san. Hibari, how come you didn't finish off the puppy? He had fought before and came out with some injuries. Izuku G. Gokudera-kun. Gokudera, we need to treat your wounds. Giving him a hand. Can you get up? Izuku, Yai's responding to the grip with his less injured hand, struggling to his feet. Gokudera, worried. Your arms look awful. Izuku, I guess it couldn't be helped. Hibari starting to walk, staggering. Izuku Estas Bayan. Hibari, Gokudera, where do you think you're going? Hibari, I'll go finish off my prey, falling while kneeling on one leg. Izuku, you can barely walk, it's best to rest. Hibari trying to stand up, not yet, falling to the floor. Izuku carrying him with his good arm. Gokudera-kun, help me carry him. Hibari, I don't need yours. Gokudera carrying him. Don't play hard to get. This would take them about 5 minutes to treat their wounds and another 5 minutes to rest, after which the three of them would head towards the place where Tsuna and Mukuro's battle was taking place. Already at the locations. Mukuro, now come here, your student's life is in danger, are you okay with that? Tsuna, scared, seeing several snakes surrounding him. Reborn, that's not the plan, Mukuro, I'm an exceptional tutor, you know. Suddenly, the atmosphere would change when an object was heading towards Mukuro, who would block it. Tsuna startled, seeing what the object was. A tonfa. 10th, please cover yourself. After that voice was heard, several explosions occurred which destroyed the snakes. Tsuna seeing 3 people he knew well make their entrance. Hibarisan. Gokudera-kun, Izuku-kun, crying with joy. The three of you. Reborn, do you understand, Mukuro? There's a reason for me to bring Tsuna alone. Hibari pushing Gokudera and Izuku. Now we're even. Mukuro, what is this? One after the other. What is Chikusa doing down there? Gokudera, smiling. Heh, if you're referring to the bespectacled geek, he's on the lower floors with the little animal enjoying a nice rest. Mukuro sighing. I see. Tsuna surprised. Incredible. Izuku-kun, Gokudera-kun, are you okay? Izuku, giving a nervous smile, trying to hide his pain. Yais. Gokudera, yes, I'm fine. Oh, although we weren't the ones who defeated them. Hibari, approaching Mukuro, are you ready to repent? Mukuro, is this it? That's scary, but for now don't get between me and the Vingola. For one thing, you shouldn't stand up. How many of your bones have I broken? Tsuna, thinking so cruel to Hibari-san. Izuku, thinking I see, so he was the one who defeated him. How powerful is Mukuro? Hibari, are those your last words? Mukuro, Kyufufu, you say interesting things, wouldn't it be better if we made a pact? Hibari, giving a serious look. Mukuro, there are no options then, I'll finish you off. Launching, it'll all be over in an instant. Hibari throwing himself to attack. Thus their weapons would clash. Izuku thinking even with those injuries, Hibari can move like nothing happened. Hibari, so how long does your moment last? Thus both would exert pressure, launching themselves forward. Tsuna relieved. That's Hibari-san, he's incredibly strong. Reborn, don't underestimate this one, Mukuro, he's become stronger than you think. Mukuro, I see, so that's how it is. If I weren't injured, the outcome of our fight would be questionable. Seeing blood start to trickle from Hibari's shoulder. Kyufufu, this is a waste of time, I'll finish you off quickly. Suddenly, something impossible could be seen in the place. Several leaves from a sakura tree appeared above everyone. Izuku, Sakura. How is this possible? Seeing Hibari start to stagger, this must be a product of her quirk. Mukuro, quirk. Kyufufu, how funny. Izuku, what are you laughing at? Mukuro, this isn't the work of something like that. Izuku, don't lie. Reborn, he is telling the truth. This is an illusion created by his own power. Mukuro, for someone like you, this is impossible without something like a quirk. But since the beginning of time, powers have existed, people who could read minds, those capable of predicting the future, men with strength and intelligence superior to most, even those who find a way to turn ordinary people into superhumans, creating techniques, weapons, drugs, and much more. You Vongola have various ways of making your power come from your will. Suna, thinking he's talking about the dying will bullet. Mukuro, just look at the prefect of Namamori High School. No matter how many tests he takes, the result will always mark him as quirkless. He was one of the few blessed with stats superior to those of ordinary people, someone who can aspire to a life that most of the other 20% of the population will never have. Or how do you explain that even in such a deplorable state he's still standing, but not for long? Izuku, surprised. Mukuro, are you surprised now? I don't know if you're blind because you've been surrounded by people like this, or have you simply not noticed? This is called the quirk of having no quirk, the power of the blessed. Izuku, thinking maybe he's right, maybe it's because I refuse to believe it. Bianchi, Fuda, Pantera, Ipin, they all have a characteristic that sets them apart, a unique trait. Mukuro, smiling, watching as Hibari appeared to fall. Suna, Nervayasu Hibarisan, NOOOO. After hearing that scream, everyone was surprised to see Hibari deliver a powerful blow to Mukuro's stomach. Reborns you. Mukuro spilling some blood from his mouth, Gokudera, he very naive, Shamal gave me this when we came here, showing a small bag, the antidote for Sakura's disorientation syndrome. Suna, so. Mukuro, smiling. Hibari, striking him powerfully with both tonfas, sending him flying and causing Mukuro to spit blood. Thus everyone would see Mukuro fall to the floor unconscious, causing the illusion to gradually fade away. Izuku, it was just like Rebornson said, the cherry blossoms were an illusion. Suna, in other words, he means. Gokudera, he stole all the good scenes. Suna, relieved. Reborn, it's finally over. Suna, it's over, starts to smile, can we go home now? Reborn, anyway, you were wonderfully useless against Mukuro. Suna, leave me alone. Izuku, relieved finally. Looking at Hibari, who remained motionless. Hibarisan, are you all right? Approaching him. Hibari, falling to the floor unconscious. Reborn, he's been fighting unconscious for a while now. It must have been incredibly frustrating to lose that first time. Suna, Hibarisan is amazing, we must hurry and get everyone to the hospital. Reborn, don't worry about that. Vongola's best medical team is coming. Izuku, holding his injured arm, what a Gokudera, that's good to know. Suna, you should relax for a moment. There is no need for a medical team. Upon hearing that familiar voice, everyone would look in the direction it came from, seeing Mukuro sitting on the floor holding a gun. Mukuro, because no one will be left alive here. Gokudera, bastard. Izuku, becoming alert for any movement. Suna, nervous guys. Mukuro, Q pointing the gun, arrivadersage pulling the trigger. Everyone would be shocked to see that scene. Gokudera, he really did. Izuku, why? Suna, how could he? Why did he do something like that? Reborn, he probably thought it was better to die than to be captured alive. Upon hearing those words, the room became somewhat tense. Izuku, thinking, what is this feeling? I know it was someone evil, but even so I wouldn't wish something like this on my greatest enemy. I don't feel sadness or anger, it's a strange feeling of helplessness, surprise, astonishment, and discomfort. I'm even feeling chills. I've seen someone die before, but this doesn't compare. Gokudera, how depressing. Reborn, it's a shame we couldn't capture him alive, but there's nothing we can do now. Gokudera, finally. We have defeated Mukuro. Upon hearing that voice, everyone would turn to see who it belonged to, seeing that it was Bianchi who was sitting on the floor. Gokudera, sister, Izuku, I'm so relieved you're okay. Suna, thank God Bianchi has regained consciousness. Reborn, stay there. Bianchi, looking at Gokudera, can I borrow your shoulder? Suna, incredulous, Gokudera, nervous, do I have to do it? Just for today, okay, approaching Bianchi. Suna, Gokudera, don't Gonearhim. Gokudera, surprised, Bianchi, what's up? Suna, can I borrow your shoulder too? Suna, okay, thinking, why did I say that? Izuku, what's wrong? Suna, Gokudera, everything's fine. 10th, my injuries aren't that serious, I'm okay. Suna, but. Izuku, thinking, why is Suna so nervous? Bianchi, I'm sorry about this, Hayato. Gokudera, extendiendo una mano a Bianchi dame 2 mana. Bianchi, okay. Gokudera, barely dodging an attack, getting scratched, looking at Bianchi, what are you doing? Izuku, what's wrong with you? Suna, Bianchi, oh heavens, what's wrong with me? Suna, thinking there's definitely something strange, something's wrong. Reborn, what are you doing, Bianchi? jumping towards Bianchi, gently tapping her nose. Calm down. The one you just cut is your little brother, you know. Bianchi, what have I done? Launches an attack with a mini trident at Reborn, who dodges it, I wonder. Everyone would be surprised to see that act coming from Bianchi. Reborn, this is going to be a problem. Suna, could it be mind control? Reborn, no, this is different. It seems she's being possessed by something. Gokudera, so is it a curse? Suna, does something like that exist? Thinking something is definitely different, it's not Bianchi, this uncertain feeling like before. Reborn, no idea, but now it's a reality. Izuku, thinking, is it some remembering what Mukuro said a little while ago, snapping out of his thoughts the peculiarity of not having any quirk. Suna, thinking that's what he said before coming out of his thoughts. Rokudo Mukuro, surprised. Bianchi Kyufufu, and so we meet again, showing that his left eye was the same as Mukuro's. Izuku, surprised it's him. Gokudera, surprised, a demonic curse. Reborn, that's impossible, it shouldn't exist, but seeing Mukuro's body on the floor. Suna, scared he's dead. Bianchi Kyufufu, there are still things I must do, so I have returned from the depths of hell. Gokudera, it's really true. Izuku, how can that be? Reborn, now that I think about it, it could be. Gokudera decimo elijmeloa mi, Suna, but our opponent is. Gokudera rinbyutoyosha, Izuku, surprised, thinking a spell. Bianchi, Tsuna, this is turning out. Gokudera kaijnrtsu. After Gokudera's last words, Bianchi would fall to the ground. Suna, now what? Reborn, even if it's a hoax, I have no idea. Suna and Izuku approaching Bianchi, worried. Suna, by Bianchi. Izuku, are you alright? Suna, turning around, seeing Gokudera behind him. Gokudera, let me handle it, okay. Suna, Gokuderaku coming to his senses. Mukuro. Gokudera then launched an attack with a small fork towards Suna, who did not move. Just before it hit Suna, Izuku pushed him, and he received the impact of the weapon. Suna, scared. Izuku, Reborn, now it's Gokudera. Gokudera, pulling the weapon from Izuku's body, letting his body fall to the floor. You surprise me. This is the first time no human has been able to sense me with a single glance when I'm possessing someone. You are absolutely fascinating. Suna, scared. How could this have happened? Reborn, attempting suicide by shooting himself with that bullet. The possession bullet should have been banned. Where did you get it? Suna, possession bullet, what are you saying? Gokudera Kyufufufu, you noticed. Yes, this possession is thanks to that bullet. Suna, huh? You mean a bullet like the Dying Will bullet and the Desolation bullet? Reborn, that's right. The possession bullet, as its name suggests, is a bullet that allows you to possess another person's body and control their will. Suna, surprised, what? Reborn, it is said that this bullet was discovered by the Estranio family. To control it properly requires not only a strong spirit, but also a virtuous compatibility with the bullet. But its use was so inhumane that the Mafia declared it prohibited and destroyed the instructions for its construction. Gokudera, it can't be controlled with mind control, this being similar to Shinso's brainwashing. It's not control but total possession. From head to toe, they are under my complete power. In other words, this body making a cut on his neck is mine. Suna, annoyed, stop. Reborn, you were able to control a man like Lancia thanks to that bullet too. Why do you have it? Gokudera, because he belongs to me. Enough talk. Come on, it's your turn to be possessed. 10th Vengola. Reborn, so that was your real goal. Gokudera Kyufufufu, it's not an effective measure but a method. Once I have the young Vengola in my hands, my revenge can begin. Suna, nervous, what do you mean? Impossible, I'm a loser, I can't do anything. Reborn, beware of his trident. If you're hurt by that trident, you will allow him to possess you. Suna, qui. Gokudera throws the trident in Suna's direction. Suna, crouching, dodging the weapon. Grabbing the trident in the air, that's correct. Suna, seeing who stopped the trident, it was Bianchi. Bianchi. For example, if I do this cutting Hibari with the trident, it's like saying, I will possess this one. After making that cut, Bianchi would fall, however Hibari would begin to get up. Suna, seeing Hibari get up, no, it can't be, he's gotten into Hibarisan too. Hibari, striking Suna, who then falls to the ground, trying to get up. This body can no longer be used. Did he really fight with this body? What a terrifying man. Hibari Kaoya ceasing to possess Hibari. Suna, Mukuro disappeared from him. Hibarisan. Reborn, be careful, he can still possess Bianchi or Gokudera. Suna, scared, seeing Gokudera and Bianchi get up. Gokudrakun. Binchisan too. Suddenly, the place would rumble with the sound of footsteps, which came from Ken and Chikusa, who had arrived at full speed. Suna, scared them. Reborn, them too. Suna, what? Mukuro in 4 people. Reborn, I've never heard of simultaneous possession in 4 people. Gokudera, that's not all, throwing dynamite. Suna dodging the dynamite explosions. Reborn can also use the abilities of those he possesses. Ken atacando Reborn. Chikusa, attacking with her yo-yos, you'd better worry about your life, Arcabalino. Reborn dodging both attacks. In truth, this guy is very bad news. Gokudera, this is the second state. The state of the hungry ghosts and ability to steal techniques from others, throwing more dynamite. Suna dodging the explosions. Reborn dodging the explosions, even possessing others. Can you use the abilities from your other lives? BNHA, Kyufufu. Suddenly pillars of fire would appear, similar to a magma eruption. Suna scared, starting to back away. Help, Mr. Ken, if possible I would capture you unharmed. Chikusa, it will be better if you give yourself up. Suna, I can't take it anymore. Reborn pulling out his gun, don't you ever learn, it's an illusion. Gokudera launching some dynamic attacks at Reborn, which would explode a few centimeters away. BNHA, that can't be all, Arcabalino. This is how Reborn would look as he shot out of the explosion. Immediately afterward, Ken would attack him with the trident, which would only hit the little assassin's hat. Reborn launching himself, retrieving his hat. It's been a long time since I've experienced a real battle. Suna, Reborn feeling a touch on his shoulder, turning around, stepping back a little. Izuku. No, you too. Izuku throwing a punch at Suna, which would miss because it was too slow and weak. Suna, for P, feeling Izuku deliver a powerful kick that sends him flying a few meters. Reborn, I was wondering why you hadn't possessed it yet. I suppose you were just waiting for the right moment. Suna, scared teeth. That means remembering the powerful blow Izuku gave Lancia. Reborn, calm down, that won't happen. Suna, how can you be sure? Reborn, if for some reason you were given a quirk, would you know how to use it? Suna, grasping it. Izuku, Kyufufu, so you know it, Arcabalino. It's more than obvious that I can't use a quirk like his. Maybe if it were a mutation quirk it wouldn't be so difficult for me, but that doesn't mean I couldn't learn how to activate it. Suna. Reborn, there are 3 types of quirks. Emitter quirks like shooting fire, transformation quirks like Izuku's, which when activated can enhance the user's attributes among other things, and finally mutation quirks, for example, gaining extra body parts or characteristics of other living beings. That's why he can't. Or can you ride a bicycle held by a chain without the key to the lock? Of course not, because something is holding you back, and without the key you'll never be able to use it. Izuku, that's right, but I'm still surprised at how he can move with these injuries and both arms broken. I'd say he's even worse than Kyoya. Launches himself towards Suna. Reborn, Suna, you'd better hurry up and do something. Suna dodging Izuku, stop talking nonsense. I've already surpassed my limit. Reborn, if you're my student then you can surpass yourself. Suna, how can there be such an absurd reason? BNHA, Kyufufu, the master is getting impatient, pulling out poisonous food, having your student in such a dangerous and desperate situation, attacking Reborn, who dodges the attacks. Reborn, I'm not lying, Suna, your older brother Dino also had to surpass himself. Suna, dodging Dinosan, dodging another pillar of fire, only to be knocked back by a kick from Izuku. Reborn, when Dino was my student, he was also caught up in a desperate situation when he was able to overcome that. He went from rookie Dino to Bronco Dino, dodging several explosions, charging his gun, and this is your turn to stop being damed, Suna. Izuku thinking I see. Suna getting up with difficulty. The Arcabalino's weapon could be heard firing, launching a shot with the remaining dying will bullet towards his student. Unfortunately, it would never reach him, as someone would get in the way. It was none other than Izuku who would fall to the ground, only to get up again with the dying will flame on his forehead and slowly walk towards Suna. Reborn, molesto tusk. Suna scared, thinking this is the end for me. Izuku, sorry. Suna, Izuku. Izuku, I was just a burden, sorry I couldn't help you, I'm sorry. After saying that, Izuku started bleeding from his nose and began spitting up some blood, finally collapsing to the floor in front of his friend. Gokudera, well, another battle of wills, so a good counter is the dying will bullet, however this is not the result you would want. Suna, looking at Izuku, approaching him. Izuku. Chikusa, come on, we've talked too much. I'll finish this, pulling out her pitchfork and lunging at Suna. Suna terrified, backing away. Chikusa falling a few meters from Suna. Suna and Reborn surprised. Ken taking the trident, this always happens. How many times has it happened? Well, it doesn't matter if I can possess and control a body. If the body has been broken, it can no longer move. Suna, incredulous WDO, you mean even if an injured body can no longer move, you can still force it to do so. Reborn, that's why you were able to possess Izuku and Hibari. Them? Chikusa, Kyufufu getting up with difficulty, it seems Chikusa can still move. Suna worried, you're forcing him to stand up his wounds. Chikusa, Kyufufu okay because I don't feel any pain. Suna annoyed, what are you saying? That body belongs to your friend. Doesn't it? Chikusa incorrect, since I possess this body it is mine. I can break or kill this body at will. Suna that isn't right. Gokudera, do you have time to worry about others? BNHA, you are facing a grim fate. Gokudera, as the interesting young man you were never meant for the Mafia. Suna, looking at Gokudera, BNHA and Izuku, who were covered in blood that continued to flow from their wounds, thinking TFROM their wounds so much blood. Coming out of his thoughts, I beg you, please stop. If you keep doing this, they'll die. Gokudera, Kyufufu, I just remembered. During the fight against birds, you were about to stab yourself to save your girlfriend, weren't you? Let's continue with that then. It's because of that naivete that I will possess you. Reborn and Suna, surprised. BNHA, is it okay if your friends keep getting hurt? Gokudera, stop running away and start cooperating like a good boy. Accept the contract yourself. Suna, what? No way. Ken, slowly approaching. Suna, you're really indecisive. Chikusa, wherever you go, there is no place in the world for people like you. Ken, you are not fit to be the 10th boss of the Vongola. Come, hand over your body. Suna, nervous, what should I do? Gokudera, are you still undecided? BNHA, how about while you think about it, I take care of your good friend the hero. If I'm not mistaken, he came to help them. Walking towards Izuku, taking out a plate of poisonous food. Gokudera, without a doubt, the greatest misfortune he could have suffered was encountering you, such a promising young man trying to start a new life. Although I suppose he's already used to his friends letting him down. Even so, his purpose will be fulfilled. He will die a hero trying to save you. Unfortunately, that sacrifice was in vain. Suna, nervous, no, stay away from him, remembering how they met and everything they've been through, seeing Reborn. What should I do? Reborn, I'm not going to do anything. Think of something for yourself. Suna, starting to cry, how can you? Haven't you always helped me? Abandon me now, Reborn, don't whine so pathetically, kicks Suna in the face. Suna, BBUT, what can I do? Reborn, holding Suna by the neck, listen Suna, you and no one else are the 10th VONGLA. If you let out your true feelings, that's the answer of a VONG. Suna, my true feelings. Ken, Kyufufu, even the tutor has given in. His true feelings are I want to run away from here, aren't they? Chikusa, or is it I can't run away because of my friends? Suna, I want to defeat Mukoro. Ken, oh, that was unexpected, but let's listen to it a little less hastily after it possesses you. Chikusa, after you bury your friends with your own hands. Suna, annoyed, I don't want to lose against such an evil person, only you. I want to defeat you. Ken, approaching Suna, this is the end. Suddenly, a great light appeared in the place, stunning everyone. It was none other than Leon, who gave Suna two things, wool gloves and, most importantly, the bullet of reproach. Just like in the original story, the 10th Vongola, after hearing the reproach of his friends and acquaintances, entered hyper-dying will mode. He then defeated Chikusa and Ken, and shortly after knocked out BNHA and Gokudera. Once all obstacles were removed, the battle between Suna in hyper mode and Mukuro began, using the power of the fifth path, the state of humans. Suna emerged victorious. Shortly after Mukuro's defeat, Ken and Chikusa attempted to intervene, explaining their story and why they followed him. After finishing their story, they and Lancia were captured by the Vindus. Following the disappearance of the guardians of the Mafia's rules, the medical team arrived and treated all the injured members of the Vongola family, including Suna and Reborn. 1 month later. Our protagonists could be seen at Namamori Academy, where the autumn baseball tournament was to be held. It was a normal day like any other. Yamamoto was playing spectacularly. The children were having fun. Ryohei and Gokudera were causing a ruckus. BNHA entered the scene, causing Gokudera to fall in pain. Suna was getting desperate because of all the chaos they were causing. Haru and Kyoko just watched carefree. After all, they were already used to this kind of thing, and Izuku was with Panther, who wouldn't leave his side. After all, she found out what happened in the fight against Mukuro. Izuku giggles a little. Panther, is something wrong? Izuku, it's nothing, it's just that seeing these kinds of scenes has become normal in our daily lives, so now I find them a little funny. Panther, so many things have happened in a short time, both good and bad. Izuku, I wouldn't change any of them. After all, if they hadn't happened, we wouldn't be enjoying moments like this. Thinking, I just hope I can see what fate has in store for us. Well, as long as I'm with my friends, nothing else matters. Coming out of his thoughts, seeing Suna and Ryohei taking Gokudera to the infirmary looks like this will take a while. Panther-achan, do you want to get something to drink? Panther, yais. Lambo, Izuku tream una soda. Izuku, okay. Ippin speaking in Chinese while ordering a soda. Fuda, Izuku-kun, could you bring me one too? Izuku, yes, we'll go get them. Haruchan, Kyoko-chan, do you want anything? Haru, I'm fine. Kyoko, me too. Izuku, okay, starts walking alongside Panader. Kyoko, I would normally insist on accompanying them, but I suppose I would be a third wheel. Haru, we think the same. They've become very close during this time. I hope I can have a relationship like that in the future. Kyoko, that's what most people want. Let's make our dreams come true. Haru nodding. Varia Arch mediums. Gokudera, Yamamoto, Tsuna, and Izuku could be seen heading to school. Izuku, I'd already heard about that, Mom told me. Yamamoto, your father is finally returning. Tsuna, yes, something like that. Gokudera, the 10th's father is alive the day I return, I'll go and visit him. Tsuna, annoyed, no, it's fine, you don't need to see such a wayward guy. Yamamoto, hahaha, what do you mean by wayward? Tsuna, ever since the old days, everything he says or does is outrageous. When I was little, he was rarely home. Once I asked him what he did for a living, but he just told me, I travel around the world and direct traffic at construction sites. Gokudera, around the world. Izuku, so he's someone who travels constantly. Yamamoto, a wild type. Tsuna, isn't that suspicious? Gokudera, no it isn't. Tsuna, when I was little I didn't understand it, but now that I think about it, everything about him is strange. There's no reason for him to have come back even once in 2 years yet, a father like that comes back now sighing ah. Gokudera, 10th. Izuku, Tsuna, thinking it seems he doesn't like his father very much. This is something I really can't help him with. Although my father wasn't around for most of my life either, I can understand why. But it seems Tsuna holds some resentment towards his father. Yamamoto, hey, do you want to go for a walk? Tsuna, Izuku, smiling, that's a great idea. Gokudera, smiling, well said, idiot, let's do it 10th. Tsuna, Gokudera, you shouldn't think too much about family matters. Tsuna, Gokudera. Gokudera, my house is much more complicated and messy. Tsuna, but school. Yamamoto, we're in high school, right? Besides, they're just supplemental classes. Gokudera, yes, and it's Sunday all over the world. Tsuna, Izuku, sometimes we need a break. Yamamoto, since it's Sunday, I'm going to invite everyone. Gokudera, don't invite idiots. Izuku, taking out his cell phone, I'll help you with the invitations. Yamamoto, that will make things faster. Tsuna, thinking maybe those three are thinking about how I feel. Coming out of his thoughts, thank you. Later. Namamori District. Gokudera, I told you not to invite idiots. Haru, annoyed, who are you referring to? Tsuna, seeing how Pantera was clinging to Izuku's arm, I thought the other members of your family would come. Pantera, me too, but in the end Longchampson decided to go on a date with his new girlfriend, taking Lunga and Mangusta as companions. Tsuna, nervous, I see, thinking poor them. Reborn, hey Tsuna, when we get home, we'll study everything you skipped at school today until you turn into an idiot. Izuku, thinking how rude. Fuda, I want to go to the games. Yamamoto, do you want a game? Gokudera, I will not lose to you. Haru, looking at Izuku and Panther, maybe you two could go for a walk or something. Izuku, blushing, but the children. Haru will take care of them, go have funs. Izuku, blushing, seeing Panther's embarrassed face, Uke, thinking why am I so nervous? It's not my first date with her. Panther, thank you, bowing. This is how the young couple would separate from the group. Later they could be seen in front of a cafe. Izuku, eating a piece of lemon pie. Panther, you seem to be enjoying this, taking a sip of coffee from his cup. Izuku, I've never tasted anything as delicious as this. Panther, there's a little bit on your cheek. Rising slightly from his seat, reaching out to wipe it with a napkin there. Seeing Izuku's embarrassed face. Izuku, nervous, looking at Panther's face, which was quite close to him, thinking too close, is it getting hot or is it just me? Looking at Panther's lips, swallowing hard, starting to see her blushing face, she's so cute. What am I thinking? Watching as she began to approach him, doing the same thing she was doing. This is how it would look as they both slowly brought their faces closer together. However, when they were just a few centimeters apart, the noise of people fleeing could be heard, while the top of a building was seen being destroyed. Izuku, surprised, this isn't good. Panther, something dangerous is happening. Izuku, Panterachin, you'd better go. Putting on his gloves. Panther, I watching Izuku run off in that direction, feeling a little annoyed he didn't let me finish. A few minutes later, near the destroyed building. Tsuna, coming out of his dying will state, heavens. Hey, how much longer do you plan to run, you damn fool, lunging to attack Tsuna. Suddenly, a green flash would appear at full speed, trapping the subject's sword between both hands. Tsuna, Izuku, Deku, stay away Tsuna. Well, so another vermin appears, trying to kick Izuku, who dodges. Deku, seeing someone injured nearby Tsuna, get away from him, launching a powerful punch with 8%. Stepping back slightly while holding Izuku's fist. You're a little stronger than him, but being hit by a quick punch to the face at 15%. Deku kicking the 15% and sending him flying a few meters, landing on his feet, wiping the blood from his face. Damn it. Lunging to attack Izuku. Deku using full cowl at 10% power throughout his body, launching himself to attack the unknown enemy. Dodging a blow from Izuku, launching a slash against him. Deku dodging the attack, striking Izuku in the face with his right hand, launching another slash at him. Deku moving away from the stranger, leaping towards Izuku, attacking with his sword. Deku launching 3 gusts of air at the subject, which would hit him, going to attack the subject in the air. Regaining composure, dodging Izuku's attack, throwing a kick that sends him crashing back to the ground. Deku landing on his feet, launching himself to attack. Deku barely dodging the sword slashes, which cut some of his clothes, beginning to feel not only tiredness but also some pain, thinking shit, not now. Launching a slash. Deku dodging the attack, grabbing the stranger by the arm, trying to knock him down. However, the only thing he would receive was a headbutt to the nose, which would stun him a little. Then he would be knocked down by a kick. The stranger, about to strike him directly with his sword, would be surprised by gunshots, which he would dodge by moving away slightly. Izuku, seeing who had shot Panther, annoyed, lunging to attack her. Panther dodging the attacks with some difficulty, kicking the hand holding the gun, causing him to drop it and slashing at him. Panther taking advantage of an opening, launching several windmills, deflecting most of the projectiles except for one that would slightly cut her face, bitch. Punching Panther in the face, sending her flying. Panther falling, getting up quickly, wiping the blood from his mouth. For a civilian, you're good at this, giving her a look. Now I remember, you're the pet of those Tommaso trash. How come you haven't left them yet? Panther, sighing, I suppose I should feel honored to be known by you, elite assassin of the Varia squad, super by Squalo. Squalo, it's a shame this is the first and last time we'll meet. Launches into attack. Suddenly, the albino would be tackled by Izuku. Squalo falling to the ground, pushing Izuku away with the strength of his legs, quickly getting to his feet. Deku using 15% of One for All. Full cowl, launching a rapid attack on Squalo, SMA being hit by a knee to the stomach from Squalo. Squalo charging an attack with his sword. Panther pulling out several windmills. Squalo watching as Pantera drew her weapons, kicking Izuku towards her, causing them to collide and become unconscious. Then she turned around, trying to find Suna and the stranger. Suddenly, the place would fill with smoke from a bomb thrown towards Squalo. Shortly after, he would find his 2 targets without much difficulty. Squalo, hey. Noticing Tsuna holding a familiar box, so that's it. If it's a big deal, I can't let it go. Approaching Tsuna and the stranger, giving a sadistic smile after you hand that over. How many pieces do you want me to cut you into? Saudadono, don't give them to him. Tsuna, wait, Basilsan, what's going on? Basil barely getting into a fighting stance. Squalo, being a few meters away from his targets, would instinctively retreat, deflecting some projectiles that were heading towards him. You haven't changed a bit, super by Squalo. Squalo, SHHH, seeing that those standing in front of him were Longchamp, Lunga and Mangusta, accompanied by Dino along with 2 of his subordinates, including Romario. Dino, aren't you ashamed of being so rugged to children? Mangusta, somewhat agitated, holding a pistol, don't let your guard down. Longchamp, seeing Izuku and Pantera lying unconscious on the floor, Tusk firmly holding his weapon. Suna, Dinasan, Longchampson, Squalo, the wild colt. Dino, if you don't stop this nasty game of yours, then I'll be your opponent. Longchamp will support him if he tries to escape, Dinasan. Dino, thank you, young Tommaso. Squalo, hey Bronco Dino, I have no problem killing you right here along with that Tommaso trash. Mangusta, annoyed. Squalo, but if I fight against allied families, my superiors will reprimand me. Besides, you trash, are you planning to start a fight against Vengola? Looking in the direction where Pantera was, your little pet attacked me first, do you think I'll let things stay like this? Mangusta, she came to support the Vengola subordinate, pointing at Izuku. Dino, I can confirm it, the Tommaso have been in Namamori for quite some time, they were even defeated and pardoned by him. Mangusta, annoyed, hey, Squalo, thinking so he has those connections even with an enemy family. Coming out of his thoughts, giving a carefree look, for today, I'll take it easy, holding Tsuna by the head, I won't leave. After hearing that, the Tommaso would fire towards Squalo, who would cut the bullets, only to be surprised by projectiles coming from the Varia's sword, which would generate an explosion, creating a smokescreen. Dino walking towards Tsuna and Basil, are you guys okay? Because of you, I'll leave their lives in your hands. So everyone would see how Squalo was on top of a building. Squalo, but showing the box Tsuna had a moment ago, I'll take this. Dino, surprised WH, Basil surprised the Vongola-Rings. Tsuna surprised Vongola rings. Squalo starting to escape CU. Deku regaining consciousness, watching Squalo flee trying to use full cowl but falling to his knees from the pain, then losing consciousness again from the pain. Longchamp Mangusta and Lunga, starting to fire in the direction of Squalo who dodged all the shots. Panther getting up with difficulty seeing the state Izuku was in, feeling somewhat worried. Reborn Panther looking at Reborn. Reborn, I'm entrusting Izuku to you. Panther noddings. Longchamp, are you alright? Panther carrying Izuku nodding. Mangusta, we'd better leave before the heroes arrive. Tsuna nervous heroes, 7 hours later. Longchamp house Panther's room. Izuku starting to open his eyes staring at the ceiling of the room thinking did I fall asleep. Feeling some weight on his side, blushing, seeing that Panther was lying on his chest, ending up falling out of bed. Panther waking up seeing Izuku giving a small yawn, are you awake yet? Izuku, looking around, where am I? Panther, you're in my room. Izuku trying to get up, blushing, how long have I been here? Panther, checking the time on her phone, almost 6 hours. Izuku, 6 hours, how did I get here? Panther, we brought you here after Squalo escaped. Izuku, Squalo. Panther, the long-haired albino type. Izuku, so sitting on the edge of the bed, nervously, that wasn't a dream after all, looking at his arms, thinking after the defeat against Mukuro, I've felt a little better. My scars haven't disappeared, but I felt like I could tap into the remaining power I have. It certainly hurts to use it, but at that moment I was able to use the embers a little better, but still. Panther, you were seen by a small medical team, although they couldn't do much. Izuku, somewhat discouraged, I see, thank you. Panther, intertwining her hands with Izuku's. Izukun. If you need anything, you can count on me. Izuku, Panther. If you need to tell someone something or ask them for a favor, I will try to help you in any way I can. Izuku, blushing, seeing Panther's worried face, well thanks, Panterachin giving a sincere smile. Panther, smiling, getting out of bed, I'd better take you home. If you get here later, Mama and Co will probably worry. Izuku, somewhat embarrassed, I don't want to cause you any more trouble. Panther, it's no trouble at all, showing some keys will go on my motorcycle. Izuku, do you have one? Panther, yes, I've got it safely tucked away. I don't want my colleagues to do anything to it because of one of their internal disputes. Izuku, I see. Panther, well underway, that's how Panther would take Izuku home. The next day, entrance to the Midoriya house. Izuku holding one half of a ring, looking around. So you got the lightning rings. Izuku, seeing whose voice it was, BNHA. BNHA, you were chosen to be one of Tsuna's guardians. Izuku, guardian. BNHA, you should be happy, you've risen from being just a subordinate to being a guardian. Izuku, nervous. BNHA, sighing, I'll be brief with you. Rebornson told me to tell you this is one of the rings that were going to be given to Tsuna. Izuku, but that guy Squalo took them away. BNHA, how do you know his name? Izuku, Panterachin told me. BNHA, I see. Well, it turns out that was a decoy. Dino brought the real rings. Squalo will most likely return in about 10 days, so the best thing you could do is start training just like the other 6 guardians. Izuku, who are the other guardians? BNHA, they are people you know. I can only tell you that among them are Tsuna, Hayato, Ryohei, Kyo, and Yamamoto. Izuku, that means we don't know who the last one is. Starts muttering, so he'll be here in 10 days. From what I saw, he could use a sword-based fighting style just like Yamamoto. I should probably train with someone who's really talented with a sword. The closest I came to that was when I fought Stain, the hero killer, but even then this guy seems to have superior skill with his weapon. It's no wonder Panterachin mentioned he was an elite assassin. Besides training a fighting style, I might need to boost my stats. But knowing he could even withstand some attacks with full cowl, I'll need to find a way to use my quirk to its fullest potential. Maybe if I go to Sasagawa-senpai or the dojo master, they might have something that could help me face him. On the other hand, I also need to make a plan, remembering our last fight. BNHA, annoyed, shut up. Izuku, nerves, I'm sorry. BNHA, just find a damn way to get stronger and don't assume Squalo will be the only one coming. Chances are he'll be accompanied by his Varia squad mates next time. Walking towards Tsuna's house, you might have to skip school during that time. And remember this, love is the strongest thing there is. There's nothing it can't achieve. Izuku, nervous, okay, thinking I don't know why he said that last part. I think I'll pay the dojo master a visit. Later. Yarumi Dojo. Izuku, bowing, so I'm asking if you could help me with that since. Dojo master, I refuse. Izuku, surprised, Dojo master, getting into a fighting stance, come on, attack me. Izuku attacking his sensei. Dojo master holding Izuku's arm. Izuku breaking free from the grip, holding the teacher's arm. Dojo Master, well, that was enough. Izuku letting go of his arm. Dojo Master, in terms of skill, there's nothing I can teach you. To be honest, you're strong. I knew that from the beginning of our training sessions. That's why you progressed so quickly. Your physical condition is quite good. As for technique, I can't teach you anything more. Perhaps you should find someone else who can teach you. From what I've heard, you need to get stronger, and you can achieve that with much more training. Besides, the type of opponent you're facing seems quite dangerous. Izuku, yes, it is. Dojo Master, remember that the fights here are very different from street fights. After all, what I teach is an art, a martial art, but an art nonetheless. Training in other disciplines would be best for you, but I don't think any of the dojos in the city can do anything for you. For now, you'll simply have to get stronger and try to face real opponents. I'm not asking you to become a troublemaker, but I don't see any other way than to face people similar to the opponent you want to defeat. Perhaps your friend from the boxing club can help you. He seems quite energetic, even if it's just for physical conditioning. Izuku, well, bowing, thank you, leaving the place somewhat disappointed, thinking maybe Sasagawa-senpai can help me, even if only physically. He would walk like this for a while, until he reached the place where he usually trained. Later, Izuku lying against a tree, annoyed she's not answering her phone. What should I do? If I keep training like this, I'll just stagnate, closing his eyes. What's wrong? You look a little dizzy. Izuku opening his eyes and seeing Panther in front of him, sighing, I'm desperate. I tried to find help to train, but the dojo master just told me he had nothing more to teach me. Sasagawa-senpai isn't answering my calls either. He's probably busy training on his own. Pulling out half of the lightning ring to finish, he'll come back for this, and maybe he'll come back with someone. I don't know what to do. Pantera, I see you're in a complicated situation. You'll be facing the Varia, the Vongola family's independent assassination squad. Izuku, thinking murder, looking at Panther, remembering what BNHA said, love is the strongest thing there is, there's nothing it can't achieve, blushing. Panther, nervous, are you all right? Izuku, suddenly grabbing Pantera by the shoulders, you're a killer, aren't you? Panther, hitting Izuku in the face, causing him to fall to the floor. I've never killed anyone, but I was trained by my family members, so I possess some assassination techniques. Izuku regaining his composure, standing up. The Tommaso family is a mafia family, right? Panther, yes, you already know that. What's wrong? Izuku, kneeling and bowing to the ground. Panterachin, would you help me with my training? Panther, embarrassed eyes, helping Izuku stand up. Just don't do that, taking out a handkerchief, wiping the blood running from Izuku's nose. I'm sorry. Izuku, don't worry, I guess I went too far, so I'm sorry. Pantera, I'll do what I can to help you. I'll also talk to Longchamp tomorrow to see if he can lend me some of his subordinates as well as some equipment. Izuku, fine, thanks. Panther, and what will we do now? Izuku giving a determined look. So a few days would pass where the Guardians would train just like in the manga. Tsuna being forced to use his last will by Reborn, Ryohei training with Colonello, Yamamoto learning the Shigersone style, Gokudera trying to do the same thing that Dr. Shamal showed him in the past. Not counting the Guardian of the Mist and the one of the Cloud, Izuku would try to improve physically, increasing his speed and reflexes by dodging the shots of the main group of the Tommaso. He would also practice close combat without attacking, where he would only dodge as well as withstand some of the attacks to increase his resistance. For his energy, endurance, and strength, he would do exercises such as running, doing squats and push-ups, where in each of them he would use the equipment that was created by Leon, as well as carrying Pantera in addition to a little more weight. Finally, he would use his quirk, achieving a good advance where he would be able to use the full cowl up to 22% at its maximum. He can even use 15% for about 30 minutes without too many problems. Added to this, by getting used to the pain a little, he would be able to use the embers better, if before he ended up in pain using 10% and assuming his power was 10. Now when using that 10% he will not be as affected by the damage it causes him, and the power he now has will be 25, although these are variable amounts, because he can exploit that percentage as much as possible. Namamori Hills. Late. Izuku using 20% of the embers, go ahead. Panther starting to throw some punches at Izuku, who would try to dodge them. About 15 minutes would pass, during which Izuku would receive some blows. Panther giving Izuku a powerful punch in the face. Izuku stepping back slightly, fine. Deactivating full cowl, sighing, that's all. Panther moving his hand, well, my fists are hurting from hitting you so much. Izuku, we've made a great breakthrough. Feeling a little pain in his body, falling backward from the pain. Panther worried, are you okay? Helping Izuku to his feet. Izuku, yais, accepting the help. I guess my adrenaline ran out. I thought I'd be worse, but I felt much worse when I tried to use 15% against Squallow. After all, I only intended to use it for a moment. There's no comparison. Looking at Pantera, this wouldn't have been possible if it weren't for you. Panther, it wasn't just me, it was my family members and your effort that made it possible. Izuku, but if it weren't for you, they wouldn't have helped me. Thank you, Panterachin. Giving a warm smile. Panther blushing, you're welcome. Izuku, we'd better go, it's getting dark. Crouching down, get in. Panther, huh, Izuku, the others left in their cars, and since we don't have any other form of transport, I'll carry you just like in training. You've done so much for me, you need to rest. Panther, okay, climbing onto Izuku's back. Izuku carrying Panther, okay, let's go, starts running towards Longchamp's house. Thus a time would pass where it would get dark. Izuku, running, seeing a small group he recognized, stopping in front of them. What are you doing alone at night? Fuda, we were taking a walk with Kyokasen and Harusen, but Lambo lost a horn, and when we tried to help him we got separated from them. Lambo, I don't remember that. Ippen, complaining in Chinese. Izuku, I see. Fuda, why are they playing horsey? Izuku, huh, remembering that Panther was on his back, blushing just like her. Panther, getting off Izuku's back. Izuku, embarrassed, we're not playing, it's part of my training, right, Panterachin? Panther, nodding. Lambo, Izuku, carry me. Izuku, okay, picking up the children with Panther's help, dodging an attack. Enemy 1, looking in the direction where Izuku was looking at his ring. Izuku, Panther, I'm leaving them in your hands. Panther, nodding. Enemy 1, launching an attack. Izuku, punching him in the stomach, knocking him out. After defeating the attacker, 4 more would emerge and fall towards the small group. Unfortunately, they would be defeated by Yamamoto, Gokudera, Ryohei, and Pantera. Izuku, relieved, guys. Yamamoto, are you all right? Izuku, yes, thank you. Gokudera, they were definitely weak. Ryohei, or are we just extremely strong for them? GUIS. Upon hearing that voice, everyone would see who it belonged to, looking at Tsuna and Reborn. Gokudera, 10th. Yamamoto, it's been so long since we last saw each other. Izuku, Tsuna-san. Ryohei, hey Fuda, Tsunani, I was so scared. Tsuna, I know, looking at his friends, thank you. Yamamoto, it's nothing. Gokudera, smiling. Izuku, it was something we would do without hesitation. Ryohei, that's right, Tsuna, that was dangerous. I wonder what would have happened if. Ryohei, but they're weaker than I thought. It was an easy victory. Reborn, you're taking this lightly. They're just various subordinates, the real ones are terrifying, noticing someone he's coming. This is what it would look like if someone fell a few meters in front of them. Looking at his defeated subordinates, so you did this. My opponent, the one who wears the lightning ring, is looking at Izuku, who is holding the ring, the boy with green hair. Trying to draw his weapons. If you interrupt me, I'll eliminate you all. Izuku, nervous, getting into a fighting stance like his friends. 2. Wait, Levi. After hearing that, a small group arrived to which the aforementioned person belonged. Don't kill them all yourself. 3. It seems there are other ring bearers here too. Izuku, serious, giving an annoyed look. Panther, worried, they're here. Belfegor, Mammon, Lusheria, Leviathan. Hey, how dare you trick me, you pieces of shit. Izuku, thinking again, this Squallow guy. Panther, pointing a gun at Squallow, giving an annoyed look. Squallow, what do we have here? The Tomasos little pet again. Better go back with your owner if you don't want to end up worse than last time, scum. Panther, angry, trembling slightly, finally lowering the weapon. Izuku, worried. Squallow, just like they say, a barking dog doesn't bite. I'm not here to play with you today. Who among you has the rain ring? Yamamoto, giving a serious look, me. Squallow, oh, it's you. 3 seconds, I'll cut you in 3 seconds. Grabbing Squallow by the shoulder, move. Squallow moving away, nervous. Levi pushing Squallow, move it, you have nothing to do with this. Reborn, there he is, I never thought I'd see him again. Panther, clinging to Izuku's arm, terrified. Xanxus. This is how Xanxus would appear, causing fear in everyone who tried to move. Xanxus, SAWADA TS2NAWSHI, creating dying wolf flames in his hands. Lusheria, nervous, it can't be, boss, he's suddenly using that. Squallow, nervous, are you planning to kill us too? Reborn, this is bad, run. Xanxus dies. Just as he was about to launch his attack, all serious attention was diverted to a pickaxe which had been stuck in the ground. Wait, Xanxus, that's enough. Gokudera, are we saved? Izuku, seeing a small group approaching them, who are they? Now I'll take care of things. Tsuna, dad. Izuku, Tsuna's father. Xanxus, surprised, I am ITSU. Squallow, raising his weapon, you. What are you doing here? Imitsu. Xanxus, is one of your henchmen planning to raise his sword against me, the external advisor. There would then be a brief exchange of glances between Xanxus and Imitsu. Squallow, don't enter your comments now, Imitsu. You're the chicken that can't do anything but flutter around. Basil, pulling out his weapon, what? Imitsu, wait, Basil, I wasn't escaping, I was just waiting for an answer from the 9th. I was questioning the way they've been operating lately with the approval of the 9th. So I sent them some messages with some important questions. Pulling out some documents, it's arrived. Izuku, what's going on? Tsuna, besides, why is dad? Reborn, he's an external consultant, that's Imitsu's job. He's of Angola, but at the same time he isn't. He is not involved in normal times, but when the family is in a state of emergency, he has the authority of the second figure after the head of the household. Suna, dad is number 2. Reborn, and the external advisor has the same power and vote to choose successors. In other words, the authority to give half of the Vangola rings to the heir. Izuku, looking at his ring, so that's why it's the way it is. Reborn, that's right, half of the rings are just part of the 7 rings I've already mentioned. When the two halves are put together, it becomes the original Vangola ring, which is proof of the heir's succession. If you can't put the two halves together, you can't be the heir. It's not something that happens very often when the boss and the external advisor choose different successors. Basil, handing one of the documents to Tsuna Sawadono, these are the direct orders of the 9th. Thus, both chiefs would open the document that had been handed to them, which had a great feature. It was marked with the flame of the last will. Mammon, that is the mark of the 9th flame. There is no mistake, it is a royal order. Tsuna, it's written in Italian, I can't read it. Imitsu, translated it basically says this. Until now I had thought that the only worthy one to be the heir was Imitsu's son, Sawada Tsuneyoshi, so I agreed with that. However, lately, as I am near the end of my life, my intuitions have sharpened and I have decided to select a more worthy heir, my son. Xanxus is the only one worthy to be the true 10th. Izuku surprised the 9th son. Imitsu, but there will be people who are not satisfied with this change. In fact, Imitsu refused to hand over the rings to Xanxus. Izuku, thinking so it was Tsuna's father. Looking at his friend, he looks upset, and rightly so. Imitsu, however, I don't intend to cause a pointless battle between members of my family. So let's begin the traditional Vangola battle to satisfy everyone. So this means those who wear the same type of ring will fight in a one-on-one battle. Squallow smiling a ONE battle. Imitsu, yes, it is also written that they must wait for future instructions. Gokudera instructions. Thank you for waiting. Suddenly a couple of girls fell in front of them. In this battle for the rings we will serve as the judges. 2. We are the Cervello organization serving directly below the 9th. Cervello, please consider our decisions regarding the battle for the rings as the decisions of the 9th. Cervello 2. The 9th one says this is the riskiest way to satisfy the whole family. Do you have any objections, Xanxus-sama? Xanxus, expressionless. Cervello 2. Thank you very much. Imitsu, wait, I've never heard of the Cervello organization. How can I leave the court in the hands of someone like that? Cervello, we cannot accept your objection. Cervello 2. We serve the 9th directly, so you have no authority over us. Imitsu, annoyed what? Cervello, originally the 7 types of ring halves have 2 sets, one owned by the chief and one by the external advisor. Cervello 2. In the succession ceremony, the halves are connected to complete the Vangola rings and are given to the 7 people that both the 9th and the external advisor have chosen as successors. Cervello. However, this is an exceptional case because the boss and the external advisor have chosen different people for each half ring. Cervello 2. There are 6 people led by Xanxus-sama whom the 9th chose as successors, and there are another 6 led by Tsuneyoshi whom Imitsu-sama chose. In battle, those who are truly worthy of bearing the rings. They will prove it with their lives. Cervello, the location is Namamori High School at midnight. Further details will be explained later. Izuku at school. Tsuna, why does it have to be there? Cervello 2. Well, we'll see you tomorrow at 11 p.m. at the high school. Cervello, good. That way they would leave in an instant. Xanxus giving Tsuna a serious look. Tsuna terrified. And so at some point, he would begin to withdraw along with his group. Izuku surprised they are gone. Tsuna, what will we do? Imitsu, for now let's go, I'll wait for you at home, Tsuna. Leaving with his group. Tsuna, wait, noticing that he was no longer there. Reborn, for now we have to listen to him, come on Tsuna. Tsuna, nervous, okay. Izuku, see you later, I'll take Panarachin home. Reborn, it's late and besides we don't know what the Varia might do, she'll be safer with us. Izuku, seeing Pantera's scared face, well, I don't think Mama will have a problem with you staying. Reborn, for now she will be under your and Tsuna's custody. I will speak with the Tommaso family to ensure they are not left unprotected. Tsuna, my custody. Reborn, as a candidate to be the 10th you have a bit of power, she'll be our protege. After all, she's been helping Izuku train. Tsuna, really? Izuku, yes, I've been able to improve quite a bit. Reborn, we don't know what they'll do while they're in Namamori. There will probably be a lot of police and heroes lurking around, and we don't have everyone's support. Tsuna, support. Reborn, there are a few heroes and police officers who are part of Vangola, which is why the disaster caused by Squallow wasn't thoroughly investigated. For now, only the candidates to possess the Vangola ring won't be attacked until their battle arrives, so there's no need to worry about that. Izuku, I see. Reborn, okay, let's go, we can't waste any more time. Thus, everyone would be accompanied until they separated at a point where each person would walk in a different direction. What? The next day, after attending Namamori Academy, Izuku and Pantera could be seen walking towards the mountains where they usually trained. So here you are, Panther. Izuku, turning around to see who it was, Mangastasen. Longchampson seeing some of the 8th Tommaso's subordinates on top of some vehicles. Mangusta Midoriya-san, we received Reborn-san's message and we thank you. Longchamp Izuku-chan, shaking Izuku's hand, thank you, 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 thank you. Izuku nervous as energetic as ever. Longchamp letting go of Izuku's hand, Panther-san, let's go. Panther giving a serious look, sticking close to Izuku, hugging his arm. Izuku, huh, what's wrong? Longchamp changing his energetic demeanor to a more serious one, pulling out what appeared to be a document. We've been called in for a few missions in Italy. Pantera taking the document, seeing that it was written in Italian by Tommaso Saitama himself, huh. Looking at the signatures, both dad and mom signed this, sighing, what a pain. Izuku, huh, Mangusta, Pantera's father is Tommaso Saitama's right-hand man, and his mother used to be something like a queen until she was overthrown. She is currently involved in politics. Izuku, surprised, what? Pantera, it's normal that you're surprised, whispering in his ear, but even with two such important figures, we can't stand up to Vengola speaking normally. How long will we be gone? Longchamp, I have no idea, it seems to be something important. Panther sighing, alright, let's go, but first Izuku. Izuku approaching Panther, what's? He would suddenly be silenced by a kiss, which was given to him on the lips by Pantera. After a few seconds they would separate. Izuku red as a tomato, surprised. Panther, that was so you wouldn't forget me, it was my first kiss. Izuku nervous, mine too. Panther, that makes me happy. You know, I've been doing some research, and it seems that Japanese guys tend to be a bit shy and insecure, so I decided to make the first move. Izuku, his blush fading to a more normal level, thanks to Pantera's sweet words. I'm sorry, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Panther, don't worry, I don't mind being the one to take the lead and take the initiative. Smiling, Izuku, Panther-chan. Panther, promise me you'll win. Izuku, I promise, giving a determined look, I won't let all this time invested be in vain. Panther, okay, see you later. I'll try to finish up all my pending business so I can come as soon as possible. Getting into one of the vehicles. Izuku, goodbye, Panther-chan, good luck, giving her a warm smile. Panther, lowering one of the windows, after my love. Izuku watching the vehicles leave, thank you for everything. Later at night at Namamori Academy. Izuku seeing Tsuna coming accompanied by Reborn and Lambo. Tsuna-san. Yamamoto, hey. Ryo, hey, hello, Gokudera 10th. Tsuna, sorry for being late, Lambo made me mad to come. Gokudera, you stupid cow, you're causing problems for the 10th. Tsuna looking at Izuku, I thought you were coming with Panther-san. Izuku, she had something important to do related to the Tommasos and they had to go to Italy urgently. If I remember correctly, it was on Tommaso Saitama's orders. Reborn, Tommaso Saitama, I see. Ryo, hey, but then we're not all here yet. Aside from your girlfriend, the man from the fog hasn't appeared. Tsuna, it's so quiet, could this be the right place? Izuku, haven't they arrived yet? They're already waiting. So everyone would turn to see where the voice was coming from, seeing the Cervello and the Varia on the roof of the academy. Cervello, in a strict conference, the battles have been decided for tonight. Cervello 2, the first encounter is the battle between the Guardians of the Sun. Tsuna, nerves, the battle between the Guardians of the Sun, that means. Izuku, that's right, senpai will face off against, watching as the Varia descended, one of whom took a few steps forward, Lusheria. Reborn, that's correct. Gokudera, how do you know that? Izuku, Panther-chan told me a little about them so I can deduce each one's role. Of them, Xanxus is the sky for obvious reasons, Leviathan is the lightning, Squallow is the rain, Lusheria is the sun. Yamamoto, for now we only know what element 4 of them are. Izuku, the baby is an illusionist, therefore she is the mist. Because of his destructive power, Belphegor is the storm, and finally by process of elimination that robot is the cloud. Reborn, you're correct. Tsuna, really? Reborn, yes, the Varia are an elite group recognized by the Mafia, so we need to know who they will be facing. Gokudera, so we can make a plan, what else do you know? Izuku, that's all, he just gave me brief descriptions of each one, basically what people say about them. Tsuna, so we're almost back to where we started. Ryo, hey, let's not think about that for now. Cervello, thank you for meeting. Cervello 2, now let's begin the battle for the rings and the next successor. Cervello, please look over there, pointing to a place. Suddenly some lights would turn on, revealing a caged ring, which would have a roof with several spotlights. Tsuna, what is that? Cervello, it's a special arena we've prepared for the battle between the Guardians of the Sun. Cervello 2, this time we have considered the traits of the Guardians of the Sun and prepared the arena, although the different fights will be located in different places. Izuku, did they prepare something like this just for that? Yamamoto, I think it's the perfect place for Senpai. Ryohei, energetic, yes. The ring is MY territory. Cervello, well then Guardians of the Sun, please come to the center of the ring. Ryohei, I'm leaving, leave it to me. Tsuna, OONISAN. Izuku, we are counting on you, Sasagawa-senpai. Yamamoto, hey Tsuna, aren't we going to form a team circle? Gokudera, Ryohei, excited, that sounds exciting. I've always wanted to do that, even if it's just once. Izuku, then let's do it. They would form a small circle, which would separate after a few seconds. Ryohei, okay, now MY extreme power is emerging. Izuku, good luck, senpai. Ryohei walking towards the ring. So they would both check the rings, verifying that they were the real ones, where they would explain what the fight consisted of, which would be the same as in the manga where Ryohei would end up destroying Lushuria's silver knee with the maximum cannon. Because Kyoko and Colonello were watching, clearly Kyoko's friend Hana was also there, but nobody paid attention to her. Izuku, I did it. Tsuna, Oniasan's punch IT worked. Lushuria, scared, no IT can't be, my knee can't break. Ryohei, in pain, that was a good and tense battle, now give me the ring. Lushuria, no, I don't want to. Standing up nervously, I'm part of Varia, I can win with just this leg. It's easy, HOHOHOHO. Tsuna, yes, he is persistent. Izuku, it's not that, it's like Pantera told me. Lushuria, getting into a fighting stance, come on, let's continue. Ryohei, why are you in a so hurry? Suddenly, Lushuria was attacked by an explosion from a small missile, leaving Tsuna's allies surprised. Mammon, when you set your mind to something, you really do it. Right, assistant to Chief Gola Moss. Izuku, so it was true, annoyed. Yamamoto, what's going on? Reborn, eliminate the weak. One of the reasons why it varies is the strongest group of all. Lushuria feared that, which is why he was so eager to continue. Tsuna, impressed, eliminate the weak. And no way. Ryohei trying to help Lushuria. Cervello, preventing Ryohei from approaching Lushuria. Cervello 2, at this moment, Lushuria is unable to continue fighting. Cervello, therefore Sasagawa Ryohei is the winner of the Battle of the Sun. Cervello, this is the end of tonight's battle, but from now on we must announce the next fight of the participants. Tsuna, will we know by now? Squallow, let me go now. Cervello, please let me continue. Tomorrow night's battle will be the battle between the Guardians of Lightning. Thus both Levi and Izuku would lock eyes. Cervello 2 will meet tomorrow afternoon. Thus, the Cervello and Varia would withdraw, but before that, Gola Mosca would give half of the Sun Ring to Tsuna's group. Shortly after, the battle stage would begin to collapse. Ryohei would then give the complete Sun Ring to Tsuna, after which everyone would begin to leave except for Tsuna, Reborn, Lambo, and Izuku. Hugging Tsuna from behind with one arm, Kyokachin seems like a cute girl, just like Mom was when she was young. Tsuna, nervously seeing that the one hugging him was his father, who was accompanied by Basil moving away. Imitsu, but Haru was cute too. Tsuna, you're popular. Izuku, Sawadasan, Basilson. Imitsu, you're kind of popular too, Izuku. I saw you hanging out with that Tommaso girl, you certainly have good taste. Izuku, blushing. Tsuna, what are you saying, Dad? Imitsu, there are so many things I want to tell you. Tsuna, yes, I bet so. Imitsu, bowing, I'm sorry. Picking up Lambo and handing him to Tsuna, who then carries him, I'm sorry. For now, take care of this boy too. He's a child with great potential. Izuku and Tsuna, Imitsu, oh yes, congratulations on the victory. Tsuna, Dad won't be home for a while, be a good boy. Tsuna, hey, that's annoying. Watching his father and Basil leave, run away. Reborn, for now it's best if we leave. Izuku wanted you to help me with Tsuna's training, but in the next match you'll be up against Leviathan. It won't be easy. Izuku, I know when he chooses a target, even if it's a woman or a child, he'll defeat them without mercy. Tsuna, nervous, it's exactly as it looks. Izuku, you have nothing to worry about, I'll win. If I don't end up seriously injured, I'll gladly help Tsunasan with his training. Giving a serious look. Reborn, for now let's go home. Since your fight is tomorrow, Tsuna will look after Lambo so he doesn't bother you. Tsuna, well, looking at Izuku, eyes, that'll be best. Reborn, good, let's get going. So they would go home. Later, Tsuna and Lambo, 10 years in the future, would have a similar conversation, where Tsuna would ask about Izuku, to which Lambo wouldn't give much information, because he doesn't remember much about it. The next day at Namamori School, it was raining at night. Cervello, they've finally arrived, please look over there. Cervello 2, that will be tonight's battleground. Everyone would turn to look in the direction the Cervello were pointing. which, thanks to the light from several beams, would reveal the combat platform. Then everyone would go to the location. Suna, the roof. Gokudera, what the hell is this? Cervello, tonight's combat area will be adapted with lightning rods for the encounter between the Guardians of Lightning. Cervello 2, the battlefield is called the Electric Circuit. At one point, several lightning bolts struck the area, showing how the fighting zone became electrified. Izuku looking around, so this is it. Cervello, the ground of the electric circuit has been covered with a special conductor. Lightning strikes on the rods will be discharged to the ground with a much greater power than normal. Suna scared, no way, he'll be burned to death. Gokudera, they knew a thunderstorm was coming tonight and that's why they prepared this, huh? Lambo, Lambosan wants to do that. Suna, you think this is some kind of amusement park. Izuku, wait, Lambo, holding Lambo. Suna, you dropped another horn. Gokudera, raising the horn, hey, don't worry, the 10th. Starting to write on the horn with a marker, now they'll know this belongs to you, placing the horn on Lambo. Izuku nervous, thinking he wrote stupid. Cervello, Guardian of Lightning, please come to the center of the battlefield, your opponent has waited 2 hours. Izuku surprised, 2 hours. Thus Levi would emerge from the shadows, along with the other Varia, except Lusheria. Izuku, so he's here. Ryohei grabbing Suna by the arm, come on Sawada, let us do what we usually do. Thus, all those present would form a circle, which after a few seconds would separate so that both Guardians could go with one of the Cervello who would verify the rings. Cervello giving a serious look at Izuku. Izuku nervous, what's wrong? Cervello, what you have here is a fake copy of the lightning ring. That way everyone would be surprised. Izuku, what, Squallow, are you so scared you hid it? Cervello, because the lightning ring isn't here, there are, moment. Upon hearing that voice, everyone would turn to see who it came from. Izuku, Sawada-san. Suna, dad, what's going on? Imitsu, the ring is here. Carrying Lambo, taking the lightning ring out of his hair, throwing it to Cervello. Suna, Reborn, did you know about this? Reborn, annoyed, of course not, what are you planning? Imitsu. Imitsu, I didn't think about it much. When I saw this boy, I knew that he would definitely have to beat Suna's guardian. Izuku, and what about me? Imitsu, I've seen what you're capable of. I have other plans for you, but for now you'll remain Suna's subordinate. Suna, nervous, no way, looking at Lambo. Leviathan, are you underestimating me? Imitsu. Imitsu, not at all, you're the one underestimating him. Leviathan, annoyed, you just sent someone weaker than him to die. I don't know if you're intelligent or deranged. Cervello, there's no doubt, this is the original, throwing the ring to Imitsu, please proceed to the center of the field. Lambo, let's do that again. So everyone would form the circle again, where it would be seen that they were a little discouraged. Only Yamamoto and Ryohei remained cheerful so as not to discourage the others. Lambo, hahaha, that was funny. Imitsu, placing a chain around his neck with the ring hanging from it. Yamamoto, worried, are you sure he's going to be okay? Gokudera, I don't think he realizes he's going to fight. Lambo, of course I know, you idiot. Izuku, crouching down to Lambo's level, if you don't want to go, you don't have to. Suna, worried, I don't know why my dad chose you, crouching down to Lambo's level, there's something wrong with having a little kid fighting, you don't want to die so young, do you? Lambo, nonchalantly picking his nose, good heavens, Suna, Izuku, don't you know, Lambo can't die because he's amazing. Suna and Izuku, what? Lambo, goodbye. Suna, you can't use the 10-year bazooka, okay? The adult Lambo forbade it, pulling out some old dirty horns, but if you still want to go, take this. Lambo, you, I don't want it. Suna, just take them. Lambo, placing them in his hair, I'm leaving, running towards the battlefield. Izuku, worried, Lambo. Cervello, so now the fight for the lightning ring, Leviathan vs Lambo, can begin. Thus begins the encounter where Lambo would be electrocuted by the battlefield, at which point he would begin to cry, immediately afterwards being brutally attacked by Levi, who would use the 10-year bazooka. 15 years old Lambo, I didn't think those empanadas would be my last supper. Izuku, the 15-year-old Lamborghini. Levi, surprised. And Ryohei, who is that? Yamamoto, he's someone Suna knows, right? Suna, I'll call him. Squallow, annoyed, hey, what the hell, there's an intruder. Cervello, no, he is the ring bearer summoned from 10 years in the future by the 10-year bazooka. Cervello too, therefore we recognize him as a candidate to continue the fight. Lambo, I thought Midoriya-san would fight. Izuku, sorry Lambo, it turns out my ring was fake. 15-year-old Lambo, I had a feeling this was going to happen, oh well, young Vangola, when I absolutely have to do something, I can be a man. Suna, yes, I know. Levi, don't outshine me. Lambo, you're a Varia, right? Putting on his horns, that's an impossible request, even without my combat gear I've got star quality. giving a serious look. Thunder said. At one point it would look as if lightning were to strike Lambo, ignoring the lightning rods. Reborn is able to withstand that amount of electricity due to his horns. Izuku, is he really that powerful? 15-year-old Lambo, take this, launching an attack electric corn. Levi, surprised you stand out too much. The only one who will fulfill the role of Guardian of the Lightning and gain the boss's greatest trust. It's me. Throwing her umbrellas, which would surround Lambo and launch a powerful electric attack. 15-year-old Lambo falling from the paint. Izuku worried Lambo. Reborn, that's not good. Even with his body type, Lambo can't handle all that electricity. Tsuna scared it can't be. 15-year-old Lambo slowly getting up, calm, starting to cry ouch. It hurts. Levi, I won't let you go, throws an umbrella which pierces Lambo's shoulder. Izuku Lambo, trying to help Lambo but being stopped by Imitsu. Levi, I'll kill you completely. I'll cut you up and make steaks out of you. 15-year-old Lambo, picking up the 10-year-old's bazooka from the floor, activating it and creating a large smokescreen. Gokudera, did the 10-year bazooka shoot the stupid 10-year-old cow in the future? Tsuna, WWHAT's going to happen. Suddenly a great presence would be felt. As the dust cloud cleared, a more mature Lambo would be seen. It was the 25-year-old Lambo. Izuku, is that Lambo? Year-old Lambo, looking around on this situation, if I'm not dreaming, I must be in the past thanks to the 10-year bazooka. Looking in the direction of Tsuna and his guardians, I didn't think I'd see you guys again. All your faces so nostalgic. It's enough to make me cry, but it doesn't seem like the time to get emotional. There's a very rough-looking person staring at me. Izuku, seeing that Lambo was wearing gloves similar to his own those gloves. Lambo picking up half of the lightning ring from the ground, they're just a memory. If I'm not mistaken, none of those present, except for Midoriya-sensei, possess a quirk. So I won't need to use that, I won't even need to use my full power. Levi, annoyed, it doesn't matter who you are, I'm going to kill you. Year-old Lambo, it seems my past self stumbled upon quite a problem, giving a serious look, but I'm different. Levi, enough talk, throws his umbrellas, die. Tsuna, no, not again, Lambo. Levi, die. Thus the attack would impact Lambo, and the fact that a lightning bolt struck the battlefield would increase the amount of electricity hitting Lambo. Izuku, I can't see anything. Gokudera, this is bad, there's nowhere to run. Levi, he'll burn to ashes, I hope the boss can see this light, starts to walk away. Where do you think you're going? Levi, seeing how Lambo was acting like nothing was wrong, what? 25 years Lambo, look, placing a hand on the ground, electric reversal. This is what it would look like as all the electricity accumulated in Lambo's body was transferred to the ground, which would cause several windows to be destroyed. Levi, surprised. 25 years of Lambo, electricity is like a kitten to me. Now you understand, perfect, the flawless electric cuoio. Izuku, incredible. Gokudera, is that the Lambo from 20 years in the future? Reborn, it's true, it's like a lightning rod. Imitsu, I trusted in his potential to become the Guardian of Lightning. It seems he's even exceeded my expectations. Don't feel bad, Midoriya-san. As I said before, I have other things planned for you, but for now, I'm entrusting Tsuna and his guardians to you. Izuku, changing his expression to a more cheerful one, nodding. Ryohei, I don't know what's going on, but it looks like we have the advantage. Gokudera, yes, this fight is already won. Izuku, come on, Lambo, you can do it. Lambo, embarrassed, praising me like that I'm embarrassed. Levi, I'll kill you no matter what. Watch me go straight to your heart with my electricity, throws one of his umbrellas like a javelin. 25 years old Lambo, looking at some old horns on the ground, holding Levi's umbrella as if nothing were wrong. Tsuna, surprised, I stopped him. Year-old Lambo, picking up the horns, I reported them lost to the police weeks ago. I never imagined they'd be here. The shock of just peeling off the paint is revealing their true form. Levi throws some of his umbrellas. 25 years old Lambo, repelling umbrellas as if nothing happened, the insult Gokudera-san wrote when he was young. Gokudera, surprised, that's what I just wrote. Tsuna, what's going on? Imitsu, those horns belong to the Lamborghini from 20 years in the future. The Bovino boss gave them to me a week ago. Izuku, the bovine chief. Imitsu, that's right, he's very pleased with the hospitality we're showing Lambo. Anyway, getting back to the topic, those horns are the key to summoning the 25-year-old Lambo, so I gave them to the year-old Lambo in the future. Unfortunately, he never realized it, but it seems I've accomplished what I wanted anyway. Levi, annoyed, I'll finish you off once and for all. Year-old Lambo, let's see if what you say is true. Putting on his horns, they certainly feel better than the spare horns. I don't need to do this, but as a sign of respect, I'll defeat you with one of my techniques. Thunderset Mega Reduced, Receiving the impact of a lightning bolt, then he would go in the direction of Levi Electric Cornata. Levi, taking his second tallest umbrella, raising it and causing a lightning bolt to strike Idiot. It won't work because it has a weak point. Tsuna, weak point. Izuku, from what I saw, it doesn't work unless you're within the enemy's range. Tsuna, so we have a problem. 25 years Lambo, giving a small smile that was before. Suddenly, the accumulated electricity would gather above Lambo's head, forming a horn that generated a powerful green light. 25 years old Lambo, impacting the attack on Levi's umbrella. Levi nervous Lambo giving a nonchalant look, you're not good enough yet, go home and practice more. Levi starting to be damaged by the attack, no way, impossible, having some flashbacks where Xanxus praised him, please praise me again. Boss, 25 years of Lambo, retire or die. At one point, a small cloud of smoke would be generated, from which the current Lambo would emerge, receiving all the electricity accumulated by the adult Lambo. Izuku Lambo Gokudera stupid cow. Tsuna, it hasn't even been 5 minutes since the 20 yearold Lambo appeared in the future. Reborn, it seems the 5-minute limit starts from the first time you use the bazooka. Tsuna, what? Izuku worried Lambo, it's not moving. Levi, in the end, the one who is most qualified for the role of Guardian of the Lightning. It's me. Thus, Tsuna, Izuku, Gokudera, Yamamoto, and Ryohei would witness Levi's aberrant approach to the little Lambo with horrible intentions. They would try to go and help their Lightning Guardian, but would be stopped by Reborn. Reborn, wait, they will be disqualified if they interfere. Cervello, that's right, a single step within the electrical circuit. Cervello too, it will end in his disqualification and the confiscation of his ring. Izuku worried, what can we do? Tsuna, Reborn, what will we do? Reborn, all we can do is pray for him. Levi, what is that great electric guy after all? Starts brutally kicking Lambo die, launches him with a powerful kick. Izuku and Tsuna, Lambo, starting to move forward. Imitsu, where do you think you're going? Reborn, they will be disqualified. Izuku and Tsuna, I know, but we have to protect Lambo. Imitsu and Reborn giving a serious look. Reborn, do what you want. Levi, raising one of his umbrellas which would absorb the energy of a lightning bolt, now the final blow. Die, launching his attack at Lambo. At one point, a green flash would appear on the stage, which would take Lambo away as some of the lightning rods fell in the center. Cervello, the electrical circuit has melted, heat conduction. Cervello too, and those lightning bolts, they weren't the same as the ones that have fallen throughout the entire battle. Cervello, outside the ring watching Tsuna. Cervello too, I see it now looking at Izuku. Tsuna in hyper mode, if I have to watch my precious comrades die with my own eyes, I wouldn't be able to fix it. No matter how many times I have to die. Izuku, carrying Lambo, I understand how you feel, Tsuna. I can't just stand by and watch someone attack a defenseless person like that. It's my duty to fix this if I want to be a hero. Giving a serious look, Gokudera, I'm leaving him in your care. Entrusting Gokudera with the care of an unconscious Lambo. Gokudera carrying Lambo. Izuku, thank you. Tsuna, no matter how valuable they say, the Vengola rings are the position for the next boss. I can't fight for such things. Surprising everyone with his words. Tsuna, but my friends, exiting hyper mode, I don't want my friends to get hurt. Upon hearing that, Tsuna's allies would give a look of approval, but it wouldn't last long because Tsuna would be sent flying by an attack. For that trash. Tsuna being sent flying by the attack. Izuku, Tsuna, worried, thinking I didn't notice when he did it, I'll have to be more alert. Tsuna seeing who attacked him, that's Xanxus, giving him an annoyed look. Xanxus, what's wrong with that expression? Maybe you. Are you seriously thinking you can defeat me and become my successor? Tsuna, I never thought about that kind of thing. I don't want to lose any of my friends in this battle. Xanxus, annoyed, I see you, charging energy in his hand. Cervello too, jumping towards where Xanxus was. Xanxusama, please don't. If you interfere here, the meaning of the battle for the ring will be, please lower your fists. Xanxus launches an attack on that Cervello. Everyone would be surprised to see that attack. Xanxus surprised seeing that Cervello was nowhere to be found. Tsuna annoyed, how could you? Cervello scared. Xanxus confused. Izuku, calm down, Tsuna, he hasn't done anything yet. So everyone would see Izuku holding Cervello in his arms. Izuku, but he almost getting off the Cervello, are you alright? Cervello too, blushing, nodding. Squallow, at what point? Izuku, did you lose your temper? Maybe I can't stop them from attacking the Vengola Guardian candidates, but those outside that competition, I won't let them get hurt. Unfortunately, I can't interfere any other way, so the only thing left for me to do is trust my friends. Xanxus, I haven't lost my temper. Smiling actually, I'm quite excited. Izuku thinking as he's smiling. Xanxus, now I finally understand why that irritable old man chose SAWADA and his group as his successors, even if it was temporary, whether it was this stupid talk or those weak energies. It seems you two are similar to that irritable old man in many ways. Suna and Izuku confused, huh? Xanxus, laughing will have a tragedy, not a comedy. Izuku thinking, what is he laughing at? Xanxus, hey you woman, keep going. Cervello too, huh? I looking confused. Cervello, stepping in front of her companion, we will now announce the result of the battle Leviathan WINS. Due to the interruption of SAWADSAMA and MIDORIYSAN in this battle, the Thunder and Sky RINGS will be given to VARIA. Gokudera, annoyed not only the one about the stupid cow, but also the one about the 10th. Basil, annoyed that can't be SAWADADUNO didn't enter the battlefield. Cervello, looking angrily at his teammate who seemed confused, then went to Tsuna's direction. You are disqualified due to the damage caused to the field, as it is considered obstructing the match. Tsuna, no way. Cervello, those are the rules, just as they must hand over the lightning ring. Gokudera, annoyed don't you? Izuku, sure, walking towards one of the Cervello sisters, here you go taking out the lightning ring. Gokudera thinking, when did he take it off? Coming out of his thoughts, are you betraying us? Izuku, of course not, it's just that this was the price to pay for going to save Lambo. I know you understand, Tsuna, neither of us could just stand by and do nothing. Tsuna, looking at Izuku's expression, calming down, here you go, giving the ring to Cervello. Cervello, taking the ring, heading in Xanxus's direction. Izuku giving the ring to Cervello. Cervello too, lowering his head, I'm sorry, running towards Levi. Izuku confused, huh? Xanxus, joining both halves of the ring, it's natural that I'm here, who else but me can be the boss of VONGOLA? The rest of THE rings don't matter, I can order them killed in the name of VONGOLA AT anytime. Izuku worried. Tsuna scared, that can't be. Xanxus, even so it wouldn't be fun, the one chosen by that irritable old man. There will be plenty of time to kill you later, after letting you taste true despair in this fight for the rings. Just like that irritable old man. Upon hearing that, Tsuna's group would be surprised by what was said. Imitsu furious XANXUS. You bastard, what did you do to the 9th? Xanxus starting to laugh, researching your job, external consultant. Imitsu you bastard, don't tell me that. Reborn, calm down Imitsu, we have no evidence. Tsuna, what does this mean? What did Xanxus do? Izuku, from what it seems, nothing good. Xanxus, rejoice you imbeciles, I'm giving you another chance. We'll continue the rest of the matches as usual if by chance you can win this battle by majority vote. I will give you the VONGOLA rings and the position of boss. But if you lose, everything you cherish will be removed. Izuku thinking, everything. This isn't good. That bastard must have something planned to be so confident. Xanxus, giving Tsuna a cold stare, make sure you show me the power chosen by that irritable old man. Looking at Cervello, your wife. Cervello, yes, then we'll announce the meeting for tomorrow. The meeting for tomorrow will be the battle between the Storm Guardians. That's how the meeting would end, then everyone would leave the place. Later they would entrust Dino with the job of taking Lambo to a hospital, taking care of the whole process. Then they would go to Tsuna's house where they would apologize to Nana and Inko, asking them to take care of Lambo without giving them any other information. The next day, Namamori Mountains. Reborn then will begin with the third phase of training. Ready Tsuna? Tsuna, yes. Reborn, the third phase is for the final form of controlling the last will, known as passing the 0 point of the last will. Izuku and Tsuna, 0 point. Basil, finally we are moving towards that legendary move that only the first one was able to use. Tsuna, so if I succeed, can I become more powerful than Varia? Can I defeat Xanxus? Reborn, who knows, he's strong. Tsuna, I'll try, I'll do whatever it takes if there's a chance. Reborn, really? Izuku, that's the spirit. Reborn, first of all, to learn how to control the dying will in hyper mode, both of you enter hyper mode. Tsuna, Basil. That will be the main thing that will benefit both of you once you manage to control it. After mastering it, Tsuna. Tsuna, yes, Reborn, you'll face Izuku. He has a similar power level to Xanxus. I'd even say he has more power, but using it takes a huge toll. You saw what happened to him after he overused it. Tsuna, remembering what happened with Mukuro. Izuku, I can currently use a higher percentage. I can use at least 15% for about 30 minutes. Tsuna, and is that a lot? Izuku, it's almost double or even a little more than what I used at the beginning of the fight against Lancia, only now I don't get so worn out sparking some lightning. I still have a long way to go to master it. Tsuna, surprised, that's impressive. Reborn, alright, let's not waste any more time, both of you will enter hyper mode. Basil and Suna nodding. So they would train all day until nightfall to watch Gokudera's fight against Belphegor, where just like in the manga, Gokudera would let his rival win. The next day they would train for a while, where Tsuna and Reborn would visit Yamamoto. Later that night they would go to see the battle between the Guardians of the Rain, in which Yamamoto would win after using the 9th stance of the Shigeru Son Ryu style, the one he created, where Squall would end up being devoured by a shark of his own free will to maintain his honor without first recognizing Yamamoto and throwing him to a safe place. The next day they would train as usual, only now their opponent would be Izuku. They would receive a visit from the Arcobaleno Colonello, who had been summoned by Reborn. Suna would be sent to buy some juice down in the mountains, which he would do. While that was happening, Izuku would train with Basil, entering Dying Will mode after taking a pill from Basil. When the fight began, the difference in strength and experience between them was evident. Izuku, in terms of strength, dominated most of the fight. Basil, on the other hand, was faster at striking and dodging, not only because he was in hyper mode, but also because of his experience training with Imitsu. Little by little, Izuku became accustomed to Basil's fighting style, eventually dominating most of the fight. They would spend the rest of the day like this until nightfall, when they would go to see the Battle of the Guardians of the Fog. Night, Namamori Academy Gym. They could hear 2 people they knew and a hooded figure entering the place, which would surprise Tsuna's group. Izuku getting into a fighting stance as the Kokuyo kids. Gokudera surprised, no it can't be, why is it a moment like this, pulling out some dynamite. Reborn, calm down boys, they're bringing the Guardian of the Mist. Izuku, the Guardian of the Mist. Tsuna, surprised, no it can't be, the Guardian of the Mist is. Arokudo Mukuro. Kyufufufu, I deny it, taking off the hood, my name is Chrome. Chrome Dokuro. Tsuna, surprised, isn't that Arokudo Mukuro? Izuku, looking at Chrome, no it's not, but it looks similar. Yamamoto, is this someone you know? Tsuna, the Guardian of the Mist, but this girl isn't Rokudo Mukuro. Gokudera, be fooled, it's definitely him. Mukuro is possessing her. If it's for his own goal, he'll do anything, he's the kind of guy. Chrome, don't you believe me? Gokudera, obviously not. 10th, look at that weapon and he's hiding that suspicious eye behind that patch. Tsuna, she's not Rokudo Mukuro. Gokudera, incredulous, is that so? Tsuna, no I just think that. Chrome, you defended me, approaching Tsuna, thank you boss, giving him a kiss on the cheek. That act would leave Tsuna, Izuku, Ken, and Gokudera surprised. Gokudera, annoyed, what the hell are you doing? Chrome, it's a greeting. Tsuna, nervous, what? Gokudera, stop messing around, being held back by Izuku and Yamamoto, stay away from the 10th. Izuku, calm down, Gokudera. Ryohei, what are we going to do? Should we let her join our team? Gokudera, we won't let her go under any circumstances. Izuku, releasing Gokudera, calm down, Gokudera, we have no other choice. Gokudera, we don't even know where the hell he came from. Ken, annoyed, what? Hey, we can't let that Pyon, Chikusa, taking out one of her yo-yos. Gokudera, pulling out his dynamite, let's go. Chrome, Ken, Chikusa, calm down, it's not something you guys decide. Approaching Tsuna, boss, am I not qualified to be the Guardian of the Mist? Tsuna, nervous, Chrome, I want to fight like the Guardian of the Mist, but if you won't let me, I'll do as you say. Tsuna, nervous, wait, even though you said that suddenly, it's important. Reborn, but the only one who can fight like the Guardian of the Mist is Chrome. Gokudera, Rebornson, do you think so too? Izuku, we don't know anyone else who can fill that position. Gokudera, but Izuku, it was Tsuna's father who chose her, as well as Ryohei, Lambo, Yamamoto, Hibari, and you. Gokudera, nervous. Tsuna, Chrome. Chrome, yes, Tsuna, please do it. Gokudera, what? Are you sure? 10th. Tsuna, I can't say it clearly, but I think it has to be her. Chrome, sighing with relief, thanks. Ken, take that. Suddenly, Colonello could be heard entering rather noisily. Izuku, Colonellosan, Ryohei, master, shouldn't I be sleeping with Kyoko? Colonello, hey, that's why I'm Slepykore. But that dwarf with the frog eye had to see if she really is an Arcobieliano. Reborn, I figured you'd be curious. Thus both would observe Mammon. Izuku, thinking even they have no idea if it's an Arcobaleno. It looks similar to them, but it might not be. Something like Gokudera when he was affected by the damaged 10-year bazooka. We don't know Chromeson either. We don't know what he's capable of. I don't know what to think. Ryohei, okay, let's do what we usually do. Tsuna, yes. Izuku, okay, let's do it. Tsuna, looking at Chrome. Chrome, no, Tsuna, Chrome, I don't need to do something like that. Ryohei, annoyed, what's wrong with her? Yamamoto, he's not very friendly. Izuku, it seems so. Chrome, walking to the center of the arena. Cervello 2, today the battlefield is the entire gym. You are allowed to use everything here. Cervello, furthermore, we don't have any special machine prepared for this battle. Izuku and Suna, is there nothing? Reborn, for the battle of the Guardians of the Mist, those things are not necessary. To pretend that something exists when it doesn't, and vice versa, confuses the enemy and prevents them from grasping the true form of the family. The fraudulent illusion that is the work of the Guardian of the Fog. Cervello 2, come in here, pointing at what appeared to be a gate. That way everyone would obey, and each group would go to their corresponding place. Cervello 2, observer seats are only in those spaces. Like in the storm battle, there are infrared sensors looking at Izuku, so be careful. Izuku, nervous eyes thinking they've already singled me out. Cervello, tonight's battle will be between the Guardians of the Mist, Mammon vs Chrome Dokuro. Both Cervello, begin. Thus began the battle between the two Guardians, which impressed those present with the level of the illusions, where after a while Mammon would show his true potential. After all, Reborn and Colonello's suspicions were correct. That little girl was Viper, the Archibaldino of the Indigo Pacifier. Gradually, as the battle unfolded, Chrome would show her potential, using illusions similar to those Mukuro used in his battle against Suna, the 6 paths of reincarnation, but little by little Mammon dominated, until at one point Chrome lost control of her senses, causing Mammon to return her illusions. Mammon, it seems that weapon is really important to you. Chrome, scared no. NOOO. After that scream, his trident would be destroyed, then he would start spitting blood and finally fall to the ground. Basil, nervous, what's wrong? Her face looks pale. Ryohei, look at that. Izuku, worried, watching as Chrome's stomach began to sink as if there was nothing inside that part of his body. His stomach is sinking. Suna, is this an illusion too? Chrome, dying mu sama mukuro sama. Mammon, it's hard to believe, but it seems his life was extended with organs created by illusions. Gokudera, what? Suna, organs created by illusions. Izuku, is that even possible? Reborn, of course it's possible. That's why she lost control of her illusions and her stomach sank. Suna, so she really doesn't have any organs. Reborn, it seems so. Chrome, mukuro sama. I wanted to be your powers. Well done, my dear Chrome, you can rest for a while. Izuku tensed that voice, looking around. Ryohei, a fog is surrounding her. Yamamoto, worried, is something wrong? Izuku, feeling desperate, placing his hands on his head. W coming. Ryohei midiorawaye, Reborn, looking at Suna, who seemed tense. Suna, feeling despair, placing his hands on his head, feeling despair, placing his hands on his head. He's coming, he's coming. Gokudera, the Izuku and Suna, Rokudo mukuro is coming. After that scream, all the fog enveloped Chrome. Kyufufufu. Mammon, a male voice. Shortly after, as Mammon said, she would be attacked by several pieces of debris which would be thrown towards her. Immediately afterwards, the fog would begin to dissipate, revealing that man that Suna's group had to face. Kyufufufu, it seems you've kept a brave face for a long time. You, insignificant Mafia member. Ryohei, who is he? Izuku, Rokudo Mukuro, there is no doubt. Suna, Mukuro was fine. Mukuro, it's been so long. I've returned from the end of samsara. Izuku and Suna, Colonello, hey, is that the true form of the Guardian of the Mist? Mammon, Rokudo Mukuro, I think I've heard that name somewhere now. I remember there was someone who tried to escape from the Vindus's cells. His name was Rokudo Mukuro. Gokudera, what? Levi, the Vindus cells are said to have the same or even greater security and surveillance than Tartarus prison. Although their technology is quite primitive for this time, their guards are formidable individuals. Suna, what? He escaped again. Mammon, but I heard you failed, and you were sent to a cell 1 level higher in security, with no light or sound. Mukuro, Kyufufufu, the information on the Varia Special Assassination Unit that the Vengola are so proud of seems to be limited after all. I exist here, as you can see. Mammon, what an annoying guy. Okay, let's get this straight, you're just an illusion summoned around the girl, right? Thus began another battle of illusions where Mukuro gradually demonstrated his potential, causing Mammon to worry about his rival's power. At one point, the entire area was filled with illusory pollution, a result of the large number of illusions created by both candidates. Mammon, nervously dodging several pillars of fire. Illusionary techniques of this level, where did you get them? Mukuro, confident in hell. Mammon, freezing the pillars with his illusions. Don't talk nonsense. Izuku, feeling a great pain in his head. Ryohei, worried midiorawaye. Suna, feeling a great pain in his head. Gokudera, 10th, Suna, in pain, my head is breaking. Izuku, in pain, what is this feeling? At one point, only Suna and Izuku would hear the sound of water, seeing Mukuro locked in his cell before them. They would then witness his second escape attempt, in which he allowed himself to be captured by the Mafia's rulekeepers, enabling Chikusa and Ken to flee. Finally, they would see the last scene showing Mukuro possessing Chrome's body and being recruited by Imitsu. After witnessing this, they would return to the gym, where they would see Mukuro defeat Mammon in a few minutes, causing her illusions to backfire and dragging her back to her own world of illusions. Shortly afterwards, they would witness a gruesome scene where the Arcobaleno would explode. After everyone witnessed that, the battlefield would return to normal, showing Mukuro who possessed the complete mist ring. Mukuro, showing the ring to the Cervello family, is this acceptable? Cervello too, confused just like her partner. Cervello, regaining composure, the ring of mist now belongs to Chrome Dokuro, therefore the winner of this match is Chrome Dokuro. Colonello, Viper was. Belfegor torn to pieces. Tsuna, wait, how could you? Izuku, even if she was the enemy, you shouldn't. Mukuro, even now they still show a lot of sympathy for the enemy. How innocent can you be, Sawada Tsuneyoshi? And how merciful can you be, you would hero, Midoriya Izuku? There's nothing to worry about, that baby managed to escape. From the beginning she fully intended to conserve enough energy to flee, that Arcobaleno is cunning. Xanxus, Gola Moss, after the battles are over, eliminate Mammon. Gola Mosca, nodding while exhaling steam from his mechanical body. Mukuro, good heavens, you really are the dark side of the Mafia, aren't you? Xanxus. Even I would be frightened by this plan you've hatched. But I have no intention of meddling in your affairs, I'm not that kind of person. Although just one thing, the other candidate for successor, although weaker and smaller than you, is not someone you can treat lightly for your own good. Starts walking towards the allied group. Chikusa Mukurosama. Ken, incredible, you torn him to shreds. Gokudera, furious, pulling out dynamite. You bastard, how dare you show your face here? Izuku, wait, Gokudera. Mukuro, it's good to be so alert, but I have no intention of getting involved with the Mafia. Tsuna, Mukuro, the only reason I've become your guardian of the mist. It's to put me in a better position to possess your body, Sawada Tsuneyoshi. Gokudera, annoyed, I knew it. Bastard, Tsuna, wait, stop Gokudera Gokudera. Tsuna, in any case, thanks. Mukuro, a little tired. Mukuro would fall to the ground from exhaustion. Once on the floor, he would disappear, leaving Chrome in his place. Ryohei shis back into her own girl. Izuku, what's going on? Gokudera, was Mukuro an illusion after all, or is this girl? Tsuna, what happened to his organs? Reborn, don't worry, Chrome's organs are functioning properly thanks to Mukuro's powerful illusions. Tsuna, relieved, she's asleep. Ken, he gets tired very quickly, too quickly for a human. Chikusa, Ken, let's go, starts walking towards the exit. Ken, yep, following Chikusa. Izuku, wait, are you abandoning her? Ken, she can walk on her own when she wakes up, right? Izuku. Ken, man, I'm not going to carry her. It's not like she's going to be in truly Mukuro-sama. Izuku, watching them leave without another word. Cervello, since the results are 3 wins for each of us, we will continue with the next battle. Cervello 2, tomorrow will be the final between the last battle of the Guardians. Cervello, the fight between the Cloud Guardians. Gokudera, it's Hibari's turn. Reborn, hey Xanxus, what are you going to do? If Hibari wins the next battle, the score will be 4-3 in our favor. Even if you win the Heaven Ring, the victory will go to Tsuna. Tsuna, Yamamoto, in that case. Reborn, when the time comes, you'd better be prepared to admit defeat as you promised. You will abdicate all rights to be the successor. Xanxus, smiling, of course, I've always respected the spirit of the VONGOLA. I will honor the promise of the battle. If MOSCA truly loses the Battle of the Cloud, I will let them have everything. Ryohei, just one more. Gokudera, it's not that I approve of him, but that guy. Izuku, thinking I don't like this at all, he looks overconfident. Colonello Guis, you are very naive. Reborn, the fact that Xanxus dared to say something like that means he is fully confident that Moscow will win. Tsuna, nervous, does that mean Hibari-san? Izuku, we don't really know what will happen, but it seems Hibari won't have it easy. This part would end, and a few minutes later everyone would leave the place. The next day, after having a terrifying dream, Tsuna would go to the building that Dino has been using as a hospital for his allies, where he would meet Chrome, who would go to look for Ken and Chikusa. Meanwhile, Tsuna would see his other guardians asleep. Shortly after, he would talk to Dino, who spoke in a rather positive way about the current state of Hibari. Later, Tsuna would train again to be able to use the 0 point, where he would face Izuku, who, unlike Tsuna who used hyper mode, would simply use the last will, both using the pills. Little by little, what Reborn said about what could come in the future resonated in Tsuna's head, making him voluntarily want to continue with his training. So time passed until night came, where after several failures on Suna's part, he would begin to understand what the first one had done with that technique. A few moments later, he would manage to use the 0 point, after which they would immediately go to Namamori Academy to see how things were going there. Namamori Academy Night. Just like in the manga, Hibari defeated Golem Moss in a swift move by uniting both halves of the rings, impressing everyone present except for Xanxus. Hibari passed the ring to one of the Cervello and then went to confront Xanxus. Xanxus entered the battlefield to try to retrieve Golem Moss, and after Hibari demonstrated his strength by forcing Xanxus to raise a hand, he was attacked by Golem Moss, who went berserk and began attacking everyone in the area, launching missiles and firing lasers. Thus, everyone began to run for their lives. Chrome, unaware, mistakenly entered the battlefield and was tackled by Ken and Chikusa to prevent her from being hit by the missile explosion. Unfortunately, they were targeted by the machine guns located there, which began firing at them as Golem Moska launched several missiles. They expected the worst. However, none of the projectiles hit them because Tsuna created a barrier with his flames that destroyed each one, protecting the 3 members of Kokuyo. Meanwhile, all the people except for the various would be taken to a safer place, a few meters away. All of them would be confused because they were about to receive one of those projectiles. Ryo, hey, how did we get here? Gokudera, were we teleported? Guys, are you okay? Gokudera, Midoriya, Cervello, were you the one who saved us? Deku, giving a serious look, did I break a rule by doing that? Cervello, nervous and Eno, after all the cloud battle had already ended with Hibari Kyoya's victory. Deku, sighing what a relief because I also destroyed the machine guns. Cervello, seeing how each of the mounted machine guns was in pieces. Yamamoto, thank you, Izuku-kun. Cervello too, thanks. Ryohei, you've really gotten strong. Deku, looking at his arms, I still have a long way to go to reach the level I want to reach. Remembering All Might, unfortunately, it will be impossible for me to reach it, but at least I have to be strong enough to protect anyone who needs it. Gokudera Midoriya. Izuku, for now just watch what Tsuna will do. Thus, Tsuna would fight against Golem Moss, impressing those present with his impressive power, his ability to fly, and how easily he was destroying the robot, ending up cutting it in half with his flames. Everything was happiness until they saw something, or rather someone, inside that machine. Izuku, worried there's a man inside. Starting to approach, as did the rest. Tsuna, coming out of hyper mode, a thighs person. Basil, nervous and scared, the 9th. Why is he here? Tsuna, worried, feeling desperate, what's going on? Why is he inside? Fly. Reborn, arriving with a first aid kit, approaching the 9th. Hang on. Seeing what was left of the robot, annoyed. Tusk, have only seen the Fly's construction once. It seems the 9th was forced to be the power source for GOLA Fly. Izuku, nervous, APOWER source. Basil, annoyed, how could you do that? Tsuna, annoyed, why? Xanxus, it's not because it is. You killed the 9th. Tsuna, looking at his hands, I did this. Feeling great despair. Reborn, checking the 9th one doesn't look good. It's not something that can be treated with a first aid kit. Tsuna, no. Xanxus, who was it? Who knocked down the old man without mercy? Who split Fly in half with the old man inside? Tsuna, feeling despair that increased with each word from Xanxus, it was me, I killed the 9th. No. Upon hearing that voice, everyone would be surprised, since it belonged to the 9th grade. 9th, the only one to blame was me. Tsuna, 9th, Izuku, he's alive. 9th, we finally meet young Tsunoyoshi, I'm sorry. All this happened because of my weakness that let Xanxus awaken from his long sleep. Izuku, dream, reborn, surprised, what do you mean by sleep? After the cradle incident, he was kicked out of the family and kept under strict surveillance by the Vengola, right? Tsuna, the cradle case. Reborn, it was 8 years ago, the longest dictatorship in the Vengola's history. As the rebel army was led by Xanxus, the 9th son, this terrible truth was handled with utmost secrecy. The only ones who know the truth are the highest echelons of the family and the elite members who fought in that battle. 9th, Xanxus was arrested there 8 years ago. Since then, he has been asleep. While their hatred and resentment grew to terrifying proportions. Izuku, thinking 8 years old, how old is Xanxus? From what I can see, he's older than 20 but younger than 32. How powerful is that bastard to be able to exert his will in that way? A few seconds would pass where Tsuna would talk to the 9th. None of those present, except Reborn, heard the conversation, which would end when they saw the current boss of the Vengola slowly close his eyes. Tsuna, desperate, wait. No, please wait. 9th, Xanxus, how dare you kill the 9th? The despicable way you brought down the 9th is a challenge to his own son Xanxus as well as to the noble spirit of the Vongol. Tsuna, crying, what? Xanxus, no need to investigate. The BURNS on the 9th's chest are undeniable evidence. Now that the boss has been killed, the Battle of the Rings is pointless. For the boss, my father, and the future of the VONGOLA, I will kill you in revenge. Everyone would be impressed by what Xanxus said. Gokudera, what the hell did you say? I wanted the 9th thing. Reborn, annoyed, so this is what you were aiming for, huh? If he had only won the Battle of the Rings and become the next boss, those who knew about the Cradle case would object to his succession and continue to oppose him. But if he cast Suna as the villain and attacked the 9th's enemy in a revenge battle, it's a different matter. He would have gained the absolute trust of most of the family. Además, si se pudiera probar que es más fuerte que Suna, quien se supan serial de Simo, sería una prueba más que suficiente de que es el verdadero heredero. En ese caso, podría eliminar fácilmente cualquiera que se la pusiera. Basil, nervous as so Xanxus was planning to be the boss, and establish a dictatorship at the same time. Reborn, yes, it was all a WLLDRAWN trap. Fly was supposed to kill all of TSUNA's guardians by accident. When that had happened, I knew that sooner or later TSUNA would appear and defeat HIM, if it weren't for MIDORIYA. Ryohei, nervous. Gokudera, trembling. Yes, it's true, we were about to be hit by. Cervello too, nervous, feeling terrified even. Cervello, nervous in the same way as her companion, trying to regain her composure. Please, refrain from saying those kinds of conjectures out loud. Reborn. We will officially archive everything you said. Suddenly, Izuku walked right through the two Cervello girls as if he hadn't seen them, heading in the direction where Xanxus was. Yamamoto, Izu stopping, seeing several lightning bolts engulf the green-haired boy. Izuku, how could you? Giving Xanxus a rather annoyed look. Xanxus, I wasn't the one who killed the 9th. If you want to be angry with someone, you can be angry with your boss. Cervello 2, W8, you can't interfere in T-Thigh's meeting between the Vongola Guardians. Izuku, to hell with that, I'll defeat you here and now, Xanxus, remembering how he was framed. Cervello and Cervello 2, MIDORIYA Izuku. Izuku, he's not here now. The one who will finish off Xanxus is pointing at Xanxus with his fingers, charging a Delaware smash using 42%. The pain and his current level prevent him from using more. The former aspirant hero. Dilikayu. Just as he was about to launch the attack, it would be deflected by Reborn, who would strike Izuku's hand, causing the impact to shoot upwards, sending most of those present flying due to the shockwave of the attack, with the exception of Tsuna, Reborn, Hibari, and Xanxus, who would only fall back a few meters, leaving them impressed. Izuku, annoyed, feeling immense pain in his finger. Aribioranasayan. Reborn, it's not worth it, Izuku. Izuku, ha, Reborn, if you do that you'll only make things worse. Izuku, so you want me to just do nothing? Reborn, you know very well what it's like to be blamed for something you didn't do. But for now, we can only let them do what they want. I've lost my patience too. Giving a serious look that would frighten the others if they weren't still impressed by Izuku's attack anyway, you have no way of proving that what you tried to do could count as a heroic act. You have nothing to back you up. If you had hit him, it would have been considered a treacherous act, where it would simply be said that a subordinate of Tsuna attacked Xanxus during the battle for the rings. I will honor my promise with the 9th, and it does not interfere in my students' battle. All that remains is for us to trust them. Izuku, giving Xanxus an annoyed look, which is returning to normal. Reborn, having said that, I don't know what my student who hates fighting will do. Tsuna Xanxus. Xanxus looking seriously at Tsuna. Tsuna, I'll take that ring back. You won't follow in the 9th's footsteps. Reborn, well said, Tsuna. Izuku, we're counting on you. Xanxus, I will write your names in the books of VONGOLA history as those idiots who dared to challenge Xanxus on their own. Once I'm done with TSUNAYSHI, I'll come after you, hero. Gokudera, you are not alone. The will of the 10th is our will. Getting into a fighting stance along with the rest of Tsuna's guardians present. Hibari, my will is my own. Levi, recovering along with his companions, getting into a fighting stance. You want some of this, brats? Belfigure, pulling out several knives. How about this? Xanxus, exterminate the traitors. Cervello 2, stop right now please. Cervello, we will be in charge. Cervello 2, from the battle for the 9th's revenge. Ryohei, what? Cervello, we have a duty to investigate the whereabouts of the Vongola rings. Gokudera, what the hell are you talking about? You're all Xanxus bitches. Cervello, PPLEASE, watch your language. Pulling out a document. We have an official decree from the 9th. Cervello, any changes regarding the rings will have to be approved by us. Basil, how shameless. They forced the 9th to sign with the flame of his last will. Cervello, the winner of this fight will be the next Vengola boss. We will declare it as the Battle of Heavens. Cervello, in other words, this will be the last of the 7 battles planned by the Vengola rings. How does that sound, Xanxus-sama? Xanxus, not a bad idea. Cervello too, so tomorrow night, could everyone meet at Nami High School? Belfigure, hey, the farce is suspended for now. Ryohei, annoyed, what did you say? Gokudera, be careful what you say, you idiot. Reborn, Tsuna is exhausted from today's training, that's good news for us. Xanxus, tomorrow will be the last chapter of this comedy. Throws half of the sky ring at Tsuna, make sure you're ready. Tsuna, catching the... After that, Xanxus created a flash of light with his flame, finally leaving the place along with his group. Yamamoto, they left. Izuku walking in the direction where Tsuna was. Cervello too, wait, Midoriya. Izuku stopping, giving them a serious look, what do you want? Both Cervello bowing thank you. Izuku, Cervello, if it hadn't been for your interference, we would have died. Cervello too, this is the second time you've saved me and I felt the need to thank you. Izuku, I see that's what a hero must do. Cervello, we'd like to help your group, but we need to be impartial in this. Izuku, didn't they work for Xanxus? Cervello too, of course not, we serve Vengola, but even before them we serve someone else, our superior, but lately she seems to have been acting strangely. Izuku, strange. Cervello too, it's somewhat related to Xanxus-sama, but we don't have all the information, it's connected to the Cradle case. Izuku, the Cradle case. Cervello, we can't reveal any information about that, all we can do is wish them luck and hope your boss wins. Izuku, well, if you don't have anything else to say, I have to get back to my friends. See you. Thus the day would end, with Dino arriving and providing some information from CEDEF, then taking the 9th to Dino's hospital, and finally going to rest in their respective places. The next day, after everyone had gone to school to clear their heads, they would go about their respective activities, waiting for nightfall to go to what would be the final fight, for which they would head to Namamori Academy. With Izuku, he was in his room. Izuku, thinking this is the last day putting on his hero gloves, I'd better go. Tsuna and the others will need all the support I can get, even if it's just emotional encouragement. I don't know what might happen. But I do. Upon hearing that voice, Izuku would feel chills. Izuku, looking around Mukuro, starts clutching his head from the pain he's about to feel. Mukuro, Kyufufufu, the last time we met was at the Battle of the Mist. Izuku, what do you want? Mukuro, a group will arrive shortly, all of them from the Varia squad. Izuku, how do you know that? Mukuro, that's to be expected. Xanxus is the type of person who won't accept defeat, they're an elite assassination squad after all. I've even already sent someone. Izuku, who is it? Mukuro, it's someone you know. My time is running out, that's all for now. You'd better go and look after the academy's surroundings. I'm counting on you, wannabe hero. Izuku, surprised, No longer feeling pain, she's gone. If what she says is true, going to his drawer. Taking something out, I'll have to make sure no one from outside Varia interferes. Thus, Izuku would head towards the surroundings of the academy. Gradually, a few shadows could be seen in the city sky, moving swiftly between the buildings. If this weren't a mission, it would be nice to walk around the city. 2. We're not sightseeing, concentrate. Under Leviathan-sama's orders, we can't be distracted by trivialities. Understood. 2. Are you kidding me, seeing that his partner was no longer there, seeing as a blow was heading towards him, blocking it and then falling onto a building. 3. Behind you. 2. Barely dodging the attack, who the hell are you? 4. A hero. 3. Don't mess with us. Launching to attack the stranger, though unfortunately before she could touch him, she would fall unconscious. 4. The hero, Deku. 2. Thinking, damn, he's the subordinate of the other candidate, the one who impressed even Xanxus-sama himself. Deku, you guys are from Varia, just like he said. Varia's subject, did you know we were coming? Deku, give up. As long as you and your friends don't interfere in this last meeting, I'll turn a blind eye and let you go. Varia member, annoyed, launching an attack as if we would. Izuku, as you wish, dodging the attack. Before the young hero could do anything else, he moved between the buildings, dodging several attacks. Shortly after, 17 fighters were seen launching themselves at him. Boss, are you okay? Chief subject of Varia, looking at his companion Alice. Don't let your guard down, looking at that boy, that's the guy we were warned about. I'll go when our superiors call. Alice will take care of him. This is how the chief subject of Varia would leave. Alice, watching as her target defeated 5 of her companions at great speed, trying to escape. Before she could reach another building, she would be hit by a large gust of wind, which would cause her to crash into an advertising billboard. Alice struggling to get up. Deku, I won't let you escape. Subduing her on the floor, where did the other one go? Alice, eat shit, I'll never tell you, you imbecile. Deku, as you wish. He strikes her on the back of the neck, knocking her unconscious. Looking towards Namamori Academy, thinking, I'd better go anyway, that's where she needs to be. He begins moving between the buildings, leaving only a trail of green lightning wherever he goes. Later, at Namamori Academy. The battle was about to end, with Xanxus dying after being rejected by the Sky Ring, accompanied by his companions, while Tsuna's guardians were about to confront them. Gokudera, are you blind or something? It's 5 against 2. Mammon, 2 against 5, what are you talking about? They're facing an army 10 times larger than this one. Everyone would be impressed by what was said. Mammon, all 50 members of our Varia squad will be joining us very soon. Ryohei surprised, what did he say? Mammon, they're already on their way. They were supposed to come after the boss's victory to kill the rest of the people here and settle everything. This is our elite, those who are second only to us in battle skills. Cervello 2, wait a minute. Cervello, we cannot allow any outside interference in the middle of the battle. Belphegor, do you think we care? Launching a swift attack on both Cervello. Before it could impact, both girls were no longer at the location. Belphegor, I arrived on time. Belphegor, nervous this boy. Yamamoto Midoriya-kun. Izuku, I've come to end all this. I know Reborn told me I had no way of proving my actions would be considered heroic, but pulling out his provisional license and giving it to the Cervello family, I'm qualified to perform hero duties, at least for another year and a half. Cervello, nervous with a drop of sweat. With the spectators. Reborn, thinking, idiot, that's not what I meant. Anyway, I'm glad you came. Colonello, since they've shown their intentions, we too will join the battle on Tsuna's side. Let us out. Dino, annoyed, you shouldn't have any objection now. Basil, annoyed, LGO 2. Shamal, ME 2. Cervello, I understand, in that case, Varia has been disqualified. The infrared limits of the observation area will be deactivated. Colonello, let SGO. Reborn, wait, using Leon as a visor, it hasn't been deactivated. Mammon, how naive, we've sabotaged them. We've already arranged for them to die in that cell. Colonello, annoyed, brandishing his weapon, get out of the way, I'll blow this up. Cervello 2, it's useless. It's built to explode internally if shown from within. Colonello, what? Back to the battlefield. Gokudera, shit, Ryohei, does that mean we're on our own now? Izuku, don't worry, giving a determined look. Mammon, didn't you hear me? They'll arrive any minute now, an army of 50 people. Izuku, of course I heard him smiling, it seems he's about to arrive too. Chrome, it's coming. Gokudera, what are you talking about? Suddenly 4 people appeared at the scene of the battle. They were members of Varia. Belphegor, smiling, good time, we've been waiting for you. Varia 1, reporting in, sir. Starting to collapse from exhaustion just like his companions. Varia 2 were the only ones left, the squad has been wiped out. Izuku, it seems some of them might get away. Varia 3, looking at Izuku, scared, you, how did you get here so fast? Izuku, just as I suspected. Varia 3, just in an instant, you and that guy are too strong, like Demo. Before she could say anything else, she was interrupted. The person they were escaping from had arrived and immediately attacked them with his steel ball. Byoujori PP. After that attack wiped out the rest of Varia's army, everyone was stunned to see who it was. Chrome, that's the person Mukuro-sama has been talking to all this time. Izuku, thank you for your help, Lanciasin. Lancia, don't get me wrong, Vangola, I didn't come to help, I came to thank you. Tsuna, Lanciasin. Ken, surprised, why the hell is he here? Mammon, Lancia, you mean that Lancia? Belphegor, who is he? Mammon, the most powerful and feared man in northern Italy, the Lancia that murdered his entire family. Belphegor, Ushi, is that it? In that case, pulling out some knives. Before he could launch them towards Tsuna, he would be stopped by Izuku, who would grab Bel's wrist with his left hand, and with the other charge a powerful Delaware smash, placing his hand a few centimeters from the Varia's face. Belphegor, nervous. Izuku, remember this, just give up. Now Reborn won't be able to deflect my attack like last time. Belphegor, feeling true terror, Senna, for me, dropping his knives to the ground. Mammon, trying to escape but being stopped by Chrome with illusions. Chrome, I won't let you escape. Mammon, seeing how all of Tsuna's guardians surrounded them, boss, I think this is the end. Xanxus, dying, you're all useless trash shit, I curse you all. I curse all of you to death. Cervello, approaching Xanxus, Xanxus-sama, since you have been disqualified, you must lose the rings. Xanxus, hair, it has been done according to their plans, they were right, are you happy now? Cervello, he says things like that, but we don't have wishes, looking at Izuku, well maybe we do, but we don't predict anything. Xanxus, Cervello, everything has already been decided, your role in this is over. Xanxus, you cunning vixens, falling unconscious. Cervello, thank you for doing your part. Cervello 2, with that the battle for the rings has ended. Now we will announce the final result. Since Xanxus-sama has been disqualified, the winner of the Battle of Heaven is Sawada Tsuneyoshi-sama. Therefore, the next successors of the Vengola are Sawada Tsuneyoshi-sama and his 6 guardians. Izuku thinking finally it's all over. Izuku narrates, after that battle between Suna and his guardians, things seem to be looking up. The Varia were captured by Dino and his family and taken to Italy, where they would be punished by the Ninth and Suna's father. Meanwhile, all the Vengola guardians received medical treatment, and the day after the battle they took the entire day off to rest. Lancia stayed at Suna's house playing with the children. She didn't seem to mind. After everything she'd been through, I suppose she was enjoying these peaceful moments. After that rest period, most of us involved, along with our family and friends, celebrated at Yamamoto's father's restaurant. They gave the excuse that it was thanks to Lambo's recovery, but it was really because of the championship victory. The whole day was filled with joy and fun. For my part, my life has become even stranger than usual. During that day off, it seems the ninth man's right-hand man made some decisions, with his approval, which is why 2 people ended up arriving at my house a few days after the celebration. Midoriya residence. Bowing to the ground, Midoriya-san, we hope we're not inconveniencing you. 2. Bowing to the ground, thank you for receiving us. Izuku, nervous, thinking what are the Cervello sisters doing here? Inko, grabbing Izuku by the shoulder with a gloomy aura, Izuku, you're not cheating on Pantarachin. Izuku, nervous, feeling scared because he'd never seen his mother like this. Izuku narrates, it seems very rare for the Cervello clan to want or even desire anything. They had the approval of the 9th Hokage and the Cervello leader, who is believed to have given the order to unfreeze Xanxus, causing this whole problem to unfold. However, there isn't enough evidence to confirm this. It seemed my life would only get stranger. Mom finally accepted them. After all, they would help her a little, and they would get along well with BNHA and Suna's mother. I was simply hoping to get used to this new normal. I don't think strange things will stop happening to us often, but I wasn't expecting this. Streets of Namamori, afternoon. Izuku running, looking all around Tsunasan. Aribioran. Where are you? Izuku narrates. I never expected them to just disappear one day. Future Arc Part 1, A Different World. Future Arc Part 1, A Different World. Izuku, thinking where am I, feeling his body grow heavy. He seemed to be held down by something that prevented him from standing up and seeing. Using 15% of full cowl, freeing his arms, removing what appeared to be some kind of helmet. Upon removing it, he could see that the place he was in appeared to be some kind of laboratory. He saw several tanks that seemed to be filled with water, as well as other machines he couldn't identify, which illuminated the otherwise dark space. Recovering somewhat from the shock of his surroundings, he saw that he was connected to a machine with an oxygen mask and the helmet he had removed earlier. He also noticed that he was restrained by shackles. Without wasting any time, he broke 3 more shackles on his abdomen and legs, making a noise, and quickly tried to hide upon hearing footsteps approaching. Who's there? Holding what appeared to be a gun. Boss, are you awake? Pulling out a syringe filled with a strange liquid. Izuku, putting on his gloves, walking slowly, positioning himself behind that mysterious person. Noticing Izuku, she spins around quickly, being knocked down by him, causing her to drop her weapon and syringe. Izuku were looking closely at the person in front of him, Hatsume-san, reducing the force of his grip. Mei, seeing Izuku, starting to cry, B-boss, giving him a tight hug, he's finally healed. Izuku, Mei, is it my imagination or do you look younger? Izuku, seeing how Mei looked older than he knew her to be, it can't be. Mei, what's happening? Izuku, I arrived in the future. Mei, Izuku, if I remember correctly, I was hit by a missile, the 10-year bazooka. Mei, are you talking about that Lambo-kun weapon? Izuku, yeah, do you know Lambo? Mei, sure, so you'll only be here for 5 minutes, okay, can I ask you a favor for when you go back to the past? Izuku, of course. Mei, when you go back to the past, pulls out her phone, showing him a picture of someone. Go and take this guy out, his name is Iri Shoichi. He'll clearly look much younger in the past. Izuku, what? Mei, I'm counting on you. Izuku, by finishing do you mean? Mei, that you annihilate him or something as close to that as possible. Izuku, I know, wait, how long have I been here? It's been more than 5 minutes and I haven't returned. Mei, that is strange. Izuku, getting back to the topic, why do you want me to kill him? Mei, sighing, come follow me. If I remember correctly, she knew the reasons for this much better, besides how important it is to Byakuran. After all, she was his classmate for a year. Izuku, Byakuran, her, watching Mei walk away. Wait, I still have a lot of questions to ask you. What was I doing here and what was that machine doing here? And what are all these artifacts? Mei, you'll find out soon enough, for now we're just going to the workshop. Thus they would both walk towards some stairs, which upon climbing would lead them to the workshop. Once there, Izuku was impressed because compared to the support department workshop at UA, this one was 10 times better, having various types of tools, machines, and what appeared to be a command center. Hatsume-san, what was that? Looking at Izuku, surprised Midoriya-san recovered. May no Suzuki-san, this is the 10-year-old Izuku from the past. He was brought here by Lambo-kun's 10-year-old Bazooka, but for some reason he can't return to the past. That is strange indeed. May right, Tanaka-chan. Well, there's no time for introductions and that sort of thing. Where is she? Tanaka, she went to the kitchen or something, I didn't hear her. May, but we just had dinner, I doubt Uraraka-san would want to make him a late-night snack. Suddenly, a door would be heard opening and everyone would turn to look in that direction. What's going on? I just went to get some coffee. We ran out here looking at Izuku throwing her cup, which broke Izuku. Izuku, seeing that in front of him was a rather disheveled girl with a tired appearance, Melissa. Melissa, running to hug him. Finally you're here. May, no, this is 10-year-old Izuku from the past. He was brought back by the 10-year-old Bazooka. Melissa, I see, so it's only 5 minutes. May, actually we have another problem. It seems he can't go back to the past. Melissa, Izuku, I'm surprised by that too. Melissa, if that's the case, we need to have a meeting and see what we can do. First it was Reborn-san and now Izuku. Izuku, Reborn is here. May, yes, he arrived a while ago. He has the same problem. Currently we are speculating about what might have happened, but we have no idea what is going on. Melissa, for now we should call them. If I'm not mistaken, Yamamata-san is the only one available besides. May, I doubt he'll want to come. Melissa, well, at least we should. Tanaka, it will still take some time for them to recover. And the other two must already be asleep. They've been patrolling for 2 days straight without sleep. Suzuki, for now there's no need to worry the other members. They'll find out about this little by little. It's not an emergency that we can control or that will harm us. Melissa, you're right. Pulling out what appeared to be a communicator. Melissa to Yamamoto, can you hear me? Communicator, this is Yamamoto. I'm already at the station. What's the emergency? Izuku, headquarters. Melissa, we're at the Vengola headquarters in Japan. Didn't you tell May? May, turning her gaze away. Izuku, thinking he evaded the question. Melissa, annoyed, sighing. Yamamoto, we need to have a meeting urgently. A guest from the past has arrived. Communicator, really? What a coincidence, I also have 2 guests from the past, one of them an ally. Melissa, surprised, WL, we need to meet as soon as possible. Communicator, very well, see you in the break room. Melissa, okay, see you later, ending the call. Okay, let's go now. May, we're putting you in charge of the workshop, guys. Tanaka and Suzuki, nodding. May, but first taking what appeared to be gloves and 2 rings out of a drawer. Take this. Izuku, those are. May, first put a ring on each hand and then your gloves. Izuku, confused. May, I know these rings are C and D purity, but they're the best we've got. Luckily, the gloves are B grade at most, so you'll be able to stabilize their power fairly well. Although, of course, you don't need the rings for the gloves to work. After all, they're an improved version of the Air Force gloves. Izuku, still confused, WL. So the 3 of them would head towards the break room, where they would meet up with the others. Izuku, surprised, seeing Gokudera, Tsuna, Reborn, and Yamamoto from 10 years in the future, guys. Reborn, they certainly took their time. May, I'm sorry, the door had a small malfunction and I had to fix it immediately. Reborn, you did it quickly, now I see why Janini took you on as his apprentice. Izuku, apprentice. May, there's no time for explanations. Who's the girl on the sofa? Yamamoto, it's Lal Mirch, our ally from CDF. Melissa, I see. Izuku, why are you wearing that strange suit? Reborn, I can't help it. If I don't wear this suit, my health will deteriorate. Tsuna, what do you mean? Reborn, I mean I'm living in a dangerous environment. Tsuna, oh yes, something strange is happening. We can't go back to the past. Reborn, I know something about it, but it's not the only strange thing. Somehow the 10-year bazooka only took us 9 years and 10 months into the future. How could something like that happen? I don't know either. Izuku, surprised, it can't be. Reborn, well, at least we weren't sent somewhere strange. Tsuna, right, where are we? Reborn, you don't even know that. Can we show them on TV? May, Melissa, and Yamamoto nodding. This would show that the place they were in was none other than Namamari. Izuku, I didn't think we were in Namamari. Reborn, it was to be expected. They've been here for quite some time. Since we can't go back to the past, whatever happens here is their problem. Upon hearing that, Tsuna, Gokudera, and Izuku would become somewhat thoughtful about what had been mentioned. Yamamoto, currently key Vengola bases around the world have been attacked simultaneously. Of course, that includes Namamari. We're in the middle of the Vengola hunt. Tsuna, the hunt. Gokudera from the Vengola. Reborn, you should have seen it by now. Tsuna, surprised, that means that I'm. Gokudera, annoyed, delivering a powerful blow to Yamamoto's face, making him bleed. What the hell have you done? Why did the 10th end up as that thing? Tsuna, Gokudrakun. Yamamoto, I'm sorry. Gokudera you bastard, asking for forgiveness won't solve anything. Reborn, enough Gokudera, you were in the future too. Gokudera lowering his head, frustrated SSHIT. Reborn, the enemy is the Mafia family, and what's most surprising about them is their tremendous firepower. Their goal isn't just to obtain the rings and take control. Yamamoto, the moment the headquarters surrendered, the Mafia summoned an envoy from the Vongola side with the intention of negotiating. However, there was no negotiation at all, and they killed the envoy. Since then, we've sent out repeated calls, but there's been no response. Soon, people on our side were murdered one after another. That was their real objective. Reborn, they try to kill every person who stays on our side. It's complete annihilation. Suna, so are those of us who have come from the past also in danger? Yamamoto, that's not all. Everyone with whom they maintain any connection will also be eliminated. Upon hearing that, our 3 envoys from the past would be shocked. Izuku TTHAT means, Reborn, don't panic, we still have some hope. Yamamoto, the Guardians' families are scattered across various parts of the world, but they haven't been reported dead yet, correct? Yamamoto, yes. Reborn, so there's only one thing left to do. The 6 Guardians have been scattered, they must find and gather the remaining ones. Suna, gather them. Reborn, the bosses have done the same in every generation. When the Vongola are in crisis, the sky will always call upon its 6 Guardians and face the adversities. Suna, but how can that be done? Gathering everyone. Reborn, that depends on you. You 7, along with our allies, are the only ones who can fight them. Their fighting methods are rather unique, which is why you have your own ways of fighting, I believe. Suna, what are you saying? It doesn't make any sense. The most important thing now is that. Didn't you say that all our friends are being wanted along with the VONGOLA? Does that mean even Mama, KYOKOCHEN, and everyone else are included? Yamamoto, the Mafia continue to expand their target fields in this annihilation. Right now they must be operating on the streets. Girls are the most likely. Izuku how can they? Suna, this is terrible. What should we do? Reborn, we have taken the necessary measures. Yamamoto, at the same time that I set out to find Lalmirch, Ipin, Lambo and Froppy went to look for the girls. Izuku, thinking so Tsuyusen and Urarakasen are supporting us in this era too. Reborn, we are now waiting for your news. Izuku, wait, something here doesn't add up. After all those murders, shouldn't the heroes have done something to counteract it? Maybe that would have happened 10 years ago, but now there are no heroes or villains as such. Izuku, nervous what did you say? Melissa, about 6 years ago a great war raged between heroes and villains in Japan which ended abruptly. Byakuren simply appeared and wiped out most of both sides. The moments that sealed her victory against both sides were the deaths of her 2 pillars. All for One and All Might, who had recovered thanks to Eri. Izuku, incredulous that's impossible. Well, I also took down great heroes and villains from other countries, including Shigaraki Tamura and Star and Stripe, the #1 hero in the United States. This caused them to split into different factions, including Mafia, other Mafia families, small gangs or groups, and Vongola. Reborn, well, getting back to the topic. Regarding Mama Nana, she left on a trip to Italy 5 days ago with Imitsu, and we haven't been able to contact them yet. Meanwhile, Mama Inko is sheltering in the Mafialand refuge, serving as a nurse and helping the wounded. Yamamoto, BNHA and Fuda went to gather information in the surrounding area. There are other allies investigating as well, but we don't know their current whereabouts. As for other allies they met, Machida and most of the Tommaso family are missing. All the others we've met in the last 10 years have mostly been eliminated. Reborn, even Yamamoto and Pantarasen's father. Izuku surprised Pantherchan in shock. Suna, looking at Izuku, worried, are you okay? Izuku, breathing heavily, why Yamamoto, tell me that's a lie, that it's just a bad joke, starting to back away. Yamamoto, giving a worried look, trying to calm Izuku, it's hard to accept. I know the same thing happened to your past self, but it seems you're handling it a little better than he did. Reborn, of course, after all, he didn't have to watch his beloved perish in his arms without being able to do anything. Upon hearing that, everyone was shocked by what the Archibaldino had said. Suna, annoyed. Reborn. Yamamoto, Rebornson, why? Seeing as Izuku fell to his knees, beginning to shed some tears, his gaze dull, similar to the one he had before arriving in Namamori. Izuku, why couldn't I Pantherchan? Yamamoto, giving his friend a tight hug, most of us have been through this. If you're going to cry, do it. Let it all out and release what you feel. Suna, worried. Seeing Izuku's state, May and Melissa tried to go and comfort him, but were interrupted by Reborn, who stood in their way, giving them a serious look that they interpreted as leave him alone. Not in a bad way, but rather so that he could reflect and perhaps put his thoughts in order upon learning what awaited him in the future. Reborn, you'd better go and rest. We'll continue this discussion tomorrow. For now, go to the rooms that belong to your current selves. May, we'll go back to the workshop. Melissa, see you. Yamamoto, see you later. I'll guide the boys to their rooms. So everyone would go to their respective rooms. Later, Izuku's room. Our protagonist could be seen lying in bed, looking somewhat dejected, thinking about everything that had just happened. Unable to sleep, he grew desperate and got out of bed. He then began searching through everything in his room. After all, it was all his, and it didn't seem like he'd be using some of it anytime soon, his present self. While rummaging through some drawers, he found a few books, what appeared to be documents and Quirk reports, as well as a bunch of names of people he didn't recognize. He continued investigating, finding a strange box that gave him an uneasy feeling, but he decided to pick it up anyway. It had something written in Italian that he couldn't read, along with some notes and a white ring that said Key 7 and had 7 flame drawings carved into it. Among the notes was a sheet of paper that read, "Only in case of emergency there may be no turning back. Desperation." Upon reading that, Izuku began to sweat a little, so he decided to put everything back in the drawer and continue looking through the rest of the box. Just as he was about to finish, he opened a small box containing a photo album. Among the pictures were images of himself with his family and friends, some from his upcoming vacations, others from his graduation, and finally, in a slightly more secluded section, photos of him with Pantera and the Cervello family. They all looked happy, as if they had been dating for some time. Some of the photos caught his attention, not because they held any hidden meaning or deeper significance, but because they reflected the experiences of his present self and the changes that had occurred. Among them were the Cervello family, who looked happy, Izuku at the Longchamp house with the Tommaso family members alongside Pantera, and another that appeared to be a wedding. In this last photo, he noticed that Pantera had started wearing braces, which he found rather cute. Finally, there were 2 photos, one of him with all his Mafia friends, which had DECIMAFAMIGLIA written on it. And finally, the last photo was of his family, which included his mother, surprisingly his father, Lambo, the Cervello sisters, Pantera, and himself. It had a date written on it, 2 years and 9 months after the battles for the rings. He then began to cry. After all, he hadn't been able to do anything to protect those smiles. He hadn't been able to save her, as if he thought he was useless. He ended up lying down on his bed, crying himself to sleep. The next day, Tsuna, Gokudera, and Izuku went to the place where they had those unexpected revelations yesterday, finding themselves face to face with an annoyed Lau who was just leaving the room, remaining thoughtful because what they heard upon arriving was to avenge Colonello. Reborn, did they sleep well? Yamamoto, it's time we started gathering the rest of the Guardians. Tsuna, wait a minute, I'm not ready for that yet, it's too sudden. Reborn, if you keep worrying about Kyoko and the others, you'll never be ready. The whole point of gathering the Guardians is to protect Kyoko and your friends. Tsuna, nervous, a little thoughtful. Gokudera, everything will be alright. 10th, forget about that stupid cow. We don't even know who Froppy is, but Ippin can do it. Giving him a warm smile, you'll be back safe. Tsuna, worried Gokudera-kun. Izuku, all we can do is have faith that they'll be alright, thinking Tsuyusen will surely protect them. Gokudera, that's how Izuku speaks. Reborn, then let's begin. I've been exchanging notes with Yamamoto since last night. The first guardian we need to find should already be ready. I mean the strongest one. Tsuna, so if he's the strongest then. Reborn, yep, the strongest guardian of the 10th Vengola, Hibari Kyoya. Gokudera, of course, since I'm already here, he's the strongest among the remaining guardians. Izuku, thinking the Hibari of this era. Tsuna, but where is Hibari-san now? Reborn, we don't know yet. Yamamoto, I've also been away for a while, so I don't know where the guardians are, although knowing them, they should be with their respective groups. Izuku, even Hibari has a group. Yamamoto, for him they are just annoyances that accompany him. Izuku, as expected from Hibari-san. Yamamoto, the only clue we have about Hibari is this little guy showing a picture of a bird. Tsuna, what, Gokudera, isn't this the bird that belonged to birds? Reborn, now it belongs to Hibari, apparently it's called Hibird. Yamamoto, Haru noticed a while ago that the bird was always sitting on Hibari's shoulder, so. Reborn, it's the only clue we have. Well, we know that boy loved this town, so I'm sure he's still somewhere in Namamari. I can't go with you, so make sure you do everything right and bring him back. Tsuna, that's true. Is the outside world really that harmful to you? Reborn, don't worry about that now. I'll tell you sooner or later. Go and get ready. Follow Yamamoto, he knows the fighting tactics of this era well. Izuku, okay. Tsuna, okay, but. Yamamoto, there is nothing to fear. After all, you possess a fantastic power that we have lost in this era. Tsuna, surprised, a fantastic power. Izuku, lost. Yamamoto, Tsuna, Gokudera, you have brought hope, the Vengola rings. Tsuna, Vengola rings. Yamamoto, I'll tell you later. For now we have to go. By the way, looking at Izuku, keep your gloves on. They work like Mammon's chains as long as they're turned off. Izuku confused, nodding. Yamamoto, okay, let's go. So the four of them would go to the place where Hibbard was sighted. Izuku, where are we? Yamamoto, that's right, these are the remains of the construction zone in the 5th district. It's also the location of one of the 7 entrances. Gokudera, annoyed, hey, what did you mean by the VONGOLARINGS? Yamamoto, first, let's go to Nami High School, okay. Gokudera, hey, YOU, did you hear me? Yamamoto, what? Gokudera, the VONGOLARINGS, why don't they exist in this era? Yamamoto, the rings were destroyed and thrown away long ago. Tsunade thrown away. After all the trouble we went through to get them, Izuku, who did something like that? Yamamoto, our boss. Tsuna surprised me. Yamamoto, some guardians objected, including our external advisor, however Tsuna refused to back down. Tsuna, why would I do something like that? Yamamoto, when Tsuna mentioned the destruction of the Vengola rings, it caused a lot of conflict within the Mafia regarding their importance when we were about to fight over them again instead of starting another battle. You probably thought it would be better if they didn't exist. That was the kind of man you were. That was because you couldn't even grasp the importance of their existence. Upon hearing that, everyone would be surprised by what was said. Yamamoto, however, were now heavily reliant on these rings. Without them and the quirks, it would be much easier. I'll teach you how to use them, guys, like a special baseball training course. Tsuna, speaking of which, Yamamoto, how's your baseball going? Before they could continue talking, they would be interrupted because a large explosion would occur in one of the buildings in front of them, which would put them on alert, seeing how several silhouettes would emerge from the cloud of dust, 2 of which stood out and showed who was there. Tsuna, those are Lambo and IPIN. Yamamoto, there's more to them, it must be Froppy and the girls. Ipin, Kyokasan, Harusan, Satsukichin, run. Lambo, leave it to us. Suddenly an attack would be seen at top speed, which would generate a large explosion. Izuku, looking up at the sky, seeing 2 people flying thanks to boots that emitted flames. Finish them. 2, leave it to my brother, after all that idiot will take care of those kids. Yamamoto, annoyed, you're from Milifier's black spell, remove Mammon's chains. Then one of the enemies was seen about to attack Lambo and Ipin with his scythe, but Yamamoto stopped him and confronted them both, while the 3 boys went to help them. Lambo Vengola also Gokuderasan. Ipin, Midoriyasan, have you recovered yet? Lambo, that doesn't matter, I'm glad you're here. Suddenly another great attack would be launched, which would be stopped by Yamamoto and his box, which would create a water barrier, leaving the kids from the past surprised. Yamamoto, all 3 of you, remember this, the rings have the power to open the box. Gokudera, so that's what it is. Pulling out a box weapon, is that what you do with this hole in the box? Yamamoto, surprised, where did you find that? Gokudera, in the briefcase that belongs to my future self. Yamamoto, now that I think about it, that guy managed to get his hands on a powerful. Gokudera, I'm not going to leave all the attention to you, trying to activate his box without success. Izuku, Gokudera, nothing happened. Lambo, haha. Gokudera, annoyed, what are you laughing at? Yamamoto, blood isn't all that flows through the human body, there's another invisible energy circulating within us. There are 7 forms of energy and their form will correspond to the user's nature. When it passes through the ring, it's converted, producing a high-density energy. This is the flame of dying will. Activating another weapon box from which a swallow covered in the flame of rain emerges. Izuku, surprised, a swallow. Tsuna, surprised, incredible. Ipin, looking around, oh no, Kyokasan has disappeared. Haru and Lambo, looking around. Lambo, neither are Froppasan nor Satsukichin. Haru, scared that explosion might have reached them. Yamamoto, don't jump to conclusions yet, go find them. Ipin, Lambo, protect Haru. Gokudera, keep an eye out to make sure nothing happens to them. Gokudera, don't give me. Izuku, okay, Tsuna-san, I'll go get Froppy and Satsuki, you go get Sasagawa-san. Tsuna, slightly blushing, yes. Before they could continue their conversation, an attack would strike near them, sending them flying in opposite directions. With Izuku, he would fall into another building which was in ruins. After standing up, he would hear some screams outside, at which point he would see a girl with green hair enter an alley, followed by a guy with the same clothing as the previous enemies. Only this one was bleeding, so he would go in his direction. Once there, he saw they were in a deadened alley, from which dust rose, obscuring his vision. All he saw was the enemy about to attack the girl and someone else embracing her. Izuku then delivered a powerful kick to the back, fueled by 15% of the embers, sending him crashing through the wall. Izuku, worried, are you alright? The dust gradually dispersed, revealing both people. Yais, thank you. Izuku, looking at the girl, giving a small smile, shedding a few tears of joy. You don't know how happy I am to see you again, Froppy. 2. Holding Izuku's shoulder, I asked the same, Midoriya-sensei, have you fully recovered? Izuku, looking at the person who touched his shoulder, you must be Tsuyu-san's brother. Wait, did you call me sensei? 2 this isn't good, Onishin. 2 I know Satsuki-chan. Izuku, Satsuki, looking at the girl, aren't you Froppy? 2 did she lose her memory? I'm Froppy and she's my little sister Satsuki. Izuku, starting to sweat, are you Froppy? Satsuki, now that I think about it, isn't he much younger? Froppy, you're right looking at the gloves he was wearing, but those are definitely the gloves Hatsume-san made for him. Who are you? Izuku, nervous, I'm Izuku, only not the one from this time. I was brought back by Lambo's 10-year bazooka. Currently Tsuna Gokudera, reborn, and I cannot return to the past. Froppy, that explains it. Well, let me introduce myself. Froppy is my code name. My real name is Samadera Sui. Satsuki, and I'm her little sister Satsuki Asui. Izuku, what about Tsuyu? Samadera, nervous, she died a long time ago twice, and in her honor I use her hero name. Izuku, nervous, twice. Satsuki, nervously, we don't like to talk about it. Izuku, sorry for confusing you, you look like her. Satsuki, don't worry, Midoriya-san, everyone who knew her says the same thing. Samadera, alright, let's go. If we run into anyone else from Milifere, we won't make it. Unfortunately, the explosion destroyed my equipment, showing the remains of what should be gloves. Satsuki, it was to be expected, after all they were D-class. Samadera, I know, Midoriya-san, it's best if we return to base. Izuku, yes, Yamamoto and the others are not far from here. Samadera, Yamamoto-san, sighing in relief, we're saved. Let's go as soon as possible, not so fast. Upon hearing that voice, they would turn to see where it came from, seeing how the enemy from before was as if nothing had happened. You're strong, kid. I ended up several buildings further down the road. Izuku, nervous, damn it. Satsuki, so what Ipponsan said was true, physical attacks don't work. Samadera, that's bad, barely dodging the enemy's attack. Izuku, launching an attack with 20% of the embers, seeing that it had no effect, thinking impact absorption. Enemy, launching a powerful punch at Izuku, who dodges it. Izuku, Texas smash, launching a powerful punch. Enemy, laughing, starting to exhale smoke. Samadera tackles Izuku. Suddenly, the enemy would unleash a powerful energy wave that would send everything within a 5-meter radius flying, followed by an increase in muscle mass, as well as emitting a small aura of blue flames. Izuku, nervous. Samadera, shit again. Lambo managed to damage him a little, judging by how he looks now, he must be a B-rank soldier at least. Enemy, seeing Izuku and Samadera, suddenly appearing in front of them, launching a powerful attack. Samadera. Izuku blocking the attack, using 20%, beginning to struggle with him. Samadera, physical attacks aren't working, maybe remembering what happened before meeting Izuku. Midoriya-san, use the flames from your gloves. Izuku, receiving a powerful, flame-filled blast to the face from the rain, staggering back. Enemy trying to attack Samadera. Samadera, dodging attacks, secreting mucus that obscures her opponent's vision, running alongside Satsuki towards Izuku. Izuku struggling to get up, thinking why couldn't I dodge it? Samadera, helping him up, come on, Midoriya-san, pointing at the enemy who was trying to remove the viscous substance, fire your flames. Izuku. Something like what Tsuna does. Samadera, yes. Izuku, how do I do it? Samadera, don't you know, watching as the enemy wiped away the mucus. Enemy, you're disgusting. Samadera, damn it, Midoriya-san, take off your gloves. Izuku, seeing Samadera's serious expression, doing what he was asked. Samadera, can you still stop him? Izuku, yes. Samadera, at my signal you grapple with him, you stun him or do anything else that will allow us to land a direct hit. Izuku, nodding, activating full cowl at 25%, launching himself to attack the enemy, exchanging blows with him. Samadera, putting on one of the gloves, do you know how to use it? Satsuki, putting on the other glove, yes. So they both went in opposite directions. While that was happening, Izuku, little by little he began to feel tired, so much so that at one point he received a powerful blow to the stomach, which made him spit saliva, leaving him kneeling. Samadera, Satsuki now. Thus, both brothers would throw 2 barrels at him, which would be destroyed without much difficulty by that enemy, releasing the fuel they contained, but what he did not count on was that 2 green shots would go at full speed towards his direction, generating a small explosion. Samadera, Midoriya-san, are you okay? Izuku, yes. Satsuki, do you think we defeated him, Onishin? Samadera, Clark. Suddenly another wave of energy would be generated, only this time twice as powerful, which would send both brothers flying. Izuku, nervous. Did you really think that would stop me? As the smoke screen dissipates, the enemy would be seen with a large wound on his face. Enemy, no matter how hard they try to harm me, their flames are not pure enough to destroy me. Izuku, surprised, trying to get up. Enemy, it was fun while it lasted, starts walking towards the Asui brothers. Izuku getting up, hitting him on the back, which wouldn't do anything. Enemy delivering a powerful punch bathed in flames from the rain, don't get up, continuing on his way. Izuku getting back up, attacking him again. Enemy again, don't you understand? Holding Izuku's arm, a large amount of flames begins to erupt from his hand. As long as you touch my flames, you will become slower and slower, and you will also feel more tired from the tranquility of the rain. Izuku, striking with his other arm to no effect. Enemy headbutting Izuku, knocking him to the ground. Looks like you want to be the first to die. Slowly approaching Izuku, I'll gladly finish you off. I'm wondering the same. Upon hearing that voice, the enemy would be surprised. Enemy, who is? Before he could say anything, he was paralyzed, then struck by several knives covered in purple flames. This surprised everyone until they saw a masked figure emerge from the shadows of the ruins. Your quirk only works on normal punches. It has no effect on fire and weapons, giving him a powerful kick to the legs that would make him kneel, but not for me. Izuku, looking at the strange shoes the masked man was wearing, thinking spikes, blades. Enemy seeing who was in front of him, Sama. Incorrect, piercing his chest with a katana. Enemy spitting blood, I was one of your followers. Drawing another sword, looks like you followed the wrong group, cutting off his head, glancing sideways at Izuku, you pathetic kid, looking at both brothers, you brats, are you alright? Samadare getting up, Stained Helsen. Satsuki thank you. Stainedhull pulling the katana from the enemy's torso, I asked if you were alright. Samadare nervous, why yes. Satsuki nodding somewhat fearfully. Stainedhull okay, take Deku away, starts walking. Samadare carrying Izuku with her sister's help, W8, the girls are nearby and Yamamoto and Gokudera are fighting the black spell guys. Stainedhull, so what, they can defend themselves. Satsuki, except we have a small problem. Stainedhull confused. Samadare, Midoriya-san, Gokudera and Suna all seem to be unfamiliar with the fighting methods of this era. Satsuki, it seems that the three of them were brought here by the 10-year bazooka, just like Reborn-san, only they have the problem that they can't return to their own time. Stainedhull, why didn't they say so before? Where are they now? Izuku pointing in the direction where the others are. Stainedhull, it's near one of the entrances, I'll see you there. Thus Stainedhull would go at full speed to the place indicated by Izuku. As for the three green-haired ones, they would go as fast as possible. They were already there, they would see how both enemies were no longer together. Instead, besides Gokudera and an unconscious Tsuna, there were also the past versions of Yamamoto, Ipin, Lambo, Haru, and Kyoko. After a brief chat and some short explanations with the Vengola Guardians, they would return to the base, where Tsuna and Izuku would receive medical attention. Arc of the Future Part 2, getting to know our place. Later, nursing. Reborn, how do you feel now? Do you think there is any hope of returning to the past? Tsuna, nervous but I don't know if we can believe that letter or not. Gokudera, please create it, even after 10. No, at 100 years old, I couldn't write a letter that would mislead the 10th. Tsuna, Gokudera-kun, looking at Reborn but he's talking about killing someone. Reborn, then we'll just punish him. Tsuna, isn't that the problem? Yamamoto, hugging Tsuna, come on Tsuna, relax, you're not alone in this. We'll do it all together, everything will be alright. Tsuna, nervous Yamamoto, about your father. Yamamoto, I think it's a good thing we've come here. Tsuna, Yamamoto, we will build our own future with our own hands. Tsuna, surprised Yamamoto. Gokudera, annoyed, don't get a given way. Those kinds of lines should be stated by the 10th's right-hand man. Yamamoto, well, giving a big smile, I am the right-hand man after all. Gokudera, annoyed, in your dreams you're just acting. Suddenly the door would open, revealing Izuku being pulled away by Samadare and Satsuki. Satsuki, Midoriya-san, you need to rest. Samadare, don't complicate things like that, sense. Izuku, struggling, looking at his friends, I heard what you said from the next room. I agree with you, Yamamoto. Clenching his fists tightly, maybe I'm not a guardian, and they didn't even mention me in Gokudera-kun's letter. But remembering how he was almost defeated, I didn't plan for us to have a future like this. Tsuna, seeing Izuku's determination, Izuku, about Panther. Izuku, this isn't just about me, or Pantera, or you guys, this is about all of us trying to stop our loved ones. No, let no one have to go through this. It's about us becoming stronger here and now to protect the smiles of others. Samadare, releasing Izuku with his sister Midoriya-san. Izuku, looking at both brothers, I'm sorry, I couldn't do anything to protect you. I was just a burden. If it weren't for Stain, I don't know what would have happened. Gokudera, are you talking about the masked man with the two swords? Yamamoto, yes, it did look great. Izuku, yes, by the way, where is he? I have to thank him for saving me. Samadare probably resting, as for thanking him I'd better forget it, he'll most likely try to kill me. Tsuna nervous he must be a terrifying guy. Reborn, he was known as the hero killer for a reason, but it seems his hunt has temporarily ended. After all, we need all the help we can get. Satsuki, and to think that someone who was considered a villain ended up helping us. Samadare, you see it that way because you were very young when everything about his philosophy came to light. Although most of it was just garbage to sell, plus other guys distorting testimonies to suit their own purposes, and others giving extremist messages that had nothing to do with him. Izuku watching the brothers argue about Stain, thinking they're talking about him like it's nothing. It was a somewhat controversial topic back then, but it doesn't matter now noticing the slightly amused looks on his friends' faces and the carefree expressions of the other boys who were acting like nothing serious was happening. Snapping out of his thoughts, let's strive to have more moments like this. Upon saying that, everyone would turn to look at them. Izuku, where we can have these little moments where we feel carefree and we can talk calmly. Seeing how everyone in the place was staring at him, feeling very nervous, I said it without thinking, sorry, I guess it wasn't the right time. Yamamoto, what are you talking about? Of course it was, for this kind of thing it doesn't matter, there will always be a right time to talk about it. Tsuna, Yamamoto-san is right, let's do our best. Gokudera, Samadare and Satsuki, nodding. A short time later, Lambo entered the room. He had escaped from Haru, who, along with Kyoko, was in charge of looking after the children. They were also on their way to make curry for the evening, so once they had Lambo in their carrier, they left the room. The boys were surprised by the change in their emotions, going from worried and sad looks to quite cheerful ones, or at least that's what they wanted others to believe. Later, Tsuna, Gokudera, and Yamamoto would go to talk to Lao Mirch so he could train them, while Izuku would go to visit someone else. Izuku, are you sure this is the right place? Samadare, yais, well we're here, we're seeing Izuku knocking on the door. Sensei tackles Izuku, who was about to be hit by a knife. Izuku scared seeing that guy at the door, go away. Satsuki, come on Stainedhalsen, don't be so mean. Stainedhal, raising his head, giving her an angry look which made Satsuki tremble a little. Satsuki, WL, I was just saying, hiding behind her brother. Izuku getting up, entering the guy's room. Stainedhal changing position, sitting on his bed, what do you want? Izuku, Stainson bowing, please train me. Stainedhal, I refuse. Izuku raising his head, why? Stainedhal, I am no longer Stain, that was my alter ego, the hero killer. However, after what happened, it doesn't seem like I'll be going back to being him. For now, what's the point of killing without a creed? Stain simply wanted to eliminate all those false, self-proclaimed heroes, cleansing that rotten society of the past, however. At this point, heroes as such no longer exist. Most of the true heroes died trying to stand up to Byakuren and his army, but we're still here fighting. All those fake heroes either left the profession or simply joined Milifear, which makes my job of eliminating them much easier. Izuku, work. Stainedhal, I am now Stainedhal. Before I was known as Stain, I used to be a watchman. Stendhal, the executioner, that was my name. He annihilated criminal groups, wiped out gangs, and much more. He wanted to eradicate the rot in this society by eliminating criminals and villains. But my philosophy changed after an encounter with another group of unscrupulous heroes. I realized that the evil and crimes of this world weren't only found in wrongdoers, but also in all those self-proclaimed heroes who believe themselves superior but lack true resolve. Stainedhal is not just a combination of both names, but of both points of view, wanting to have a better society no matter what happens, even if I end up becoming scum like all of them. I will end up being the only one willing to be killed by one of my colleagues, all for the greater good. Izuku, nervous, trying to process everything she said. Stainedhal sighing wearily, getting back to the topic, there are other people who can train you better than me. The only one I would give advice, a little training or warm-up to would be the Guardian of the Rain. Izuku, Yamamoto-sen. Stainedhal, yes, but he's not ready yet. Both he and that Varia bastard are on a completely different level than me. Even with all this equipment, I can't do anything to them, their swordsmanship is top-notch. I just have to be patient and wait. If I face him now, I'd finish him off without much difficulty, even if I held back. Izuku, I see. Stainedhal, from what I've heard, they won't be long in waking up. Izuku, who Samadare refers to. Stainedhal, that's right, brats, for now let's keep it a secret, kids. Samadare and Satsuki, nodding. Stainedhal, fine, yawning, don't bother me, I'll sleep for at least a whole day, so go away. Izuku, a whole day. Wait, not yet, receiving a small cut on the face from a knife thrown in his direction. Stainedhal, get out. So the three of them left their room, heading to the lounge. Izuku, somewhat discouraged. Satsuki, don't feel bad, Midoriya-san, he's almost always like this. Samadare, it's also because he hasn't slept for days. Izuku, days. Samadare, yes, he left about 3 or 4 days ago and he just returned. Izuku, how can someone like him go so long without sleep? Satsuki, somewhat confused. Onishin, are Stainedhull and the others still considered people? Samadare, annoyed, what a silly question. Of course they are, even if some of them don't accept it, they're still people. Satsuki, surprised, taking a step back. Samadare, speaking a little more calmly, they're not so different from you or me, they feel the same way we do, so don't forget that. If things don't improve, Lambo-kun, Ippenshin and I might take the same risk as everyone else. Even so, Lambosin will still be Lambo, Ippenshin will still be Ippen, and I will still be your brother, so don't forget my words, promise me. Satsuki, I promise. Izuku, what are you talking about? What risk did they take? Samadare, nervous, I don't know if I should tell you. It would be better if you asked Melisassen or Hatsumessen. They know something about that project, especially Melisassen. She works alongside the surgeons and scientists at the base. Izuku, I'll definitely have to ask him. They would walk for a while, until a shout drew them to the kitchen, where they would see Kyoko and Haru cooking while Lambo and Ippen played. At the same time, Giannini would also appear, and he would talk to them for a short time, giving small details such as that he came from Italy to help the Vengola inventors fix up the base. After all, they put most of their effort into a project, in addition to building some artifacts to support the members, as well as setting up the rooms of the base, which would impress them with what they had seen before and know that there were still more things to discover. Not for nothing was Giannini the best mecha artist of this era. A few minutes after the conversation, Lal Mirch entered the room, and she said about training the 4 boys who had arrived from the past. Without wasting any time, they went straight to the place where she would show them the basics of combat in this world. Reborn Giannini, who would guide them, Lambo, Ippen, and Samadare joined the group, along with Satsuki, who would look after the 2 boys. Already at the location. Lal, I will not accept any doubt. Are you really prepared for this? Yamamoto, of course. Suna, nervous, I'm ready. Gokudera, it's a fact, I'll show you. Izuku, let's do it. Lal, very well, it's best not to say things like you can't do it. Anyone who lets slip a complaint will be corrected without mercy. This era is very different from the one you came to 10 years ago. You can't fight if you can't ignite the flames of the rings or if you don't have a quirk, but now we'll only focus on using the flames and pulling out a box, opening these boxes. That's something you must have already seen. Izuku, boxing. Samadare, playing with Lambo, that's right. Midoriya-sensei couldn't see the use of the boxes. He faced an enemy with costume-type equipment. Lal, I see. Suna, costume-type equipment. Reborn, there are several types of equipment which are classified in various ways. Besides Izuku and Suna's gloves, we only have the boxes for Yamamoto and Gokudera. That's why you need to learn how to use the equipment you'll have. Lal, they'll first need to learn how to activate the rings before they can use anything else. Even if they could use them with some kind of beginner's skill, it's useless without a plan of attack. As I said before, first you must understand the rings. There are 2 things you can do with them. One way is to use the power of the rings directly, the other way is through your equipment. First, lighting her rain ring, this is the dying will flame. Izuku, it's blue. Suna, just like Basilson's. Each one has a special characteristic. They are classified into 7 categories, which are: Sun activation, usually used to heal wounds quickly and efficiently. It can also temporarily boost something or someone, increasing their stats, but this is somewhat rare. Its color is yellow. Storm degradation. It's an aggressive flame used exclusively for attack. It can degrade and destroy anything it touches, including other flames, depending on its power. Its color is red. Rain, tranquility. It is used both offensively, as its nature allows it to weaken the opponent, and it is also used to relax. In medical or recovery situations, combining it with the sun's flame is often the best option. It is especially known for being used before and during surgeries as an anesthetic. Its color is blue. Lightning, solidification, as its name suggests, causes the flame itself to harden. It is used both offensively and defensively, and is one of the few flames that deals additional damage when used offensively. Along with Storm, it is one of the best for powerful attacks, as it can also electrocute like electricity. It can withstand the degradation caused by Storm. Its color is green. Mist, unlike the lightning flame, you can't actually touch these constructs. This is because what it produces are illusions. In terms of offensive power, it would be the weakest of all the flames, depending entirely on the user, capable of even deceiving the senses like sight, hearing, and touch. Even so, a common illusionist could pass themselves off as a top-tier one. Now imagine what it could do in the hands of an expert. Its color is indigo, cloud propagation. This has 2 functions: first, to increase the quantity, and second, to increase the size. Let's say I have 1 coin. If I use the cloud flame, I could send 2 or even more coins, and I could also vary their size, making some smaller and others larger. It's good with attacks using few small projectiles, turning a weak attack into a powerful one. Its color is purple. Heaven harmony, not much can be said about it, very few possess it, and even for them it's difficult to explain how it works. It's the purest of all the previous flames, believed to contain a bit of the characteristics of each flame. The only thing we know is its special ability. Petrification, thanks to its inherent harmony. How to use this power is unknown. Its color is orange. Having said Thatchowing, what appeared to be a rather strange glove, with the first thing we have a weapon that manipulates the flames of the ring pointing towards the wall, and you fire them like this, firing a powerful attack, leaving the boys surprised. Izuku, it's just like that time remembering the fight against that enemy. Lal, have you ever seen anything like this? Samadare, before Steinhalsen saved us, we had to improvise an attack. Since Sensei didn't know how to use the gloves, Satsukichin and I used them. Lal, I understand. Those gloves you have are somewhat special. They are costume-type equipment, just like the rings. The rings, however, give more freedom when concentrating and manipulating the flames more effectively, and it's also much easier to insert the flames into the boxes. Even so, it's not necessary to own one to make them work. Samadare, taking one of Izuku's gloves with her tongue, it even has a small slit that allows you to show the ring lighting the ring, causing the glove to be enveloped in blue flames, or close it to protect the ring and also charge more energy, showing how one of the glove's knuckles gradually lit up until it reached the fingertip, firing a small projectile that would create a deep hole in the wall. I think yours, Sensei, have more functions than mine. I should ask Hatsumesen for a manual or something. Izuku, yai surprised, thinking it looks quite complicated to use them. Lao, then taking out a box, the boxes lighting up her rings, inserting them into the hole of the two boxes she possessed. There are many types. This would show that his Scolopendra di Nuvola and his detector parachute would come out of those boxes. Lao, with many forms and functions, watching as her Scolopendra di Nuvola flew freely. Basically, all the boxes must be charged with flames before they can do anything. Once the flame dies, watching as the Scolopendras flames went out, everything it does stops. However, once the box is opened, different types of flames become engulfed. There are also flames that absorb the opponent's flames to become more powerful. With a few exceptions, after all, boxes, in addition to storing these kinds of flame-related tools and functions, are still containers. Therefore, some items won't be lit, and costume items can be turned on and off at will or by force, so try not to lose them. Looking at the four boys from the past, is there anything you don't understand yet? Yamamoto, excuse me, I really didn't understand anything at all. Izuku, thinking what she said is kind of hard to process, maybe I should. Lao, approaching Yamamoto to deliver a powerful blow to his face, causing him to fall. Understand this. Yamamoto, calming down, remember everything I've told you so far and repeat it over and over again until you understand. Izuku helping Yamamoto to get up. Suna, but Yamamoto just arrived and doesn't understand anything. Lao, ignoring what Suna said, now let's get to practice. I heard that Sawada and Gokudera were able to ignite the flames of their rings, is that true? Gokudera, smiling, of course. Lao, let's see it then. Suna, nervous, well, about that Roman too, don't remember exactly what I did. Gokudera, concentrating, imagine your determination as a flame. Turn your determination into a flame, a flame. Izuku and Suna, worried, looking at Gokudera. Gokudera-kun. Gokudera, confused, what's going on? That's what I did. Continuing to concentrate. Lao, as I thought, they were lucky enough to rekindle the flame during an emergency. But if it relies on that same terrible emergency power in a real battle. Gokudera activates his ring there. Suna, surprised, incredible, your dying will flame is red. Izuku, that means your flame is the flame of the storm. Yamamoto, putting on his ring, so determination in a flame, huh? Starting to concentrate, after a few seconds a blue flame would come out of his ring, surprising everyone. I did it. Gokudera, surprised, the flame of rain, you bastard. How did you do it so easily? Suna. Izuku, so determination, looking at his class D ring, beginning to concentrate, thinking determination. Determination, watching Satsuki and Samadare playfully with Lambo and Ipin. Closing his eyes, I want us all to be able to smile like that, starting to activate his ring. Managing to manifest a few lightning bolts, save every person in danger, remembering the enemy who defeated him, Mukuro, Xanxus, and Stain, when he rescued him. Am I really so pathetic that I can't protect my friends? Starting to reduce the intensity of his flames, the lightning, becoming increasingly enraged, I want to defeat them, no, I must defeat them, I have to become strong, I don't want to always depend on my friends. What's the point of wanting to be a hero, if it's me the one they save? Remembering everything they told him about this era, Panterasin, if only I had been stronger, remembering Reborn's words, beginning to generate a large flame which would pull him out of his thoughts, leaving everyone surprised by the size of the flame, until suddenly the ring exploded. Suna, worried, Izuku. Yamamoto, are you okay? Gokudera, what was that? Samadare, are you alright? Sensei, Reborn, that's not good. Lao, Midoriya, Izuku, closing his eyes, thinking he was going to hit him. Lao, you'd better tone down your determination. Izuku, opening his eyes, confused. Lao, that ring couldn't withstand your power. It's probably Class C or D Samadare. As I said before, you can also use your gloves, open the ring slot as well. Izuku, heeding the advice, he put on one of his gloves, noticing that the gem on the ring was now visible again. He began to concentrate, watching as a green flame slowly formed, until it suddenly began to grow uncontrollably, startling him, and then he simply saw that the flame was now similar to a green stone which was on top of the ring. Lao, the solidification of the lightning, perfect. Now make it a flame again. Izuku, Yai's trying to concentrate, seeing that nothing was happening. See, can't I, Gokudera? Maybe if you turn it off and turn it back on. Izuku, I'll try. Extinguishing his flame, then reigniting it, watching as it solidified a few seconds later, and no, keep doing it the same way. Yamamoto, perhaps that's how it manifests itself. Tsuna Yamamoto may be right. Samadare, and opening the slit in the glove, showing several dazzling beams emerging and flashing. It doesn't need to contract and retract. I just enjoy doing it, concentrating energy. Watching the glove become enveloped in beams. Try it, sensei. Izuku nodding, doing as asked, watching as the flames briefly appeared but gradually solidified, revealing a sphere where his hand should have been. Nervous, what is this? Samadare, that shouldn't happen usually. Flames react according to the user's determination and feelings. His flames are unstable. Looking seriously at Izuku, isn't there something you're hiding from us, sensei? Izuku nervously shaking his head. Samadare sighing, closing the slot in her ring, concentrating energy, firing at the wall. Can she do this? Izuku closing the slot, concentrating energy. How do I shoot? Samadare, just let your energy flow or simply do the same thing you did with your quirk, only using flames instead. If I'm not mistaken, I called it Delaware Smash. Izuku, understanding, trying to fire, seeing that nothing happened, trying several more times until at one point something sounded inside the gloves. Samadare, nervous, I jammed them. Shit, I was using the flames in a solid way, right? Izuku, nodding. Samadare, that's not good. The flame's energy must be in flame form, otherwise it will get stuck. After being launched, depending on the user's intention, it will harden or simply generate a beam of energy. It also depends on the accumulated energy and other factors. Let's leave that for later. On the other hand, our type of flame manifests as rays. Yours is similar to other flames, only green. At first, it was manifesting correctly in the form of rays. Izuku, what does that mean? Samadare, I have no idea. I've never seen anything like that. Reborn, let's not think about that for now. What matters is that you were able to manifest it. You're already one step further. Izuku, nodding. Lao looking at Tsuna. The only one left is Sawada. What about your flame? Tsuna, nervous. The same thing would happen as in the manga, where Tsuna would try to ignite his flame without success. Until after a short talk with his tutor and understanding his true determination, he would ignite a beautiful orange flame. Shortly after, Lao would take out the box they were going to open, giving it to each of the boys who would try to open it without success. Izuku quickly inserted the flame, explaining that the reason the box wouldn't open was because they didn't have enough energy, the flame was too weak, or they weren't using the correct type of flame. She would also tell them the correct way to use the artifacts, giving the example that the user, ring, and box should all be of the same element, with the exception that the wielder of the sky flame can open any box, as well as use any object, of course, with the energy of the sky being replaced. When it was Tsuna's turn, he inserted the flames from his ring into the box, which then shattered, revealing a pacifier. Lao Mirch snatched the pacifier, thus ending today's lesson. Shortly after a brief conversation with Reborn, during which he mentioned that the pacifier had been forcibly taken by an enemy, they were sent to the kitchen for dinner. Everyone then headed to the kitchen. Before entering the kitchen, they heard several voices, more than they were used to, so they quickly went inside only to see Kyoko and Haru eating with 4 other people, while others who looked familiar were cooking. Once they were all in the kitchen, they turned to look at them. Kyoko, they're finally here. Haru, they took quite a while, so what those girls from the workshop said was true. 2, I don't think they intended to play a joke on us. We're in a high-risk situation, we're not in the mood for games. 3, as serious as ever, is she like this all the time? 4, of course, your determination and willpower are the only things keeping me as your patrol partner. 5, Samadare-kun, Satsuki-chan, didn't you cause any trouble? Satsuki and Samadare, of course not, Mom, walking towards their mother. Izuku, thinking the 3 of them look alike, well, they're family after all. Looking at the girl next to her, snapping out of his thoughts, Uraraka-san. Walking towards her, tripping and falling towards Uraraka, who with some effort helped them both to their feet. Uraraka, oh Midoriya-kun, you've gotten younger. You look almost the same as when you participated in the UA Sports Festival, if you're even the same. Achika-san told me many things about you, Izuku. Uraraka, just be careful, I don't want anything to happen to him. Izuku, seeing how pregnant the woman in front of him was, he stepped back somewhat embarrassed, bowing, I'm so sorry. thinking she's Uraraka-san's mother. Miss Uraraka, so polite, giggles a little. Don't worry, it wasn't your intention. Reborn, kicking Suna. Don't just stand there like that, introduce yourself to the other family members. Finishing a bite of food that won't be necessary. We know a lot about you, Vengola Guardians. We also know Ikun winking. 3. Allow us to introduce ourselves. Standing up from the table, striking a pose. I am Ragdoll. Standing up from the table, striking a pose. You must already know me. They call me Pixibob. Winking. 4. Standing up from the table, striking a pose. I'm the heroine who will burn all those evildoers to the ground. Burnin. 2. Taking a sip of coffee. Just call me Nagant, Lady Nagant. After what Nagant said, the 3 girls would fall in true anime style, then immediately return to their seats. Pixie Bob, sighing party pooper, continuing to eat with the others. After that little scene, all the boys were nervous, feeling somewhat embarrassed by what had happened. Then they sat down at one of the tables in the place. Miss Uraraka will prepare something for you in a moment. Kyoko, it's a shame you couldn't try our curry. Haru, unfortunately we couldn't save him. Miss Uraraka, don't be discouraged. You were a great help in preparing dinner for the other members of the base. Your help has been very useful, especially now that most of the male auxiliaries are gone. We've got a lot of work piled up. Mrs. Sui, does anyone want another croquette? Ragdoll, me. Mrs. Sui, as you say, throwing a croquette in Ragdoll's direction. Upon seeing this action performed by Mrs. Sui, those who had arrived from the past would be confused, quickly changing their expression to one of astonishment as Ragdoll extended her tongue, which caught the croquette with great speed, and then returned it to her mouth to chew and ingest her food. Ragdoll, it was delicious as always. Thank you, Mrs. Sui. Mrs. Sui, just call me Baru. We're among friends. Izuku, surprised. How did you do that? Ragdoll, do what? Izuku, stick out your tongue. Ragdoll, well, I just cast it as usual. And before he could say anything else, he would lean back on the chair, about to fall. Pixie Bob would touch the chair and Ragdoll herself, preventing him from falling and making them levitate just a little. Pixie Bob, be more careful. Ragdoll settles more comfortably in her chair. Thank you, your zero gravity is really great. Yamamoto, so you guys have a quirk? Gokudera asks stupid questions. Ragdoll, well yes, in a way it's a bit complicated to explain, but I don't think we should dwell on it. Pixibob, putting that aside, you have nothing to worry about. While we are here, we hope to be of use to you. Suna, your support will be a great help. Nagant, that's a great compliment coming from you. Vengola 10th. Gives a small bow. Burnin, similarly, if you need anything, you can ask us for it. And so, everyone would begin to have a good conversation. Izuku, thoughtful, what's going on? This doesn't make sense. Ragdollson's quirk was supposed to have been stolen by All for One. Besides, it was very different from this. What she did was something like a quirk similar to Samadere's, Satsuki's, or Tsuyuchin's. Also, what Zero Gravity said earlier, the way they floated, that's definitely Uraraka-san's quirk. Could that have something to do with that project? Is it related to the risk Stain mentioned, or both? Whatever it is, my curiosity is killing me. I'll just have to wait and see if I can get any information about it as the days go by. After eating, everyone would go to their respective rooms except for Nagant and Pixie Bob, who would go on their night patrol. The next day, the boys would walk around their base until they met up with the girls. Ragdoll, so here they are. Burnin, we were looking for you, UBRATS. Izuku, what's happening? Suna, nervous, is there an emergency? Pixie Bob, luckily not. Gokudera, so what is it you want? Nagant, Lal is not feeling well, so we will suspend patrolling for now to help them with their physical training and with regard to the use of the flames. Izuku, if that's the case, who will be guarding the base? Burnin, STINDHAL will do it. If we're lucky, that pathetic alcoholic will too. Ragdoll, for acting like a complete idiot, he hasn't done too badly during this time we were out of service. He's done a good job. Nagant, I don't think he has anything better to do than get drunk, feel sorry for himself, cry, and act like an idiot. He's still pretty immature. Gokudera, who are they talking about? Ragdoll, never mind, it's best to ignore him, he's an idiot. Izuku, I'm curious too, who is it? Pixie Bob, nervously, I really don't think you want to see him in his current state. He's one of your friends from UA, he's not even a shadow of his former self. He used to be a respectable person. I still remember how he and his brother made the atmosphere pleasant, and how he had a smile that conveyed tranquility despite all the bad things we were going through. Burning, giving a somewhat mischievous look, isn't that right, Nagant? Nagant, blushing slightly, shut up. That was before clearing his throat anyway, let's go to the training room right away. So they would all go to the corresponding room. Once there they would do some normal training, followed by some time practicing using the flames of their rings where Gokudera and Yamamoto would use their boxes. While Tsuna and Izuku would use their gloves, Tsuna would try to help Izuku by trying to teach him to use the custom 0 point. which he could only use for a few brief seconds before his flames hardened without any apparent improvement, which annoyed the former aspiring hero. Finally, they would face the girls. Suna would have to fight Ragdoll, having a decent match. Clearly she was holding back just like the others. Meanwhile, Izuku faced off against Pixie Bob, who created several creatures made of what appeared to be rubble. These creatures attacked Izuku, who dodged them using 15% of his embers. He then tried to attack Pixie Bob, who created several concrete walls in front of him, leaving him impressed. After all, he remembered that her quirk only allowed her to create creatures from Earth, but now she could do much more than that. After a while, he simply became exhausted, giving the victory to the pussycat. Next would follow the fight between Gokudera and Nagant, which would end with the victory of the aforementioned, who easily dodged the shots and dynamite of the albino, hitting him with several shots using rubber bullets, in addition to hitting him several times when he was careless. Finally, it was Yamamoto's turn to fight Burnin. Surprisingly, he was dominating the battle using the Shiger Kintuki in its base mode. Until at one point the former heroine, in addition to using her quirk by creating a small spear from a large part of her hair, reinforcing it with lightning flames, also counterattacked using fire, which made Yamamoto retreat, allowing her to launch several attacks on Yamamoto using gloves identical to Izuku's, ultimately defeating him. Later, after training, everyone would go to take a bath and then to a kind of sauna to relax. Once relaxed, they would begin to talk. Suna, that was exhausting. Gokudera, not to mention that it just seemed like they were playing with us. Izuku, their level of power is surprising, although I still have some doubts. Reborn, are you referring to why Ragdoll, Pixie Bob, and Burnin were giving you such suggestive looks and why they were making advances? From what Janini, future Yamamoto, and Samadare told me, it seems that after Pantera's death you tried to fill that void, so you got an official girlfriend and 5 lovers. Izuku, nervous WWHAT kind of person am I in this time? Reborn, Dr. Shamal must be as proud as I am. Gives a small smile followed by a nod of approval. Izuku hugging his legs while sitting, feeling a touch of melancholy. Suna, Reborn, I don't think Izuku-kun would want to know that, thinking he says it like it's nothing. Flashback. Reborn, BNHA was my lover, the 4th, end flashback. Suna thinking, well, maybe for someone like him it is. Yamamoto, so future Izuku isn't content with just having one partner, huh? Gokudera, annoyed that's in bad taste. Reborn, okay, what was your question? Izuku, calming down a bit when we met them and during the fights I realized several things, to begin with Ragdoll, Pixabob, and Burnin all have a cat tail. Reborn, so you were looking at their butts. Gokudera, pervert, I thought you were a decent person. Izuku, blushing, and no, it's not what you think, it's just that during all the time I was away from Namamori I got to know some of them, Ragdoll and Pixie Bob during a camp at UA, and Burnin just in some news reports. Reborn, get to the point. Izuku, they didn't have tails. The first 2 had tails that were part of their hero costumes, but the ones she has now seem to be real. Ragdoll's quirk, meanwhile, was stolen by All for One. Suna, you already mentioned it in the past, if I'm not mistaken it was the symbol of evil. Yamamoto, you also mentioned Ragdoll's name. Gokudera, so they're the same person, what does that have to do with anything? Izuku, I shouldn't have one. Suna, maybe I'll get it back, you saw the fight and… Izuku, no, that wasn't his quirk. His quirk wasn't combat-based, and besides, it's now more similar to the Asui siblings' quirks. Gokudera, it's true. Izuku, Pixiebob too, he could only create those creatures with earth, but in this case he used rubble in addition to creating stone pillars, not to mention they said another important name. Zero gravity, that was my best friend Uraraka Achako's quirk. Reborn, Miss Uraraka's daughter. Gokudera, surprised, so you're trying to tell us they got a quirk in addition to the one they already had. Izuku, not only that, but their strength, speed, and stamina are also enhanced. They were able to defeat us without much difficulty, which leads me to 2 hypotheses. The first. Before he could say anything else, the bedroom door opened, revealing the girls. Pixie Bob, so you were here. Ragdoll, they should have put up a busy sign. Burnin, giving a somewhat mischievous look, or did you want us to come in? If so, you should have given us an invitation. Then, because of what the former heroine said last, her towel would fall off, causing the boys present to have nosebleeds, and then they would run away from the place at full speed. The days would pass in this way as they continued training until a sign arrived. Command and surveillance room. Izuku entering the room, what's that noise? Janani, it's a sign of danger, it's an SOS from an ally. Izuku, an ally, this is a high security signal from the Vengola. I have located the source of the signal. Janani, Skepticson, can you put it on the screen? Skeptic, that's what I'm doing. This is how the live video of a bird near the city would appear on the screen. Suna, it's Hibbard. Reborn, it looks like he's carrying a transmitter. Janini, that's not right. Skeptic, the signal is weakening. Reborn, it's spinning. Skeptic, it has disappeared from our camera's view. I will switch the screen to radar view. Suddenly, several beeping sounds could be heard coming from the radar. Shortly after, several members of the base entered. Gokudera, what is that sound? Ragdoll, it's the radar, it's beeping more than usual. Burnin, what's happening? Izuku, nervous, big problems. Suna, we received an SOS signal from HIBARISANS bird. Nagant, so the strongest group is coming, huh? Gokudera, strongest group. Lal, where was the signal? Janini, it's now in the 7th district, showing a speed of 37 km/h. Seeing how it disappeared from the Hibbard radar, I'll try to find it using the other sensors. I have it, it's the Namamori Temple. Yamamoto, the temple, what would Hibari be doing in a place like that? Reborn, the signal is weakening. Janini, it's possible the battery has run out. Reborn, or it could also be that it has ended up in the hands of the enemy. Ragdoll, but that's impossible unless. Nagant, Skeptic, do you know if there are enemies on the surface? Skeptic, right, those were the beeps earlier. I just detected the rings and small flames on the surface. The radar shows the fewest enemies present. There's only one signal that stands out, an artifact of purity A or higher. If they were indeed captured, they may have brought along 1 or 2 high or mid-class Namu. Pixabub, even so they shouldn't be any problem for them, they possess the erasure quirk. Ragdoll, true, Stainedhull, don't be stupid. Besides that, they still have their physical enhancements. If they're high-class, they might possess some kind of fighting style, and they could also have great control over flames. I've faced some low and mid-range ones. The mid-range ones have given me the most trouble. They're very different from the queen bees we exterminated a while ago, who only used quirks. Little by little, they've improved the quality of their troops and henchmen. Nagant, if that's true, we'll have to hunt down the lower-ranking units first so they don't gather and corner us. You said there was someone with an artifact of purity A or higher, that's not good. Lal, it's probably Gamma. Izuku and Suna, Gamma. Lal, do you remember the 3rd squad, the one you faced a while ago? That's their captain, Electric Gamma. Skeptic, the only thing we know is that he is one of Byakuran's funeral wreaths. Suna, funeral wreath. Janini, he is the equivalent of a Vengola guardian. It is said that the mare rings and the Vengola rings are equally powerful. Stainedhull, aside from that, we know nothing else about him. His boxes are unknown, as is his quirk if he even has one. Generally, B-class soldiers and above are given the opportunity to have 1 or more powerful boxes, in addition to powerful enhancements. If someone is useless, even if they are D-class, they will be given one to compensate. Ragdoll, putting that aside, Gamma is known to have murdered many of the highest-ranking Vengola. If you encounter him, you'd better run, even will have to be careful. Suna, nervous is that dangerous guy there. Gokudera, heh, who cares if it's Gamma or Sama, don't worry 10th, we've trained on our own and learned a lot. Yamamoto, that's right. Izuku, watching the trio from the past talking so casually. Nagant, idiots, you're taking this too lightly. Izuku, from what I know, they were able to defeat their opponents. Nagant, that explains it. Unlike them, don't be overconfident. Of the base's members, 2 have fallen in combat. We were only able to recover one of the bodies. Nothing remains of the second, or at least we didn't find it. Perhaps it was used for experimentation. Suddenly, an agitated Haru would enter the room. Haru tsunsan Suna Harusan. Izuku, what's happening? Nervous lights. Haru, there's a serious problem. Yamamoto's we already knows. Suna, we were just talking about Hibbard. Haru, no, Kyokochan has disappeared. Suna, worried WWHAT, did you say? Yamamoto, did you look for her everywhere? Gokudera, maybe he went to the bathroom. Haru, SAMIDRSAN and SATSUKICHAN HELPED, me look for her all over the base until we found a letter SHE left. Reading the letter, I need to go home just this once. I'll also bring some snacks for the kids. Oh, it says, Yamamoto Sasagawa. Gokudera, she didn't seem like the type of girl who would take risks. Reborn, he must have been very worried about Ryohei. Haru, now that I think about it, yesterday Kyokachan suddenly became very sad. Skeptic, but it's impossible to leave the base and go to the surface without telling anyone. The entrances are protected by a voice key and fingerprints. Let me check the access log. Searching the log, entrance 4 appears to have been opened. Gianni started sweating nervously, then it was my fault. Suna, Janini, yesterday Marasan was repairing that entrance, but I sent him to rest, telling him that I would take care of it. Shortly after, Mrs. Sui and Uraraka came to ask for help. A pipe broke and I forgot to finish the door rip. Suna, how could you leave something so important? What should we do? Lal, calm down, Sawada. There's still the matter of the distress signal from the Cloud Guardian Group's bird. We need to make a coordinated decision. Suna, coordinated. Reborn, in this case, our priority is to find Kyoko and bring her back, then search for and investigate Hibbard's location. Lal, if possible, I'd prefer to avoid another battle. It's best to move in small groups to avoid being detected by the enemies. Nagant, not to mention that we'll have to outwit the enemies in this area, as if we only came here to defeat them. Burnin, there are two things we need to take care of, Hibbard's SOS and finding Sasagawachin. Gokudera, what should we do, 10th? Yamamoto, you have to decide sooner. So soon after, the eyes of all the members would be on the young Vengola Decimo. Tsuna, nervous Emmy, decide Lal, of course. Reborn, you're the boss. Haru, let's go Tsuna. Nagant, or should we ask one of our superiors? Tsuna, is there anyone like that here? Nagant, not counting the Vengola Guardians, the workshop staff, the surveillance and maintenance team, there is only one person at the base. Tsuna, it wouldn't be a bad idea to ask him. Nagant, okay, what will we do, Midoriya? Izuku, nervous ME, Ragdoll, striking slightly odd poses, of course, boss. Izuku, what is he doing? Pixie Bob, leave her alone, she's just playing at being a catfish. Izuku, thinking, is that what he does? Stainedhull, I won't let myself be bossed around by brats like them. Leaving the rooms. Burnin, annoyed, fine, get out like you always do in important moments. Ragdoll, what should we do? Izuku, looking at Tsuna. Tsuna, Kayokachin and Hibbard will go find you both. Gokudera, since it's the 10th decision, I approve it. Yamamoto, then it's decided. Tsuna, girls, I hope I can count on all of you. Ragdoll, clear. Nagant, I just hope you make the right decisions. Zlal, will. Izuku, what are we going to do, Tsuna-kun? Tsuna, all right, I'll announce your duties. Lal, Mirch and I will go look for Kayokachin. I'd like Gokudera-kun, Yamamoto-kun, and someone else to go look for Hibbard. Meanwhile, Izuku-kun and the rest of the group will take care of defeating the enemies. If what they say about Gamma is true, it would be best to avoid him. I'll leave it to you to decide the rest of the plan, looking at Izuku. Izuku WL giving a determined look. Nagant, all that remains is to decide who will protect the base. Tsuna, damn, I didn't think of that. Skeptic, don't worry about that. The remaining members will be on high alert. Besides activating his quirk, I've left some of my puppets scattered throughout the base. They weren't just sculptures, showing activity in other rooms and hallways on the cameras. We also have the Frog Boys, the workshop members, and those kids from the past. If things get tense, we also have the surgeons, doctors, farmers, and the base's cleaning and kitchen staff. We'll arm them if necessary. Tsuna, thank you. Burnin, okay, looking at Izuku, what will we do, boss? Izuku, looking at the radar, okay, besides Yamamoto and Gokudera's group, we'll need 2 more small groups. We'll both go to opposite points, trying to draw the attention of as many enemies as possible, clearing the way for them to go straight to the cemetery. Nagant, a distraction plan sounds good. Now how will the groups be formed? Izuku, to start, Yamamoto and Gokudera's group. They have 1 short-range and 1 mid-range member, so we'll need someone who can support them at either short or long range. Don't forget that the people who have to distract the enemies must be strong, fast, or resilient in case of a fight. Burnin, it would be best if there were wrestlers for distraction. Pixie Bob, I think the same. Besides Midoriya-kun, 3 of us will go to distract the enemies. Nagant, Midoriya-san, if you'll allow me, I'd like to suggest something. Izuku, of course. Nagant, Burnin and Pixie are mid-range attackers. Each of them should go with one of the groups. Personally, I think Bobchin should go with you. She will provide great support, being more defensive than offensive. It will also be easier for you to escape if something happens, as she can distract enemies with her creatures. She can also create walls of stone or other similar materials, not to mention that she can remove gravity from any object she touches. Yamamoto, you mean he has more than 1 quirk? Nagant. Izuku, Gokudera, speak woman. Nagant, I'm not allowed to give that information, although what you're asking is obvious. Izuku, so it's true. Nagant, I already told you I'm not allowed to say that, and nobody on the base has that authorization. It was a direct order. Gokudera, who the hell forbid you? Nagant, was the 10th Vengola, Midoriya, Izuku, and 3 division leaders. Tsuna, I did it. Ragdoll, that's right, you told us not to tell the past versions too much about this era, it's stupid, but if we don't, he'll act. Pointing at Reborn. Tsuna, Reborn, thinking, is he really that imposing? Nagant, it seems you still don't know your rank and place in this world. If you want to know something about that, we might find one of the division chiefs. If he's in a good mood, he might tell you himself. Getting back to the topic, on the other hand, Yamamoto and Gokudera are fairly balanced, but they're still weak brats, so I'll babysit and take care of them. Yamamoto, that sounds good to me. Gokudera, furious haze seeing as Nagant transformed his arm into a rifle which he pointed at him. Nagant, the rifle in the back is just in case, plus it makes things much easier for me. Using so many abilities at once makes me dizzy, and I haven't been able to perfect my flame shot using my quirk. I have no problem with this weapon, it's a shoot type. Do you know Xanxus? Upon hearing that name, the boys from the past would feel somewhat uncomfortable. Izuku, yais. Suna, before coming to the future, not long ago we had just won the battle for the rings against the Varia. Nagant, I see. This weapon is similar to one of your pistols. It concentrates energy into the inserted bullet and delivers a powerful shot. Unfortunately, we don't have the dying will bullet. Pulling out a bullet, this bullet was made by the members of the workshop. Gokudera, does that mean he doesn't exist in that time? Nagant, of course they exist, it's just that their production has decreased, it's rare to see them nowadays. Skeptic, we are now awaiting a shipment which will bring various supplies. Ragdoll. That leaves Burninchin and me as the last team. Nagant, both are quite strong, just try not to let your guard down, Burnin. Thanks to your quirk, you're incredibly attractive. Burnin, giving a mischievous look, thanks, I didn't know you thought that about me. Nagant, I mean they'll come straight for you. The light your quirk generates can be incredibly dazzling. Burnin, I know. Nagant, what do you think of my proposal? Izuku, I have no choice but to trust you. You've known them for a long time and we hope you made the right decision. Nagant, you won't regret it. Lal, okay, let's not waste any more time, Sawadasan. Suna, Yais, we're leaving. Izuku, okay, us too, let's go. So everyone would go to do their respective tasks, with the members who would go to look for Hibari. Izuku and Pixie Bob would go to the northeast, while Burnin and Ragdoll would go to the southeast, leaving the east to the 3 remaining members. Already in the forest. Pixie Bob hiding behind a large tree just like Izuku if possible. Let's not prolong the battles so much. If a large group gathers, it could be problematic. Izuku, well, they also mentioned that there might be Nomus. Pixie Bob, yes, how I hate dealing with those things. Izuku, seeing an enemy approaching, here comes one. Pixie Bob, this is what we'll do, placing his hands on the ground, creating small mud beasts. Izuku, what will we do with them? Pixie Bob, they'll just watch. A few seconds would pass as the former heroine concentrated, then revealed what appeared to be the jaw of a giant crocodile emerging from the ground, which would then trap the enemy. Izuku, surprised. Pixie Bob, cheerful, surprised. My quirk has gotten much stronger. Izuku, impressive. Pixie Bob, that'll attract them, it was very loud, you'd better get ready. Hide wherever you can and when they least expect it, bam, hit them with your flames. Easy, right? Izuku, I don't think I can do it, I haven't been able to control them. Pixie Bob, Izuku, it'll just be a waste of time for me to learn how to use them, I'm terrible at it. Pixie Bob, you're just not used to it, it's a matter of practice. As I mentioned to you a few days ago, you just have to concentrate and… Izuku, no, if I continue training like this, I'll just fall behind and be a burden to everyone else. Don't worry, we can win. You just defeated that guy with your quirk, so I'll do the same. I know it would be much better if I could combine my quirk with flames, but… We can't count on it for now, I'm sorry. Pixie Bob, okay, just don't overdo it or do anything stupid, Ikun. Izuku, I can't promise that, but just trust me. Pixie Bob, suspicious, okay, thinking I have a bad feeling, I hope I'm wrong. Thus, after a few minutes, several troops would arrive, which would be defeated without much difficulty by the duo. Izuku, this is proving easier than I thought. Pixie Bob, these are D-class soldiers. Izuku, where are the others? Pixie Bob, probably near the center, let's go see how Ragdoll and Burnin are doing. Izuku, let's go. Thus Pixie Bob would create a creature of mud, which they would ride to then go to the other point. Izuku, seeing that as they advanced they found several corpses as if a massacre had occurred. Feeling disgusted, somewhat powerless and afraid. Pixie Bob, don't get distracted, Stained Hill most likely murdered them. Izuku, coming out of shock, you think so? Pixie Bob, I know the view is awful, but we don't have many options. Izuku, if that's the case. Have you killed before? Pixie Bob, nervous, what kind of question is that, and even worse in a situation like this? Izuku, I'm sorry. Pixie Bob, sighing, yais, I've killed before. Izuku, surprised. Pixie Bob, I know it's wrong, but we couldn't do anything else. Izuku, there are always more options. Pixie Bob, that's true, but that was the closest option we could reach without making them suffer. Besides, it's not like we can afford to keep prisoners, our food supplies aren't that large. Izuku, even so, I find it hard to believe. They were supposed to be heroes. Pixie Bob, you said it, many things happened. Maybe we did it out of fear, in the middle of a war that seemed to reach a large scale, becoming a genocide where so many heroes and villains would be finished off by a monster. Just as ordinary people would be enslaved in a certain way. It might have been for survival or to save someone, but at one point I had to swallow my pride. I spat blood in an enemy's face. Then, taking one of his knives that was covered in my blood, I had to finish him off. Izuku, nervous. Pixie Bob started shedding a few tears. I thought that as long as Ragdoll-chan was okay, it didn't matter if Moria died. I would have made up for my mistake. Mandalay, Tiger, Coda. I couldn't protect them. After seeing the destruction a villain caused at our agency, my legs wouldn't respond. I wanted to go save him, but I just ran away like a coward. Izuku, I'm sorry. Pixie Bob, wiping away tears, don't worry, it's not your fault. Even so, none of us could do anything about it. I also suppose it was something that couldn't be avoided. If I went, it wouldn't change anything, I would die too. I was still weak back then. Izuku looking somewhat thoughtful. Pixie Bob, how about we talk about something else? What would you like to know? There are some things I can't tell you, but maybe there are a few things I can share. Izuku, there are a lot of things. For starters, why was he in that room connected to that medical equipment? From what everyone said, it seems like he had some kind of illness or something. Pixie Bob, I'm sorry, I can't tell you. Izuku, that's what I figured. Do you think that division chief can tell me? Pixie Bob, if he can, he just needs to tell you. Perhaps if we find the Cloud Guardians group. Izuku, by the way, who are the members of Hibarisan's team? Pixie Bob, if the team is complete, there would be 2 division leaders. The Cloud Guardian, 2 elite members and a mid-ranking member. I think she was their support, in addition to being a professional hacker according to her. If I'm not mistaken, the leaders are M. Before he could say anything, the creature they were in would be destroyed by being hit by something, or rather by someone. Izuku in pain, seeing Ragdoll standing there with many injuries and her fur standing on end like a cat's. Are you okay? What happened? Ragdoll, in pain and annoyed, shut up. You're not letting me concentrate. Pixie Bob, becoming alert, removing a chain from the ring he possessed, opening a box which would throw out a few devices, followed by touching the ground, creating several stone creatures which were covered in green rays. Ragdoll grabbing Izuku with her tongue, which now appears a very dark black color, and then throwing herself to the ground. After they both fell to the ground, it would appear that one of Pixie Bob's creatures had been destroyed, revealing a Namu in its place. Ragdoll, be careful, that trash has a damage reduction quirk, plus regeneration. We must find a way to finish it off, or seeing Pixibiob. Pixie Bob, shit, pulling out a flask which he would drink from. Little by little several giant rocks, as well as trees and their creatures, would begin to levitate. Ikun, do me a favor, go return to the base, we need you to bring the 10th and all possible support. Ragdoll, don't count on Stainedhull or Burnin to save you, they're fighting another Namu, and from what I saw they're at least upper middle class. Izuku, what? Of course not, I won't leave them alone with this. Pixie Bob, get out of here. At one point Izuku began to levitate, only to be thrown to another location. After a while he fell, looking around in disorientation. Shortly after he saw a bright green light in the distance, created by lightning, and without thinking he rushed towards it at full speed. As he got closer, he began to hear sounds of agony and pain, until finally he came upon a horrific scene. 5 minutes before, Nagant could be seen above the trees using the mist flame to camouflage himself, watching over both boys as well as the surrounding area. Nagant, thinking 2 enemies are coming, they don't seem strong. Let's see what these brats are capable of. Thus he would see them defeated without much difficulty, while few more enemies arrived. Nagant, thinking F-class soldiers, what are they doing here? Suddenly he would be seen flying off at great speed, crashing into the ground. You're fast, you were able to block my attack in time. Nagant, struggling to his feet, seeing his rifle destroyed, bastard, spitting out some blood, thinking he pierced my armor a little, I didn't expect to run into him. Why the long face, this has only just begun. Nagant, activating his quirk, loading a capillary bullet die, firing, catching the bullet as if it were nothing, analyzing it. Wow, what a peculiar quirk. Nagant, WH. Before he could say anything else, his abdomen would be pierced by that enemy's fist. I'm sorry, I usually take my time to finish off my enemies, but those kids are my priority now. They're similar to the Vengola Guardians. What that enemy said would leave Nagant surprised, to which she would point her arm towards her target's head. Before she could do anything, her arm would be grabbed roughly, so much so that one could see how his fingers pierced her skin. Wow, so my intuition was right. Even in that state, you still care about those children. You're too good to be a ruthless killer. After those words, a gunshot would be heard, seeing Nagant's other arm on his abdomen, giving a small smile. Nagant, appearing terrified. You pride yourself on that power of yours. From a distance you spot your target, aim, and POW. But pulling his hand from the girl's abdomen, grabbing her arm, twisting it inhumanly when she resisted, making her bones crack, finishing by aiming below her chin. How about you try it for yourself? Placing the capillary bullet inside the arm rifle. I'm not usually merciful. Everything that had happened in that short time, combined with the lack of blood and the pressure she felt, would cause her to faint. Inspecting Nagant, thinking he's still breathing. That's how modified Vengola members are. If they're all equally weak, victory is assured. Holding Nagant tightly by the head, it's best to bring this present to those children. I have many doubts. Well, whether they tell me or not, it doesn't matter. I will not leave them alive. End of flashback. In it, one could see a completely injured Yamamoto, who was unconscious on the ground. The most worrying was Nagant, who was covered in wounds and blood from head to toe as she was lying against a tree. Finally, there was Gokudera, who was barely conscious, wearing an expression of suffering caused by a strange man who was holding him by the neck with one hand, lifting him up without apparent difficulty. If you still refuse to say it, I'm afraid there's no going back. Gokudera, SSC. What did you say, Gokudera, spitting blood at the enemy? So that's how it is, dropping Gokudera. Before the enemy could do anything, he would be struck by Izuku, who would use 25% of the embers to try and tackle him. Unfortunately, it would only make him retreat a few meters, because that enemy clung to the ground with his feet. Wow, you are strong, kid. Izuku, surprised, seeing how he couldn't charge at him as he wished, quickly moving away. I don't know you, who are you? Izuku, nervous, watching how carelessly that guy was acting. Using 32% of full cowl, he launched a powerful punch that would create a large smokescreen. After launching that powerful attack, Izuku felt some pain in his arm. Shortly after, he tried to go and help his classmates. However, he was interrupted by a few words from the man who appeared after the dust cloud slowly dissipated. Another larger-scale attack. Izuku, surprised, thinking how could he withstand that attack. Sighing, well, I guess it doesn't matter who you are. You pose a threat, so I'll finish you off and then I'll go after the rest of your friends. Izuku, annoyed, launching himself forward, unleashing a powerful attack with 35% of the embers. Texas SMASHHHHHHH. Holding Izuku's fist as if it were nothing, leaving him impressed. If that's all, it's my turn. That enemy would easily lift Izuku, then deliver a swift blow that would send him flying, causing him to crash through several trees, where after a few seconds our protagonist would fall abruptly. Izuku, breathing heavily, getting up with difficulty, watching as that enemy slowly descends from the sky, thinking he has multiple quirks. It must be damage reduction like the previous enemy, also a flight or levitation quirk. What a surprise, you managed to withstand one of my blows. There's no doubt you'll be excellent raw material for creating Nomus. Izuku, thinking if I don't do something, he's going to kill me, remembering All Might's fight against the Namu in USJ. Every single one of my attacks was useless against him. I have to level up. Little by little, Izuku, once on his feet, would concentrate a large amount of energy throughout his body, reaching 45% of his power. He would then launch an attack which was dodged by the enemy. He would then begin leaping through the trees at high speed, continuing to attack, but he still noticed the enemy watching him. Without hesitation, he would continue advancing, pushing himself further, unleashing his plus ultra until reaching 70%, landing several attacks. Finally, after a feint, he would launch a powerful attack. Izuku, 1,000,000% SMA. This would create a large smokescreen, and he would then fall to his knees, feeling immense pain. It reminded him a little of those days when he naively broke his arms and fingers. Only now his right arm was extremely damaged, and his left arm and both legs were in bad shape. Izuku, breathing heavily. You possess great power without needing to use the flames of the dying. Izuku, incredulous. Unfortunately, you're in a fatal state. There's nothing more you can do. Taking out a box which upon opening revealed what appeared to be billiard balls. It was fun using these on those children. I'd like to continue playing with you in the same way. Unfortunately, I might regret it if I don't finish you off now. Izuku, raising his left arm, charging a Delaware smash with 8% of the embers, thinking that would be enough to escape and create at least a small distraction. Before Izuku could do anything else, a quick green flash would strike Izuku's arm, severing it. He was shocked not only to see his arm lying on the ground, but also to see blood rapidly pouring from his body, releasing a loud scream that reflected both helplessness and fear. However strong you are, your body is still fragile. You're just like everyone I've faced before, and like them, you and your friends will die before me. Gamma activates his ring, charging an attack. Without wasting any time, he would launch that powerful attack against Izuku, who would manage to dodge it. Unfortunately, he didn't expect what was coming. From the balls scattered around him, powerful rays began to emerge, which would begin to electrocute our protagonist, who would feel immense pain. Izuku, thinking shit. Remembering what Pixie Bob told him about the flames, I have to use them. There's no other way. Thus, Izuku would begin to charge another attack with his remaining arm, trying to concentrate energy, until at one point an attack would come in his direction, which he would barely dodge. Unfortunately, just as he was about to launch his attack, he couldn't continue, because the attack he had previously dodged returned to snatch away his remaining arm. Shortly after, he began to succumb to the damage and pain caused by the opponent's lightning flames, which vanished as our protagonist fell without further ado, showing no expression, as if he had fainted from the immense pain, in addition to the clash of emotions and thoughts caused by what had just happened. Gamma, you really held out. Don't worry, I'll free you from this suffering in an instant. charging an attack with her billiard balls. Before he could launch the attack, he would begin to fall, surprising him. He would then begin to use his boots charged with energy from his flames. Shortly after, he would notice something approaching him, a projectile which he managed to dodge. Gamma, don't tell me that. He couldn't finish speaking, as a kind of scarf became entangled around his arms, and he was immediately struck by a powerful blow that sent him reeling backward. Before the attack, he had opened a weapon box which revealed a pair of foxes taking a large amount of the damage, protecting Gamma. Not bad, that's to be expected from someone as feared as you, Electric Gamma. Gamma, nervously launching a powerful attack with his billiard balls which generated a large smokescreen. Seeing his foxes on the ground, he returned them to their box. That attack was dangerous. What an interesting attack. It seems the weapon boxes you've created are just toys. On the other hand, your quirk is truly top-notch. But mine is better. Gamma, surprised seeing a small group emerge from the smoke surrounded by a very bright barrier. That's my. It is, your quirk is altered, so the information we obtained was correct. Gamma, annoyed looking at who was in front of him, erase your quirk, also a copying quirk, no doubt about it, you are the most powerful team in Vengola. I've heard of you. Eraser, copy-paste, Lizardy, La Brava, and seeing someone slowly approaching him, the Cloud Guardian Kyoya Hibari. Hibari, walking slowly in an imposing manner, don't get in my way, he's my prey. Giving a look that would make almost anyone who stood in his way tremble, and his pupils began to turn red as his hair stood up slightly. Well, that's the end of the chapter. I don't know when I'll upload the next one. I don't think it'll be out next month, I'll probably upload it in 2 months. For now, I'll leave you with some descriptions like the ones shown in this arc. One name Ryuko Tsuchikawa. Code name Pixie Bob. Age 41 years. Affiliation Guardian of the Vengola 10th base. Degree C++. Rings Ray C++ Purity X1. Boxes Charge Spheres. He uses them to surround the creatures created by his quirk with the lightning element of his flames. Equipment Cat Gloves. These gloves can extend cat claws and be surrounded by the user's flames. Unlike Izuku and Suna's gloves, these cannot attack at medium or long range. Kadar-shaped headphones. Bottle containing strange liquid. Quirks Zero Gravity Copy. Material Beast altered. Cat Senses altered. Mineral Creation Control altered. Improvements Strength, Stamina, Speed. Appearance. Her clothing is the same as when she was a member of the Wild Pussycats, only in a silver-gray color, and it looks more like an elegant women's suit. She has a cat tail that is part of her body. Types of flame, lightning. 2 names Tomoko Shartoko. Code names Ragdolls. Age 41 years. Affiliation Guardian of the Vengola 10th base. Degree C++. Rings Lightning Purity D+, X1, Rain Purity C+, X1. Boxes None. Equipment Cat Gloves, Kadar-shaped headphones, jar with strange liquid. Quirks Frog Copy Alteration, Rabbit Copy Alteration, Cat Senses Altered, Gigantification Copy, Size Copy. Improvements Strength, Endurance, Speed. Appearance, like Ragdoll, she uses an altered version of her previous hero costume and also has a cat tail. Types of flames, Lightning Rain. 3 name Moe Kamaji. Code name Burnin. Age 36 years. Affiliation Guardian of the Vengola 10th base. Grade C+. Rings Ray Purity C+, X1, Ray Purity D++, X2, Sun Purity D, X1. Boxes Fire Extinguisher. Equipment, gloves Deku's version, they act the same as Izuku's gloves from this era. Quirks Blazing Hair Original, Hellflame Copy, High Temperature Copy, Low Temperature Copy. Improvements Strength, Endurance, Speed. Appearance Nothing has changed in terms of appearance, except that it now has a cat's tail. Types of flames Lightning Sun. 4 name Kaina Tsutsumi. Code names Lady Nagants. Age 40 years. Affiliation Guardian of the Vengola 10th base. Grade B. Rings Cloud Purity C+, X1, Mist Purity D, X1. Boxes Bullet Storage, Medical Equipment. Equipment, Assault Rifle. Contrary to what she believes, her weapon is not inspired by Xanxus's pistols, but by Colonello's weapon, Reaper Grenades, VFC, Vengola Flame Concentration, Rifle Ammunition. Quirks Rifle Original, Twin Impact Copy, Creation Copy, Redirect Copy, Zoom Copy, Double Damage Copy. Improvements Strength, Stamina, Speed, Reflexes, Accuracy. Appearance He has an outfit similar to the one he wears in the battle against Deku in the manga, in addition to a gray coat. Flame types Cloud, Fog. 5 name Chizomakaguro. Code name Stained Hull. Age 41 years. Affiliation Vongola 10th Assassination Group, Intelligence Gathering for Allies. Grade B. Rings Cloud C++ Purity X2. Boxes none. Equipment 2 katanas 6 knives boots with spikes and retractable blades communicator blood storage plates. Quirks, Bloodcurdle Original Double Damage Copy Creation Copy. Improvements, Strength, Stamina, Speed, Reflexes. Appearance. His attire resembles that of his time as a vigilante, wearing a mask that conceals his face while protecting him from light and harm. He has suspenders to carry his key tools for killing, as well as several compartments for storing his knives and other items. Types of flame, Cloud. 6 name Samadera Sui. Code name Froppy. Age 20 years. Affiliation Soldier in Training. Grade D+. Rings Ray Purity D+ X1. Boxes none. Equipment none. His gloves were destroyed. Quirks Frog Original. Improvements none. Appearance, he looks like a normal boy, except that nothing is normal these days for the Vongola and their allies. Types of flames Lightning Rain. 7 name Satsuki Asui. Key name Nuns. Age 16 years. Affiliation Protected Assistant. Grades D. Rings Lightning Purity D X1 Rain Purity D. Boxes none. Equipment nuns. Quirks Frog Original. Improvements none. Appearance, she looks just like her older sister Tsuyu Asui. Types of flames Lightning Rain. 8 name Tamayasu Chikazoku. Code name Skeptic. Age of between 40 and 50. Affiliation Vongola Base Watchman Vongola Base Guardian. Grade B. Rings Cloud C Purity X11 Fog C++ Purity X1. Boxes blocks takes out several blocks which he uses to use his quirk Charge Spheres. Equipment Laptop Remote Control Charging Spheres Loose. Quirks Anthropomorph Original Creation Copy Weld Copy Mineral Creation Control Altered. Life Altered can give objects life for a time, for now it can be used for 1 hour. Improvements Stamina plus Speed Reflexes. Appearance, her appearance has not changed much, her clothing remains almost the same. Types of flame Cloud Fog. 9 name Mei Hatsums. Key name Nuns. Age 27 years. Affiliation Vongola Workshop Leader Inventor. Grade A. Rings Nuns. Boxes none. Equipment everything available in the workshop. Communicator, tranquilizer gun, live gun, syringe with calming fluid. Quirks Zoom Original Creation Copy. Improvements none. Appearance wears an open yellow waterproof jacket. His appearance hasn't changed much, only now he looks more developed. Types of flame Sky. 10 name Melissa Shield. Key name Nuns. Age 28 years. Affiliation Vongola Workshop Leader Inventor. Grade B++. Rings Rain Purity D X1. Boxes none. Equipment everything available in the workshop. Communicator. Quirks Zoom Copy Creation Copy. Improvements none. Appearance, her appearance looks somewhat neglected. She hasn't had time to sleep, she puts too much pressure on herself, and she also feels inferior to Mei. Glasses with a flashlight. Types of flame Rain. Future Arc Part 3 Reunion. Izuku IIS this place. Looking around, it's the mountain where I used to train. Starting to explore the area, I used to lie down in this tree to sleep peacefully. Walking to another side, I used to have lunch here with Panarachin. Sitting down from here, you can see all of Namamori. It's just as I remember it. You haven't forgotten, that's good. Upon hearing that feminine voice, she would turn around, ending up bumping into something. Watch out for my skirt. Izuku embarrassed I am sorry getting up. Once he stood up, he was horrified to see the girl's terrible condition. She had several deep-looking wounds, the most prominent being a hole in her chest. Fresh blood could still be seen trickling from the wound, staining her dress, which looked burned and ashen. At this sight, Izuku recoiled in fright, nearly falling if it weren't for the young woman who caught him by the arm. Izuku, terrified, closing his eyes. Are you all right? At those words of concern, our protagonist slowly opened his eyes, looking closely at the person in front of him. After a few seconds, he began to shed a few tears. What? Izuku crying P. Panther-chan. Panther, you haven't changed. Starting to compare their heights, you really are small. Izuku, I am sorry, giving her a tight hug, not caring that he ended up getting covered in blood. Panther, why are you apologizing? Izuku, I couldn't protect you and. Panther, stroking her hair, it wasn't your fault, I guess it was something that was going to happen, besides, you haven't done anything yet. Izuku, looking at her, confused. Panther, wiping the tears from his face, you still have time to do something. Maybe your past self couldn't, but you can. Izuku, surprised H. How? Panther, it's obvious, you look quite young to be the Izuku of this time. Izuku T, that's true. Panther, it wasn't his fault. We didn't know they had a trap set for us in our own lair. Neither you nor he are to blame for anything. The only ones at fault are the Milifear. I thought that after my death you would be a better person like you wanted to be, if only it weren't for Deku. Izuku surprised MME. Panther, in a way it's complicated. After a series of decisions questionable, your alter ego took a path that would lead him down a steep path. Izuku, Sting, Panther, haven't you wondered why you were connected to that machine? Izuku, nervous yais, ever since I got here I've been wondering about that. Wait, do you know anything about this? Panther, giving an indifferent look who knows, starts walking around the place casually. Izuku, that doesn't help me. Panther, I know it's not my place to tell you. Staring into the void, you won't be long in waking up. It was good to see Izuku and not Deku. Izuku, nervous, what do you mean by that? Panther, giving a warm smile, you'll understand. Just don't forget who you are. Remember, That starts walking towards Izuku. Above all else, you are you. You could become someone else, but there's nothing better than being yourself, don't you think? Don't be like your version from this time. Izuku, nervous, what are you trying? Before he could say anything else, he was silenced by a kiss that took him by surprise. He then went along with it and began to close his eyes. How long do you think it will take him to wake up? 2. No idea, he's been in that junkyard for almost 2 weeks now. Izuku, thinking those voices, starting to open his eyes, seeing that he was surrounded by water. It seems he's awake now. 2. Well, it'll be time to take it out. After saying that, Izuku would see how the water around him gradually began to recede until at one point there was none left. At one point he would see some gates open from which he would slowly walk out. 2. Here, you'll need it, showing a towel. Izuku, blushing, noticing he wasn't wearing anything. Accepting the towel and covering himself with it. Thank you, looking at the people in front of him. You are Monoma. Setsuna, you are the students of Class B. Setsuna, it's been a while. Midoriya-san. Monoma, you'd better get dressed. We don't know when the collection and transport group will arrive. Among the things we found this showing a change of clothes. Your previous clothes were extremely damaged, so we ended up discarding them. Setsuna, we'll give you some privacy. Come when you're ready. Leaving the room with Monoma. A few minutes would pass until Izuku came out of the room in his new clothes. Izuku, ready. Monoma, good, you must be hungry. Let's go to the kitchen. Setsuna, I hope they didn't beat us to breakfast. Monoma, if that happens, we'll just cook. Setsuna, speaking wearily, okay. Izuku, hey. Monoma, what's up? Izuku, what happened? The last thing I remember is fighting that guy and then suddenly remembering that the enemy had taken both his arms, beginning to look at his upper limbs. Monoma, you were defeated by Gamma, who destroyed your arms. Izuku, surprised, so it really happened. Setsuna, I had to use my flesh welding to temporarily replace those parts, but since they weren't compatible with your body, they didn't last very long. Monoma, even so, I think it was for the best that you lost both arms. They were extremely damaged. It probably would have been irreversible or very difficult to heal. Izuku, if what they say is true, looking at his arms, how come? Monoma, your questions will be answered later. For now, we need to go to the kitchen. I'm hungry. Izuku, wait, I need to speak with one of the division leaders. I have a lot of things to ask him. Monoma, you're doing it right now. Izuku, are you a leader? Monoma, that's right, but I won't tell you anything. I'll leave that to my master. Izuku, Bibut. Before he could say anything else, he would be wrapped in bandages that would prevent him from speaking or moving. Izuku, thinking this is Izue-sensei's capture weapon. Monoma, annoyed, you really are annoying, kid. After lunch, I'll report on your current condition. Setsuna, I'm sorry, Midoriya-kun, but you've pushed her to her limit. So they would go to the kitchen where he would spend the normal day full of leisure where only Izuku would rest. The next day, Tsuna, Yamamoto, Gokudera, Izuku, Lalmirch, and Reborn could be seen in the practice room. Yamamoto, starting today, we're back to training. Izuku, stretching, it's been a while. Tsuna, have his wounds completely healed. Gokudera, excited totally. I was starting to worry about being out of shape. Lal, I'm sorry to interrupt your talk. All 4 of you are here, so let's begin. As I mentioned before, they'll begin a new training session today. It's called the Individual Attack Training Program. Tsuna, individual training. Reborn, Tsuna has been fighting one-on-one with Lalmirch for the past few days. Each of you will have your own personal tutor to train you, just like in the battle for the rings. For example, the one I'll be training is Yamamoto. Yamamoto, surprised, I will train Hayato. Upon hearing that voice, they would see that it came from BNHA. Shortly after, Gokudera would faint upon seeing her. After a few more events, a gunshot would be heard, which was caused by Reborn and had hit Tsuna, who would enter hyper mode. What? Gokudera, this is incredible, Decimo. The intensity has increased so much. Yamamoto, you look like a completely different person. You've left us behind again. Izuku, amazing, it's incredible to see how much you've progressed. Suna, shall we begin? Lao, I'm no longer your coach. You haven't reached the level I expect from you at all. I've realized you won't be able to improve anytime soon. Suna, but this is all I have. Lao, your power is far above this. Before they could continue chatting, a projectile hurtled towards Tsuna, who dodged it. However, the projectile began to chase him until it cornered him against one of the walls, where Tsuna stopped it with both hands, seeing that it was a spiked sphere. If you don't pay attention, you will die. Reborn, the last two tutors arrived. Two, whispering as rude as ever. I will take care of unleashing all your abilities. Tsuna Hibari-san, Izuku Aizawa-sensei, Aizawa, I will be the one to train you, Midori-san. We will push you to your limits, hoping that you can at least achieve power equal to that of your counterparts from this era. Izuku surprised. Aizawa, for now, just enjoy the show. A few seconds would pass as Tsuna pierced the spiked ball with the zero breakpoint, first edition, surprising everyone present. Izuku surprised Tsunasan can freeze. Yamamoto, didn't you know? Gokudera, if I'm not mistaken, he and Lancia arrived after the Varia had already thawed Xanxus. We saw it from afar. Reborn, Gokudera is correct. That was the zero breakpoint first edition which we were looking for Tsuna to achieve in his training. Izuku, surprised was that the technique I was practicing, wasn't it the flame absorption technique? Reborn, no, but it was still very useful. Izuku, if he keeps this up, he'll stop him. Lao, no, it's not over yet. Shortly afterwards, some clouds would be seen forming, which would envelop Tsuna until they trapped him in a sphere of spikes, which would fall abruptly to the ground at the same time as Hibari's ring would be destroyed. Izuku, surprised, what is that? Hibari, it is a hermetically sealed sphere molded from the cloud's flames, making it completely impermeable. It is impossible for him to penetrate the sphere with his physical strength or flames. The sphere's oxygen will soon run out if he doesn't leave soon. Aizawa, alright, it's time to go, Midoriya. Izuku, wait, this is too much. Hibari. Are you seriously planning to leave Tsuna locked in there? Hibari, if you have a problem with that drawing his tonfas, come and face me. Izuku, getting into a fighting stance, beginning to use full cowl. Before he could do anything else, that green-haired boy would stop emitting those rays. Izuku, nervous WWHAT, looking at Hibari, whose pupils were red and whose hair was slightly levitating, erasure quirk. Hibari, what's wrong? Why aren't you here? Looking at Izuku, who was surprised, sighing just as I imagined. You're nobody without your quirk, just like in this era launches attack. Everything looked bad for our protagonist, however, the situation would take a quick turn, as Aizawa used his tapes to hold one of Hibari's tonfas. Aizawa, don't rush, I'll take care of him. Hibari, annoyed, whatever, deactivating his quirk. Aizawa, returning his tapes, alright, it's time to go, Midoriya-kun. Reborn, we should also start our training, Yamamoto. Gokudera, hold on a minute, if we don't stop this, the 10th. Yamamoto, Hibari is serious. Reborn, I know it is, that's why it has to be Hibari. Izuku, but. Reborn, in every generation, the boss must go through the Vengola trial. It can't be prearranged, so a real danger is necessary. Izuku, Gokudera, and Yamamoto, thinking Vengola trial. Aizawa, if you truly trust your boss, you have nothing to worry about. We've already wasted too much time. Wraps Izuku in her bandages, let's go. BNHA approaching Gokudera head-on, well, we should start too. Gokudera, T2 close fainting. Reborn, Yamamoto, I'm going to change. We'll meet in basement 10. Hibari, before they leaves. Upon hearing that, everyone would look at the Cloud Guardian. Hibari, just remember this. The weak will be buried. You can be sure of that. For starters, even if I had a reason to kill Sawada Tsuneyoshi, there's no reason to let him live. That goes for all of you, so stay out of my way. Upon hearing that, most of those present were surprised by what was said, and it generated a variety of reactions. Shortly after, everyone went to carry out their respective training. Second training room with Izuku and Aizawa. Aizawa, this is the second training room. It's practically the same as the previous one, except here there's a place for spectators. Izuku, yes, the workshop members really put a lot of effort into this. Aizawa, it was made out of necessity more than anything else. Izuku, need. Aizawa, you've already had a taste of the situation we face. You felt the bitter taste of defeat, being beaten and humiliated by someone many times stronger than you. It's not the first time. The same thing happened at USJ against that Namu. Do you understand what I'm saying? Izuku, nervous, nodding. Aizawa, I'll push you to your limit. Pulling out a box, which upon opening reveals a pair of gloves which he puts on. Come at me with everything, Midoriya. Izuku, or should I say? Dilekayo. Izuku, sweating, feeling intimidated by Aizawa. Aizawa, what are you waiting for? Come at me with everything. Izuku activating full cowl at 25%, launching himself to attack Aizawa. Before he could do anything, he would feel his quirk deactivate, losing his focus. Aizawa would take advantage of this to deliver a powerful blow to his stomach, sending Izuku flying into the wall of the room. Izuku in pain, that's not fair, you deactivated my quirk. Aizawa, why isn't that fair? Izuku, I can't go all out if you don't let me use it. Aizawa, use your flames. Izuku, it's just that. I can't. So please let me use my quirk. Aizawa, and what will you do after I let you use it? Will you break every part of your body? Will you start spitting blood and pretend nothing's wrong? Izuku, nervous. Aizawa, I know it's the same thing that happened to All Might and what's happening to you. In your case, it's because your body is using more power than it can handle, while the embers of One for All are starting to die down. Izuku, shocked. HHOW, do you know that? Aizawa, I know more than you think. For starters, do you know why you were connected to that machine? Izuku, do you know? Aizawa, of course I know. From the moment we reunited, I could see your health slowly deteriorating. You frequently broke your arms and you tried to hide the fact that you weren't well. Many times I saw you spit up blood, and I also saw you start to stagger for no apparent reason, but you always said the same thing, I'm fine, giving us a fake smile that slowly faded away. As time went on, it became more and more obvious. Most of us couldn't bear to see you in that state. The gaze of that boy who dreamed of being a hero simply vanished. We were facing a bad situation. We spent a lot of resources on each of your treatments. We spent much more on you than on any other comrade. Just look at your arms, they're like new because they practically are. The people in the workshop did manage to get a machine working that can create cells and adapt them to a living being. Izuku, surprised, looking at both arms, thinking that's why I don't have my scars, besides, they feel very different. Aizawa, we also tried to reason with your past self, telling you not to fight, that you weren't in good condition. But you didn't listen and went to each fight. As a result, you were severely injured, often reaching critical condition. You felt the need to act. After a battle in which you sustained several injuries, Hatsumesan anesthetized you and then, with Melissa's help, connected you to the machine. Izuku, surprised. Aizawa, and you know what the best part is? Even though several members were against it, the main person, the one who gave the order to do that to you, was your little friend. Saweda tsunewawasechi. Izuku, shocked. Tthats not true. Tsuna would never do something like that. Aizawa, if you don't want to believe me, that's your problem. You've become a burden to us. Izuku, Aizawa, do you remember what I told you when we first met? Flashback. Aizawa, using his quirk, from what I've seen you can't hold back to your full power, which means you can't use it efficiently. Did you think someone would come to save you once you got injured again? Izuku, nervous. No, I didn't think so. I just being held back by Aizawa's wrists. Aizawa, whatever you're hoping for will probably end with several nurses rushing to your rescue, and as you can see, no one here is trained in first aid. There's a certain insufferable hero over there, who made a name for himself by rescuing thousands of innocent people from a disaster he caused himself. You're incredibly brave. But all you do is run around like a fool who needs saving. Accept it, your power won't help you be a hero. Midoriya, Izuku. End flashback. Aizawa, it seems I wasn't wrong, you can't control your power. You constantly use that poison you call a quirk excessively, in my opinion. Furthermore, it's as if you're afraid to use your flames. If you continue like this, you'll become a burden to us as well. Izuku, nervous. Aizawa, sighing, this is a waste of time, we'd better avoid trouble. We'll connect you to that machine again. Izuku, WWHAT, Aizawa, or are you planning to do something? In your current state, you can't, you're just a burden to us, or don't you understand? You're dependent on your quirk. In a situation where you can't use it, you're finished. You can't use your flames either, you'll simply be useless, or should I say a Deku. Izuku, TTHAT's not true. Aizawa, the information I have says otherwise. You were defeated by a black spell soldier, and you were also recently on the verge of death. Do you really think you'll be of any use to us? You couldn't protect anyone, not even your beloved. And you even used your precious quirk. It's nothing but trash that was just killing you, but because you're such an idiot you just ignored it. Izuku, annoyed, shut up. Aizawa, does the truth hurt? Don't worry, after we finish you off, the other guardians will be in the same situation as you. The only thing we can use them for are their Vengola rings. I'll personally make sure of that. Izuku, angry, I won't allow it. Aizawa, if that's the case, what do you plan to do? Izuku, he defeats you. Without wasting any time, in the blink of an eye, Aizawa would appear in front of him. Aizawa, that won't happen, throws a punch. Before the swift blow could strike Izuku, he would see the aforementioned dodge it, then launch a punch of his own. Aizawa would notice that Midoriya's fist was enveloped in a green flame which would quickly approach him. Eraser swiftly caught his student's fist. Aizawa surprised Midoriya. Izuku launching another powerful attack just like the previous one. Aizawa holding Izuku's other fist. Midoriya, look at your fists. Upon hearing what his tutor said, he would observe how both his fists were engulfed in flames. Shortly afterwards, impressed, he would step back a little to admire the feat, although unfortunately it wasn't long before the flames began to solidify. Aizawa, you were able to use the flames. Izuku surprised. Aizawa tried to return them to their flame state. Izuku nodding, trying to do what was asked without getting any results. Aizawa, can you move your fingers in that state? Izuku shaking his head. Aizawa turned them off and turned them back on. Izuku Yai's doing as asked, watching as his flames quickly solidified again. Why is this happening? Aizawa, it seems you're unconsciously solidifying your flames to the maximum, which prevents you from using their true potential. Let's go back to basics. What do you do to ignite the flame? Izuku Gokudera said to imagine our determination and then turn it into a flame through the ring. Aizawa, if that's the case, then do it. I want to see it. Izuku nodding. Thus, Izuku would begin to concentrate while mumbling a few things. Just like the first time, he would begin to generate small green rays. But little by little, they would begin to fade away so that, in an instant, a green flame would begin to overflow, which would take him out of the trance so that immediately afterwards it would begin to solidify. Aizawa, what happened? You were doing well, then suddenly your energy overflowed, causing you to solidify your flames to seal your gloves and ring. Izuku, I don't know. Aizawa, don't lie to me, I saw how you were concentrating. What were you thinking about? Izuku, I remembered some moments when we had fun. I want us to smile and have fun again like we did back then, especially so that people in this time can enjoy it the same way. I want to create a better future, but... Aizawa, but Izuku, little by little I started to remember other things. Aizawa, what things did you remember? Izuku, I couldn't help my friends in so many situations. In my fight against Ken, Hibari ended up saving me from being killed. I couldn't help them in the battle against Mukuro either. Likewise, in the Battle of the Rings against the Varia, I wasn't much used to them, I just stood by as a spectator. Against that enemy from the future, I couldn't save Samadare or Satsuki, we ended up being rescued by Stain. Likewise, against the last enemy, I was even close to dying. I felt angry with myself after all. If I want to be a hero, I must be the one who saves people, not the other way around. I want to defeat the villains. No, I must defeat them. Aizawa, anything else? Izuku, Aizawa, from what you've told me I can understand what you said first. It shows how you started off well, you produced a few lightning bolts but then they gradually faded away. As for what you mentioned about defeating the villains, I'm not entirely convinced. You generated a large flame but you stopped before your ring was destroyed. What else was going through your mind? Izuku, oh well. That's all they mentioned to me about this future. Aizawa, was there anything in particular? Izuku P. Pantarachin. Aizawa, Pantera, your beloved. Izuku, blushing Yais, I think so. Looking much more subdued, R. Rebornson, and you mentioned that I couldn't save her, that she died in my arms, while I couldn't do anything. Aizawa, I see that's what's got you like this. Izuku nodding. Aizawa, if that's the case, just don't think about it. Izuku, starting to cry, it's easy to say, but... Before he could say anything else, he was restrained by Aizawa's bandages. Aizawa, annoyed, what's wrong with you? You're not like this. You're crying over something pointless, you're being quite irrational. Izuku, pointless. Annoyed, starting to struggle, I couldn't do anything for her. Aizawa, exactly. Izuku, confused. Aizawa, everything they told you happened to the you of this time. It was his responsibility to protect her, not yours. Not yet. You had no idea that any of this was going to happen. In your time, none of it has happened yet. Izuku, calming down a bit. Aizawa, didn't you say you wanted to create a better future, one where everyone could smile and have fun without worries? Don't be so clever. Are you going to stay here crying over things you haven't even lived or experienced yet? Don't you have people to protect? Izuku, thinking about his friends, family, etc. Aizawa, perhaps it's not possible for your past self. He did questionable things and you know how that ended. But you can still do something. We can't change our past, but just like all of you, we can create a better future. Izuku, but I'm not that strong. Aizawa, well, just get stronger, or are you going to wait for the enemies to do whatever they please? Izuku shaking his head. Aizawa, releasing Izuku, do you know why I didn't expel you from that UA test? Izuku, why was I lying? Aizawa, no, it's because your potential was above 0. You'd better listen to me and get this straight in your head because I'm only going to tell you this once. Midoriya Izuku, you can become a hero. Izuku, surprised, his expression shifting to a more animated one. Aizawa, so get strong, think about how you will deal with this situation. Will you regret it and want to take a path of revenge caused by things you haven't yet experienced? Or will you do what a hero would do? Izuku, I will take the path of the hero. Aizawa command face emi emidioroe izuku, or shuld I say. Didikayu hero. Izuku giving a determined look, nodding, getting into a fighting stance. Let's go, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa, just tell me eraser. Izuku, okay, let's go, eraser-sensei. Thus began the training of our protagonist, during which they realized that Izuku couldn't maintain his flames for very long. He still seemed to have doubts. Eraser noticed that his student couldn't fully control them in combat. He hadn't reached a middle ground. If he used too few, they were too weak, and if he used too many, his power became uncontrollable. Therefore, he preferred to concentrate on other aspects. Later, after Izuku was soundly defeated by Eraser, he would go to take a bath. There are two types of baths at the Vongola base. Not counting the WC, here they have showers for a quick bath, plus another that resembles the Sento. After preparing himself, washing his body, he would enter the bathtub. It's more like a mini pool, and see someone coming out of it. Izuku surprised Samadare-san. Samadare, Midoriya-san, I thought you were still training. Izuku, I recently finished training with Aizawa-sensei. Samadare surprised with Eraser-san. Izuku nodding. Samadare, isn't Midoriya-sensei hurt? Izuku, no, I just have some bruises and scrapes. Samadare, that is strange indeed. Eraser-san is being extremely kind to you. Izuku, what do you mean? Samadare, Eraser-san is currently the most powerful member of Vongola, not counting his students. In his base form, even the Cloud Guardian himself could defeat him with great difficulty, not only because of his overwhelming strength, speed, and stamina, but also because of his experience. Furthermore, if he were to use his full power, there would be no comparison. This is just between you and me. He would be able to take out all the remaining Vongola members, as long as they don't use a quirk or bullet that prevents him from using his quirk on him. Izuku, nervous, feeling somewhat scared. Is he really that powerful? Samadare, if you think about it, it's terrifying. He earned that reputation. After all, he showed no mercy when training several members of this base, including Copy-Paste, also known as Monomason, and the Cloud Guardian. Izuku, surprised, looking down. Samadare, worried, is something wrong? Izuku, if what you say is true, I still have a long way to go. For starters, if I keep using my quirk, it will slowly destroy me. Samadare, really, that's really bad. Her quirk was her main fighting method. Izuku, how often did I use my quirk? Samadare, in every fight. Izuku, feeling somewhat melancholic. So it was true, my past self became looking at his reflection in the water. No, not just in this time, from long before, remembering his past battles. Since when did I become so dependent on my quirk? Before, I would simply go straight into action without a second thought, despite not having a special power, remembering the sludge villain incident, but now remembering the fight against Eraser. Aizawa-sensei was right. And to make matters worse, I can't even use my flames properly. Samadare, don't get so worked up, sensei. The fact that you constantly used your quirk and relied on it was because each time stronger enemies appeared than the last. Besides, your past self couldn't use your flames properly either. You taught me everything you knew about them, and along with Lambo-kun, you helped me use them better. It's as if you had difficulty using them. Even so, you were temporarily able to use a fighting style that combined both the flames and your quirk. If I'm not mistaken, you could use it for a maximum of 5 minutes. Izuku, really? Samadare, yes, she mentioned something about the strain that using her quirk caused her, so she found a way to. What was it about? Sorry, I don't remember. I only know that he was talking about percentages, but I couldn't understand him. It's not like he wanted to explain what his quirk was or what he was babbling about. Izuku, I see Samadare-san staring at him intently. Samadare, yes. Izuku, would you teach me how to control my flames? I'd like to learn that fighting style too. Samadare starting to laugh. Izuku, confused, what's going on? Samadare, and nothing, I just find it funny that now I'll be the sensei's teacher. Of course I'll help him, although it will be a little different. I didn't have any problems with Satsuki-chan, but this is a special case. Izuku, thank you. My next match against Aizawa-sensei will be this afternoon. Samadare, I see, so Eraser-san had already planned for you to look for a way or someone to train and improve your flames. Izuku, thinking about what Samadare said, it's true. Samadare, anyway, I'll see you tomorrow in the lounge. From there, you'll guide me to the room where we'll train. Izuku nodding. Thus the days would pass where Izuku would be trained by Samadare, just as Aizawa would beat up his student. Over time, Izuku was able to use his flames more effectively thanks to Samadare, a logbook from his past self which he found under his bed. He learned to control his flames efficiently and even perform other actions, such as solidifying them when launching flames. With some difficulty, he was able to charge energy and then fire a flame which would solidify shortly after. He then decided to concentrate his energy into a single point, firing it in small, ball-like bursts. As time passed, he also managed to slightly control the solidification of his flames, coating his gloves with them until they hardened. However, unlike before when a sphere formed around them, now they were simply covered by a small green barrier which, depending on Izuku's intentions, could damage anyone who touches them, due to the electricity generated by the flame, or simply make them feel something solid, yet warm. And only for a few seconds was he able to reverse the hardening effect, allowing him to use his flames as Tsuna would. The days would pass in this way with not much of note happening, except that the boys at the base would make breakfast together the day after the first training session to boost the morale of the past members, especially Gokudera. 3 days later, 17 days in total, Aizawa and Izuku would meet while training. Aizawa throwing a kick, making Izuku retreat. You've improved quite a bit in such a short time, but you still have a long way to go. Izuku, I still have a trick or two up my sleeve. Aizawa, you seem quite confident. Do you think you can defeat me? Izuku, I don't know, just like I don't know much about this time you know about you guys, your apparent new powers, or how you know so much about One for All. Aizawa, I see. If you manage to defeat me, I'll tell you everything I know, starting with One for All, so don't hold back, using his erasure quirk. Izuku, that's what I wanted to hear. Thus, Izuku would launch himself to attack his teacher, who would begin to throw his capture weapon, which would be enveloped in purple flames as it multiplied, managing to catch one of Izuku's feet. Shortly after the aforementioned, charging an LFS light knife flame shot broke that bandage, and shortly after dodging a blow from Aizawa, concentrating energy in his fist, managing to launch a small flame which would prevent Aizawa from seeing and remaining, activating his quirk, to which he would deactivate it and try to dodge that attack. Once Aizawa stepped back, he felt a powerful blow strike him. Luckily, he reacted in time, managing to shield himself with his bandages engulfed in flames from the cloud. But unfortunately, he couldn't afford to take a moment, as a barrage of attacks came from all sides. He managed to dodge most of them until suddenly a powerful kick to the face sent him flying. Once he landed on his feet, he saw something breathtaking: his student. Aizawa, smiling, you've improved more than I thought. Before him stood Izuku, who, in addition to using his dying will flames, could be seen with small lightning bolts emanating from his body. Izuku, it was a bit of a struggle, and I still need to perfect my flames to improve this. Pseudo One for All, full cowl from 12% to 15%. Aizawa, I see you replace a part of OFA's power using your flames. Izuku, deactivating his quirk. In a way it is. At first I thought it was just that, but there's something more. Aizawa, anything else? Izuku, thanks to Satsuki-chan and Samadere-kun, I was able to understand many things about this combination. Aizawa, like what? Izuku, it's a combination of my previous fighting styles. When I started using One for All, I imagined an egg in a microwave where I would have to concentrate to prevent it from exploding. Aizawa, I see. The egg was any part of your body where you used your quirk, and One for All was the microwave. During the sports festival, you were able to use your fingers with your quirk's power more than once. You were really good at using the microwave. Izuku, starting to laugh nervously. Thank you. Aizawa, that's not a compliment. Continue. Izuku, using that as a base, I slightly replaced One for All with flames. If I wanted to use the equivalent of 20% in my fist, I'd have to try to use a percentage of the embers, like 4 or 9%, and replace the rest with the power of my flames. That's on the offensive side. On the other hand, defensively, I should use a percentage that guarantees good defense and allows me to withstand several attacks. Luckily, I managed to find the equipment Leon-kun made for me in the past. It's just as I imagined. It allows me to use the dying will flame on them. Maybe not like Tsuna's gloves, but at least it provides good temporary defense thanks to the lightning element. Unfortunately, I can't maneuver well while using it because of the solidification. Aizawa, that doesn't sound good, it could backfire. Izuku, that would be the case if I didn't use 2 of my last lessons I had with OFA, the second one. Full cowl, maintaining constant energy throughout my body. I can only use my flame energy for approximately 5 minutes before it solidifies. After that, I must extinguish it and wait a while. Regarding offense and defense, I utilize OFA throughout my entire body, but unlike before, I now manage a smaller percentage which I can control optimally. Furthermore, thanks to training, I no longer experience as many negative repercussions on my body, allowing me to endure much more. Aizawa, so to speak, you now have better control over OFA, using that small percentage more efficiently, but still, keeping it activated all the time must put some strain on your body, in addition to energy depletion. Izuku, that's the last thing I was getting at last lesson. Don't maintain power at all times. Aizawa, Izuku, I mean I shouldn't use both energies for extended periods unless necessary. All Might told me he didn't use One for All the time. It should be the same for me since I can't use my flames as I should right now. I'll just try to alternate between my quirk and them, using both when necessary, whether to attack, dodge, or receive an attack. If I think about it, it's something like Todoroki's quirk. If he were a video game character, he'd have two energy bars, one for his hot side and the other for his cold side. In my case, it would be similar, having one bar focused on my quirk and another on my flames. Only the moment I combine both powers would be like when Son Goku used the Kaioken and Super Saiyan at the same time. Aizawa, are you sure about what you're saying? Your point of view is based on video games and manga. Izuku, giving a serious look, yes, I'm 100% sure. Aizawa, you've really improved, even if only a little. Not only did you take on the task of learning a fighting style using what you had available, but you also managed to give a great analysis and a small demonstration. Izuku, you're wrong. This is the result of the combined efforts of Samadere-kun, Satsukichin, and my current self, who guided me to make this happen. I still have some things to improve, but there is no comparison between my current self and the one I was weeks ago. Aizawa, giving a smile, Midoriya-kun. Flashback. Cloud Guardian Base. Hibari, don't you think you're being too soft? Aizawa, or rather, isn't it that you're just too rough? Hibari, if you continue like this, you'll only delay it. Aizawa, what do you want me to do? He's just a kid. If I go all out from the start, he'll end up dead or seriously injured. Hibari, are you treating him like this just because he was one of your precious offspring? Aizawa, maybe. I still can't stop seeing him like all the others who came from the past. Like poor children who came to fight a war that isn't theirs to fight. Hibari, closing his eyes, walking past Eraser, do what you want. You'll only slow him down if you're soft on him. They may seem like defenseless little animals, but if we put them in a truly dangerous situation, they'll bare their fangs. They still have the potential to grow their power like they did 10 years ago, the hidden potential of the Quirkless. End of flashback. Aizawa, thinking I hate to admit it, but you might be right, Cloud Guardian. Coming out of his thoughts, you've surprised me, you haven't perfected it yet. From now on, I will stop using my quirk so that you can perfect it. Izuku, relieved, thank you. Aizawa, don't thank me after all. I will no longer be soft with you. Izuku, nervous, huh? Before Izuku realized it, he would be hit by a powerful blow from Eraser, which would pin him to the wall, and after a few seconds he would fall to the ground unconscious. Eraser, you've improved a lot, but it's still not enough. Carrying Izuku, it'll be a problem if I leave you here. Thus Eraser would take Izuku to the infirmary due to its proximity to the training rooms. 3 hours later, Izuku would manage to wake up, seeing that there was no one there, and with his stomach telling him he was hungry, he would go straight to the kitchen. Inside, in addition to the voices she already knew, she would hear others that were completely unfamiliar, and the atmosphere would sound much more lively than usual, prompting her to go in and see what was happening. I swear, I was almost killed by him if it weren't for my great friend Ganma. Ganma, making frog sounds while cutting vegetables. Fuda, you're great, Ganmasan. Ganma, I just do what I'm told, it's not a big deal. Unlike the others who investigate, go looking for information or something else, I just drive, load, and unload the truck with the help of Jirasen and Kanekachin who looks after us. Kaneko, come on, Ganmasan, don't be modest, he's always there when you're needed. Samadere, so is it true that you stood before Leviathan? Ganma, something like that. 2, something like that. I swear I saw him trembling after talking to your father. Gyro, right, Tanuma-kun, Tanuma nodding. Suna, amazing. Ganma, you'd better not lose focus, Jiro-kun, I don't want it to get burned. Gyro, he'll be fine, I'm keeping an eye on him. After all, we have to give our wives the rest they deserve. Miss Uraraka, how considerate you are to us. Miss Asui, Ribbit nodding. Gyro, of course, dear, walking towards Miss Uraraka, you and her touching her stomach are the most important thing to me. Miss Uraraka giving him a kiss on the cheek. Gyro, great, now I'm more enjoyed. Seeing Izuku standing in the doorway looking somewhat surprised. OHMIDORIYSAN, don't just stand there. Taking a chair, take a seat, the food will be here soon. What manners do I have? Shaking his hand with hers. My name is KYOTOKUJIRO, second in command of the collection group. Ganma, turning around, my name is Ganma Asui, nice to meet you, young Midoriya. Tanuma, Izo Tanuma taking off his hat, then immediately putting it back on, nice to meet you, future boss. Kaneko, getting up cheerfully on Monica Kaniashiki, call me Kanekachin, please, boss. Starts doing weird poses and telling bad crab jokes. Yamamoto, how funny they are. Izuku, watching everyone enjoy the moment, thinking even under these circumstances, spirits haven't waned, giving a small smile. Thus time would pass where they would begin to get to know each other better. After a while, dinner would be ready, to which everyone would proceed to eat. Later, once everyone had finished, each would go to their respective room except for Tanuma and Kaneko, who would stay to clean the kitchen. Before Izuku reached his room, he heard someone speaking to him and saw that it was Eraser. Izuku, Eraser-sensei, what's wrong? Eraser, do you have a moment? Aizawa would then take him to another part of the base where he would see that they were now standing in front of a door. Eraser, it's here knocking on the door, who is it? Eraser, me Shota, Aza, Eraser-kun, wait a moment. After the last thing said, the door would open, and Eraser would enter, followed by Izuku. Shortly after, he would see someone he already knew and didn't expect to find. Izuku, director NAZU. Nezu hurriedly eating some cheese. Izuku looking at Eraser. Why did he bring me here? Eraser, I wasn't expecting the collection group to arrive, but since you're here, we need to discuss something important. One for all. Izuku confused. But you said you'd tell me about it if I beat you. Don't you remember I lost? Eraser, of course I remember. I told you that if you won I would tell you, but I never said that if you lost I wouldn't tell you. Izuku nervous. Eraser, I only said it so you would give your best. Izuku, she did it again. Eraser, anyway I'll leave it to you, Nezu-san. Sitting down in a chair. Nezu finishing his cheese, then taking a sip of TWL. As Izuwasan already said, this is about one for all and the 10th holder. Izuku 10th holder. Nezu, as you already know, All Might took one for all from you through deception. After discovering your innocence, he searched everywhere for you, starting with nearby cities. It seems he forgot you were sent to a city for quirkless people, only remembering months later. Time passed until he resigned himself to the fact he couldn't find you. Izuku, what do you mean? Eraser, from what your past self told us, you asked Rebornson and BNHA for help so that no one outside of Namamori could find you. Izuku, I see. Nezu, to continue, after a period of melancholy, he searched all over Japan for another successor who was on your level, but most weren't worthy, though sometimes he stalled with some and others rejected him. He also had visions of the previous holders, who reproached him for what he had done. Time passed until we decided to go to the USA. During that time we managed to help Erichin use her quirk better, and she was able to heal Toshinori's wound to a certain extent. She had already used her quirk for other things before, including recovering the quirk of the young Tagada, may he rest in peace. Izuku, nervous. He died. Nezu giving a serious look. Eraser, if I'm not mistaken, we killed him a while ago, or well, what was left of him. He was turned into a Lockless Namu. It was easy to finish him off. He didn't have the same talent for using his quirk like Lemelin would. Izuku surprised. How horrible. Eraser, you'd better get used to it. We've already dealt with many of our acquaintances who joined the Milifear or became Nomus. Nezu, not forgetting the queen bees. Izuku, queen bee. Eraser, it's disgusting. It's a parasite that lodges in its victim's eye and takes control of its host. Izuku, something like a possession. Eraser, it's far more horrifying. More than total possession, it fills the host with bees and makes its hive inside. The worst part about that thing is that if we kill the queen bee, any other bee in the hive can take her place. There's more to them and some of their stories inspired us, but it's not worth talking about anymore. We finished them off a long time ago. Nezu, it was a horrifying sight. We were lucky to have users with fire quirks, explosives, and other tools. Unfortunately, we later learned there was a way to save them. It's a shame they were acquaintances of ours. Izuku, giving a thoughtful yet serious look. Eraser, it seems you're curious to know who they were. Izuku, nervous a little. It's really morbid to ask them directly, plus it might be offensive and in bad taste. Eraser, you can ask me anything, I won't judge you, that's the least of our problems. You've already seen that we have assassins, villains, and others working with us, so what are you worried about? Izuku, thank you. Eraser, the ones we managed to finish off were Achako Uraraka and Suyu Asui. Izuku, surprised. Eraser, after finishing them off and with the machine already built. Izuku, in shock. That's why Pixabobson and Ragdolson have. Eraser, that's right, both of their quirks were copied and given to them. But it doesn't end there. Using some leftover parts from their bodies, we performed surgeries so they could both control their quirks more effectively. As you know, there are 3 types of quirks. Izuku, giving a serious look. Nezu, like the Nomus, several of our members have undergone various physical enhancements and their bodies have been modified in several ways. We also managed to use some external parts for their enhancements. Izuku, so they're Nomus. Eraser, yes, but at the same time no. Izuku, confused. Eraser, we don't just use Project NOMU as the base for our members' enhancements. While it's the most comprehensive, it has some flaws that we have to fix before assigning quirks. Otherwise, our companions would become things like the Namu from USJ, possessing great power but being nothing more than a shell, a doll, a puppet, or whatever. It just follows orders and that's it, it can't think for itself. If we're very lucky, we could create a high-end one that can think, but it would still be too obvious, and it would cause us some complications. Therefore, we opted to use 2 previous projects that we luckily found here in Namamori. Izuku, Namamori, Nezu, that's right, you heard correctly. They were hidden in Namamori Central Hospital. If we look at who was behind it, it fits perfectly. Because of Foe's henchmen who created the Namu and the other blueprints we used belonged to Kyudai Garaki. Eraser, also known as Dr. Yujiko Daruma. Izuku, that name sounds familiar. Eraser, that's to be expected. After all, he's been working for quite some time, especially on the quirk checkups for children. Please continue, Nezu-san. Nezu, clearing his throat, both are related to events that happened, the first one. The Villain Factory. This was related to bioengineering modifications, transforming villains or people with potential quirks into much more powerful beings. Several notes indicated that they primarily did this to generate chaos, increasing not only their stats and quirk potential but also the amount of trigger they could supply, which, as you know, would drive them into a frenzy. Eraser, it's lucky we have the Hada brothers to supply us with their version of trigger. Izuku, wasn't there only one type of trigger? Eraser, it seems not. The trigger that the Yakuza distributed on that occasion was adulterated, mixed with drugs and other things. This clearly made them stronger, but at the same time it drove them insane. The brothers' version could be said to be legal. It only slightly enhanced the quirk of the person who ingested it for a while without any repercussions, except that the tongue of the person who ingested it turned a horrible black color. No matter the version, that will always happen. Izuku, so that's why Ragdolson and Pixabobson had their tongues that color. Aizawa, those girls like Burnin use it when they know they can't win. Lately, increasingly powerful enemies have appeared. Nezu, well, as I was saying about the Villain Factory, we based the modifications on augmentations and enhancements for our allies. Thanks to them, they were able to have different types of unfinished quirks, which allowed them to do extra things like move a new part of their body, be it a tail, an elongated tongue, or something like that. Also generate something like mucus, as in Ragdoll's case, having Suyu's quirk, as well as being able to use camouflage, making her body suitable for that quirk. That brings us to the second project, or should I say development line. Izuku, what are you talking about? Nezu, numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. These were some of the artificially created beings. Eraser, it deals with the artificial creation of life. After this project, the doctor realized it was much better to use existing people and corpses to create the Nomus. Even so, number 6 was one of the best creations of that time. Nezu, being linked to the attack on the police station, the attack on the Sky Egg, the alteration of numerous citizens along with the Villain Factory, as well as his connection to the Queen Bees, where he infected Naruhada's former idol Pop Step, turning her into a lethal weapon for that era, and leading Operation Anonymous. Having a humanoid appearance, he was indistinguishable from anyone else, while also possessing multiple quirks without any apparent strain or detriment, in addition to changing his appearance to that of someone else. Not to mention that he also managed to do many other things that are not documented. The word monster would be the most fitting for him. It seems that AFO used this same concept on Shigaraki, making him an improved version. This is according to one of our division leaders, since both were his test subjects. Izuku, looking at Aizawa. Aizawa, not me, it's that old bully. You'll meet him soon enough. With his quirk, he and his group should be here any minute. Nezu, well, by combining the 3 projects including Queen Bee, the talent of the workshop members who managed to recreate the machines and partially understand their operation, also thanks to several copies of quirks and other blueprints that were voted there by the doctor, we managed to create our own superiors. Aizawa, the name hasn't been decided yet. But essentially, we'd be equivalent to the Nomus, except we can think and act as we please, and we'd retain our appearance. The Milifear managed to replicate the Namu project and the defunct Queen Bee project. Furthermore, we're the same in terms of copying and altering quirks. Izuku, can a quirk be altered? Nezu, yes, by mixing, combining, or changing various elements we can create a fusion quirk. For example, Todoroki's quirk, which is half and half, can be created by fusing an ice quirk with a fire quirk. We can also enhance its stats and make it much more powerful, either by combining it with another of the same type or by spending resources. The latter is much slower but safer. Combining quirks is like a game of chance. Skill alone isn't enough. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. We don't yet have the perfect machines and knowledge. Finally, there's separation, which involves dividing the elements of a quirk. Again, with the half-hot, half-cold quirk, we can only generate a fire quirk or an ice quirk. There's no other logic to it. Izuku, I see. That's why there have been quite a few enemies with multiple quirks so far. Aizawa, nodding. Well, to wrap things up, I'll put it simply. We and our allies are more like Project Number, and Milifear's soldiers are more like Project Namu and are all for one's henchmen who can acquire 1 or 2 quirks before it takes its toll. I could talk about their power with flames, but as far as they're concerned, we're all pretty much on the same level. Now that they've brought the Vengola rings, there's more hope. We just have to wait for the arrival of the last guardians. Izuku, are those rings really that important? Aizawa, of course, if their modern-day counterparts had them, we probably would have wiped out the Milifear clan. Unlike quirks, flames are a power everyone possesses. People born without a quirk tend to perform better with flames. One thing they all have in common is the purity of their flames. Izuku, purity. Nezu, just like rings, tools, and other items that are ranked from E to O or higher, flames also have quality. The more transparent the flame, the greater its purity. Izuku, therefore, she is more powerful. Nezu, exactly, quantity doesn't always matter, sometimes quality is better. Izuku, that sounds like something related to shopping. Nezu, maybe so, but it's the truth. Why would you buy $101 pencils that will break after 1 or 2 uses, when you can buy one $100 pencil that can last you at least 300 uses? Even so, there are situations where you really need to buy the 100 pencils. Aizawa, unfortunately, neither you nor I can force our rings to that much and show the purity of our flames right now, so we have 2 options. Use a lot of normal flames or use a small concentration of pure flames. Izuku. Aizawa, it's not time for you to answer yet. First, learn to better control your flames and then we'll see how pure they can be made. Izuku nodding. Aizawa, now then Nezu-san, show him everything we know about One for All and the 10th user. Nezu, starting to sweat uncontrollably. Roman 2 forgot to look for the folder with the information. Aizawa, annoyed, wasn't she supposed to be here in her room? Nezu, maybe before. Aizawa, sighing in annoyance, go get some rest. We have a lot to do tomorrow. I'll make sure Nezu-san finds that information. Izuku, okay, see you later, leaving the room. Nezu, he still has a lot to learn. Aizawa, you said it, we're not in good shape right now. I'm terrified of what's coming. From what I was able to find out thanks to Kusakabesan, they will be coming from Italy. Nezu, who? Aizawa, the Sun Guardians impromptu group. I don't think they'll bring the news we're hoping for. Learning about the Milifier's arrival thanks to BNHA and Fuda was the main thing. What's next? We're not complete either. Nezu, that's right, the last members of the research and exploration group are missing. Only he can bring to reason the one who has lost the path of the hero. Aizawa, let's hope so. 2 more days would pass. Tomorrow, meeting rooms. All the most important members would be present. After the wait, they would begin to discuss various things, with a conversation about Mukuro and the Kokuyo group standing out. During this discussion, the rumor of his death at the hands of Glow Zinnia would be mentioned. However, a few pieces of evidence would be presented suggesting that the Guardian of the Mist was likely still alive. Shortly afterwards, they noticed a signal coming from a ring appearing for a moment, which Skeptic, Janini, and May tried to find, managing to find out that it came from the Kokuyo Center in Kokuyo Land, at which they began to exchange ideas for a while because it could be a false alarm since there is usually a lot of interference in the place. Later, after conducting some research and realizing they lacked sufficient information, they were approached by a coded message. After a few minutes, they identified a string of commas in the message, which according to Janini himself was related to the 9th Division's assassination squad, the Varia. It took some time before they were finally able to display the message, which turned out to be a video. Video. The sound would be so loud it could be heard throughout the entire base. Video, are there next still joined, you filthy bucking kids, Gokudera, it's him. Tsuna, nervous the future. Yamamoto, smiling squalo. Izuku, he hasn't changed much in this time. Setsuna, it's amazing, without any alterations she looks so youthful. Lal, annoyed, turned DOWN the volume. May, annoyed, right away whispering, although we've already lowered it quite a bit. Squalo, video, take that, you bucking kids, stay where you are, even if you pick up a ring signal outside. Reborn, refers to the one that appeared in the Kokuyo Center. Video, if you wait patiently, a simple instruction will soon arrive. Until then, be good and stay put, little ones. Izuku, surprised BLPHJOR. Monoma, it's always a horror to see more than one of the Varia. Gokudera, you don't have to mention it. Video Squalo, surprised VOO, what are you doing here? Video Bell, the prince is bored, I came to bother you. Video Squalo, if you interrupt again, I'll kill you. Video Bell, do it. Thus, both Varia would begin to fight, using most of their abilities and weapons. Squalo, video, I hope we can see each other again while we're still alive. Until then, you better not die. The video then ended abruptly. Yamamoto, those two haven't changed at all. Tsuna, they're still scary. Izuku, yais, what was that instruction they gave? Skeptic, I think they should talk about them. Melissa, an entry authorization signal has just been displayed. It must have been a long trip from Italy to Japan. Before they could say anything else, the door to the room would open, revealing 4 people. SASAGWARYOHEI, it has arrived. Tsuna, seeing Ryohei carrying someone. Oniasan. Chromeson, Monoma, it's been a while. Sunniter, Setsuna, I didn't think you were going with them. Amajika-kun. Eraser, it's a relief that you came back in one piece. Tamaki, feeling nervous. Thank you, I'm glad you're okay. Izuku, looking at the last person in the group, feeling nervous. HHIMIKO, Toga. Toga, it's been a while. Izuku, darling. Approaching Izuku, staring at him. Have you shrunk or is it my imagination? Staring intently at Izuku. Izuku, nervous. Toga, well, never mind. Grabbing Izuku's arm and starting to pull him along. I need to relieve some stress. Let's go. Before she could say anything else, she would appear as a serious Toga wrapped in Eraser's bandages. Eraser, using his quirk approaching Toga, giving her a serious look. If you try something like that again, I won't show you any mercy. I don't care what you and the DEKU of this time do or where you do it, so control yourself with the young MIDORIYA of the past, understood? Toga, nodding somewhat fearfully. Eraser, untying Toga, you better not do anything weird. Toga, seeing Haru and Kyoko enter the room, running to give them a hug. Kyoko confused, Haru nervous. Toga pretending to cry, friend KYOKO, friend HARU. Ayariasarasayan is being mean to me again. Izuku and Suna thinking, does he always act like that? Toga regaining her composure, you said the past. Looking at Izuku, is that why he looks so young? Eraser nodding, not only him, he stares intently at some of the members who are here. Toga looking at the friends in front of her, you too, stepping back a little, looking at the rest of the past members. What? WHY, May, we're still investigating it. Toga, I see, what a joy to see you again, my friend May. Melissa. May waves at her disinterestedly. Melissa giving a look of disgust, I'd like to say the same. BNHA, it would be best to take Dokurasen to the infirmary. Ryohei, yes, I'll leave them to you. BNHA would then carry Chrome, taking her with her, followed by May and Melissa towards the infirmary. Ryohei looking at Kyoko, Kyoko, you have shrunk. Kyoko hugging Ryohei, I'm glad you're okay, you haven't changed, you're still a good man. Ryohei, cry KYOKO, as you can see I'm still alive and healthy, see. Kyoko, yais. Gokudera, by the way, why did the Varia people know you were coming here? Toga, that's because we were with them. Tamaki, we also came with a message. Reborn, that's the instruction I mentioned. Belfigure, isn't it? Yamamoto, what could it be? Ryohei, I totally forgot her. Tamaki, what? You forgot something so important. Ryohei, worry, I write it down, pulling out a note. Izuku, what a relief. Thus Ryohei began to read that writing. Ryohei, I see. There was a sumo competition in Italy that I had to go to. It was really great. You should have seen it, Kyoko and Haru. Izuku thinking, is he still lying about that? Thus some moments would pass where they would continue having a normal conversation until Kyoko and Haru would leave the room accompanied by Toga. BNHA would return shortly afterwards. Ryohei, I was acting as a messenger for the 10th Vengola to go with the Varia to talk about a certain topic. Tamaki, in the middle of all that, the Vengola hunt began. Luckily, La Brava managed to return to Japan on Hibarisan's orders, of course. Izuku, the brave one. Kusakabe, that's right, of our members she's the only one you haven't seen. Although I doubt she wants to see you. Izuku, me, Kusakabe, yes, it seems she thinks her beloved died because of you. BNHA, I know that story. During the massacre Byakuran caused, he managed to free several prisoners who then attacked many more prisons. In one of their attacks, Gentle, along with her and several officers, gave their all to prevent the prison from collapsing and the inmates from being freed. Unfortunately, they didn't succeed, and during the destruction of the place, the brave woman was pushed by him as debris fell on her. But before she died, with her last bit of strength, she created a small barrier between herself and the rubble. I love you, so live life for me, were his last words. Heeding his words, she escaped along with several prison guards and doctors, after being ambushed by a villain. I don't remember who it was. Well, it doesn't matter, most of the members would be brutally killed, leaving her in a humiliating situation. I won't say more about how she was, it was literally incredibly embarrassing for her. Gokudera, what did he pee himself from fear? BNHA, annoyed Hayato. Suna, really? Ryohei, I remember now, it was when Hibarisan and I rescued her. That enemy was truly foolish, we barely managed to defeat Him. Suna, nervous. Ryohei, it was truly terrifying. Apart from what BNCHI told you, SHE had broken her leg after falling from a great height due to the shock wave from that bastard's attacks. She had been crackling away with her last little energy trying to escape. Luckily we managed to rescue her. After dealing with that guy, we had to stop her bleeding. Once we made sure she was fine, we headed to the base where she would get treated. Izuku, really? Skeptic, yes, shortly after bringing her in, both arrived extremely injured. We have no idea how they managed to walk back with fractures, broken bones, and more. Given their condition, we had to take them to the recovery machines, where we also made several improvements. Suna, enhancements. Skeptic, yes, these are enhancements we make by subjecting the individual's body to different things, depending on the type of enhancement. There's another type which is through the use of resources. That one is more commonly used by the Milifere. While the first is somewhat more natural, like training, the other is artificial and getting used to it takes a little longer. Fuda, if I'm not mistaken, that was also when they were each given a quirk. Hibari's was a copy of Eraser's quirk. Sasagawasan's was a modification of another quirk. Ryohei, that's how it was. Eraser, snapping fingers, were getting off topic. Ryohei, that's true. The Varia received information about you from the past. That's how I found out about it too. Not even Toga or Tamaki who were with me knew it. Besides me, only a few high-level survivors from the Vengola and allied families know about this. There were also some who didn't believe it. Assuming you were here, the family leaders have devised a larger-scale attack plan. Tamaki nervous. Ryohei OUR instruction the family of the 10th chief is this. In 12 days we will attack the Fiori base by surprise. Upon hearing that, everyone would be surprised by the news. Tamaki feeling increasingly nervous it's going to happen again. Eraser, at a time like this 4 of our members are injured and we don't know the location of the rest. Monoma, that news came at the worst possible time. Setsuna nervously looking at Ryohei, are you sure? Ryohei, that's right. This was the decision made by the Vengola leaders and their allies. We should begin coordinating with them in addition to carrying out our part of the strategy. Tsuna, 12 days is too soon. Izuku, I agree. Eraser, at the same time we have no knowledge about the Melon base, only about its entrance. That's not enough information. RYOHEI, I know there isn't much we can do, but if we miss this opportunity, we don't know when we'll be ready to launch an attack against the Mafia again. Lao, considering that the enemy can find our hiding place at any time, the faster we do this, the better. Eraser, maybe so, but that doesn't guarantee we'll win even with some preparation. You see the result of the last war. The War of Heroes against the Paranormal Liberation Army. Monoma, if we're screwed now, I don't want to imagine what could happen if we lose. Tsuna, but doesn't our taking part in something like this contradict our original objective? Lao, our goal is to eliminate Iri Shuichi, isn't that right? That's a perfect match. Tsuna, but. Reborn, now that Ryohei has brought Chrome to this place, you have fulfilled the first condition I had for you. Tsuna Izuku, gather the Guardians. Reborn, you're correct. Tsuna, now that you mention it, I had an NOTICED, everyone's gathered. Yamamoto, this will be great, we just have to go and fight like we always do, smiling. Gokudera, annoyed, that's enough. Your careless way of speaking is so bad. Changing her attitude to a more excited one, this is our moment as Vengola Guardians. That's what brought the 7 of us together in this place. Ryohei, well. Looking at Eraser and his group, there are a few more things to discuss, but let's leave them for later. Looking at Tsuna, listen, SAWADA, this strategy will determine the survival of the VONGOLA. It's a very important battle. But, whether you like it or not, carrying out the plan and how it will be executed will be your decision. Tsuna, surprised, what? Emi. Ryohei, the Vengola's top echelon is in chaos and they certainly don't want to entrust this duty to you who come from the past. The Varia have also taken up positions as the 9th leader's squad. There's no way they would have entrusted the strategy solely to you or to Midoriya. They would probably prefer that one of the guardians of this time or a division leader take the reins, am I correct? Tsuna, nodding. Ryohei, but as long as the boss of this hideout is the 10th VONGOLA leader, it is his duty to make the decisions. That's what I told them, extreme, Tsuna, Oniasan. Reborn, you've matured, Ryohei. Ryohei, the deadline is the end of the day. Approaching Tsuna, taking him by the shoulders, even if you want to cancel everything, I'll make sure the HEADS are letting the main leaders know. We're all counting on YOUSAWADA. Tsuna, nervous what? Wait a second. Ryohei, glancing at Lal out of the corner of his eye, will talk after my teacher. Walking towards the entrance now, I need to eat and sleep like crazy. Tamaki, I'll accompany you to the kitchen, Sasagawa-san, I need to eat something too. Monoma, we're leaving too, we have to keep watch over the base. Setsuna, see you. The 4 of them left the rooms. Tsuna, annoyed, what am I going to do? Reborn, this is too much for me. Reborn, you're the leader, stop that embarrassing whining. First of all, think about how you're going to improve your fighting potential in the coming days. Lal, in the time we have, we need to at least get Chrome back to full health. Waking the base guardians while she's recovering could be counterproductive. Eraser, I hope the last group arrives too. They might have some very important information. If we have to fight, it would be good to know who we're up against. Tsuna, that's right, we'll have to fight. Izuku, remembering his last fights, it's terrifying to think about that. Yamamoto, smiling, change those faces. As for our training, we'll be fine. Right, Gokudera, giving a small smile, Yais, leave everything in our hands. Later, our 4 envoys from the past continued their training. Tsuna, noticing he wouldn't be ready for his fight against Hibari, went to observe his teammates' training. With Yamamoto, it was the same as in the manga, with him having some trouble against Reborn. With Izuku, it was a little different. He felt a strange sensation, as if he had reached a limit or ceiling. He thought it might be because he kept training with Samadare and Satsuki, since they couldn't really do much against him. He could already anticipate their moves and read their every move. This made our protagonist feel some despair and annoyance, which both siblings noticed, and they tried to apologize. Izuku, for his part, came to his senses and told them it wasn't their fault. After all, they were doing everything they could. Later, a problem arose. Chrome began coughing up a large amount of blood as her stomach collapsed. It was a gruesome sight for those present, seeing one of their comrades in agony. The doctors were in much the same state, unable to do anything. They explained that placing her in a recovery capsule wouldn't guarantee her recovery, as the machines would take longer to reconstruct her organs since she was a normal person. They couldn't guarantee anything, nor could they rely on an illusionist. Although some members possessed the ability to generate flames from the mist, they lacked extensive knowledge of illusionary arts and none possessed any rings of rank B+ or higher. Immediately afterward, Hibari and Toga entered the room, ushering everyone out as if they had anticipated this. Shortly after, Quirkless led them to the meeting room, where most members awaited news about the girl. Later that same day, thanks to Quirkless, they learned that Hibari had convinced Chrome to use her own illusions to create her organs. Once Chrome was asleep, Toga had consumed some of the blood that the Guardian had previously expelled, and then given her a small transfusion. This reassured some of those present, but they were also concerned about Chrome's condition. Later, they began to speculate about Chrome's sudden change, with the most plausible explanation being that Mukuro had been defeated, or in the worst-case scenario, killed. They were also considering what they could do if Chrome didn't recover, since they would be confronting the Mafia base in just a few days. Lal was the most affected by the argument, clinging to the idea that the Mafia were the source of all her troubles, not only for what had already been mentioned, but also because they were involved in the deaths of the Archibaldino and the generation of Radiation 73, Triniset. Seeing the situation, Ryohei thought Suna would reject the idea of an attack, but Suna quickly told him they would carry out the plan. He gave a short speech that rallied those present who now seemed quite determined. The next day, everyone continued training as usual, except that Izuku decided to train on his own, trying to improve the condition and limits of his flames using various techniques, including his own 0 point. Later, after his training, Suna apologized to Haru and Lambo, whom he had treated badly the day before he had taken out his frustration on them. Haru inadvertently gave Suna an idea for a new technique, which he practiced until he was unconscious. After Suna awoke, he went to observe Gokudera's training. Similar to the manga, after a few events, he mentioned that he had managed to understand how the Kai system worked. Shortly after, Ryohei appeared and, fabricating a story about another sumo tournament, took the higher-ranking members to the operating room, where a small surprise awaited them. Once there, in addition to their high-ranking companions, they would see 6 people unknown to them. 2 young girls, 2 young boys, someone who looked much older than the rest of those present who was talking excitedly with Tanuma, and finally a person who, just by looking at him, they sensed was the leader of that group. Girl 1, looking at the young Vengola, so what they said was true. Girl 2, it's an incredible thing to see. Monoma, looking at the Vengola of the past, they've arrived just in time, it's like I was saying. Thus, the man who looked like the leader turned to look at the Vengola of the past, giving a small smile. Leader, it's been a while, maybe you don't know who I am. Izuku, surprised due to how familiar the person seemed. IDSAN. Iida, it seems you recognized me, Midoriya-kun. After saying that, it would take Izuku by surprise because suddenly she was standing in front of him shaking his hand. Iida Tensei Iida. Just like with Izuku at a great speed that none of them could see, he would shake hands with the newcomers, leaving them surprised. Izuku, surprised you're the turbo hero. INGNIUM, the original. Tensei, cheerful, it's been a while since someone referred to me with such excitement. Girl 2, feeling a bit sleepy, that must be flattering for you, Chief Tensei. Tensei, of course it is, especially coming from one of our leaders. Looking around, by the way, where is he? Is he still acting like that? Monoma, giving a look of disgust. Tensei, it's that bad, huh? Clearing his throat, as I already said, my name is Tensei Iida, Ingenium, and also the leader of the Research and Exploration Group. That girl is Miu, our secretary. Miu, a little nervous, bowing. You, it's a pleasure to meet you, Vengola guardians and leaders. Tensei, the other girl at the table is our partner and my assistant. When she's not working with Miu, she helps me infiltrate and gather information or other things. Her name is Wonmu Shinya. Wonmu, yawning, nice to meet you, leaning back on the table. Tensei, that. Boy 2, let us introduce ourselves, Tensei-san. Tensei, waiting expectantly. Boy 1, my name is Frederick Anakuru. I am the Hope Star, striking an idle pose. Boy 2, my name is Akamitsu Ido, also known as Lovely Death, posing provocatively. Akamitsu and Frederick, and together we are Deluxe Sensation. Striking a pose together. Faced with that action by the 2 boys, most of those present wouldn't know how to feel. A few would begin to laugh discreetly, while the rest would feel some discomfort. Shortly after, the door would be heard opening. If I remember correctly, you were part of the Midnight Boys. This comment would cause both boys to lose focus, making them fall to the floor. Frederick E. Eraserson. Eraser, for their reputation, they took quite a while to arrive, looking at the oldest in terms of age of those present who was sitting in one of the chairs. It wasn't easy, we had to salvage as much information as Mukuro could provide us. Eraser, could it be that you've gotten old and can no longer keep up? Look who's talking. Pulling out a memory stick. Eraser, sign you haven't changed, you old bully. Walking towards one of the seats in the place, finish your presentations, we're running out of time. Ingenium, what does it refer to? Ryohei, giving a serious look, in 11 days we will invade the Milleffiori base here in Japan. Akamitsu, nervous, in 11 days. Mio, terrified it's too soon. Eraser, that's true, but there's also the problem that the Milleffior could find our base at any moment. Now that you're here, we have a better chance of both attacking and defending the base and our support crews. It's not much time, so let's make this quick. Thus, just as Tensei did previously, he would appear in front of Izuku and Suna, shaking their hands. My name is Iwawaguro. Tensei, he's a great asset to us, a veteran hero who unfortunately lost his quirk thanks to All for One. He was known as the hero Speedy O'Clock. Eraser, he was also part of Naruhata's vigilantes, being known as the scary old man or old beater. Iwao, laughing, those were the days. Just like Koichi, they changed my vigilante name. My codename is Knuckle Duster, second in command of this group. Finally pointing to the door through which someone would rush in, he's my assistant. Confused, what's going on? Iwao, introduce yourself, have you seen who's in front of you? Looking at the Vengola of the past, a bunch of brats. Iwao, that's right, these kids are the Vengola guardians from the past, and pointing at Izuku, he's Midoriya Izuku, the top division leader. And that other one pointing at Suna is the 10th Vengola. Starting to sweat, bowing to the ground, sorry, Jub Namamaru, nice to meet you. Izuku, nervous. Suna, no need to do that. Jub, standing up, somewhat embarrassed, sorry, 10th. Wonmu, how long will it take for the meeting to start? Tamaki, soon, May and Melissa are preparing a projector under Janini's supervision. Meanwhile, Skeptic went to wake Marasen. Ryohei, Hibari and La Brava will also arrive shortly. They went to check on Chromeson's condition. Eraser, well, let's just wait, lying back on the table asleep. Iwao, once they arrive, will be complete. Izuku, looking around. Tensei, looking at Izuku, worried, what's wrong? Izuku, do you know anything about the Cervello? I was hoping you'd come with one of your groups. Iowa, unfortunately not, we lost contact with them a while ago. We haven't heard anything about them, but we fear the worst. Upon hearing that, Izuku felt some helplessness and could only clench his fists, trying to be comforted by Tensei, who would divert the conversation by talking about other things. A few minutes later, the aforementioned members and Stained Hull would arrive, making them complete. Tensei, all right, let's begin. At one point, the lights would go out, followed by a projector displaying several holographic images. Iwao, first of all, what you see here is a graphic representation of the plans for Melon Base belonging to the Milleffior. We can see what it looks like inside and out. Lao, are you serious? Iwao, of course, Mukuro managed to give us this information. Looking at Miu and the Brave One, would you please show me the next plan? Miu, nodding. This is what some of the interior plans would look like. Tensei, take a look, we can see the 3D models, there are several interesting places. He also managed to give us some brief descriptions of the location, taking out his phone, reading a document. I would then begin to tell them about a few places in the rival base, including the Nomus manufacturing room, their warehouse, the members' lunchroom, etc. Tensei, it seems he couldn't send us all the information. Miu, at one point the data transfer stopped abruptly. Wonmu, we did what we could to recover the data. Reborn, if this information is real, what he has achieved is a great feat. Izuku, what is this room? Pointing to a part of the plan which was black. Miu, I have no idea, maybe the files are incomplete. Changing to another image showing a strange machine. Tsuna, I have seen this before. Upon hearing that from the 10th Vengola, everyone would be astonished. Lao, what, how is it that you had seen that round machine before? Tsuna, nervous eyes, and there's more, right in front of her was. Ari sa choyuasiachai. Tamaki, Setsuna and Monoma, what? The Brave One, Miu and Mei, Iri sa choyuasiachai. Fuda, nervous tsunai, where did you see that? Gokudera, was it in the information room or somewhere else? Tsuna, nervous, know well about that. FFUE, it was a dream. Yamamoto, Gokudera and Izuku in a dream. Lal, annoyed, are you kidding me? SAWADA, EEVH. Tsuna, sorry, I didn't mean to. Reborn, so what else did you see? Lal, annoyed, Reborn. Reborn, come on, I don't think that's all you saw, did you? Iwao, I'm curious too, kid. Tsuna, The memories are vague. But there might be more people besides Irie watching over this machine. Apparently, it has something very important inside. Eraser, anything important. Toga, we might find something when we get to the machine. Perhaps we'll find information that only Four Eyes knows, including all the information regarding Mafia and her objectives. Reborn, I agree with Tagachin. Eraser, this time I agree with her too. Lal, annoyed, have you gone mad? It's a dream. Iwao, what's wrong with that? Reborn, the key to those mysteries is most likely found within the facilities. Making this device our goal is not a bad idea. Ryohei thought Fulum, we can't disregard that either. Reborn, furthermore, when our senses are heightened, mysterious premonitions like this are possible. Something like that happened to me when I got this pacifier. I don't think I was the only one it happened to, was I? Thus, after what Reborn said, Iwao, Eraser, Kaneko, Setsuna, and La Brava would raise their hands. Tensei, okay, let's move on to the next topic. Suddenly, photographs of a few people would appear. Miu, here we have a compilation of information about the members who are at Mafia base here in Japan. Gokudera, looking at a photograph of the one who had previously defeated them, that bastard. Tensei, are you talking about Gamma? Izuku giving a serious look, yais. Eraser, during our arrival at the base, we encountered Gamma, who left Midoriya and Nagant in terrible condition and also left Yamamoto and Gokudera quite injured. Tensei, nervous, I see you were lucky not to die. Monoma, okay, let's get down to business. What information do you have about him? Yamamoto, you look excited. Monoma, of course, after all, I want to know more about him and his altered quirk. Iwao, well, to begin with. Name's Gamma. Codename Electric Gamma. Age between 30 and 40 years old. Affiliation Funeral Wreath 3rd Squadron Leader Alphalindra, Division Black Spell, Grade A++. Rings Mare del Rayo Purity A+. Boxes Billiards of the Lightning Kalulu and Widget Animal Drum Box. Equipment Lightning Boots. Quirks Overfly Altered. Improvements Strength plus Speed plus Stamina plus Reflexes. Provenance Giglio Nero Family. Types of Flame Lightning. Lal Terrified, I knew I was strong, but this is too much. The Brave One Scared A++ grade. Hibari, what are you scared of? You saw how I finished him off yourself. Eraser, ranks or grades are more than just speculation, they also depend on each person's specialization. It's more like their value as a soldier, although if it weren't for the Erasure quirk, I don't know what would have happened. Monoma, what is the Overfly quirk? Miu, let me show you, we also got the database related to quirks. Done. Suddenly, images of other people would appear on the screen, which, unlike those of the Mafia members, looked as if they had been taken from somewhere else. Quirk data. Overflow. Super speed level VX. Increased strength level VIX, increased resistance level VIX flight. Protective barrier, which can be applied to oneself and 4 other people. Materials. Fly by Christopher Skyline copy. Barrier by Hekaji Tenga copy. Double resistance altered. Persistence by Himekawa Tanari copy. Plus artificial enhancements. Gokudera more Mafia soldiers. Eraser, not all of them are. Izuku looking at Christopher's picture, it's Captain Celebrity, Lal, Captain Celebrity. Izuku excited, yais, he was an American hero who came to Japan because of several problems in his country. He was here for quite a while. I still remember one of his great feats. The Sky Egg building was destroyed and he had to carry it on his shoulders. Shortly after, All Might rescued him along with a fan who was presumed to be the vigilante the Hauler. It's said that seeing the boy's courage, he recruited him into his agency and took him to America, where he's now known as the Skycrawler. Although some say he did it because of the problems he had in Japan, keeping him safe in his country until things calmed down. I always wondered what happened to them. Eraser, well, now you know they're dead. Upon hearing that, the atmosphere of excitement generated by Midoriya would be destroyed in an instant by the simple words of his mentor. Izuku, I'm sorry. Eraser, don't try to talk like you know them. Cap proved to be a great hero despite many being against him, and the publicity he used to revive his reputation didn't help matters. Crawler, unlike many of my offspring, possessed great willpower and determination. He was able to escape from top-tier heroes like Endeavor, Best Genies, and Edgeshot. He also managed to evade capture even after having his quirk erased. He escaped to fulfill his objective. It seems you taught him well and guided him down the right path, Dusterson. Iwao, I didn't teach him anything. He already had a sense of justice. I just had to do what was necessary to help it grow. Izuku, were you the master of the Skycrawler? Iwao nodding. Eraser, getting back to the topic. In some news we were able to obtain from Italy, a statement was issued during the beginning of Byakuran's conquest of other countries. That wretch used the captain's family as hostages, killing him. However, from some documents we learned that his sacrifice was in vain. His wife and child were simply materials for the creation of Nomis. Yamamoto materials, Tensei changing his expression to an annoyed one. Do you know how Nomis are created? Izuku in a way. Tensei, that makes explanations unnecessary, both regarding the copying of quirks and the generation of Nomis. They choose their subjects, studying them even from the moment they awaken their quirk, of course, referring to people belonging to their territory. If there is someone with a good profile or a good quirk, they will offer them a place in their ranks. Those who accept are paid, and depending on several factors, they are given a rank, equipment, and assigned to a division of Mafia. If they are lucky, they may also be rewarded with 1 or 2 quirks in addition to other enhancements. Suna, what if they refuse? Tensei, they are used as objects, creating copies of their quirk, becoming victims of cruel experiments, or as material for the creation of Nomis. In the worst cases, their entire family suffers the same fate. They can be saved by swearing to serve Mafia, performing questionable acts. But most of the time it ends in tragedy. Mafia's influence is so great that they create fake notes or somehow no one notices, as if they had never existed. Tanuma, and that's just one of the many crimes they commit. Izuku, how terrifying. Iwao, and no wonder. The crawler's death was never seen, but Mafia documents mention that he died under unknown circumstances. He was found floating near a pier in New York. According to these documents, he drowned. I find it hard to believe. If he didn't die fighting number 6, how could he have died like that? By the time his demise was reported, Byakuren had already been at his base in Italy for several months. There are many things we still don't know. It might even have been the same people who took down the Star and Stripes. Melissa, wasn't she supposed to have been killed by Byakuren? Yes, but he didn't do it alone. Walking towards the computer, inserting a memory stick, we only managed to obtain the audio of the last conversation that Star's group had before their tragic end. This would take a few seconds before it would play. Reporting to base, it seems Star is about to eliminate the threat. She managed to eliminate the oxygen in a 100m area affecting Byakuren. I don't know how serious Star's condition is, but it's not good. I hope we can get through this soon. Suddenly an explosion would be heard. What the hell? There are several lights around the sky. The CNOO. Suddenly sounds of turbulence would be heard along with the sound of a laser beam. There are 3 more people. They're enveloped in a glow. Suddenly another explosion would be heard. Shit, sister. A few seconds later a louder noise would be heard, followed by the sound of a thud. I've got you, Star. Star, tired T. Thanks, I didn't think there were any more with him. I had to use new order so that no quirk could affect me within 10 meters, otherwise I would have drowned. That guy may look like an angel, but he's a demon. A demon in the form of an angel, huh? How big of a threat do you think it is? Star, a world-class when she managed to withstand my attacks. You also saw the state she left me in. Besides super speed, strength, and resistance, she possesses that petrification ability I called a while ago to have them send me some weapons, but they haven't responded. They're not answering me either. They must be having problems. What will we do? Star, I hate to say it, but there's no other choice. If we don't escape now, we'll die. Our brothers are entertaining those monsters now. I guess we have no other choice. Star, I just hope he doesn't find us. Suddenly a little more turbulence could be heard. Sorry about that, I had to turn around. It seems there's land in front of us. Star, perfect, that's where we'll land, then we'll have to run away and hide. Did you already have it planned? Star, I always have an emergency plan, too, and in what part of that plan is the part where I finish you off? Whose voice is that? DDISAPPAR. A loud crash would be heard shortly after, followed by the sound of flowing water. In less than an instant, the only sounds would be the sound of bubbles floating and then bursting, as well as the sound of water being hit by various things. That's how the audio would end. After listening to the audio, several of those present felt a strange sensation, as they had heard the last words of America's #1 heroine and one of her men. Eraser, that's what we're up against. It's a relief that Byakuren isn't here. Iwao, but unfortunately some of his funeral wreaths are located here in Japan. This would show more information about several members of Mafia. Tensei, as you can see, they possess members of such high value as funeral wreaths. Ryohei, we can't back down now. The 10th Vengola accepted the attack on Melon base yesterday. Monoma, however you look at it, it's not a good outlook, not even for us. Eraser, it's going to die or waiting for them to come and kill us. The brave one, giving a melancholic look if we are defeated. Mio, we have a lot to lose. Reborn, jumping out of his seat, starting to run so if we win. Yamamoto, let's move forward with the training, not counting Izuku, you're the one who's furthest behind. Yamamoto. Following the Archibaldino, okay. Izuku analyzing everything mentioned in this meeting. Before he could say anything else, he would be pulled from his thoughts by Eraser. Eraser, Midoriya, Izuku, what's wrong? Eraser, it's time for your training. Izuku, a little nervous, yes, let's. Eraser, this time you will train alone. Izuku, Eraser, I saw your training these past 2 days, so I've prepared something special for tomorrow. Izuku, what should I prepare? Eraser, you'll see, as Rebornson said, you're the one who's lagging behind, so we'll postpone our confrontation until the last day. Izuku, relieved. Eraser, but don't think you'll have it easy, now you'll train much harder. Izuku, nervous, Eraser, 4 special training sessions. The first 3 will be taught by different people, the last one, flame control, you'll handle yourself, so you'd better be prepared tomorrow. Leaving the area. Izuku, nervous, thinking about what Aizawa said. Tensei, Midoriya-kun, I know it's sudden, but could you come with me? Izuku, of course. Tensei, giving a smile. So they both went to a part quite far from the base, where they would run using their respective quirks in Tensei's case. Near entrance 6-7. Tensei, tired, alright, we're here. Taking out a box and opening it, revealing an orange juice and a grapefruit juice. Which one do you want, Midoriya-kun? Midoriya, the orange one is fine, taking it. So they would both drink their respective juice. Tensei, I'll need to recharge my box later. The juice is good for the use of my quirk. Now that it's altered, enhanced, I can choose between orange and or grapefruit. Izuku, no offense, but why did we come to this place? Tensei, we came for the last member of the Vongola base. Izuku, is he the one everyone talks badly about? Tensei, embarrassed, yais, I must correct his behavior, starts hitting one of the walls. That act confused Izuku until he began to hear sounds coming from that wall. Tensei, open up, it's me, Tensei, get out of here. Tensei, don't start with your nonsense, open up. After what was said, there would be no reply from that strange man. Tensei, annoyed, then it'll be like this. Then Tensei would be seen delivering a powerful kick, generating a loud noise, and passing through the wall, which remained unchanged. Izuku, shortly afterwards, Midoriya's arm was pulled, revealing that he was now in a rather neglected room and he saw a man lying on what appeared to be dirty clothes. The door opens on the other side. Tensei, now if you want to talk, can you stop acting like an idiot for just 1 minute? After hearing that, the stranger threw a bottle at him, which he dodged, causing it to break against the wall. Get out. Tensei, approaching the stranger, I expected more from you, Tenya. What a bad example you're setting for Midoriya. Izuku, surprised TNYA. Upon hearing that voice, the one now known as Tenya would turn to look at Izuku, hurrying towards him. Tenya, Midoriya-san, hugging him around the abdomen, starting to cry, PFORGIVEME, I couldn't. Izuku would be quite uncomfortable with this. Now his former friend and classmate from UA, who had told him not to come back, was begging for forgiveness, hugging him, and getting his clothes covered in tears, snot, and a few stray hairs from a careless stick. Tensei, this is not the Midoriya of this era. Tenya, looking at Izuku, noticing that he looked much younger. Izuku, nervous, hello, Iadakun. Tenya, looking at his brother. Tensei, like several of the Vongola Guardians, he was brought from 10 years in the past by Lambo-kun's bazooka. They've been here for a while now. We still don't know why they can't return to their own time, but we suspect it has something to do with Milifir. Tenya, stepping back slightly, trying to form a word. Tensei, we came to see how you were doing, but it seems we were more worried about you than you were about yourself. Tenya, Uzai. Tensei, you reek of alcohol. When you're cleaned up and in any condition to be, come see us at the base. See you then. Thus they would both leave the room, where Tensei would place the door over the hole in the wall. Tensei, I'm sorry for making you come here. I thought it would cheer you up, but I only made things worse for you. Izuku, don't worry, I didn't think Iadasan would look like this. Tensei, he's a bit depressed. Things happened during our first years helping the Vongola. We were known as the Ingenium Brothers. We went around saving people as well as helping out with other things, until the worst happened to Iida. He was first hit by one of those anti-quirk bullets. For a while he handled it well, but I was aware it was affecting him, so I tried to encourage him along with some other members, including you. At that time, it still seemed like he could overcome it and keep going, until you. You had an illness. Izuku, Irazerson already told me about what happened to my past self, and why he was in that machine. Tensei, well, Tenya was one of the few who were against it. He was a division leader and second in command of the exploration group, but after you were put to sleep he became incredibly depressed and he also started having problems with alcohol. After a while of acting so despicably, he switched leadership with Dusterson and is now the leader of the base guards. Against all odds, he seems to be doing quite well. I just hope this visit makes him reflect. He feels quite remorseful about how he treated you in the past and wants to make amends. Izuku, so that's why. Tensei, checking the time, it's getting late, let's go back. Izuku, yes, and so they would return to base where each would carry out their respective activities. The next day each member would be training. After some time, Yamamoto would receive special training, during which he would watch the complete collection of Squallow's battles on his path to becoming the second Sword Emperor. This was to improve his swordsmanship. After a few hours, he would face Stainedhull. Gokudera, having passed BNHA's test, now faced a new challenge. Before him stood two people he barely knew, Monoma and Setsuna. His test would be to see how long he could endure a battle against them. Setsuna would split into several parts, each attacking Hayato, while Monoma would swiftly charge at him. Tsuna's training would be the same as in the manga, but he would be above his friends and some members of the base. With Izuku, it would be different. Training room. Izuku, Toga, surprised to see me here, darling. Izuku, WWHAT, are you doing here? Toga, that idiot eraser sent me here to help you with your training. He even promised me something if I helped you with this. Stares intently at Izuku, licking her lips. Izuku, nervous. Toga, okay, I'll take care of pulling out 3 boxes, which when opened would reveal many knives, helping you in situations where you have to deal with multiple attacks at high speed. Izuku, so you'll attack me with knives? Toga, basically yes. It will be a knife fight to the death. Izuku, somewhat discouraged, what does Aizawa-sensei have in mind? Toga, I might want you to use this as a warm-up before your next matches. Izuku, maybe, but... Flashback. Aizawa, regarding the traitor matter, Himiko, Toga, thanks to the true traitor at UA, was able to obtain some of your blood as well as an entrance card. That's how they were able to gather information and frame you. This was on Kurogiri's orders, though he was ordered to do so by All for One. End of flashback. Izuku giving an angry look, getting into a fighting stance. Why you? Himiko giving an amused look. What? Izuku furious. Why? Before he could say anything else, a powerful blow struck his stomach, causing him to fall. Himiko, oh, I forgot. Don't focus on the fact that I'll only attack you with knives. This is supposed to be a practice fight where I can do whatever I want. Seeing that Izuku was unconscious, I think I went too far. 2 hours would pass until Izuku recovered, finally waking up in the infirmary, seeing that Toga was wrapped in Eraser's bandages. Toga, I told him I was just unconscious. Eraser, untying Toga, you're safe for now. Toga, sighing in relief. Izuku, where am I? Eraser, you're in the infirmary. Toga, putting her hands together in an apologetic position. Sorry, darling. Eraser, next time control your strength better. Toga, sorry, it was an impulse. When I trained with the Izuku of this time, I usually dodged it or just backed away when it hit me. Eraser, sighing, I just hope it doesn't happen again. Toga, I promise. Eraser, good. Midoriya-kun, Izuku, yais. Eraser, I'll take some blood from you, is that okay with you? Izuku, no, I don't have any problem with it. Eraser, good. Eraser would then place a tourniquet on his arm and then use a syringe to draw some blood. Eraser, done. Izuku, what do you need my blood for? Eraser, so this girl can play. Here, giving the syringe to Toga, just don't waste it. Toga, giving a big smile. Thank you. Eraserson, leaving the room. Izuku, what? Why? Eraser, she agreed to train you as long as I gave her some of your blood. What do you think of her? Izuku, Eraser, what do you think of Toga? Izuku, giving an annoyed look. Eraser, I see you're upset with her because of that. Izuku, how could I not be? Thanks to her, I was expelled from UA and my dream of being a hero was ruined by IT. Eraser, yes, but thanks to that you were also able to meet Suna and your other friends from Namamori, as well as your beloved. Izuku, blushing. Eraser, didn't you ever think that? You lost something but you gained something too. Izuku, analyzing what his teacher was telling him. Eraser, have you heard of the butterfly effect? Izuku, yais. Basically it means that any small action can have a larger-scale effect, like the flapping of a butterfly's wings, which can form a tornado. Eraser, now think about it, what would have happened if you hadn't been framed? Would you have remained friends with Tsuna and his guardians, even though they are mafiosos? Izuku, thoughtful about the question. I don't know. Eraser, you might even have to face them at some point. The classic heroes versus villains scenario. No matter how many good deeds they've done, they're part of the Mafia. There are millions of possibilities that arise from small things. Do you understand where I'm going with this? Izuku, I think so. Eraser, well, you might not forget what she did. I'm not asking you to forgive her, nor is it like she and her friends are looking for that. Just try to put up with her at least until they return to the past. After all, she's still one of our most important members besides being the girlfriend of your present-day self. Even I'm not sure why. Despite knowing all the bad things she did, your present self accepted being her partner. Maybe it was because back then we didn't have many members and a little help never hurts, or maybe I understood her. Despite being a villain, she too lost loved ones in the war. I've sometimes heard her mourn the death of Jin Bubego twice. He was killed by hawks. Seeing someone who claimed to be a hero take the life of her best friend hit her hard. She wasn't so lost though, she knew what a hero should represent and the acts she couldn't commit, including murder. Izuku, looking down. Eraser, but it's not all bad for her. Now she can live a life almost like the one she dreamed of. She was a product of society, repressing her emotions and feelings. Despite what many might believe, her nature isn't violent. I'd even compare her to a cat. Since receiving her enhancements, she's been quite useful to us, helping us as much as she can. We just have to keep in mind her fascination with blood, thanks to her main quirk, which led most of us to offer her some of our own, though she usually receives more when there's an important mission. Ironically, if we weren't in this situation, we probably never would have been able to get her to change sides. Izuku, appearing disinterested. Aizawa, sighing. Like I said before, I'm not asking you to forgive her. If possible, try to understand her, be her friend or something. But if you can't, Izuku, it'll try. Maybe my past self had his reasons, or maybe he saw something in her that I can't see yet. Eraser, thank you. Walking to the door. Your next training session will be in an hour and a half. If you need anything else, don't hesitate to ask. I'll be in the meeting room. Izuku, yes, thank you. Thus Eraser would leave the room. Later, Izuku would return to the training room where he would face Tensei Iida. His test was one of speed and reflexes, trying to dodge as many attacks as possible in a one-on-one at maximum speed. That would take 3.5 hours, 3 hours of training and half an hour of rest XD. Soon after, his final mentor, Iwawaguro, arrived. It seemed like the training would be similar to Tensei's since both had demonstrated great speed. However, at one point he mentioned that this training focused more on brute strength, endurance, and maneuverability, consisting of countering Tensei's attacks, as well as stopping and capturing him. 3.5 hours later, Izuku would carry out his final training session, which consisted of flame manipulation. He treated it as a rest period where he would try to concentrate his energy, which he succeeded in doing. He performed several basic exercises such as squats, sit-ups, push-ups, running, and shooting at the wall. After an hour, he became frustrated because he didn't know what to do besides the usual exercises. He also didn't notice any change in his flame manipulation, despite using it constantly. He decided to consult with some of his classmates about how he could improve, and they gave him a few helpful tips. The next day he would train in the same way, only now he was able to put into practice some small tips, where his speed improved due to the advice to propel himself with his flames. Another would be the ranged attack, using only the power of the flame in its pure state, which could damage multiple targets or destroy a large number of projectiles. In addition to protecting himself like Tsuna when he protected the members of Kokuyo in the fight of the Cloud Guardians. Thus he completed the first 3, continuing to train even during his supposed rest hours, until his final practice session. He would practice for an hour, until just like the day before he became frustrated not only because he saw no progress but also because he didn't know what else to do to improve. No matter how many exercises he did using his flames, they weren't yielding any results. Izuku, annoyed, falling wearily to the floor. What am I doing wrong? What's happening? Lights dimmed. Upon hearing that voice, Izuku would turn around at full speed in the direction from which it came, seeing Toga, who was carrying what appeared to be a bento. Izuku giving a disinterested look. Toga, what's wrong? Your expression has changed. Izuku, sitting on the floor. Nothing, I just thought you were someone else. Toga, approaching Izuku, I brought you this. You've been training all this time, it's good to rest. Izuku, taking the bento, thank you. Toga, sitting next to Izuku, are you alright? Izuku, yes. Toga, touching Izuku's face, making them stare at each other, are you sure? Izuku, moving away from Toga, annoyed and slightly blushing. No, actually no. First of all, I'm having trouble with my flames. No matter how hard I try, I can't seem to make any progress. And now you come along. Toga, looking confused by the boy's attitude. Izuku, I'm sorry, Aizawa-sensei told me that thanks to you I was framed. I struggle to understand why my past self forgave you. Toga, he didn't forgive me. Izuku, confused. Toga, despite all the bad things I did, he simply accepted me both as a team member and as his girlfriend. It's not like I was seeking anyone's forgiveness. I know what I did, it's not like I could undo it. Despite all the bad things I did, I can now have a good life. After being recruited, everything got better. I could become whoever I wanted. They readily agreed to give me some of their blood. The only restrictions I have are regarding killing or attacking. Obviously, I can't kill my allies. The only ones I'm allowed to kill are Nomis and loyal Milifir soldiers. In some special cases, I can kill other types of targets like traitors and the like. But it's not like everything is good either. Because of my quirk and my reputation, I haven't been able to connect with some of our classmates. Thanks to my taste for blood, some seem to find it repulsive, while others simply try to ignore me and look at me indifferently, which made me feel a little down, as if I didn't belong here. The only ones who haven't seen me that way, and at least try to get along with me besides my friends from the Liberation Army, are Kyokachen, Haruchin, Ippinchin, Yamamoto-kun, Sasagawa-san, the 10th Vengola, and you, as well as the Varias, who welcomed me as one of their own. Izuku, that's why you went with Sasagawa-senpai. Toga, yes and no. I also wanted to see some friends, but I won't deny that it's fun being at your base, playing with Belphegorkun, annoying your commander Squallow, and taking down enemies. It's like my ideal world, but when I don't run into any of you, and the only ones I can count on are the other members, things change. War may have changed everything, but for me the world remains the same. Some things may never change no matter how hard I try. They'll still see me that way even though we're comrades of the same rank. What good are all those positive comments? After all, people are still people, aren't they? And to them, I'm still a villain, even with permission to help them in this battle. Despite everything I do, what will happen to me if we win? Hugging her legs, will they give me an award like all the other members? Will they make the public accept that I'm now one of the good guys? Or will they just lock me up in a prison, where I'll spend the rest of my days? Izuku nervous. Toga, sometimes I think good people create their own monsters. It doesn't matter if you have good intentions or not. If you don't fit their stereotype of a normal or ideal person, they simply close doors on you. They treat you differently. As if you were broken or flawed, as if we were to blame for being who we are. We weirdos have to adjust to their preferences and thoughts, striving to fit in, while others can live their lives peacefully, dictating what's right and wrong. But if you question them, you're the one with the problem. Izuku te Toga. Toga, starting to cry. I spent years hiding my true self behind a mask of emotions until I couldn't anymore, and what happened? It wasn't until Stainson arrived that people began to open their eyes. Later, I met Shigaraki and all the members of the... Despite the way we got along and the goals we had, each of us decided to be ourselves. Shigaraki was going to destroy everything except the things that we, his comrades, liked. That makes me wonder who's really the bad guy. Shigaraki was labeled a villain, but despite that, he cared for us and listened to us. Even when things were bad, he remained steadfast. Unlike the heroes and ordinary people who, even when things were good, didn't bother for a moment to look out for us or even understand us, not even my own parents. Maybe if things had been different, I wouldn't have become who I am. Izuku, I didn't know you felt that way. Toga, I know you weren't supposed to know that yet. Well, your past self. Even so, my problems are minuscule compared to the situation we have with the Millefear. I can't ignore the obvious though. Our priority is to eliminate them and free people from their control. That's our goal, along with returning to those peaceful days. Everyone has different dreams, purposes, and goals. For my part, with the help of some classmates and friends, we wanted to do something like an association or something similar, where all those people who are discriminated against because of their quirks can go, receiving help and support, and spreading the message that none of them are wrong, they just need to be heard. Now that the world has changed, we don't need it to be the same as before. We don't need another League of Villains. We don't need another Himiko Toga. Kaiokachin Haruchin the 10th Vengola, and you all agreed to the idea. Izuku approaching Toga, that's a good thing. Toga taking Izuku's hand, what did you say? Izuku, nervous that's a good thing, I'm glad you made that decision. A few seconds would pass before Toga spoke. Toga, there's some truth and some lies in your words. Izuku surprised. Toga, we haven't known each other for very long, and living together like this, it's understandable that you don't really feel certain things and that you're only saying it as an expression to reassure me. Izuku, nervous. Toga, rubbing Izuku's hand against her face so warm. Izuku, nervous. Toga, you were having trouble with the flames, weren't you? Izuku, yies. After saying that, Toga bit Izuku's finger, making it bleed a little. Izuku, in pain, backing away. What's wrong with you? Toga, finished ingesting the blood. What state is your blood from? Izuku, Toga, the human body has all three states of matter. When we talk about a liquid, we usually think of water. The human body is made up of about 60% water. But in addition to water, we also have other liquids, such as blood. Now, what do you think of when I refer to the gaseous state? Izuku, in a gas like oxygen, helium, neon, argon, or any that makes up the noble gases. Toga, and with regard to the body. After hearing that, Izuku would think for a few seconds before blushing because of a silly idea he had. Toga, laughing. Izuku, nervous. So what's going on? Toga, what do you think of when I talk about a solid object? Izuku, it's actually quite simple. There are plenty of solid things like the ground we're standing on, a metal bar, a brick. There are many things. As for the body, it would be the bones. Toga, is that all? Izuku, yies. Toga, looking slightly disappointed. Izuku, was I wrong? Toga, no, but you didn't give the answer I was expecting either. Walking towards Izuku, taking his hand again. It seems you only think about hard things. Izuku, nervous. What are you saying right now? Toga, when I think of a solid object, I think of something like a knife. Its handle might be quite hard, but the blade, despite being a solid that can cut easily, is also somewhat flexible. If you force it too much, it could break. It could also be something like a plastic ruler, a silicone stick, modeling clay, or even our own clothes. They're flexible, and even though we can manipulate and mold some of them into different shapes, they're still solids, right? Izuku, that's right. Toga. As for solid body parts, those would be our organs, nails, hair, arms, legs, and pinching Izuku's skin. Izuku feeling some pain. Ouch, I understand now. Toga, finally when we talk about the plasma state, what comes to mind? Izuku in electricity, fire, or light, Toga, and in the human body. Izuku body, the flames of last will, Toga correct, just like a quirk they also become part of your body. How you use them depends on the user. Taking out a glove and putting it on her left hand, igniting it and showing a red flame around her fist, moving her fingers, then beginning to open and close her fist by covering ourselves with them. It's like having an extra layer just like clothes. Izuku, I understand. What you're trying to tell me is looking at his hand, can I looking at Toga? Toga, who knows your past self never even tried, but even if you could, you'd need to have excellent control over your flames. While you should technically be able to, if you're just planning to use it as a move, you won't get very far. Izuku, it would be using it as a power-up. Toga, you're starting to understand. In terms of complications, the lightning flame is the second most difficult to handle due to its two states. Izuku, but not impossible, Toga smiling. Izuku, flexibility. Toga, slow down, for that you'll need to train your flames. Izuku, Toga, back to the main issue, what do you do to train your flames? Izuku, I use them in various exercises as support, walking around for a while until they solidify. Toga, if you keep doing that you won't get anywhere. Izuku, so what should I do? Toga, brings out their full potential. Izuku, I don't think so, last time my ring almost exploded, a lot of flames came out. Toga, you're confusing things, quantity over quality. Izuku, that's what Lalson and Eraser said. Even so, they told me we couldn't show the purity of our flames. Toga, removing her glove, revealing two rings, igniting a purple flame, which appears somewhat faint. I'm not asking you to put on a fire show, just concentrate your power into a small flame. When they talk about this power, you imagine using a large amount of it, don't you? Izuku, yes. Toga, this is something else, purity lighting the flame of her ring, which now looks somewhat dark. I lowered the purity of my flame quite a bit. Although it is now much bigger, it is also worse. Izuku, surprised. Toga, this is the difference between quantity and quality. With your Class C equipment, try to mimic a flame like mine as your best for now. Your gloves can withstand higher purity, but if you don't control your energy, you'll end up destroying them. Now try it. First, make a small flame. Thus, after a few seconds, Izuku would show a small, somewhat clear flame. Toga, okay, now reduce your determination to a certain extent. Izuku would obey, seeing how his flame was now a dark color. Toga, your flame is now quite impure, try to increase its size, be more intense. Thus, after a while, Izuku would manage to make the flame grow greatly. Izuku, wow, Toga, once. Izuku, it's different. The first time I lit a flame this size, it ended up exploding my ring. Toga, this is the difference between quality and quantity. Once you get higher quality equipment, you can try to increase the intensity of your pure flames. Izuku, reducing his flames, making them a little purer before they solidified. Time's up, Toga, it seems you're unsure about using that pure flame. Izuku, maybe so, like I told you, I can't stand my ring. Toga, and if you keep denying it, it will work even less, just like the time you can use it before it solidifies. Your body unconsciously does it. Izuku, I still have my doubts. After Lal's explanation about my flame, I don't want that to happen again, worrying them. Toga, if that's the case, there's only one thing left to do. Izuku, which one? Toga, practice. Izuku, yes. Toga, you're not understanding me, taking off her glove. Before Izuku could say anything else, he saw a small red flame emerge from her finger. Toga, you still lack self-control, touching Izuku's cheek. Izuku, it's so warm. Toga, does it hurt? Izuku, no, it feels nice. Toga, despite being a storm flame which is meant to harm, it doesn't do anything to you. Izuku, Toga, if I wanted to, I could finish you off right now. Do you know what the characteristic of this flame is? After what Toga said, Izuku remembered what that flame was, quickly moving away from her. Izuku agitated, looking seriously at Toga. Toga, laughing calmly after some time with the Varia, I managed to control my flames in this way. Just like quirks, they respond to the emotions and feelings of their user. Despite being a lethal flame, it didn't hurt you. It depends on the intentions of the person using it. If you want to harm someone with any kind of flame, you will, but doing something like this, not just anyone can do it, using a friendly flame without activating the attribute's effect. Izuku, surprised by the above. Toga, you saw that Xanxus can use a much more lethal flame without even using a flame artifact. This is a case of natural talent versus pure effort. I think you should start with this. Once you manage to create a small flame, you can increase the purity and quantity as much as your body can handle. Look at your hand. Izuku, looking at how the small wound Toga had given him was gone, it's like nothing happened. Toga, you didn't even notice when I used the sun's flame on you. Lights one of her rings. Izuku giving a cheerful look, a friendly flame controlling my flames. Toga, you look better, see you later, starts walking towards the exit. Izuku noticing Toga walking away, Tagasen. Toga turning around, yes. Izuku, thank you, Toga, darling, smiling, if you need anything you can count on me. If you need to tell someone something or ask them for a favor, I will try to help you in any way I can. After what Toga said, Izuku would remember Pantera. They may not be alike at all and have different histories, but their intentions are the same. Izuku shedding a few tears. Toga, are you alright? Izuku, eyes wiping away tears, I just remembered some. Lowering his head, then showing a sincere smile, thank you, Togachan. Toga, smiling, you'd better rest for today. Eat what I brought you and then go get some rest. If something happens to you, you'll worry everyone else. Izuku, nodding, starting to open the bento. After this, the days passed with each of them making great progress. Suno was able to use his flames and his new technique more effectively. Gokudera improved his reaction time, speed, aim, etc., managing to last an hour against both of them. Yamamoto was able to master his new sword style, managing to defeat Stainedhull halfway through the training, until the day came when he managed to hit Reborn, passing the test. Finally, Izuku improved considerably in strength, speed, stamina, endurance, and his flame control, being instructed in the latter by Toga, who visited him constantly during the last practice of the day. Thus, he managed to use pseudo one for all, full cowl at 25% to 30%, in addition to greater control over his flames. Thus, the day of the confrontation against Aizawa arrived. Izuku launching a powerful attack. Aizawa dodging, kneeing him in the stomach, sending him flying a few meters. Seeing his student instantly recover, you've improved, kid. Izuku, thanks to Tagasen, I was able to take the next step, flexibility, using the lightning flame and changing the purity of the flames. Aizawa, you use impure flames in your clothing to enhance your defense for a longer period, but when you're about to be attacked, you briefly change its purity. You no longer have to worry about it solidifying on yourself, allowing you to use it as an extension, noticing a layer of green energy covering Izuku's gloves even on your equipment. Izuku, the gloves were the hardest part. I was worried the solidification would affect the shots, but now I understand it's hard to explain. Aizawa, but not impossible. Izuku, yes, it would be due to the energy flow. All these flames, even if they're solidified, still contain energy from me. Since the waves are synchronized, the blast passes through without complications, simply piercing the flames. It's practically like water. When a jet of water shoots out from below, it doesn't significantly affect the surrounding water. In the end, it will continue as if nothing happened, no matter how many times the same thing happens. Aizawa giving a big smile. In skill, you've come further than your past self, but in strength, you're still inferior to him. But you're in better shape, plus you're more consistent in combat. What percentage of your power do you use to enhance your full cowl? Izuku, well, like 60–80%, but they're impure flames until I feel like I'm going to get attacked, where I raise the quality. Aizawa, we're finished. Izuku, but it hasn't even been 15 minutes. Aizawa, tomorrow's the big day. It would be bad if you weren't at 100%. Come and rest. This afternoon we'll have our final meeting, where we'll go over the plan one last time. Also, I heard that after that we'll have a feast in the kitchen. Just don't tell anyone else, it's a surprise. Izuku nodding, bowing deeply, thank you so much for everything, AIZAWSNSCI. Aizawa, don't thank me, thank everyone who helped you in your training. I only beat you up to test your power. Izuku, you did so much more than that, sheds a few tears. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the determination to go through all of this. You weren't just the one fighting me, you were the target I had to defeat, but even though that will probably never happen, it doesn't matter. The ones we must defeat are the Mafia. It was all for that reason and for all those who have suffered because of them, raising his head full of tears, showing a big smile, to be the heroes who will bring smiles back to all of them. Aizawa showing a cheerful look, so be it. After a few hours, the planning would begin. Mating rooms. BNHA, we discovered some ventilation ducts. They have an odd location in the shopping mall. Pointing with a stick at the base map, as you can see, their locations match perfectly. By overlaying both construction plans, we can pinpoint the exact location of the enemy base. Miyusen. Miyu, right away. Another image would appear. BNHA, based on in-depth analysis, the best entrance would be this conduit inside the generator room, located in the mall parking lot. That's all from me. Ryohei, okay, now I'll tell you the roles we'll have on this mission. Clearing his throat to begin. Those who will infiltrate the base will be a MEDIUMSIZD group, which will be divided into two. The first will be led by my Sasagawa Ryohei the Sun, the 10th Vengola, followed by Lao Mirch and 2 more of his guardians. Gokudera Hayato, The Storm, together with Yamamoto Takshi, the Rain. Toga, the second team will be led by me, Himiko Toga, division leader from Izuku's group. I will be accompanied by Izuku Midoriya, the base's chief of staff, and BNHA Gokudera, an independent member of the Survey Corps. As you can see, our group is much smaller in terms of the number of members, but we are being compensated in other ways. In strength, I am only slightly stronger than the Guardian of the Sun, in addition to possessing 3 very useful quirks. First, Transform, which allows me to copy the appearance and characteristics of those whose blood I ingest. Second, Erasure, which can erase the activation of quirks. And finally, True or False. By touching someone, I can tell if someone is telling the truth or not. BNHA, for her part, has good espionage and infiltration skills, and combined with her poisonous food ability, we can access some places more easily. And with Izuku-kun, he's improved quite a bit. Unfortunately, he can't use his quirk to its full potential, but he can still be useful to us. The bold one, wouldn't it be better, instead of bringing the boys from the past, to send the division leaders and the guardians of this time? Hibari, looking seriously at La Brava. That would be stupid. La Brava, feeling nervous upon seeing Hibari's gaze. Kusakabe, the next part of the plan is the distraction, where most of the strongest members of the base will enter. They will draw attention to themselves in various locations, around several of their warehouses and nearby factories, so they will begin to send in their troops. As time passes, they will send in their best soldiers. At that moment, Sasagawa-san and Himiko-san's groups will take advantage of the situation to infiltrate. Setsuna, while that's happening, we can't leave the base unprotected, so the lower-ranking members and those who don't focus on combat and confrontations will help Nido-kun and me defend the base. If anything happens, we'll report it immediately so that Augurasan or Ingenium can come and support us. Frederick, they have covered every aspect of the mission. Wonmu, we stayed up all night organizing this operation. We couldn't treat it like just anything, yawning so we haven't slept properly, lying back on the table. La Brava, I'm sorry, I didn't know that lately. I've only been thinking about myself. Bowing. Ryohei, worry, we're not SCLDUP with you, looking at Hibari, at least not US, right? Hibari. Hibari, glaring at Ryohei, are you trying to tell me something? Ryohei, annoyed, don't play dumb. La Brava, nervous, wait, Sasagawa-san, you don't have to make a scene over something so silly. Ryohei, La Brava, Hibari-san doesn't mean any harm, he just says what he thinks is appropriate for the situation. Looking at Hibari, right. Hibari, closing his eyes indifferently, take it however you want. Ryohei, you haven't changed at all since high school, I'll make you change that attitude of yours. Hibari, someone as weak as you could never do something like that. Ryohei, that's it, let's settle this with FISTS and BOXES. Hibari, that's fine by me. Before anything could begin, a finger-snapping sound would catch their attention. Aizawa, can you deal with your personal problems later? I don't care if you want to kill each other, but that's not going to happen today or tomorrow. We're dealing with something important, remember. Ryohei, embarrassed, I'm sorry. Hibari, changing her gaze to one of disinterest. Kusakabe, funny, Erazerson, lately I'm finding it hard to keep these two under control. Aizawa, you're welcome. I also believe that leaders and guardians shouldn't fight over trivial matters. So, thank you for being so patient with this problem child. Skeptic, well, to conclude, the inventors of Angola, Janani, now we will explain your equipment, Miu-sen, if you would be so kind. Miu, yes. After that was said, the lights would go out to show a hologram which would be in the shape of a ring. Janini, first, we've been working on this for months in collaboration with Suzuki-san and Tanaka-chan. This is a Mammon Chain automatic ring cover. It's a long name, but basically it's a cover that automatically protects your ring as long as it's not in use. Like Mammon's chains, it seals the power of the ring so they can't be detected by enemies. Suzuki, in addition, we also made special communicators for all members plus some spares. Starts handing out some boxes. Tanaka, they are excellent for communication, and not only that, what makes them so special is that they receive and transmit mixed frequencies simultaneously, so there's no need to worry about being intercepted. Janini, the mixed frequencies of each communicator are perfectly synchronized, so the audio quality is also good, and to make them feel like they're their own, we've personalized them based on their tastes and hobbies. Yamamoto, thank you, showing genuine joy. Gokudera, great, I couldn't imagine them any better. Toga, looking at her communicator with delight, how did you know I wanted some like these? Tanaka, Hatsume-san saw how you were looking at Ragdoll, Pixie Bob, and Burnen's communicators, so she personally told us to make them that way for you. Toga, looking at May with emotion, thank you, my friend May. May, looking away, yais, whatever. We've also made some improvements and brought gifts for you. Melissa, to begin with, we both have The Deku's gloves V Advanced 05, unlike previous models, finally have increased resistance when striking, this being referring to those with a strength level of 8. Likewise, only in emergency cases can they strike with much more force. They will only withstand approximately 7 level 10 blows. Izuku, they're similar to the gauntlet you gave me on Eosland. Melissa, we use the same concept. Monoma, that means they just made a new toy for their boyfriend. Melissa blushing that. May, of course not. Besides that, we made them capable of withstanding more than one type of dying will flame. Now anyone can use them. Monoma, now I'm talking about that. May, although we unfortunately had to reduce the quality of the flames it can withstand, which means it can be classified as a class D++ or C device, we can't do more with what we have. If possible, everyone entering the base should bring quality materials and we'll begin the upgrades. Suna, are you asking us to pull out in the middle of a mission like this? May, I don't care how you get the materials, but it's a fact that we need them. Izuku, what do you think? Eraser, it's alright, don't worry about that. We have a small warehouse and hideout about 15 kilometers from the Melon base. Looking at Tamaki Amajika-san, Fuda-kun. Tamaki nervous WL will go as soon as possible. Fuda, I will contact the allies first thing tomorrow morning. Iwao, you'd better keep your word, you must have everything ready by 12:00 a.m. Gokudera, annoyed, shouldn't they have organized that in advance? Monoma, nonchalantly, gathering teams are practically a daily occurrence. They just need an order from one of their superiors, and in an instant they can help us with that. It's much harder to ask for help for battles and invasions. Suna, speaking of which, what are allies supposed to do? Hibari, nothing, they're useless. Izuku, thinking he's still acting like that. Yamamoto, laughing, what a good joke. Eraser, in a way it's true. After what Aizawa said, those who had come from the past would be a little surprised. Gokudera, are you serious? Tensei, unfortunately, yes. Just 2 years ago, we were able to share some of our technology with you to enhance your soldiers in addition to giving you a limited number of Quirk copies. Because your combat units are limited, you can't assist us on dangerous missions. Although you can't support us as much, you handle resource gathering, housing people, and intelligence gathering. And like us, you also try to make your own technological improvements, although they are still inferior to ours. Fuda, for now, perhaps in the future they can help us better. For now, we can only count on their representative MJ. Izuku, MJ. Setsuna, she's Erasersen's girlfriend even if he won't admit it. Eraser, annoyed, shut up. Setsuna, somewhat amused, see. Hibari, annoyed, if that's all, getting up from the table, walking towards the door. Tensei, we haven't watching Hibari leave finished yet. The brave one, worried Hibarisen trying to follow him. Iwao, leave him alone, it doesn't matter if he leaves, it doesn't matter if he doesn't listen to what follows. BNHA, okay, let's continue. Some time would pass like this until it began to get dark, well, not too late, it would be evening in English. In the base kitchen, you could see most of the base members, with the exception of Hibari, the Brave, Stained Hull, Pixabob, Ragdoll, Burnin, Lady Nagant, and Tenya. Everyone KMPAI. Proceeding to take their drinks. Izuku taking a bite of food, this is delicious. Gamma, thank you Kiro, Kyotoku, we spent all day preparing this banquet. Izuku, you didn't have to go to the trouble. Miss Uraraka, of course today is a special day. Miss Asui, this was thanks to everyone's effort. Haru, I would have liked to be able to help them. Kyoko, same as me. Tsuna, didn't they participate? Miss Asui, no, but they fixed several things at the base. They're good at those kinds of tasks. Miss Uraraka, yes, the sink isn't dripping anymore. Tanuma, even the broken door now opens and closes normally. Tsuna, surprised, did you guys do it? Haru, embarrassed eyes. Kyoko, nervous, WWE couldn't just sit around doing nothing after helping with the chores. Without Hatsume-san, we couldn't have done it. After that was said, everyone turned to look at a nervous and blushing, from the alcohol May. They were eager to help and learn, so I took a little time to teach them a few simple things. Izuku, amazing, that's very kind of you, Mason. May, blushing, looking away, yes, whatever, proceeding to eat her food. Hugging Izuku from behind, and that's not all. Izuku, seeing that the one hugging him was a drunken Himiko Toga Togacchen. Toga, even though it might not seem like it, Mikan is the kindest person I know. Even though she doesn't show it, she cares a lot about us. Eraser, annoyed watching that scene. Nezu, it seems he's had too much to drink. Iwao, finishing a big swig of beer, as long as it doesn't cause any trouble, I guess it's okay. Eraser, the only problem would be waking up with a hangover. Izuku, I'd better take you to your room. Toga, what about Gokudera and Yamamoto? They're already on their third bottle. Suna, looking in amazement at a drunken Gokudera and Yamamoto. Yamamoto, drunk, we should organize these kinds of banquets more often. Gokudera, drunk, Hick Roman 2, agree with you. Yamamachan, would you like some more of this spicy drink? Yamamoto, with pleasure. He smiled broadly as he was served another glass of the drink. Izuku, nervous, them too. Suna, they gave them alcohol to drink. Reborn, they just drank it, but whatever. Tsuna, they're 17. BNHA, so what are you going to do? Call the police. Tsuna, annoyed. Izuku, let it go this time. Tsuna, but. Izuku, we don't know what might happen tomorrow, so it's good to enjoy it for now. Toga, well said. Darling, hugging Izuku tighter. Izuku, in pain, you're crushing me. Toga, embarrassed, using less strength. I'm sorry. Eraser, well, wrapping the most drunk people in the place in his bandages. If they're going to do these outrageous things, it's better to send them to rest. Izuku, surprised. Izuwasan, Eraser, don't worry about them. Showing how they were now asleep, I'll set their alarms. Continue the celebration. Tsuna, giving him a serious look. Thank you. Eraser, you're welcome. Aizawa would then leave the room, leaving the others to continue the celebration. Future Arc Part 4, Surprise Attack. During the early morning hours, an imminent attack would begin outside the Vongola base. D and B class soldiers would be prowling the area, along with mid and low class nomes, which would be either caged or subdued with tools. Meanwhile, another small group would begin excavating, reaching the roof of the underground lair, which they would easily breach. After a significant number of enemies entered, they would notice that the opening they created was being sealed off by metal pipes, as a mechanism inside the lair had been activated. What the hell? One of the soldiers said. Soldier 1. Have we been set up? Soldier 2. Tap tap tap. There would be a sound of violent footsteps, which would attract the attention of everyone present. Only the weak. They gather in packs, the Cloud Guardian would say seriously. Then he would throw what appeared to be a small locator at them while showing his fighting intentions, wielding his tonfas ferociously. I will bite you to death like cornered rats. Shit, pointing their weapons along with the rest of the members present, waiting for that enemy of his to make the first move. Hibari-sama. Go away, I don't need you to take care of me, Manami. Go help the herbivores who can't defend themselves. Understood, he said as he sped away from the place. Outside the base, the enemy was quite concerned and would attempt to create another opening. Unfortunately, they would be interrupted when one of their nomes crashed abruptly in their direction. Well, I didn't think they'd find this place so soon. We're giving them back their monster. If children see it at this hour, they'll have nightmares. After what both subjects said, the soldiers would begin to attack those present while simultaneously releasing the nomes. Don't hold back, copy-paste and lizardy. Their most dangerous thing is their original quirks, even more so than that annoying erase. Soldier 3. Nomes finish them off. Soldier 4. Thus the nomes, as if they were beasts, although practically most of them are, would go with intentions of brutality to attack both boys. So be it, if that's what you want, Monoma said, then placed both hands on the ground. Said Tsuna. Okay, he would say as he flew, moving a few meters away in the air. The soldiers, without hesitation, would attack those boys, but they would stop after they sank into the ground. Seeing their comrades fall, the other soldiers would take to the air thanks to their boots propelled by the flame of their dying will. The battle would continue while some soldiers tried to create more openings. They are annoying, he said as he finished off several enemies. Monoma. Bastard soldier. After a few seconds, several lasers would go in the direction of that division leader. Luckily for him, some parts of Setsuna's body would receive those attacks. Tisk, the soldier grumbled. Thank you, love, Monoma would say cheerfully. You're welcome, I don't mind watching your back. Said Tsuna. Oh, look, seeing as more enemies approached and began to attack them, do you think I should use one of the samples? Monoma. Yes, use the one for drinking tea. Maybe that way you can think of one laughing while blocking some attacks. Hahaha, you're so funny, catching several enemies with her ribbons, whom she would then throw towards the others. Everything seemed to be going well until suddenly several flashes of light appeared in Monoma's direction. Before being struck, he pulled what appeared to be a gem from a bag. After being hit, his skin was covered in crystals and he quickly got to his feet, seeing 6 enemies. A speed quirk, if it hadn't been such a powerful attack, it would have been good to receive it. Monoma. Do you think so? Purple members. Don't underestimate us, Vongola Division Leader. Indigo member. We Squadron 15 XBRSS will finish you off, Blue member. Setsuna, take care of the others, I'll finish off Monoma in an instant. Before he could say anything else, he would see several nomes coming at him, managing to dodge several of the attacks while creating several walls of solid air blocking several projectiles. Are you okay? Setsuna asked with concern. Yais, concentrate on finishing off the Millifear, erasing the quirk of one of the nomes, then proceeding to pierce it with one of his fists. Goodbye. After doing so, he would expel flames from his glove, destroying it from the inside. Everything seemed to be improving. He would continue fighting after that. Unfortunately, after receiving a blow to the face, he became disoriented, and a red shadow appeared to be moving in his direction. Just as it was about to strike him, he was sent flying in the opposite direction by a kick from one of his allies. I'll take care of them, giving a carefree look. I've been waiting to fight against others who have speed quirks. I'm counting on you, Tensei Momo would say to his partner, as he pierced another of the Nomus, then used blood control, Vlad King's quirk, turning the Namu's blood into small stakes which would hit another, causing deep wounds. You could only withstand one kick. Green limb. It took me by surprise, he said as he stood up. Red members. As you say, looking at the other soldiers, take care of the Eraser Group members, we'll take care of Turbo Hero. Blue member. He would receive the approval of everyone present. Enough talk, everyone come at once. Tense. Are you underestimating us, Indigo member? Do you think you're faster than us, Purple member? I don't think so, I know it, he would say while giving a challenging look. If that's not the case, prove me otherwise. Upon hearing these words, the members of the 15th squad would go all out to attack the Turbo Hero, who dodged them without complications. Is that all? The leader of the exploration group said with disappointment while sighing. We don't get sub. Before they could say anything else, in less than a second, those speedy rivals would be scattered around the place, unconscious and with parts of their suits torn. I thought Milifear had better fighters, but it seems I was wrong. Tensei. Idiot, don't let your guard down. Before he could say anything else, he received a powerful blow to the face, sending him flying several meters. Monoma. Faced with this, Tensei became a little more serious. Recognizing that the truly powerful enemies were about to arrive, he used his arm and leg engines to decimate a large number of soldiers, dodging most of their short and long-range attacks. They keep arriving. How many members do you have here in Japan? Tensei. Behind you, Setsuna would shout loudly at Tensei. Upon hearing his companion's words, he would turn around only to be struck by a Namu in the form of a giant bat, which would ram into him and subsequently throw him several tens of meters, causing the hero to fall abruptly. We meet again. How long has it been? 10-15 years. Since the last time we saw each other. Tusk clicking his tongue, then running at great speed. Where do you think you're going? Huh, Tensei said in surprise, seeing how that villain kept up with him. Elsewhere, Knuckleduster was seen brutally battling several Nomus. After a few seconds, the nearby enemies fell defeated. In the blink of an eye, the Nomus lay on the ground with multiple wounds. Ha ha ha, the security guard laughed. After receiving a powerful blow to the face, is that all you've got? Be bastard, one of the soldiers who was in terrible shape would say, then he would launch himself at the division leader. Crash. There would be a sound of something breaking, which would be the helmet of that enemy, since a punch from the old thug would hit him. If they keep attacking in the same way, they will never win. PHH. That enemy would laugh. What's so funny? WW, maybe we can't defeat you. Division leaders. After saying this, he would spit out some blood, but your base and other members won't be able to count it. If Shuichi-sama's plan. Just as I suspected. They probably have a lot of things planned for the strongest Vengola members, but they underestimate our other members. They may not be on our level when it comes to fighting, but... Elsewhere in the Vengola base, several low-ranking Milifear soldiers were seen dealing with the puppets created by Skeptic, while the stronger ones ventured deeper into the base, reaching several rooms where they would face various members of the base. On one of the floors of the base, pum PM boom, gunshots would ring out from both groups' weapons. Ouch, Miss Asui would say after falling due to the recoil of the shotgun she had fired, killing one of the enemies. The weapons currently used by the base members are modified. They may not be as powerful compared to Xanxus's pistols or Colonello's rifle, but they are strong enough to cut into someone wearing low-level armor like bulletproof vests, but they are not dying-will weapons. Get up, we can't stay here. Miss Uraraka extended her hand, which Miss Asui accepted. Before anything else could happen, blood could be seen flying out, because Miss Asui noticed that an attack was coming in Uraraka's direction, which she would push with her tongue, most of which would be torn to pieces by an explosion that would hit her. Upon seeing this scene, Miss Uraraka was shocked by the amount of blood on the ground, which was pouring from her friend's mouth. She was so distraught that she didn't even heed Asui's signals to run. Unbeknownst to her, another powerful attack was coming her way. Boo. There would be an explosion, which would raise a large curtain of smoke and dust. After recovering from the shock, Miss Uraraka burst into tears upon realizing what had happened. She believed that her friend had died because of her. Asui-san, she would say wistfully. Don't worry, Uraraka-san. Everything's fine, Mom. After that, the dust and smoke dissipated, revealing that the enemy had been neutralized by BNHA's poisonous food. They also saw La Brava near one of the corridors, who had created a small barrier in front of them thanks to her elasticity quirk. Abasin, she said as she finished crying. You arrived just in time. Stop the bleeding and then take a suisin to the infirmary. After saying this, Manami looked at Miss Uraraka. Are you alright? She said bravely, while watching Uraraka wipe away her tears. Yeah, is just a few rasp. Well, the brave woman would interrupt. There's no time to lose, let's hurry. Immediately afterwards, the redhead would run to another part of the base. Cold BNHA would say as she helped Miss Uraraka. I'd say lukewarm, Uraraka commented while tending to Baru, managing to control the bleeding. At least she cares about them being okay. I guess she thinks Sasagawa-san would. But at the slightest positive response, he leaves us to our own devices. Kaoya's bad attitude could be contagious, BNHA said as he helped Baru up. In the end, all he wants is to save everyone as quickly as possible. Perhaps she doesn't want anyone else to go through the same thing as her beloved Gentle, without realizing that by trying to encompass everything. Not everything goes as planned, they both said, and then took their companion to a place where they could recover her. After saying that, they would leave the place. Elsewhere, specifically in the garage, Fuda and Kaneko could be seen defeating several enemies using the new gloves created by May and Melissa. In the previous chapter, I added a part at the end showing BV. While this was happening, Ganma was taking down some enemies, using a shotgun to protect several of his injured companions, members of the medical and collection group, supported by his children who skillfully knocked out the enemies. PIUM, PIUM, PUM, PIUM. That's what you heard constantly. Bastards, Samadare would say as she took cover behind one of the columns at the base. Niasen, what do we do? There are more and more of them. I don't know, he would say in a worried tone. Fuda-san, Ganma would shout. All we can do is hold on, he said as he finished off 2 enemies, using the flames from his gloves. Shit, Samadare would say before preparing to return to the fight. Before anything else could happen, a grenade would appear to be heading in their direction. Be careful. BOOM. The explosion erupted, creating a massive cloud of dust. This dust destroyed the pillars, exposing the wounded and knocking Fuda, who was closest to the device, unconscious. Samadare, meanwhile, barely managed to shield her little sister, sustaining considerable damage herself, first and second-degree burns and some debris embedded in her skin. Niasen, are you okay? Satsuki said worriedly. Unfortunately, she received no response, which worried her. After several attempts, still receiving no answer, she quickly got up to check on her brother. Thighs isn't funny. Not long after, I noticed that Samadare wasn't breathing and I tried to give her first aid in the wrong way out of desperation. Niasen, please wake up. She would shout desperately, hoping for a miracle to happen. Cluck. After the smoke cleared, the sound of a gun being taken off its safety could be heard. This was because an enemy who appeared to be the captain along with a small group encountered the unprotected individuals. Well, look what we have here, the enemy would say while carefully examining the wounded. What are you doing, Captain? Let's kill them now and… Shut up, he would say imposingly, leaving his squad surprised. Since when do my henchmen give me orders? I, of course, will kill them except for those who give us information. It's a good deal, don't you think, darling? He said as he placed it under Satsuki's chin. Damn it, said a badly wounded Fuda who was being subdued by several enemies. Stay away from her. Ganma would shout intensely. You seem worried about her, old man. Oh, I see, she's your daughter, isn't she? Unless you like underage girls, you old pervert, he would say while sketching mockingly before laughing maniacally. After that, a furious Ganma tried to get up, and as he did so, you could hear him trying to utter a few words. Bastard. There for you. PM. Before he could say anything else, a bullet infused with fire from the rain would pierce his leg, causing him to collapse in pain. Now he was targeted by several of the lower-ranking enemies. Oh, old man, don't you understand that I'm the one who gives the orders here? Seeing as Ganma lost strength and collapsed to the floor, PFFFT, it's a waste of time talking to you. You couldn't withstand the power of my flames. Atasan, he would shout angrily, then point one of his gloves at the leader of that enemy group. Captain, the enemy soldiers would shout while pointing their weapons at Satsuki. Calm down, looking at the girl in front of her, you're just as stupid as your father, look around you. After that, Satsuki would see how everyone present was being subdued and pointed at by those enemies. Their lives are in my hands, so stop pointing that gun at me. If you cooperate with us, I assure you nothing bad will happen to them, but if you kill me, my companions will show no mercy. Think calmly, is it worth sacrificing them to get rid of me? Ganma would complain, feeling tired from the blood loss and the flaming rain. Udasan, after saying this, she would burst into tears and then lower both hands. Okay, take off his gloves. After a few seconds, several soldiers would strip that young lady of her equipment. What do you want to know? You're smarter than I thought. She cleared her throat. Tell me, where are the Vengola rings? Teeth Guardians, the Guardians have them. PHFFFF. Are you kidding us? We already knew that, one of the soldiers said, annoyed. This is… Pion. Shut up, he said coldly, looking at the lifeless body of the soldier he had killed. It's my fault, Shuichi-sama already mentioned it. Let me rephrase the question. Where are the guards? Huh, she would say, frightened. The Vengola Guardians, you know. Gokudera Hayato takes Yamamoto Tsunyoshi Sawada. Thighs. Maybe this will refresh your memory. After saying that, he slammed Satsuki against the wall, making her spit out some blood from the impact. Now you remember. Faced with such an action, the amphibious girl began to shed some tears while trembling with fear. Bibasi. What thing, B-base melons? So those idiots went to our lair, he said, releasing Satsuki and pulling out a small device. The little frog breathed heavily. This is the leader of Squadron 21, do you copy? He would say into his communicator. After trying for a while and seeing that there was no response, he would put his communicator away again. What's wrong, boss? I can't get a response from any of the other leaders. They might be experiencing interference or the signal might be terrible here. Oh well. Kill them all, huh? She would say worriedly. But we had. Do you really think we'd let them roam free? He would say mockingly. Be enough. Before she could say anything else, that enemy would deliver a powerful blow to her stomach, leaving her on her knees. That's a shame, you have a great body. It would be a waste. But I can't waste time now, pointing his gun at Satsuki's head. Plish. Plish, 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 plish. Before he could fire his weapon, a powerful beam of light would destroy his hand. The enemy would scream in pain, then turn in the direction from which the attack came, finding all his soldiers lying lifeless on the ground. Please. Another attack would come in his direction, which he would dodge with difficulty. Are you okay? Worry about the enemy, I'll take care of the wounded. Anakura-san, Ito-san Satsuki would say happily, I am the hope. This is not the time for that, Ito said, while checking on Samadere's condition. Damn, their attacks are as fast as light, I won't have time to escape. Fighting would be suicide, even with my weapon I wouldn't be able to win. Maybe I could kill one, but against two I don't know the abilities of that idiot with glasses either. He said he'd take care of the wounded, maybe he has some kind of healing quirk. If I'm going to die, I'll take them all with me. I surrender, he said calmly while looking at the clothes he was wearing. It seems they haven't noticed yet. The moment they get close, I'll tear them to pieces. What? Satsuki exclaimed. Do you think we'll accept that? Good, Ito-san, do you agree with that, Hope-kun? We could get some information out of him. Hatsume-san still has some of those temporary quirk gadgets, Anakuru said, keeping her gun pointed in the enemy's direction. Put the handcuffs on him. Just wait until it's over here. After saying this, he would give Samadere the appropriate first aid, managing to get him breathing again, leaving him out of danger. Okay, opening a weapon box from which handcuffs with the storm attribute emerged. I'll put these on you. If you cause trouble, the flames will finish you off, understand? Of course I'm not stupid, the enemy would say mockingly, placing his hands in front of him to be handcuffed. Come closer, idiot, come for me. After everything he put us through, they're just going to keep him as a prisoner. Satsuki would complain angrily. Exactly, I suppose you wanted him to die like his comrades. Yes, I can't believe they're giving a guy like him a second chance. Everyone deserves a second chance, that's what this war has taught me. Otherwise we wouldn't ally ourselves with villains. After saying this, he leaned close to Satsuki's ear and whispered, anyway, I suppose he'll end up dying. Probably once he's no longer useful to us, Stainedhull or Nagant will kill him. Somewhat hesitantly, she would accept what her partner said. Come on, I don't have all day. After what that member of Milifear said, Ito approached him. When he was just a few meters away, that enemy's expression changed to one of madness and he ran in his direction. By Bayak. Before she could say anything else, she felt half her body and her neck being squeezed by something, until at one point. Blush. Those parts that were held tightly would be cut off, splattering those present with their blood. Satsuki would say in horror. This. While they're slow guys, they still lack experience. Once everyone was focused on her, they would see her slowly approach the enemy's corpse, revealing several clues about what a bomb was. Kanekasen were sorry. They're lucky to have their trusty hike crab, striking a rather odd pose. Anakuru was surprised as he didn't quite understand his classmates' jokes. I thought you were dead, ha. He would laugh uncomfortably. It takes more than brute force for that to happen. I was going to say unconscious, how did you do that? I thought your quirk was limited to your legs and hands. I had a feeling to do that and it worked. It's kind of weird, like I've done it before, something like deja vu, Satsuki. Exact, that is strange. It's more common than it seems. Normally, most people would never see the limits of their quirks because of the laws governing their use and management. They've probably just discovered more things they can do with their gift, he said calmly while checking on the condition of another of his classmates. Either that or he had an awakening like you. Wake up, Satsuki would ask curiously. Well. Elsewhere, a small group of armed men stood guard at a door, waiting for it to open so they could fire on anything that entered. Behind them was a small room where the most striking feature was the presence of several people in front of various game boards and monitors. At first glance, it appeared they were playing video games, but the reality was quite different. The sound of machine guns would come from a robot which would have pulverized a small group of soldiers. Clear. Good job, Hatsumesan, keep it up. Skeptic would say while watching what the base's cameras were capturing on another screen. It was a good idea to put another surveillance station here, in the workshop, watching other screens, seeing what was happening on the premises. That's right, Nezusan, this emergency protocol finally paid off. I would have preferred not to use it, a tired May would say. I guess it was something that was bound to happen sooner or later. Now let's focus on finishing off these bastards, Suzuki would say. It's easy for you to say that after what you did. I already said I'm sorry, we had a lot of things to do and that's why I forgot to charge my robot's battery. What's wrong? Tanaka said in annoyance as he watched his screen go dark. Upon hearing this comment, Skeptic would look at the cameras near his partner's robot, seeing how it was destroyed. Damn it, one of the Nomas slipped into the base. Don't worry, I have them. Boom boom boo oums. PR. After the sound of machine guns and missiles thundered, raising a large cloud of dust that would obstruct their vision, a small tremor would be generated. Be careful, Hatsumesan, if you keep going like this some rooms in the base will collapse, Melissa nervously told her best friend. I know, that's what I'm planning. What are you saying? A curious Nezu would ask. That thing won't fall so easily, and with these weapons we can't do much to them either. Once the dust settled, they would be able to see a terrifying creature. That's how it is. Without saying anything more, they could only watch, seeing how that monster slowly regenerated. Tanakachi. Yai's activate self-destruction. Hey, I'll do the same with my robot. Are you an idiot? Those machines cost us a lot of resources, we don't want them to end up like this. Besides, you might bury several corridors, leaving us unable to get out. I agree with Skepticson. An agitated Melissa would say, calm down, shouting won't get us anywhere. Nezu. How do you expect us to calm down? Are you hearing what we're hearing? Of course, you only see the most obvious thing that will happen, but you don't see beyond that, looking at his screen with determination. What do you mean? Our main goal is to take care of people, am I wrong? Yeah, there's your answer. Once we eliminate the entrance, we won't have to worry about them coming here. This part of the base is farther away and deeper than the others. We have some emergency supplies and the oxygen will last at least 4 days. Not to mention we have a small radio with all the signals from our comrades' communicators. When did they do that? Melissa would say, impressed. While you were sleeping, I give all the credit to Janinasan, it was his idea. And what happens if more enemies manage to get in? We'll have no escape, we will fight to the end. Upon hearing such words from the dangerous woman, some swallowed hard. In any case, if something happens, we can get one of our teammates out of the capsule. Why don't we take them out now? It's not the right time, they're not complete yet. Melissa would give an extremely cold look, surprising everyone with how quickly she answered. And are these supposed to be the lists? Skeptic would say angrily. Taking them out right now would be a huge disadvantage. Their wounds haven't healed yet and we haven't been able to give them any improvements. It would be like sending them to the slaughter. They're not in any condition to fight, otherwise they'd already be fighting alongside us. If what they say is true, we can only have faith, Nezu said, trying to calm his nerves. Hatsumesan, Tanakasan, proceed. After that, both of them, first Tanaka, would start with self-destruction, at which point a timer would appear on her screen. We only have 1 minute before it explodes, or until you tell me to activate it. Thus, Mei would continue fighting against the Namu, which, showing its superiority, would cause her great damage. However, this would not be any impediment for the mechanic because she would manage to be a little faster, managing to grab her companion's robot and smash it into her face. Now, boo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo. The explosion would sound, sending Mei's robot flying for a moment, leaving it in critical condition. I miscalculated the distance, she said, sounding somewhat annoyed. Do you mean that? Nothing important, the robot barely moves, but I think it'll do. I don't know if we killed that thing and I don't want to find out. I'll do the same and seal the entrance. Okay, just don't be long, please. Melissa. You don't have to. Before he could say anything else, he would see how his robot, despite trying to walk, did not move forward. What? But the condition of my legs isn't that bad, I should be able to get here. The damage reader might be malfunctioning, Tanaka said, trying to calm his partner, so this piece of junk still works. And it will serve. Upon hearing that voice, everyone would be frightened, for it was not an ordinary voice. That thing may. As should I speak, Melissa? So they discovered me, Vangola, can you hear us? Bastard. May screamed, then tried to use instant self-destruct, pressing the button that would activate it. What the? What's happening? Instant self-destruction doesn't work. Did you enable that function? Didn't you forget it? Of course not. I'm sure of it, it's not the button either, unless. That guy's Quirk, right? Thanks for over-explaining things, pathetic scum. After that, the robot's camera would turn off, and after a few seconds there would be an overload in the place, causing the screens and lights to explode and burning several of the machines in the place. Damn, this is it turning on a flash. Following that action, the others would also light small lamps. We have to protect the entrance. May would say desperately, let's go, Melissa. You stay here taking a weapon just like her companions, May. But we need someone to go to the underground lab. Wake them up, there's no other way. Under the watchful eye of her friend, Melissa would obey and agree. Okay, come on, there's no time to lose. Skeptic. Be careful, Melissa, Tanaka would say with concern. See you later, Suzuki would comment. If the elevator isn't working, use the stairs. Remember to turn on the emergency power up there, otherwise you won't be able to free them. Good luck. May. Okay, don't die, we'll try, I think. Without another word, May watched as her friend sped off to the workshop's basement. Once she was out of sight, she joined the other members of the base, all pointing their weapons at the door. Tum 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 tum. The footsteps of that beast echoed, growing faster and louder, resonating on the hard metal floor. Putsch. The door would be blown off its hinges, striking some of the base's personnel and killing them in the process. Immediately, those present would open fire in the direction the door had been. PM. I can't see anything, can you? Me neither, Tanaka-chan. Do you think he has retired? I doubt it. Most of those our comrades have faced are incredibly bloodthirsty. They won't stop until they've eliminated their targets. Although, to be honest, none of them have shown the ability to speak so far. Even so, we can't verify that we're hitting him. We need to store ammunition. Cease fire. May would shout. After a few seconds, they would stop the fire, only to be surprised by the robot that had been defeated moments before. That damned down. Before he could warn the others, the robot exploded, causing great damage to the room. Meanwhile, with Melissa, after a few minutes of descending the gloomy stairs, he reached the laboratory. Besides the light from his flashlight, all he could see were the glows of the machines where his wounded comrades lay. Has this place always been this terrifying? She would say as she listened to the noise of the machines. What am I doing? Now's not the time to think about that. After regaining his composure, he quickly went to turn on the generator. Shortly after, a screen began to illuminate the room. I mustn't waste any more time. She thought to herself, then went straight to the computer. After a few minutes, it seemed that the blonde would finish the process to free her companions. Why do they make this process so complicated? I'll have a talk with Suzuki and Tanaka, their code is awful. It's lucky Janine-sensei and Marasan left Amajika-san. You would hear the sound of something heavy falling abruptly. What? Looking toward the source of the noise, did they bring down the elevator? They must be up there, starting to act much faster than before. I hope they were captured and not killed. Before he could do anything else, the power surged again, although this time it would only end up shutting everything down, losing his process, causing him great frustration. Damn piece of junk, he'd say as he kicked the machine furiously. Why, you piece of. Push. After hearing that strange noise, I would turn in the direction from which it came. Huh, she said, loading a weapon and turning off her flashlight. I'd better be cautious. After a few steps, Melissa felt a bad feeling. Heeding it, she ducked down, watching as a huge shadow passed overhead. After a few seconds, she heard it crash into something, causing a loud crash. The blonde saw it and gripped her weapon tightly. What was? Hey, before he knew it, he would feel a sharp pain. After feeling something wet on his left side, he decided to touch what this strange liquid was. Is this blood? Upon hearing the dripping sound, he would see a pool slowly forming beside him, noticing that the blood was coming from where his left arm should be. Am I breathing heavily? Oh, what do we have here, just the way I like them. Fearful and with a pleasant aroma of death. Upon hearing that voice, Melissa would look up, seeing how, thanks to the light from the capsules, that horrible monster could be seen. Before her stood a strange Namu, unlike the others that resembled amorphous sacks of flesh and muscle. This creature looked far more repulsive, as if it were living clay, only unlike clay, its joints twisted abnormally. It also possessed large claws and a deformed animalistic face from which stood out piercing green eyes that stared intently at her. After regaining her composure, the scientist would run, holding the area where she was bleeding, followed by the creature, which would let out an unpleasant laugh. "Your running away only makes me more interested," she said, smiling from ear to ear. They would remain like this for a few seconds, during which Shield would try to flee for her life. Meanwhile, the creature in an enthusiastic manner would pursue the girl, launching itself in her direction, destroying everything in its path except for the recovery capsules, which, contrary to what they seemed, were not fragile at all. They remained like this for a while, with Melissa dodging the enemy, feeling weaker and weaker due to blood loss. "This is starting to bore me." Suddenly, the beast lunged at her, and she barely managed to jump back, trying to dodge the impact, which she did. Without wasting a moment, she tried to get up quickly until... "Blush, I've got you." That creature had torn off her legs, while a hideous look of satisfaction was etched on its face. The blonde could only weep, while with all her might she tried to save her life, dragging herself along with her remaining arm, but it was no use. "Where do you think you're going?" he asked, holding Melissa down with his hand. "The fun has only just begun." Please have mercy, mercy. Of course I'll start with your..." "Budge." After feeling a prick in his arm, his prey had stabbed him with a syringe. "Did it go through my skin?" "I felt that. It stings a little. Don't tell me your injections are better too. And I should be asleep. The sleeping pill I had could put an elephant to sleep with a quarter of the dose." "Darling, what were you trying to do with this?" Giving a mocking look while squeezing the girl, Uwash spitting out some blood. "Guys, forgive me." As the creature increased the strength of its grip, the girl's vision blurred, and she slowly closed her eyes, accepting her fate. "Hey, bastard." Seeing as a small group, 3 people shot at him. "How annoying, they don't leave you alone." Suddenly he would begin to feel the bullets hurting him. "Boss, stop it." The beast would growl. He then lunged at his attackers. Plush. That creature would have been sent flying. "Pathetic. Hibara-sama, thank you." "Take her away, she's in my way," giving a cold look to his companions. "Of course, we'll only attend to your injuries." "Vast. Brudge." The debris would fly out, revealing that creature partially recovered. Yaowu, seeing how behind Hibari that group was tending to Melissa's wounds, my prey, launching again. Perch. That Namu once again would have been sent flying. Disgusting. Faced with that provocation, the beast would go all out, but was easily blocked thanks to Hibari's tonfas. In some rooms there were soldiers' corpses. The strange thing is they showed wounds that only a beast could inflict. "Was it you, hee?" After that statement, he would win the fight, furiously hitting the monster, leaving it on the ground, and then piercing it with his tonfa, leaving it stuck. "You seek to devour everything in your path, even your owners, just like pigs." He took a few steps back, still staring at her, and activated his erasure quirk. "You." Following the other small group, 5 people came, only that unlike the previous one, these had the weapons of the enemies. "Finish him off, he doesn't even deserve to be hunted." Having said that, they would open fire using bullets charged with their flames. After a few seconds, they would finish it off, seeing that it no longer responded or regenerated. But to be sure, they would finish it off with the flames of the enemy rings. Activating her communicator. Manami answer. "Hi, I hear you, Hibara-sama. Communication has been restored. Report. Unfortunately, we lost most of our allies, although the wounded." "Is there an enemy?" "Ethais one. No, it is clear. I'm finished. I'm leaving. Don't follow me, hey." "Hibara-sama, what's happening?" A curious May would ask. "Did he hang up on you?" "It seems so." This is none of your business. And just so you know, I understand he doesn't want to be bothered. He has better things to do." "Like what?" "Kissing Kusakabe-san." After what Skeptic said, those present laughed, with the exception of La Brava. "Of course not, idiot," he would say with shame. "He's going to support the invasion of the Melon base." She leaves as if nothing happened. "Well, it's not like we need it right now. From what I heard from Eraser, things are improving. Once they verify that there are no active enemies left, we can be sure. I hope so." Back with the old beater. They are not easy to defeat at all. Hibari/Eraser Group. Hibari Kyoya leaders. Aizawa Shoda Eraserhead led. Manami Aba the Brave one collator. Nito Monoma copy-paste collider. Setsuna Takage Lizardy. Tamaki Amajiki Suneater. Tetsuya Kusakabe collator. Collection. Nezu Izotanoma Ganma Sui later. Monica Kaneko Kaniashiki. Kyoto Kujairo Sasagal Ryohei Research Group. Tensei Iida Ingenium Leader. Iwawaguro Leader. One Mushinya Collator. Miu. Frederick Anakuru the Hope Star. Akamitsu Ito Lovely Deaths. Jubi Namamaru. Base Guardians. Ryuko Tsuchikawa Pixaboban. Tomoko Shire Toko Ragdoll. Kaina Tsutsumi Lady Nagant Collator. Moe Kamaji Burnins. Tenya Ueda Ingenium. A Leader. Izuku Group. Izuku Midoriya Deku Later. Himiko Toga Collator. Chisum Akaguro Stained Hole. Mechanics Inventors. Meihatsum Melissa Shield Suzuki. Tenaka. Auxiliary Members. Miss Uraraka Barua Sui. Samadera Sui Satsuki Asui Characteristics 1 name Nido Monoma. Key name Copy-Pastes. Age 27 years. Affiliation Eraser/Hibari Group Division Leader. Grade A++. Rings Sun Purity DX1 Lightning Purity DX1 Rain Purity DX1 Lightning Purity DX1 Cloud Purity DX1 Fog Purity DX1. Pits Sirpa Nuvola Purity C. Equipment Neutral Deku's Gloves Purity D Sirpa Nuvola Purity C. Samples Box. Quirks Copy Enhanced Original Solid Air Copy Blood Control Copy Softening Copy Twice Impact Copy Double Damage Altered Erasure Copy. Improvements Strength Plus Stamina Plus Plus Endurance Speed Reflexes Vision. Appearance wears a formal suit in the pure Vengola style. Types of Flame Sun Cloud Lightning Rainstorm Fog. 2 name Setsuna Takage. Code name Lizardy. Age 27 years. Affiliation Eraser/Hibari Group. Grade A. Rings Cloud Purity BX1 Sun Purity C plus X1 Rain Purity D plus X1. Boxes First Aid Kit Benda Solaire Tonfa's Replacement Mucca del Sol Sirpa Nuvola Pureza C. Equipment Neutral Deku's Gloves Purity C. Quirks Lizard Tail Splitter Improved Original Multiplication Copy Increase Altered Damage Redux Altered Energy Accumulation Altered Energy Transfer Altered Erasure Copy Size Change only applies to the body Altered Water Control Copy Creation Copy. Improvements Strength Stamina Plus Speed Plus Reflexes Vision. Appearance wears a formal suit in true Vengola style. Types of Flame Rain Clouds. 3 named Kaoyasabari. Code named Cloud Guardians. Age 29 years. Affiliation Guardian Vengola Hibari/Eraser Group. Grade A+. Rings Cloud Purity CX4 Cloud Purity DX8. Boxes Replacement for Tonfas Porcospino Nuvola Equipment Tonfas. Quirks Erasure Copy. Improvements Resistance Plus. Appearance wear a formal suit. Types of Flame Cloud. 4 name Tensei Ida. Code name Ingeniums. Age 41 years. Affiliation Leader of the Vengola Exploration Group Division Leader. Grade A. Rings Rain Purity D plus X3. Boxes Storage Box Grapefruit Orange Juice X2 Temporary. Equipment Hero Suit Upgraded is much more resistant both physically and thermally, withstanding low temperatures and prioritizing high temperatures. Rocket boots are as resistant as his suit. They have enough strength to lift their user for a time. Arrest Gloves Purity C, resistant against flames and can also be powered by them. They have a small opening that launches a rope which is impregnated with the user's flames, making them perfect for capture. Helmet has a filter that is proof against harmful gases, as well as a small oxygen storage. Arrest handcuffs charged with a large amount of flame rain. They can render the handcuffed person unconscious, provided the owner of said them wants it. Earpiece communicator. Quirks Engine Original Engine Copy by Tenya. Overclock Copy Temperature Balance Altered. Change of Floor Copy allows changing the surface he can walk on from walking on the floor. He can make it so he walks on a wall, ceiling, etc. Turn Direction Copy this because if I remember correctly he had trouble turning. Something like that is said in Security. Improvements Strength Plus Stamina Plus Speed Vision Hearing. Appearance he looks the same as in his glory days being the Turbo Hero. Types of Flame Ring. 5 name Iwaguro. Code name Knuckle Duster. Age 64 years. Affiliation Collection Group Division Leader. Grade A. Rings Sun Purity CX1 Sun Purity DX1. Boxes Storage Box Spare Suit Solgiato Turapugni. Equipment Brass Knuckles Hook with Rope Arrest Gloves. Quirks Overclock Original. Slide and Glide Copy Leap Copy. Improvements Strength Plus Resistance Plus Speed Vision Stamina. Appearance usually wearing normal clothing. Types of Flame Sun. 6 name Frederick Anakuru. Code name The Hope Star. Age 35 years. Affiliation Research Group. Grade B. Rings Sun Purity DX1. Boxes none. Equipment nuns. Quirk's sunshine absorbs a certain amount of starlight energy which can be fired causing great damage as well as manipulating its speed and intensity. Unfortunately, it has a limit. If it absorbs more than it can handle, it could release it abruptly injuring allies. Although its name includes the word sun, its quirk works best at night, giving it complete control. Damage redux, shot direction, double damage, energy accumulation, tracker shot. Improvements, speed plus plus, reaction speed plus plus plus, stamina, energy resistance, vision plus. Appearance, he looks like a teenage idol wearing clothing reminiscent of the 80s style in the USA, wanting to resemble the hero Purple Highness. Types of flame, sun. 7 name, Ito Akamitsu. Codename, Lovely Death. Age, 33 years. Affiliation, Research Group. Grade C. Rings, Rain Purity DX1, Sun Purity D plus X2, Storm Purity DX1. Pits, Arrest Manette Storm. Equipment, Medical Kit, Pistol, 40 normal bullets, spare bandages. Quirks, feelings, increases sensations and emotions, whether pain, happiness, anger, disgust, allergies, etc. Improvements, resistance plus, strength plus plus, speed plus. Appearance, his clothing is more elegant, showing himself as a Japanese idol. Types of flame, rain, sun, storm. Vorse, E average strength of a baby. D, strength of a child between 3 and 10 years old. D, strength of a teenager between 11 and 15, or an average elderly person. D+, strength of a young person between 16 and 22 years old. Between C and C, strength of an adult between 23 and 35 years old. C+, strength of a human with constant training. Between B and B, strength of a superhuman capable of lifting his weight without much difficulty, as well as passing through small concrete buildings. B, strength of a trained superhuman capable of destroying steel structures. Between a YA, average strength of a Class B soldier capable of destroying an average residential area. A+, average strength of a division leader and mid-class nomus, from the future, capable of destroying a small city as well as generating small air currents. S, strength of a Milifear class a soldier like All Might and AFO in their fight in the Hideout Raid arc, chapter 8994 of the manga, capable of destroying a base with more than 10,000 B++ rank soldiers or their equivalent, several cities. S+, force capable of destroying the hardest material of the future with little difficulty. SS, force capable of lifting hundreds of tons, able to destroy small towns with just the air current of its blows. Between SS+ and SS+++, the strength and power of All Might and All for One at their peak, being considered a controllable threat, but it is not yet ruled out that they could be of continental class, at least in the fic. LV Byakuran OSSS, a global threat. If All Might and All for One were to face him at this moment, both would be defeated without the need for the petrification of the sky. Future Arc Part 4-1, where are the girls and boys? A small group could be seen near the mountains. Where are we? A tired Kyoko would say, this is a temporary hiding place. I remember this place. The last time we were here we were attacked by a monster. Following what Haru said, both Lambo and Ipin would affirm. I'd already heard that. For now, this is the best place for us, a worried Reborn would say. And couldn't we have come by car? The bike ride was horrible. It's better for our bodies to have some physical activity in the early morning, Reborn would say. If that's the reason, I have no problem with it, Kyoko said cheerfully, watching the children run and play. But what were those noises at the base? Yes, I'm wondering the same thing. Don't tell me it was something bad. Calm down, everything will be in due time. Don't be like that, Kusakabe-kun. Either way, they'll find out sooner or later. Be but Rebornson. They're having a secret meeting, they would both say in unison. That's right, they want to remodel the base, but they want it to be a surprise for you. I don't think they believe something as stupid as that. Wow, oh really? They completely believed it. Yes, nodding her head in affirmation. Well, enough talk, tomorrow will be a busy day. Go to sleep, as will the children. Don't you think that's incredible, Kyoka-chan? If yes, that must be it, I hope so. After that, they would see Ipin and Lambo sleeping after getting tired of playing. Inside the cave there's a small shelter. It used to be the children's hiding place, but because of the current situation they don't come often. It has everything you need to rest. You're right, yawning. Come on, Haru, let's go put the children to bed. Go ahead, I'll be right there. Okay. After a few seconds, Kyoko would take both children inside the lair. What's wrong, Miyurasan? You're not fooling me, something dangerous is happening related to the Mafia, isn't it? He would whisper. I knew it and they didn't tell us. Don't shout, they'll hear you. I can't imagine what they're going through. Do you understand why we didn't tell them? To protect ourselves, right? Although thinking about it, that's not the only thing, or am I wrong? Good, as you know, since we arrived in this time, everyone has been carrying a heavy burden. You, the children, the boys, and our companions from this time have all been giving your all. It's normal to feel pressured. But they don't want to place too much of a burden on two poor girls and some children. Even though Lambo is one of your guardians, they won't let him fight, not even Ippin, who is the strongest among the four of you. We don't want a repeat of what happened with Kayokachin, putting you in danger. Even if it costs them their lives, they will be there to protect them. After that, Haru became a little reflective, understanding a little more. If we stayed at the base, she said, tears welling in her eyes, we'd only be in their way. They'd be too busy watching over us. That's right, they would be a burden, Rebornson, Kusakabe said in surprise. Don't say it like that. No, you're right. We've been capricious with our desires, sometimes not even considering the boys' feelings. Given everything they've been through, remembering how Tsuna and the others returned from their training, covered in wounds and bandages. We also didn't take into account how they felt. After that, several memories came to mind, including how Gokudera would stay up late in the library, frustrated to the point of throwing books around and making a racket. How Yamamoto continued training, maintaining his smile despite being completely exhausted, hungry, and thirsty. How Izuku cried at night because of the events of this horrible future. And finally, the time Tsuna yelled at him. Despite everything we've done, we're not of any help to them. I didn't say that, but you said. I said they're here because they're a burden on the battlefield. So far, you've only blamed yourself and Kyoko, but you haven't acknowledged what you've done. What have we done? All we do is cook, fix the odd thing, and look after the kids. I don't see how that could help. Thanks to all that, they take a huge weight off their shoulders, but they don't just do that, they also create a good atmosphere. Atmosphere. Yes, they're always smiling, spreading joy wherever they go, haven't you noticed? Despite all the bad times, we've been able to enjoy some good memories during our stay here, like the recent celebration. That's how Haru would remember how much fun they had at the banquet, laughing with the other members. You may think you haven't done much, but it means a lot to them even if they don't show it. Without you, we might be in a worse situation. That we really are that important to them. It seems you've got it. Please don't tell the others about the problems at the base. I won't do it, you have my word. Thank you, you should go to sleep. If you continue to be late, you will worry Sasagawa-san. Good, and so he began walking towards the cave. Before I leave, looking at those present, do you think they'll be okay? I don't know, there's a good chance they'll die. Most of the enemies are much more powerful than they were 10 years ago. Don't worry about it, you just have to have faith. Yai's wiping away her tears. If I'm going to be the wife of a mafia boss, I should be used to this. Tsuna-san, guys, you can do this. Next, Haru would go at full speed to the cave. Future Arc Part 5, Infiltration. Namamori Underground Shopping Center, parking lot. A small group could be seen loitering around the area. Where is BNHA? Tsuna said, looking all around. I'm supposed to be here. Lal would comment, annoyed. I wonder if something happened to him. Izuku. That doesn't matter now, we must continue with the plan, sister. Where the hell are you? PSSSSSS. PSSSSS. What is that sound, Tsuna? He's coming this way, Ryohei would say, pointing towards the generator room. Next, they would go to the place indicated by the boxer. Once there, they would encounter a tall, hooded figure between 180 and 190 cm tall wearing a black robe, at which point they would assume a fighting stance intending to attack him. Wait, the stranger said nervously. Before things escalated, he would uncover his head, revealing his face. Iida-san, Midoriya said in surprise. What are you doing here, idiot? Toga shouted angrily. BNHA was supposed to be here. Ryohei. Don't shout, Lal. Do you know him? Looking curiously at his companions, Tsuna. Yes, he is TNYA division leader of the base guardians. Shouldn't you be guarding the base? Or did you get lost again when you were drunk? Drunk? Don't tell me he's the one you've all been talking about this whole time. Gokudera. Unfortunately, yes. If that's the case, it will only be a nuisance. Really, it doesn't seem like it, Yamamoto would say in a relaxed manner. Appearances can be deceiving, looking at the blue-haired boy with distaste. I see you're not happy to see me. Of course not, you idiot. By the way, where is BNHA? I asked him to come in his place, and after begging him, he agreed. After that was said, everyone would say in unison, what? What did you do? Toga would say, grabbing the Exero by the neck and slamming him against the wall. Tagachan, please stop. TSK. No sooner said than done. After a few seconds, he would abruptly let go. I know my presence makes them uncomfortable. Of course. After everything you've done, you're still asking. I know my attitude hasn't been the best. After Midoriya-kun was put to sleep and I lost my quirk, all I could do was feel sorry for myself. I tried to push aside all my problems by taking refuge in alcohol and self-pity. But no mores. Will you return to being the INGNIUM we know? No. I did questionable things during that time. I don't deserve to bear the name of a respectable hero like my brother. Iida-san, Izuku said, worried, but the alcoholic idiot won't be back either. I want to redeem myself for my actions, but above all, I want to be the best version of myself. That's why I came to help you. In case you're wondering, don't worry, I know all the details regarding the infiltration, and that's why pulling out a small device I asked Skeptic to help me with this. It's a signal receiver. For 3 hours it will display a looped video, in this case of the parking lot when it's empty. They gave me the instructions so it wasn't difficult to get it working. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken long to arrest us. They also gave me a few more, but it will take me some time to get them working. That. When did you do it? While they were sleeping. Needless to say, I usually watch over various parts of the base during the night, which is why you don't see me during the rest of the day. So, what do you say, will you let me join you? If you put it like that, I will accept you completely. Well done, Forais, I don't see why not. That's the spirit, Suna. If you've gone to all this trouble, maybe you're not as useless as they say. You're still a division leader, I just hope you're a bit more useful in combat than BNHA. Have they gone mad? Toga would say, containing her annoyance. Tagachin, just try to give it a chance. But. Before he could say anything, his serious shoulder was gripped by Izuku. Please, that's all I ask, giving a worried look. Seeing how her other classmates were looking at her the same way. Ugh. Fine, just don't get in the way, otherwise I'll kill you. Thank you, bowing, you won't regret it. Let's not waste any more time, let's go. Without further ado, the entire group made their way toward the ventilation shafts. Once inside, they crawled for a few minutes until they encountered some infrared beams, which were momentarily deactivated by a device created by Janini, allowing them to quickly pass through. Unfortunately, they fell from the ducts when an enemy triggered a mechanism. This enemy, who introduced himself as Dendro, arrogantly told them they were the perfect test subjects. He hadn't realized he was facing the Vengola group, as their hideout had recently been attacked, and he believed they should be defending it. He assumed they were just ordinary civilians or rebels. Baha, boo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo. The room would erupt as the enemy activated his new weapon, creating a massive smokescreen. Pleased with the results, he believed he had eliminated everyone present. But to their surprise, once the smoke cleared, the group was found unharmed. They wondered which of their companions had done something to protect them. It was none other than Gokudera, who calmly stated, "It was me." His companions thanked him, and he promptly expressed his displeasure to the Black Spell member. "Move it, you brainless idiot, we don't have time to play with you." Annoyed, Dendro opened a weapon box, taking out a flame-charged spear of the lightning attribute. This caught the attention of the members of this time, prompting them to comment on that enemy. He is Dendrocahilum, also known as Top Pitcher. We obtained some information about the members here in Japan a while ago. He was listed as a Class B soldier, about to be promoted to battalion leader, or am I mistaken? That was right, but with the information provided by Mukuro, due to his bad temper he would end up attacking his friends from behind, being demoted to a simple D+ class soldier. That's probably why the others left him. I'd do the same. Look who's talking, Toga would say irritably, looking at Iida. Don't be mistaken, despite his demotion, his penetrating power is still among the greatest in Milifir. Due to the solidification of the lightning bolt, his spear becomes a weapon that can pierce anything, or so it was said. Unfortunately for him, many of his fellow warriors have been upgraded, leaving him behind and among the weakest. Upon hearing what the elders said, Dendro would become annoyed. You bastards, you have no idea what I'm capable of, so what if I haven't received any upgrades? Don't underestimate me, the weakest in this base. I'm not like that newly promoted scum. Newly promoted? Why did they send people like that to our base? What's wrong? Gokudera will say. Newly promoted soldiers take time to be sent on missions. They usually go through various tests to be equipped and given their corresponding boxes and weapons. That means that. That's right, they sent their soldiers to die at our base. What are they chatting about so much? Dendro would say. Thus, the aforementioned would charge at full speed, trying to finish them off with the explosive power of his spear's thrust. Until. He would crash into something, showing a satisfied smile which would vanish after a second, because in front of him was the 10th in hyper state, who had destroyed the tip of the spear with only the resistance of his hand. I'm sorry, Izuku, you might have wanted to face someone with the same type of flames as you, but it's not your time to fight yet. We can't take any risks. If he uses his quirk, it could end very badly. Recalling the green-haired boy's previous fights, I also don't fully know how much progress he's made with the flames. It's okay, you don't have to worry about something like that. As, didn't you hear us? We don't have time to play games with you. Those words would anger the enemy, who would try to advance, putting more force into his attack, but to no avail. Despite everything, he couldn't budge the 10th 1 inch. While this was happening, the others chatted calmly, taking the trouble to explain to the enemy that the reason he couldn't move his leader was because of a small, tiny, almost insignificant flame emanating from the hand behind the 10th. This surprised Lao somewhat, as it demonstrated how much those who had come from the past had improved, being able to perfectly sense even such a small flame. Impossible. I am Dendro the Great, I can't lose to a child. That idiot still thinks he's fighting against normal guys. It's better this way. SAWADA, do you need my help? Stay out of this. I thought so. It doesn't seem like he needs my help. It's obvious. Dendro will have a difficult time. At first glance, it's clear he can't increase the purity of his flames. That's right, darling. His equipment looks like that of a C-class soldier, but he can't use it properly. What a waste. Not again. Jumping back, don't underestimate me. Go ahead, Suna would say without any expression, don't disappoint me. After what the Vongola said, Lau would reproach him for giving the enemy a chance to prepare. He probably had a box or an ace up his sleeve. But to his surprise, the 10th had already anticipated something like this. Sure enough, the enemy pulled out a box and violently inserted his ring into it. It's too late even if you start crying. Get out now. CINGHA. He would then light his ring, releasing a large amount of flames, and after a few seconds a gigantic boar would appear. It was the noise that echoed, due to the lightning it emitted. After a few words exchanged between Suna and Dendro, that creature charged at the Vongola, striking him directly and slamming him against several objects in the area. Most of those present believed that Suna had suffered serious damage, but to their surprise, Suna, after retreating a few meters, stopped it in its tracks using only one hand in addition to the force of the gentle flames from the other. I'll stop it. Gokudera and Yamamoto would say at the same time. Of course, that's nothing compared to the impact of an intense flame. The power of his box weapon is also disappointing. Using that immense amount of flames didn't do much good. Despite their size, they weren't pure enough to do anything to Tsunesen. You've become more observant, darling. I have to write it down, taking out a small notebook. I thought you didn't do that anymore. Seeing how the green-haired boy typed quickly, I still have trouble fully remembering that this isn't the Izuku I know. The sound of the boar echoed through the area. Suna had sent it flying with a knee strike, and it landed on its host, leaving them both on the ground. Getting up annoyed, he looked around for the 10th, and it only took a few seconds to spot him on the ceiling. Tap. Suna's footsteps would sound as he climbed down from the roof. Once there, he would settle himself, spreading his legs and clasping his hands at chest level. It's time to end this. Upon hearing such words, Dendro would feel insulted, so he would take out another spear which he would set ablaze. Without wasting any time, he would climb onto the boar, which would head at full speed with the intention of finishing off its enemy. Don't think I've been kind to you. Now it's MY turn. With MY triple LANCIA horn. Die. Suna paid no attention to what his enemy said, focusing instead on completing his technique. He placed his right hand in front and his left behind, igniting a small flame behind him and concentrating his energy for a few seconds. Then, with an indifferent expression, he launched his attack. X-Burner. The flames would engulf that enemy, who would fall defeated. Suna, this is too much power. These were the words that came from the youth of the past. Even for me it's surprising. I'd already seen the 10th fight, but this is different. The power of the Vongola ring giving a smile, it seems, will achieve our goal. Do you really think so? This is nothing. Looking at Ida, how are you doing with that? You don't have to worry about that, Lausen. I just finished. The cameras will only show a quiet hangar. Well, looking around, they certainly have some good equipment. It seems there are some cargo vehicles as well. If only we could tell our colleagues. I can use one of these devices to send a message. It will take a little while, but it will reach them. I don't think it's a good idea. What will we do if they intercept him? There's no need to worry about that. These things can do more than you think. They also function as receivers. Having a single signal, I'll send a signal to the device I use in the parking lot, and from there it will be sent. The allies should already be nearby with Amajikasen, so there shouldn't be any problem. But if you're not convinced, I won't do it. It will take longer to gather the resources, but sooner or later you'll do it once the mission is complete. What are you saying, SAWADA? Well, if you're sure, I don't see why not do it. Well, good decision, Decimo. Midoriya-kun, what do you think? Hey, Four Eyes, the decision of the 10th is more than enough. In normal situations, yes, but despite being part of Vongola, the division leaders along with other members need authorization from both the 10th and our boss, in this case Izuku darling, Toga said excitedly. It would be the same case as with Varia. Even if Tsu the 10th gives them an order, they need Xanxus-sama's authorization. What the hell is that? Calm down, Gokudera-kun, it's not that big of a deal. But. Come on, let's calm down. It seems that they still don't know the place that some members we work with have. Speaking of which, what is my position? Izuku would ask curiously. Sooner or later you'll know. For now, decide. Well, he began to murmur, if we consider that we're in a dangerous location, there's a high probability they'll catch us, not to mention we don't know how long it will take for the information to reach them. Plus, they also have to infiltrate the same way we did. Unless they have some easier way in, like Ida said, the cameras were on for a while. Hey, Lau shouted angrily, catching Izuku's attention. What does this kid think? We don't have all the bucking. Kalama Lauchen, leave it to me. After saying that, Toga would calmly approach him, taking him by the chin. Darling. After feeling Himiko's warm hand, Izuku felt a great calm, and as he looked closely at the girl's face, he blushed slightly. What's wrong? Nervous. I understand you want to consider all the possibilities as usual, but now we're running out of time. So instead of telling us what you think, why don't you tell us what you feel right here? Pointing to her chest, what I feel. If we don't send this message, we probably won't be able to obtain the materials. If some enemy soldiers somehow raise an alert, our comrades could be killed while they're infiltrating. Besides not getting the materials, we'd lose allies. Our comrades need them too. I don't think the base is in its best shape after the upheaval. We need them for repairs and equipment upgrades. We must increase the number of healing machines, as well as provide tools for our surgeons, doctors, farmers, inventors, scientists, and many more. In these cases where we have everything to lose if we take the risk or not, it's better to move forward. After what Tsuna said, everyone would look at him with surprise. Tsuna-san, what I mean is we won't gain anything if we back down now. If there's a chance to improve our odds, even just a little, we should take it. Collecting materials may not be our priority right now, but it would be good if you started as soon as possible. But I know you're worried something might happen to our comrades. Personally, I doubt they won't come up with a plan if they're discovered. Toga. You're right, just like us, they've also been planning this invasion, and they have several powerful warriors. They aren't as strong as our leaders, but they have the skills to retreat or fight if necessary. Just trust them. Iida. If you put things like that, Roman 2 accept. As you wish, boss. Okay, I'll start. It will take a little while, so please be patient. Meanwhile, let's see what's in this place. Don't do anything stupid approaching Dendro's unconscious body. He has several wounds, and most of his equipment is now useless. What? This seems to work, taking an object, Midoriya. Yeah, it's for you. Lau would then throw the object, which Izuku would catch, seeing that it was a box. Thighs is. I have no idea, it could be a common weapon or a powerful one. There's also the possibility that his Electro Singhiel is in there. Aside from Tsuna, you're the only one in the group who can use a box with the lightning attribute. Should I open it? I don't recommend it. If it turns out to be the boar, there's a chance it will attack us. We don't know how fond it was of Dendro. It would be best to use it in emergencies to charge directly or as a shield. If it becomes violent towards us, simply extinguish your flames and return it to the box. Be good. Will there be more things like this here? I don't think so, Gokudera-san, unless they want some of the supplies in some vehicles. I also don't think they want to take one of these firearms. They may have just returned from a mission, and not long after they were sent to attack our base. Searching inside one of the vehicles, well, I found something useful. Tsuna. Restraint rope. It uses the flames of the person attached to it, making it difficult to remove when they are weakened. It does not allow them to recover, often causing those who are tied up to die slowly. How horrible, Tsuna. As it may be, let's leave it, Lau. Understood, let me help you, Lau-san. Thank you, Himiko-san. Are they seriously going to use something so dangerous on him? Izuku. I don't see any other alternative. If we leave it like this, he could wake up and alert his superiors. It's not like he can't resist her for a while. Once our colleagues arrive, they'll capture him. Well, if you say so. For now, rest for a few minutes as the journey will be long. After some time, Lau and Toga would tie up Dendro. Meanwhile, Iida would manage to finish sending the message. List, that was quick. Okay, let's go. Before anything else, looking at Tsuna, SAWADA, we must attend to that wound on your elbow. Huh, did you notice? After saying this, the boxer nodded. Let me help you. Will you be using that so soon? Toga. Will he use the flames from the ring directly? There are several healing methods that directly use the ring's flame, but in this case, I'll use a box, opening it and revealing a scalpel with flames at its tip. I'm just going to burn the wound. That will prevent it from reopening or becoming infected. BBURN, he would say, terrified. Fine, it's not a big deal, it's really just a small scratch. Don't make it difficult now, Lau. Very well, here I go. After saying that, Ryohei lightly touched the wound, healing it in an instant. It didn't hurt at all. It's the same remembering when Toga healed him. Incredible. This is the power of the Flame of the Sun, activating the natural healing ability of your cells, which caused you to heal so fast. He's really healthy. Looking at his arm. Now you can see the extreme power of the sun. Incredible, senpai. I said the same thing, Sasagawa-senpai. Hey, I don't know why you're making so much noise over such a weak flame. Looking at Ryohei, if you get excited over such a poor flame, you really need to get your head checked, Grasshead. What did you say? Look who's talking, your octopus head has too many legs. Come on, calm down. Now that Tsuna is healed, we have to keep pushing ourselves to stay unscathed like this. Let's take advantage of this good streak. Does this idiot think we're playing? Lau. By the way, looking at Tsuna, that technique you used was truly impressive. It was truly incredible. Yes, a truly extreme technique. If you continue like this, you'll probably surpass your current self. I agree. Oh really? You've really grown strong, Tsunekun. I wish people wouldn't give Sawada so much praise, but it's true. Not to mention he didn't even use half his power in that technique. Seriously. Izuku, Gokudera, and Yamamoto would say, "Isn't that right, Sawada?" Ana scratching his head, "I think I used about 13%. Upon hearing that, everyone would be impressed. "What, you're joking, right, Iida? What kind of super technique is that? What am I saying? It's obvious the 10th would do something like that. That's very encouraging, really." Showing a big smile if that's the case. Before Toga could say anything else, Lau would take hold of one of her cheeks. "What are you doing? This isn't the time to test Sawada. I give up, don't continue." After that, a knife would be seen falling. "Try Tsuna." Izuku would say nervously, "Have you gone mad? I'm sorry." After saying that, Lau would release Toga. If you want to know his rank, he's probably on par with a regular C or C-class soldier, but he could be equivalent to a rank soldier if he uses that technique well. It seems incredible, but there are warriors who, despite not having any enhancements or quirks, reach astonishing levels of power. I agree with you, Lausen. He's still below some of our other members. I'm not sure if he's stronger than his current version, but he's still not at the level of the other Guardians. Oh really? Don't get too excited until you perfect it. I'll only let you take a short break. Huh, how cruel. Sorry, it's still unstable, that's why I couldn't use it to its full potential. Not in the best way either. If you had done it, you would have used 5% or 7%. You wasted a lot of power on that attack. I know, lowering his head. This isn't the time for that. Touching Suna's shoulder. Do you remember why we came? Guys, I haven't forgotten remembering his friends. Okay, starting to walk. Once we finish the mission, we'll focus on improving that technique, understood? Yes, I would say energetic. I guess it's not so bad after all. I hope you keep up that attitude. Let's not waste any more time, let's get going. After that, they would leave for another part of the base. Floor 8B basement. The group could be seen near a corridor that would reveal two other paths. This is the 8th floor. We're going to deactivate the surveillance system on this floor, right? The 10th said hesitantly. In response to what the brown-haired boy said, he would receive a blow to the head from Lau. Have you already forgotten? Concentrate. We'll go to the surveillance room. They'll go to the Data and Communications Processing Center. Sorry, wouldn't it be pointless to do so? We have Iidasan's devices. That would be the logical thing to do, but in practice, it's something else. Furthermore, the deeper we go, the greater the level of surveillance. We don't just need to watch out for cameras. There are also motion sensors, temperature sensors, and even some capable of sensing the tiniest trace of last will flames. Huh, really? Yamamoto would say, "Didn't you hear that at the meetings?" I guess I forgot, laughing carelessly. Idiot, anyway, it's much better to split into two groups, that way we can divide the enemy's attention. Toga. If their sensors are disabled, they won't be able to locate us, and the more time we have, the better the results will be. At that point, we can alert our allies to move deeper, as well as send false signals to other parts of the base. That's precisely where we'll begin part 2 of the plan. Iidasan. Yes, giving him 4 of the devices. A controller and a USB. The memory comes with instructions for using them, placing one of the devices in a safe area. They are linked to the same signal as mine. If you have any problems, let us know. Well, you know. Yes, their servers are where we're going to. Once we get all their information, we'll destroy everything. That's right, wait for our response. Let's move, see you. Thus both groups would separate. Later, our group would be seen running down a corridor. Are you sure we're on the right track? Guys, further ahead there should be a bridge which will take us to the server room. After a few meters, they would turn around, seeing the bridge in front of them, only some parts of which would be illuminated. I see it. Wait. After what Iida said, both Izuku and Toga stopped. What's happening? This is not right. Huh, what do you mean? Ith bridge was supposed to be a mechanical one, but this is a normal one. Besides, it should be a few meters deep and this looks like an abyss. Not to mention that clean water should be flowing. Covering his nose, what is that smell? It smells horrible, but it's not the smell of the sewer. Maybe there's trash in the dark areas of the bridge. I don't like this, let's go back. It took us a long time to get here. Do you really want us to come back? I'm not sure, it's just that it shouldn't be like this. Maybe we'll take another route. There is no other way. We followed the directions as they were given to us. What do we do? He would say nervously. PHFF, step back, I'll go first. Are you sure? No idea, but we don't have another plan, even if it's a trap. Starting to walk. Tagachin, if anything happens to me, staring intently at Iida, leave and don't look back. Hi Himiko-san. And so Toga began to take a few steps until POCH. Several attacks would be launched, which the blonde would barely manage to dodge. POCH. Light. It would be the sound of pain from Toga, who had received another attack which managed to pierce her shoulder a little. Toga, trying to go and help Toga. Before Izuku could do anything, he was stopped by Iida. Wait, look ahead. After what the blue-haired boy said, a barrier made of spiderwebs appeared in front of them. Well, you saw through my plan, didn't you? You're quite skilled, Himiko-san. You managed to dodge most of my projectiles. What can I say about you? Ingenium Jr. 2, what should I call you? After all, you're just a copy of your brother, the real Ingenium, you know, a second-rate character like Mugman or Luigi. Because of what had been said, Iida gave a look of annoyance, watching as someone levitated out of the darkness, who appeared to be a high school boy dressed in a wizard's outfit and with a somewhat androgynous appearance. Anyway, you have indeed fulfilled some of the things that are said about you, division leaders. Shut up, Toga would say while using her erasure quirk. It's useless, he doesn't possess any quirk. Is it really flying without the need for flames? Unfortunately for us, that's true. He's one of the few beings who possess extraordinary abilities. To say he uses magic wouldn't be far-fetched at all. Wow, so they know things about me. Now that I think about it, you're one of the doll wizards, Gingerbread giving a mocking smile. Have you come to avenge your brother? Toga. Revenge? Why, on the contrary, I thank you for getting rid of that trash. I wish I had his corpse to make another broom. Are you talking about your brother like that? I'm confused too, because there are things we will probably never know. It seems the Vengola can't know everything. Giving a small laugh, I suppose they also don't know that I'm now known as the Vice-Captain of Millefear's 8th Squadron. Vice-Captain. I have a duty to inform my superiors that you are here. But killing them isn't a bad idea either. How should I kill them? There are many ways I can think of, but I'm not. Before he could say anything else, a knife would be buried in his torso. Are you done yet? I'm bored. Damn it, I wanted this to last. Snapping her fingers die. A few seconds would pass, during which nothing would happen. What? Snapping his fingers repeatedly, you. Before he could say anything else, he was struck by a powerful blast of flame from the storm, which knocked him to the ground. After a moment of trying to recover, he was hit by a powerful blow to the face, which, in addition to knocking him down abruptly, left puncture marks because the toga gloves have retractable needles. Do you really think I would fall for something like that? How did you see through my attack? Are you unable to see it? See. It's mild, but you can feel the flames flowing through Togachin's body. I use my own flames to destroy whatever you put in my body with that attack. Seeing how his fist was stained with blood, but what else could you expect from an imposter? Imposter. Discover me. Before she could say anything else, Toga would pierce her chest. But unfortunately for her, an explosion would occur at the moment she did so, sending her flying to the other side of the bridge. The wretched man exploded. Let's go help Togasan. We have to be careful, seeing how a large part of the bridge had disappeared. Good. After saying this, they both sped to their companion's aid, leaping to the other side. Before they could continue, Iida saw tentacles heading towards Izuku and he pushed him away while the tentacles grabbed him, slamming him to the ground repeatedly as he tried to fight back. Damn it, using the flames from his gloves, he managed to free one of his hands and then grabbed a pistol. I can. It was the sound of bullets hitting that thing, which, despite being pierced by bullets charged with flames from the rain, would only become angrier, increasing its grip as it emanated a yellow light, which began to intensify. I know this bastard is healing, feeling a little more tired. No, it's not just that, it's draining my energy. If this continues... Before he could say anything else, he saw Izuku heading towards him to help. Iida, if it comes, that thing will get it. If that happens and it continues toward Himiko, we're doomed. After saying this, a concentrated burst of flames would erupt from the armor on his arms, stunning the creature. Then he would pull a blade from the armor on his arms and pierce it, causing another explosion that would send the Exero flying. He would be somewhat stunned by the explosion, but unfortunately, tentacles would grab hold of him and, despite his struggle, begin to pull him into the void. Plutch. Before Iida fell, he would feel his arm being grabbed, at which point he would look up and find himself seeing several green rays. Midoriya, what are you doing? Let me go. I won't let you, he said while struggling to pull the blue-haired boy. Do it, they have to keep going, we won't leave without you. Why won't you let me go? If you keep this up, we'll both fall. Why? Starting to shed some tears, idiot, I can't just stand by and watch someone die, especially if it's a friend. Looking into Izuku's eyes, those eyes. Flashback. It was an honor to meet you all, goodbye forever. Final Del flashback. They're the same as that time, starting to shed a few tears. I'm sorry. What are you saying? Forgive me for everything. Back then I was blinded by my own emotions and public opinion. I couldn't help you, the way I treated you was horrible. And yet you came to save me, she smiled. Of course I would, and I would do it again. Thank you for being my friend. Bye-bye. After that, Iida's gauntlet detached from his armor, causing him and the creature to fall into the abyss. Izuku witnessed this and began to process the harrowing scene. Why did you do it? She began, bursting into tears. After that, a few seconds later, he felt someone touch his shoulder, seeing that it was Toga. We won't always be able to save everyone. Why? Looking her in the eyes, we still don't know if he's dead, but if he is, he did it like what he always wanted to be, a hero, the hero that was needed at this moment. Iida, he would say as he was comforted by Himiko, who would give him her shoulder to cry on. They would remain like this for a few minutes before withdrawing to continue the mission, now in honor of their friend. One name Dendro Chillums. Code name Millefear Launcher of Millefear. Age between 40 and 50 years old. Affiliation Millefear Black Spell. Grade D+. Rings Ray Purity DX1. Boxes Electric Spear Electro Bore Animal Type Weapon Box. Equipment Turbine Shoulder Pads 2 giant thrusters that launch a large amount of flames. Quirks None. Improvements None. Appearance He looks imposing thanks to his great height plus a defined musculature. His hairstyle is a crest. He wears armor which holds the turbine shoulder pads having a black and white color. Types of flame Lightning. 2 names Himiko Toga. Codename Taga SAMA 3 symbol 336 Bloody Eclipse. Age 28 years. Affiliation Vangola Collator of the Izuku Group. Grade B. Rings Sun Purity D plus X1 Storm Purity DX1 Storm Purity E plus Cloud Purity D plus X1. Boxes Blood Samples It is a small briefcase which contains several small vials which contain blood from the base members. Coltelli de Tempesta X10. Equipment V2 syringes These are more resistant syringes than normal ones for preserving blood, either during collection or storage because they won't break as easily. X5, Storm Knives X6, Toga gloves similar to Izuku's but slightly smaller, and equipped with needles which, in addition to causing injury, can absorb a small amount of blood from the person being pricked, storing it in a small cavity. Quirks Transform Awakening Eraser Copy True or False Altered. Improvements Strength ++, Speed ++, Stamina, Vision +, Energy, Stamina +, Reflexes +. Appearance Her appearance hasn't changed much since her villainous days except that she's now a bit taller and more mature. Her attire consists of a white shirt, usually stained red with blood, under a black jacket. She also regularly wears trousers, though occasionally she wears a miniskirt with shorts underneath. Her most noticeable feature is a pair of red earrings. Types of flames Sun, Cloud, Storm. 3 name Codename False Gingerbread. Age Affiliation Millefear. Grade Rings Boxes Clear Sky Spider. Equipment Quirks. Improvements Abilities can copy the appearance of others. Appearance Their appearance is similar to that of doll wizards, wearing elegant attire bearing the colors of the black spell. It is a mass of flesh which can create tentacles, limbs, and more. Types of flame Sun, Arc of the Future Part 612 Memories. Blush. It was the sound of something falling violently. What is this thing? Seeing that he was covered in some kind of sticky mass, he stood up. Where am I? It's all dark. After saying this, he activated one of his rings, which illuminated a small part of the place cobweb. Am I in an abandoned area of the base, or did I fall into one of their animal cages? Looking up, well, whatever the case, the cobweb cushioned my... I have to get out of here. Taking out a cell phone. I don't recognize this area. It doesn't even appear here. I guess I just have to explore until I find an exit. After saying this, he began to walk. After a few steps, he tripped over something. Using his ring's light, he saw that the thing was a torso, missing its limbs. This took him somewhat by surprise. After increasing the power of his flames, he revealed several bodies, some in a similar state to the previous one but others entangled in cobwebs. After inspecting some of them and noticing that some were still fresh, he saw a red line on the ground. Following it, he saw a liquid of the same color begin to drip from it. Without thinking, he realized it was blood. Crutch CRKC Croc. At that sound, he would raise his ring, illuminating whatever was up there, watching as the thing he had recently fought with was devoured by a giant spider. The blue-haired man swallowed hard as the scene was chilling to him and he tried to back away. However, the creature noticed him and launched a web in his direction, which he dodged. It then lunged at the division leader, who, without hesitation, drew one of his katanas and pierced it. It would be the roar that the beast would let out, which would reverberate throughout the place, stunning Tenya for a few seconds. After a few seconds, he would recover and try to leave, as he suspected that the noise would bring him trouble. After running a few meters, he would barely dodge the bite of another spider, which would launch itself to attack him. Puck, puck, puck. Using one of his pistols, he fired 3 shots imbued with the flames of the rain, slowing the creature. He then infused his sword with the same energy. Just as he was about to finish off the monster, thanks to the light emitted from his energy, he saw several web shooters hurtling in his direction. He dodged them, and from the shadows, yellow lights began to appear, shots of flame from the sun. As he was about to evade them, he saw several of the creatures rushing toward him, intending to attack, but he skillfully slipped and avoided them. After moving for a while, seeing how the space began to shrink thanks to the spider webs, he would launch a powerful energy blast which would take out one of the spiders. while the flames consumed the spider webs, illuminating the place and making the spiders fall, which in addition to burns would begin to move much slower. This would be taken advantage of by Tenya who, using both lit katanas, would take out a large number of them quickly. After a few minutes, the place would be covered with large corpses and ashes of those creatures. Near them, Ida was recovering, drinking some juice from one of his boxes. After catching his breath and wiping away his sweat, he decided to leave. An energy blast would be directed towards him, which he would barely manage to dodge, but that wasn't all since he would be thrown a few meters by the impact of an attack. Without wasting time, he would recover and turn on the gauntlet he had left pointing it, seeing that in front of him was a spider different from the previous ones, since this one was bigger, stronger, and faster. Its white and hairy appearance along with its red eyes showed that it was not going to be an enemy like the others. It would be the cry he would give before launching an attack. For his part, Ida would jump back. Puchs. Before Ida's eyes, he could only see that enemy lying on the ground, groaning in pain. I failed by a narrow margin. Speechless, Ida could only watch as the creature's stomach flew to pieces, revealing a humanoid being engulfed in flames, but when he saw that it possessed an insect-like face with 2 large blades on its sides, he was shocked. At least I dealt with a pest problem. I heard some experiments escaped, but anyway, I suppose that'll be the second thing I bring you to examine, don't you think? Division leader pulling blades from his arms, ablaze from the storm. Once he regained his composure, Tenya would similarly assume a fighting stance, wielding both katanas engulfed in flames from the rain. What? Why did I have to run into someone like that? How? The former hero thought. They would stand like that for a few seconds until, as if synchronized, they would both launch their attacks. Clink, clang, clang. It was the sound of their blades clashing. While Ida exerted himself in the fight, his rival seemed to take it calmly. Plutchs. Ida was sent flying by a kick to the stomach, crashing through a wall into a brightly lit area of the base. Without wasting a moment, he resumed his fighting stance, eyeing the villain. I suppose hand-to-hand combat was never your strong suit, neither before nor now. If you're planning to capture me, I'm afraid it won't work. Faced with such provocations, Ida would remain silent. What's wrong? Why so quiet? It's rude not to return a comrade's words. Have you forgotten me already? Tenya, or should I call you Ingenium? No, I haven't forgotten about you, Kamakiri. How are you alive? He asked, sounding a little nervous. Appearing more relaxed, I'm glad you remember me. I suppose Monoma and Setsuna told you how our premature infiltration wiped out most of the members of Class B from my generation. Anyway, most of them would have been useless. How can you talk about them like that? Because that's what they are, just a nuisance who would have met the same end sooner or later. Staring intently at Ida, you may be weak, but you could still be useful to us as a modified soldier. How about you join us? That way we could work together again, like back when we worked under Crust. The job is simple, just eliminate the detractors and keep the people as they are now. If they get too clever, well, we'll have to fix it. You might get covered in blood, but you'll see it's fun. I recommend you accept. It would be a shame to have to kill you. I can say the same to you. If we fight together, we could defeat Byakuren. After what Ida said, the only thing Kamakiri could do was laugh. Ha 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 ha. Do you seriously think you can defeat Byakuren-sama, the one who buried the greatest from every country? How stupid. Tell me what happened to the Kamakiri who dreamed of being a hero. What happened to the Kamakiri who fearlessly faced danger? This isn't you. I know you're aggressive, but despite that and having such a lethal quirk, you had your limits. You never tried to hurt anyone with your blades, not even against criminals as dangerous as the Kyoto killer. If I were still with Vita Crust, I'd be disappointed in what you've become. What happened to you? What happened to the hero Jack Mantis? He died, but thanks to Byakuren-sama, I was able to live. Flashback. 4 years ago. Hamamatsu B Ace Base Interior. I remember being surrounded by about 5 Nomus in a deplorable state after fleeing a battle where 2 of my comrades died. Tusk shit seeing blood gushing from his arms and legs along with some broken blades. I have no strength left, falling to his knees watching as those beasts approached. Having no way out and being cornered, I would simply resign myself, closing my eyes and waiting for the worst. Are you feeling okay? Upon hearing that serene voice, I opened my eyes, seeing what appeared to be an angel sent from heaven to protect me. It emanated a bright aura of a rather beautiful orange color. Before he could utter a word, he would see that stranger ignite a beautiful orange flame from his ring. Let me heal your wounds, slowly bringing the flame closer to Kamakiri's wounds. What, do you think that? Once the flame touched me, contrary to what I expected, I felt a great sense of satisfaction and warmth, entering an almost harmonious state where I could appreciate how one of my wounds was healing. I would remain like this for a while until I was completely healed. Okay, that was the last one. How are you feeling? Regaining her composure, I feel, seeing how his condition improved considerably. Wow, this is incredible. I'm glad to hear that, giving a warm smile. Thank you, bowing. You're very kind, Jackson. Do you know me? How could I not know you? You're the professional hero Jack Mantis. I've been watching you this whole time. I'd like you to join me. Join you? What do you mean? Well, my manners, striking a pose to think how can I introduce myself? There are many ways in which I'm known. Murderer, monster, bastard, genocider, villain. Huh, what are you saying? Backing away, getting into a fighting stance. At first I didn't understand. Master, lord, boss, leader, king, even God, although for now I may not deserve that title. But there is one name that will be etched in history. At that moment I never imagined that just hearing a name would make me feel so much terror. Byakuren. Upon hearing that name, all the calm and tranquility I felt vanished, leaving in its place a horrible sensation that completely paralyzed me. I couldn't think of anything, my mind went blank, waiting to see what would happen. Calm down, I'm not here to hurt you. Otherwise, I would have let those imperfect prototypes devour you. As I said before, I'd like you to join me. You're strong, not to mention the fantastic quirk you possess. Tell me, is it painful when you use it? Because if so, we can try to fix it. Our scientists are working hard studying quirks using Dr. Garaki's research as a foundation. He fixed his gaze on Toguru. End of flashback. If he had wanted it, I would be dead right now. He personally came for me, my Salvetor. Since when does not killing someone mean saving them? I knew you weren't that smart, but this is ridiculous. He's just using you. I bet he doesn't know anything about you. On the contrary, he knows everything. He knows how difficult my childhood, adolescence, and adulthood were, as well as those of everyone who possesses a mutant-type quirk, and he understands and addresses the needs generated by others, such as blood-consuming quirks, pyromaniacs, and more. He has almost absolute knowledge. He knows my history, my family, my thoughts, everything. Flashback. I know the situation isn't good. It never has been. Even before the advent of quirks, people have always been in conflict for both selfish and altruistic reasons. One or both sides can't seem to find a way to coexist, unwilling to force the other to adapt or submit, causing death, pain, despair, and much more. We usually call them good and bad, but even between these two sides, they might have something in common. Hate, whether directed towards something or someone. In this case, both good and bad has a large percentage who despise those who don't have a human appearance. Some have large eyes, others possess horns, in addition to other distinctive characteristics such as skin color, height, sense of morality, religious or political preferences. Nothing out of the ordinary, but among all of them, the one most disliked by the majority of these groups, whether majorities or minorities, would be mutants. Even now, there are a large number of people who don't want them to be treated as equals. If I'm not mistaken, when Officer Kenji was promoted to Chief of Police, there were some riots. People were unhappy that someone who had earned the position through hard work and dedication had the misfortune of being born with a dog's head. If it hadn't been for the hero's intervention, things probably would have escalated much further. There were only 5 small fires in government buildings, 1 assassination attempt on the chief of police, 15 injuries in the riots, and 2 deaths a couple, one of whom was a boy with octopus-like features. These horrific acts might seem like they were committed by villains trying to incite hatred, but they weren't. They were ordinary people, teachers, workers, salarymen, housewives with their children, students. Public servants haven't exactly been busy addressing people's needs by giving them jobs they can perform with dignity either. As you probably know, quirks also affect people's personalities and their needs. Some who have the power to heal or positively impact others often pursue a career in medicine or work helping people. Those with creative powers have an easier time in entrepreneurship, unless they're kidnapped or exploited by someone else. But what about those with a slightly more peculiar gift? There are those who can't stop eating because their quirk requires it. Others who feel a strong urge to consume blood. Regardless of whether their quirk requires it or not, they feel it as a necessity. And still others have an inexplicable desire to stab, punch, or massacre, using their powers. Giving her a calm look, I imagine you've also had an inexplicable urge to use your quirk violently, haven't you? Upon hearing that, I would only nod slightly. Yes, but it's not correct. Of course not, it's not right to repress them. If we continue like this, repressing and discriminating against them, we'll never achieve peace. We must be united. Although it seems illogical, sometimes the villains are the most understanding of this. That's how the League of Idiots was formed, a group of the repressed and excluded. If they weren't all being manipulated like puppets by their pathetic demon king, perhaps they would have achieved something more than just dying for nothing during this war. All for One sought total control through his power and the fear he instilled, creating true chaos where only a select few benefited completely, and the strongest dominated, doing as they pleased. However, I won't be entirely unfair to AFO, since there were also radical groups that manipulated and instilled their ideas and thoughts in the most gullible, causing all that hatred. End of flashback. Evil. Flashback. The world All Might helped create wasn't so different from the one AFO would create. Just think about it. a being with immense power who could subdue anyone he wanted, only in this case creating a false peace led by those clowns in ridiculous costumes. Maybe they show off by stopping robberies or petty crimes on camera, but it's still not enough since they're never present in fights, cases of harassment, bullying, or discrimination. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much social rejection. After all, where do these people fit in? Their job is supposed to be to influence people by example, but they tend to shirk that responsibility, leaving everything in the hands of the police. That's not true. Heroes are more than that. Seriously. Tell me what was the last thing you did for someone who suffered discrimination? Do you understand what I'm saying? End of flashback. The good. All of that will disappear when Byakuran-sama has total control of the world, and just like him, we will transcend. We will change for the better, leaving behind those with primitive thoughts, those who are against. Before he could continue his speech, a gunshot would hit him directly, creating a smokescreen. I thought talking could change you, but I see I was wrong. Your mind is rotten. It's a waste of time to keep talking. I suppose there's no other option wielding both katanas. After a few seconds, the dust cloud would dissipate, revealing Kamakiri without injuries. You said it yourself, nothing you say will change my mind. If you think you can do anything, you are completely wrong. Pulling blades from his arms, Jack the Ripper will defeat you. I will not let you even get near Nostro Salvator. The tension was high. Both would be watching each other, waiting for the perfect moment to attack. They would remain like this for a few seconds until Jack decided to take the first step. By Byakuran. After saying this, he would launch himself at Tenya at great speed, who would barely manage to block the blade. Although unfortunately for him, due to Jack's strength, he would be sent flying a few meters, and then he would be received by a large number of attacks which impacted the katanas. Clink clan clin clan clunked. They would remain like this for a while, the sound of clashing metal echoing through the area. As time passed, Jack would begin to gradually gain the upper hand over Tenya, for even though Tenya destroyed his opponent's blades, he seemed unfazed. What's wrong? Regenerating his blades, are you tired already? Launching a slash towards Tenya, and an O blocking the attack. After their blades clashed, a struggle ensued, which Jack easily won, forcing Tenya back several meters. Without wasting a moment, he launched a full-speed kick at the former hero's head, which Tenya dodged almost immediately after leaning back, bracing himself on his legs. He quickly moved again, dodging an attack from Kamakiri that slammed into the ground. Slow. Hey. Suddenly, Tenya felt a sharp pain throughout his body, noticing several small holes and cracks in his armor from which a trickle of blood began to seep. He quickly plunged his hand into one of the larger wounds located on his ribcage and pulled an object out, a blade. Seeing how that object was stuck to something, a spider web. After noticing this, he would see some small red lights coming out of his wound. Be bastard, spitting out some blood. Hee hee, I see you noticed, my little friends. I wouldn't let that stick figure hog all the fun weapons. Seeing the blue-haired boy kneel in pain, tell me. In the blink of an eye, he would see himself standing in front of the blue-haired man, who repelled an attack from Kamakiri's leg blades, making some effort, causing his wounds to open further. What did you think of my Ragni della Dilettante Tempesta? Giving a mocking laugh. Faced with such a degrading act, Tenya would launch a blow which would be dodged by the enemy. Too slow. Thus, Jack would launch an attack from all directions on Tenya, who could barely counter the impacts, until at one point Kamakiri would launch a kick which, despite being blocked by Ida, would have enough force to send him flying. What's wrong? Are you tired already? Why don't you go into, what was it called again, hyper mode? They say it gives a significant power boost. Seeing Ida give a look of annoyance. Heh, I see. If you know about hyper mode, why don't you access that state? I don't need it. That primitive state is part of the past that we will end. You'd better prepare yourself, we're just getting started. Thus their blades would clash again, where it would be seen how Tenya's movements were less fast. This would be taken advantage of by Jack, who would break Iida's guard, to which he would launch a powerful attack which would end up breaking the katana of the division leader, who, due to such an impression, would not notice a kick which would hit him in the torso, sending him flying. Tap 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 tap. It was the sound of Jack's footsteps as he approached the Iida. If all the division leaders are like you, there's no way we can lose. After those words, all the blue-haired boy could do was lament. Why is he so strong? Am I really that weak? Toga was right, I was just a hindrance. I shouldn't have come, he thought as he fearfully stared at the enemy trying to stand up and flee. You really are pathetic. He lunged to attack Iida, who luckily dodged the attack. What's wrong with you? He threw several slashes. Where did all that confidence go? Weren't you supposed to kill me? Kamakiri would deliver a powerful kick which would hit Tenya squarely, sending him crashing into one of the walls. Weren't the Vengola supposed to wipe us out? Fight. Seeing a defenseless Tenya who was starting to shed tears. You're a swordsman, where's your pride? Prush. It was the sound of the wall being struck by Kamakiri, who saw Tenya now on the ground. He quickly grabbed Tenya by the neck, slamming him against the wall. Why don't you use Shigersone? Don't tell me, didn't the kind rain guardian see you as someone worthy? Shut up, brush. Before Tenya could say anything, it looked as if a blade impacted where his largest wound was, piercing him completely. Judging by your reaction, I suppose I tried to teach you, but you failed. If you wanted to end something, well, now you know you ended the lineage of the Shigeru Ryu style, one that is destined to disappear. Just like you, because you failed, seeing as Tenya began to close his eyes. Failed was the word that would echo in the Xero's head as he began to recall various moments of his life. Flashback. Kaina-chan waits. Leave me alone, pointing with her arm transformed into a rifle to you. I am Nagant, Lady Nagant. Faced with such an action, the only thing the blue-haired man could do was retreat, at which point Nagant would deactivate his quirk. Just go, giving her a disappointed look. I expect that attitude from any of the other members, but coming from you, shedding a few tears. Then no. Before he could say anything, that girl would run away, leaving the blue-haired boy behind. End of flashback. I didn't understand it back then. Flashback. Okay, we're done. Please show them to me one more time, bowing to the ground. No, I beg you, Yamamoto-san. If only I could see them one more time. My answer is still no. W8 walking in Yamamoto's direction. Before he could grab him by the shoulder, the blade of the Rain Guardian's katana would be millimeters from his neck. Perhaps for you, Shigeru Ryu is just a game. Even for me it was, until I saw what it really meant to my father sheathing his sword. And no, that's not how it is. If you want to learn how to fight with katanas, go to Stainedhole. He's not as good as Squallow or me, but he's better than beginners. I can't. Once he sees me, he'll want to kill me. I don't want to start a fight. Please, you're my only hope. After losing my quirk, I don't know what to do. I'm sorry, you'll have to live with the fact that you failed to learn the poses. Just as I'll live with the guilt of not being able to save my father. But I failed him once, I don't plan to do it again. End of flashback. I wasn't focused. Flashback. Are you crazy or what? Before anything else could happen, he would be stopped by Ragdoll and Rayo. Calm down, this is not the time to take such an extreme attitude. You'd better lower your tone, Four Eyes. We may be on the same team, but I won't forgive you for speaking to the 10th like that. Wait, Gokudera Hayato would say in a voice that would calm most of those present. I know you don't like the decision, neither do we. Then don't do it. Do you think we do this for fun? Do you think I'd want to do that to my best friend? Upon hearing those words, the atmosphere shifted. The 10th man no longer wore a serene expression, but one of worry and helplessness, speaking in a voice that seemed about to break at any moment. Most of us here, including myself, don't want to do this, but he simply won't let us. There are several ways he can help us without us having to fight, but oof, despite everything, he always rushes into a fight. I know, but what? Wake up, Tenya. Your friend is one of those idiots who rush into danger without considering the consequences. We're not playing at being heroes anymore, Nagant said, annoyed. But there must be something, brother, staring intently at Tensei, Sari shaking his head, Razerson looking at his former teacher. I'm sorry, Tenya, but he's a burden right now. If he thinks we're going to heal him every time he decides he wants to help us, he's mistaken. Each of his recoveries wastes time and resources that could be better used. And despite that, for some reason, his condition is never good. For now, it's best to put him to sleep. Once all this is over, we'll see if we can do anything for him, but for now, he's not our priority. After receiving those answers and seeing the melancholy faces of those present, Iida would stop struggling, showing himself powerless. This would be reflected in his gaze. Midoriya, he slumped into his seat. Again, I couldn't. End of flashback. I wasn't thinking clearly. Flashback. Tenya, are you alright? No, what have I done? Looking at the lifeless body of an enemy. See, calm down, approaching Iida, hugging him. You had no choice. Hearing those words, Tenya became even more depressed, seeing his hands stained with blood. Of course I had it, was all he could think as tears welled up in his eyes. End of flashback. I remember even having good moments, where it seemed like things would get better. Flashback. You could see a small group made up of a few civilians, 3 heroes and a police officer. Are you sure we'll be safe there? An older woman would say. Of course, when people talk about hero schools, they usually think of UA or Shiksu, but the Ray Rescue School's shelter hasn't fallen yet, said a hero who was wearing a duck costume. From the information I received, they now have government assistance, so it's one of the best places to take refuge, the police would say. How long will it take? A woman would say, not much, Toei isn't that far away. Toei, that's located in HI Prefecture. It will take us days to get there. We won't survive that long. What happens if we encounter a villain? That's how the civilians started to cause a commotion. Calm down, as long as you are with us nothing will happen to you. I Ingenium, as representative of IDATE, assure you of that. Do you plan for us to swallow all that crap? At one point, people would look much more hostile. Before the other 2 heroes did anything, a voice would draw everyone's attention. DDO you promise, Hirosen. A little girl with several bandages would say, while raising her pinky finger. I promise, intertwining his pinky finger with the girl's, while giving her a warm smile. If that's the case, I believe you. Faced with such a scene, the crowd would relax a little. Let's hurry. Push. It was the sound of the girl, because after taking a few steps she would stumble, but luckily for her she would be stopped by Ingenium. In that state you won't be able to walk much. It would be best to get medical attention. Looking at the crowd, is there a doctor? Me too. A boy would raise his hand. Well, I'm not really a doctor, I'm just a new student. I'm sorry if you were expecting something more. Okay, maybe you can help. What's your name? Ryasuke Komori, sir. Do you have experience? The other hero would ask. Something like that. My dad was a doctor, so I was able to learn a thing or two when he treated our acquaintances. That will do the trick. Okay, first things first, we need to lay her down. Looking around, I don't see any good place, and I don't want her lying on the floor either. If you need a place, my son can make a table. A woman of about 25 years old would say. But mom. Come on, Heidke-kun, for you doing something like that is a piece of cake. If you can do something like that, we would appreciate it. When I get scolded for using my quirk, in normal situations you'd probably be sanctioned. But now that's insignificant compared to the current situation. So please, I implore you, Ida would say, giving a small bow. WL. After a moment, one of the trees in the area began to take shape, eventually becoming a stable table. Sorry, that was the best I could do. That's good, it's better than we expected. Thank you, Heidke-kun, you really do have a good gift, kid, someone in the crowd would say. That's how he would begin to be praised for what he had done. We have some blankets, I don't know how clean the surface is, but just in case. We also have some bandages and antiseptics. If you need medicine, we have a few boxes available. That's how the people in the group would start offering some of their supplies. Thank you all, walking with the girl in his arms towards the table. Once she placed it on the table, she saw the worried look on the girl's face. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Whenever you're scared, remember that I, the hero Ingenium, will be there to take care of you, giving her a warm smile, which would comfort the girl. End of flashback. But everything went to hell thanks to my instincts. Flashback. Underground ruins of what appeared to be a commercial area. Why? Was all the blue-haired man could think about, as in front of him lay the lifeless bodies of most of the people he was traveling with. If only he had prioritized escorting them as planned. Cough, cough, cough. They heard someone coughing nearby, and Ingenium quickly sped off, hoping someone was still all right. They lingered for a while until they spotted the person and rushed towards her. It was the girl who had accompanied them on the trip, lying on the ground with a deep wound. Blood was oozing from the wound, forming a small pool in which a knife lay. Hirosen, the girl said weakly as she watched Ida trying to apply pressure to the wound to stop the bleeding. Yais, it's me, Hirosen, she would say nervously. Thank you, I knew you'd come. I told you, the hero Ingenium will always be there to take care of you, he choked out, a lump forming in his throat. For now, don't speak, just rest, do you think? Cough, cough, cough. And don't strain yourself, please. Do you think we'll arrive soon? Of course we'll be there soon. Tell me, what's it like? It's a great place. There will be several children to play with, delicious snacks and other fun things. That sounds good. I'd like Akasen and Atasen to come with me to see it. But I don't think that's going to happen. Upon hearing these words, Ida could only clench his teeth, for he remembered that the girl had told him that she lost her parents at the beginning of the war. Maybe Onigiri is there. Maybe so please. It's getting cold. Shit, not now. You know, we were supposed to go see Onigiri. After a long time he graduated from university. Cough, cough, cough. We were going to say goodbye to him because he was moving near a restaurant that hired him. At first I cried, but then Mom told me it was for his own good, so I wanted to give him this. He would then take out a small plush mouse with protruding teeth and a chef's outfit, which he would give to Tenya. His name is Mr. Little Teeth, and just like my brother, he likes to cook. I made him with Mom's help. He was a gift so he would remember us, and so she would take care of him when he had nightmares, just like Miss Hopper took care of me. It's cute looking closely at the plush toy while continuing to apply pressure. If I don't get to see it, I'd like you to give it to him on behalf of his little sister Kumikachan, starting to tremble. Brrrrrrrr, it's getting cold. What are you saying? There's still a long way to go. Please, starting to close his eyes, Hirosen. Wait, starting to shed tears, don't fall asleep. Weren't we all supposed to arrive in rescue? Didn't you want to meet your brother? Kumikachan. Kumikachan, after what had happened, Ida could only weep and lament. Some time later, the only survivors approached. The hero in the duck suit, the officer, and a civilian. Together, they decided to give the bodies a proper burial, even if it was just covering them with some dirt. Tenya, however, would bury Kumiko himself, carrying the guilt of her death on his conscience. He remembered that she could have helped them escape, but after encountering a villain, she left them to their fate, or at least that's what Ida thought, to face him. After several hours and having recovered both physically and mentally, they continued their journey for several more days. Unfortunately, once they arrived, they were surprised to find that the base was being annihilated by the Mafia. End of flashback. It seems like tragedies follow me. Flashback. Relax, take it easy, take a deep breath and exhale. Krustin, I don't think it's working seeing as Ida held his head. I was there. If I had been faster, smarter, I could have saved them. You didn't know that would happen. NNO, but I guided him, I told him where they went. That bastard, he just took advantage of your good nature. When I see him, I'm going to. Kamakiri, stop, if it's what I'm thinking. I'm just going to beat that idiot senseless, then capture him. Despite everything he's done, that'll be the least of what that wretch gets. How dare you use heroes like that? Kyoto assassin. End of flashback. But what could I expect, wanting to protect others, if I couldn't even help a friend? Flashback. So, what did you say? Minetasen, it's in bad taste to say something like that, Suyu said, somewhat displeased. I swear they said so on the news. Say what? Kaminari said as he joined the conversation that Midoriya-san was innocent. I heard that on the news too, Zero said nervously. Look, Mineta said, showing several notes and videos on his phone that talked about the attack. After a while of watching all that information, including the testimony of the #1 hero Endeavor, they would begin to feel bad about the way they treated Izuku. Midoriya-san, I'm an idiot, Tenya would say angrily to himself. Deku-kun Uraraka would say, beginning to shed tears while being comforted by the girls. If only we could do something. But they can't. What the hell is the point of feeling like this now? IDIOTS. After hearing those words, everyone would see that they came from Bakugo. What's wrong? Kirishima would say, try to be more understanding. Now it turns out I'm supposed to be the understanding one when you pieces of shit turned your backs on Deku. Weren't you supposed to be his friends, huh? Faced with such words, everyone would fall silent. Why a so quiet round face? She asked, giving Uraraka an annoyed look. I looking away, just as I thought he would say as he began to walk towards his seat. W8 Tenya said, taking Bakugo by the shoulder. What the hell do you want, FOUREYES? We may have made a mistake, but that doesn't give you the right to act that way. Look who's talking, the idiot who, without a second thought, went straight for him, giving a disappointed look. It seems your punishment wasn't enough to make him understand. I thought they'd have some substance in their useless heads, but I see I was wrong. Hey. Bro. What about you? Knowing you'd be the first to want to go and beat him up. You've already shown that before, or have you already forgotten what you did to him in basic training? Momo would say. Putting it that way, you're not so different from us, Gyro would say. What do you have to say about that? That's completely different. In what way? I did it out of selfishness, thinking only of myself. I was an idiot. Ever since we were kids, he always had that sense of heroism, even if it was something small like a problem or someone getting hurt a little. He'd show a look of concern, remembering when Izuku wanted to help him when they were children, and despite everything I did to him, he kept going while I stagnated. I know it's too late and this won't change anything. But what I'm sure of is that even if I insulted him, mistreated him, and so on, he would still put up with it to prove otherwise. But what broke him, what truly hurt him at that moment, was losing everyone's trust, especially over something as stupid as that supposed video giving a piercing look, don't you think? We already told you it was a mistake that cost him his only dream. Although if you want to feel a little better, it's not all your fault. Even though you were the ones who hurt him the most, giving a look of disgust, it also didn't help that it seemed like no one thought to investigate the case, not even the police. The file has probably been lost and is now filed away among the piles they have in their offices, starting to walk towards her seat. If only the League of Villains hadn't done that, Mina said angrily. Yes, it's true, it's his fault. Kaminari. Those damned people, how dare they? PFFFF Bakugo sighed in annoyance, then turned around. Isn't it obvious? Because they're villains. But even so, the blame doesn't fall solely on them. You're not exempt either. Looking at Gyro ears, tell me, what did you say to the reporters? Well, if I remember correctly, you intensified the hatred towards him. I already found it strange that several incidents occurred when he was around, he would say, imitating Gyro. As for you looking at Zero, I don't know what the hell you did, so get out of my way. But you were heading towards your desk, Zero would think. You looking at Momo and Suyu may have been less intense in your words, but that doesn't change the fact that you continued to fuel the whole spectacle. After what was said, they would look quite downcast. They didn't do shit. Tusk A Hero Academy. If everyone acts the same way, becoming the #1 hero will be easier than I thought. Looking at his classmates now, I know there's no competition. End of flashback. He was right. Flashback. Tenya would be seen on the ground being crushed by Stain's foot. You and your brother, you're both weaklings. It's because they're fake, Stain would say. Shut up, bastard. The lower half of his body appears to be paralyzed by spinal injuries. It seems he'll never be fit to be a hero again. My brother saved so many people and led them. He's a magnificent hero. He gave me a dream. He was a magnificent hero. Glancing hatefully at Stain, tears welling in his eyes, I'll kill you. First save him. After what Stain said, Iida would see a hero badly wounded in front of him. Before worrying about yourself, go save others. Don't use your power for your own benefit, giving a focused look. Don't let hatred for the enemy consume you, just to satisfy your own desires. Behaving like that is far from the title of hero. End of flashback. I'm not a hero, Tenya thought as he felt his energy fade away. That's it, sleep well, don't worry, we'll soon be back to working like in the old days. Before he could say anything, he would be silenced by a quick and powerful blow, and then sent flying, as the blue-haired boy launched him with a strong kick to the torso with both legs, leaving him surprised. What is this? Feeling a little tired, how could he? Even so, I can't leave things like this. That's how he began to recall various moments of his life. Flashback. I must say the best part of this encounter was young Iida. End of flashback. Flashback. You have proven to be able to unite people. End of flashback. Flashback. Tenya, congratulations on getting your provisional license. End of flashback. Flashback. Bastard, wait, Tenya would say, watching as Kamakiri subdued the Kyoto assassin. I know, he said with a smile. I'll have to forego doing it, but it's like you said, we don't take the law into our own hands. We do it because it's the right thing to do. I may be a monster who ended many innocent lives, but not anymore. You idiot, the Kyoto assassin would say. Kill me, I know you want to. You and I have similar quirks, so I know how you feel because we're the same. You and I are not the same. Trash, giving Tenya a calm look. Let's become better heroes. End of flashback. Flashback. Maybe I misjudged you, class representative Bakugo said to Tenya. Maybe there aren't that many idiots in that class. Starting to walk away. Bakugo-san. What the hell are you waiting for? The crimes won't stop. If Deku were here, he would have beaten us to it by now. He gave a calm look. Let's do it for him. End of flashback. Flashback. Thank you, Hiro-san. End of flashback. If you keep this up, I can die in peace. Don't say that, brother. I'm serious. That's why I trusted you to carry my hero name. End of flashback. Flashback. Good job, Tenya-san. Coming from you, bowing to the ground. Thank you, 10th. What are you doing? Get up. But I may be the main voice of the Vengola and this foundation, but I still can't let my comrades act like that. Stand up, speed hero Tenya Iida, he said, giving him a warm look. End of flashback. Flashback. You could see several bottles being destroyed by gunfire. While you've turned out well, I still remember how your hand used to tremble when you held a gun. Now look at you. This is thanks to you, Naganson. Call me Kaina, she would say mischievously. Okay, Kaina-san, he would say, blushing. End of flashback. Flashback. If you put it like that, I will accept you completely. Well done, Four Eyes, I don't see why not. If you've gone to all this trouble, maybe you're not as useless as they say. You're still a division leader, I just hope you're a bit more useful in combat than BNHA. End of flashback. Flashback. Of course I would, and I would do it again. End of flashback. I'm truly pathetic. After a few seconds, flames would begin to emanate from the rain from Iida's body, which would quickly end the Ragni della Dilettante Tempesta. Bastard Kamakiri would say, launching himself to attack. Just as he was about to land an attack, it was swiftly dodged, and he immediately saw a blow coming towards him, so he tried to counterattack. Unfortunately for him, Tenya, even faster, delivered a powerful kick to his chest, at which point the enemy tried to draw a blade, but unfortunately for him, it came out slowly, only scratching Iida's armor a little before sending him flying. At what point? Before he could say anything else, he saw Iida cease emanating that energy. He then swiftly moved toward the enemy, who without wasting a moment launched a powerful blow that nearly struck Tenya, only to be dodged by him. The enemy had anticipated this and quickly summoned a blade that was centimeters away from piercing Tenya, but to his surprise, Tenya swiftly dodged the attack and then unleashed a powerful energy blast with his gauntlet. The room filled with smoke and dust for a few seconds, until Kamakiri appeared a few meters in front of Tenya, his arms crossed. Wow, you really surprised me. Were you underestimating me? Looking at the scratches left by that energy attack, be that as it may, it's still not enough to do anything to me. I know, lighting up her ring, opening a box. After a few seconds, two katanas with black blades would emerge from the box, and when Tenya wielded them, they would burst into flames from the rain. Well, that's what I meant, taking several squats out of his body. Without wasting any time, he would launch himself to attack. Faced with such an action, Iida would calm down, then take a deep breath and get into a fighting position. After a moment, he would respond by launching an attack. Shigure Ryu style 8th form. Had she aim, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, heavy rain. Future arc part 622, setbacks. Shigure Ryu style 8th form. Had she aim, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, heavy rain. Thus both would launch their attacks ending up on opposite sides. Plush. After a few seconds, Kamakiri's right arm would be seen falling, severed. Turning to look at Iida, not bad. The blue-haired man would grumbles. This is what I meant, it's been a long time since I've faced an enemy like this. He launched his attack. He began launching multiple attacks at Tenya, who repelled them with difficulty. This continued for a while until Iida in a swift movement unleashed a powerful attack that was dodged. Immediately afterward, Kamakiri spun toward the blue-haired boy, who upon receiving the impact stumbled back. Shortly after, he saw the villain just inches away, covering his right flank and awaiting the blow. But instinctively he moved his swords, piercing the enemy's hands, and then attempted to retreat by leaping backward. His arm, at what point? His thoughts would be interrupted as he saw another pair of arms roughly grab his legs, piercing through his armor. Not so fast. After that action, the division leader once again burst into flames, managing to break free at the cost of having that part of his armor sliced off by his rival's claws. Without wasting a moment, he again moved in Tenya's direction, not wanting to let him rest for a second. Meanwhile, his body began to mutate, his skin becoming scaly and hard, so much so that it produced a loud clang when struck with katanas. This caused him little damage, which was almost instantly regenerated. This continued until they began to struggle, their blades clashing. It was clear that Kamakiri was gaining the upper hand. However, Iida refused to be defeated, increasing his strength with all his energy and managing to push the Mafia member back slightly. Seeing that he was unguarded, Iida launched an attack. Shigure Ryu style 1st form. Shajiku no aim, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, axis of rain. Just as the attack was about to land, he saw a projectile hurtling towards him, barely managing to dodge it. This threw him off his game and Kamakiri seized the opportunity to attack. Just as he was about to land a blow to Iida's face, Iida ducked and dodged it. Before Tenya could regain his composure, he would feel something hit his arm, which was still covered in armor. I've got you. Iida was pulled in, seeing that Kamakiri had shot a web at him. Crunch. Iida would be sent flying against a wall, which he would pass through, arriving in another room. He would quickly get to his feet, seeing the Mafia member standing in front of him. He would try to dodge the attack swiftly, only to be surprised by a counterattack that would pierce his armor along with part of his arm and motor. He would then fire a powerful energy blast that would send the enemy flying back several meters, as well as rendering his remaining gauntlet useless. I finally got you, did you think I wouldn't notice? Huh. Tenya exclaimed as he closed his wound with his flames, just as he used the tranquility of the rain to clear some of the pain he felt. Since you can't use your quirk, you use flames to propel yourself instead. After what Kamakiri said, Tenya would show a look of annoyance. It's thanks to that you were able to stand up to me. I thought it would be better, what a disappointment. She gave a small smile, if that's all it is. Frog. It would be the sound made by the villain's body, which was beginning to mutate once again. As this was happening, Tenya would get into a fighting stance. Plutch, 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 plutch. Several projectiles were launched toward Iida, who began running around the room, dodging them. These were launched by small ragni della dilettante tempesta, which surrounded the room, which glowed a beautiful crimson color. This room is where these weapon-type boxes are stored and these modified species reproduce naturally. You thought you'd have a chance, but reality hits you right now. I have to limit your movements with the webs or catch you watching as the webs began to accumulate. After witnessing this scene, Iida would concentrate his energy on his katanas. Damn, this is it, Tenya would think, as he began to launch energy slashes at the spiderwebs through his katanas, which ended up incinerated. At this rate, he won't last. His injuries, combined with exhaustion, will work against him, he said with a smile. But once I capture him, I can probably add him to my ranks, even if it's as a Namu or one of the experiments. Byakuren-sama might even congratulate me and give me a promotion. Anyway, after that said, it would finish mutating, obtaining a complete insect appearance, with a head that seemed to be made of metallic scales and 2 prominent blades, and an elongated body looking like a gigantic mantis with 2 extra pairs of legs and a pair of much longer arms. It would go towards Iida from behind. It was the sound of their blades clashing. The blue-haired one, seeing it approaching through the peephole, would prepare to attack, igniting his engines and engulfing himself in his own flames. Pruwuwush puwuwum. What seemed to be another clash would be won by Tenya, who would push him away, making him back, falling abruptly. Iida, Shigure Ryu style 6th form. Aiko aim, Chinese letter, rain impact. After saying this, Tenya fell to his knees, beginning to breathe heavily as he touched his wound. Damn, not now, I can't seem to keep abusing the rain's calming effect on my whole body. If I keep this up, I might lose consciousness. I also need to heal my wounds and stop the bleeding. Our wounds are supposed to heal faster thanks to our enhancements, but by not letting my body rest properly, it hasn't been able to regenerate. Constant movement isn't helping either. It's just making my wounds worse. I'm lucky I haven't torn any major muscles. It would be the scream that would come out of Kamakiri, to then lunge at the division leader, who could barely cover himself from a great impact that would break the blade of one of the blue-haired man's katanas, piercing a wall, and then destroying the floor with the force used. Thus they would fall through several floors where the Exero would feel great pain, since that enemy with his other pair of arms was able to hold him, piercing him with his sharp fingers in his ribs and legs, feeling as the blood began to flow while the villain began to expel spider webs from his jaw, enveloping him. Bastard, Tenya would shout. Ploosh. A great burst of energy erupted from Tenya, destroying the spider web. Kamakiri released his grip and immediately landed on his feet, as did Tenya, who looked around at his surroundings thanks to the light he emitted. This place, I knew it, I wasn't crazy, seeing that they were on a stone bridge from which water would fall on the sides and go to the drain, generating an unpleasant smell. GA truth. It would be the sound emitted by the member of Mafia, who would launch a powerful downward attack, which Ida would dodge. Prush. The blow would strike the ground, which would shatter, destroying the structure and causing them to fall. Both warriors would try to jump from rubble to avoid the impact of the fall. Please. Kamakiri would launch webs at some of the debris, then throw them towards his target, who would quickly dodge them using the flames in his engines. Rain engine. He would increase his speed by jumping between the surfaces of the brush, which when destroyed would generate small curtains of dust that when accumulated would cloud the vision of the Mafia member, who would not see as a gigantic rock crashed into him, making him collide. This would annoy him greatly, making him alert, noticing that another piece of the bridge was heading towards him, stopping it with his multiple arms. Prush. Tenya would kick that rubble, causing Kamakiri to be buried in the wall next to that rock. After a few seconds, it would be seen freeing itself after expelling a powerful red flame from its mouth, destroying the rubble. Casp tear. Shigureson Ryu style third form, water shot. After saying this, he would drop his katana and then kick it. Plink. It was the sound of the weapon hitting the wall just centimeters from his rival's face, who had lost one of the blades on his face, which was pierced by the katana, leaving him shocked. He quickly regained his composure, lowered his gaze towards the floor, seeing as a Tenya covered in bright and almost transparent flames came towards him at full speed, charging an attack with his broken sword. It's now or never. Shigureson Ryu style. 10th form Aqua Splash. He would say as he launched his attack. Without thinking twice, Kamakiri would expel enormous blades from his body, which would pierce Tenya's arm and leg, with which he launched the attack, impacting the enemy and making a deeper crater in the wall. Ki. The white spell member laughed mockingly, having stopped Tenya's true attack. Tenya had used the 5th form of the Shigureson Samadare style's hand-switching technique to strike him in the heart, but now the blade was being held in one of the enemy's hands. Clink. The katana suddenly expanded as it lit up in a purple light, piercing Kamakiri, whose gaze changed to one of disbelief, for he never imagined that something like this could happen. Flashback. Underground Vongola base in Japan. Are you sure about this? Yes, we can't wait any longer. If we keep delaying, they'll finish us off. I'm warning you now, the process of implementing enhancements and quirks is not simple. It can disrupt your body's energy waves, causing irreparable damage. This includes the ability to generate other types of flames, which will also significantly reduce the quality of your original flame, potentially being counterproductive to a greater or lesser degree. Or in the worst-case scenario, you'll never be able to use them again no matter how hard you try. Do you understand the risk involved? I know I'm willing to do it. I don't care about the consequences, as long as it can be better than it is now. End of flashback. Did he possess more than one type of flame all this time? Was he underestimating me? He said angrily, "Tenya, how could you?" Without giving him time to do anything, Irida would concentrate all the energy of his sword on the tip that was still in the body of Milafire's member. PSA. Fierce blue flames erupted from the enemy, stopping after a few seconds, revealing that he had been completely incinerated from the inside out. Victory secured, he would feel the full force of the damage he had sustained, collapsing abruptly just like his enemy's corpse. After the fall, he tried to get up. Unfortunately, he couldn't move a finger, feeling his blood slowly drain from his body. All he could do was close his eyes as he felt the pain coursing through his body. What is that noise? Meanwhile, elsewhere, it was the sound of alarms which echoed throughout the base, preceding the sound of the footsteps of our heroes who were running quickly. Damn it, why now? Toga exclaimed. What do we do? For now, let's continue with the plan. They shouldn't take long to destroy their surveillance system. Okay, according to this, looking at the screen of his device to the right, we still have a long way to go, okay, but will we continue with the original plan? Yes, you'll have to go into the sewers. Unfortunately, I don't know if they'll send Lal as planned or someone else. Either way, it's better than being left alone in the current situation. Do you remember what you have to do? Guys, once we arrive, we will use our flames to attract the enemies. That's right, if they come across any of those machines. Before he could say anything else, the blonde pushed Izuku, causing him to dodge an energy attack. Bastard, he would say as he threw a knife engulfed in flames from the storm, finishing off the enemy. Toga, there's no need to kill them. Sorry, it's just a habit. After that, multiple attacks would come from all directions from some members of Mafia, to which Izuku would protect himself with his solidified flames, which would begin to crack upon feeling the power of the impact. Hang on, darling. Following Himiko's words, she would run towards the attackers, nimbly dodging the powerful weapons shots between C+ and B class. Wielding her gauntlets, she would protect herself from the attacks she couldn't evade. Once close to the enemies, she would attack cautiously, though she still managed to break some bones in the weaker enemies' D and E class soldiers who would lose consciousness from the pain. This isn't working. That bitch. Before he could say anything else, the remaining enemies would be hit by small green spheres which were fired by Izuku, knocking them out. Ball breaker. Izuku would say defiantly. Damn you. One of the enemies would say as he began to shoot. Let's just hold on, reinforcements will arrive soon. But, he would be hit by an energy blast from Izuku. Behind you. After hearing that voice, Izuku would turn around. Plush. He would receive a powerful blow from an enemy which would send him crashing into the wall, generating a small curtain of dust, which, when it dispersed, would reveal the green-haired man with his equipment engulfed in solidified flames. Those were great reflexes. You managed to block my attack, he would say while smiling in a relaxed manner. Darling, Toga would shout as she saw who was standing in front of her beloved. Suddenly, several members of Mafia appeared, wearing dark martial arts outfits and stood in his way. He tried to defeat them in the same way as before, but they quickly proved to be stronger than his previous enemies. Oh dear, don't waste your screams now, save them for your inevitable death, said a girl in a black outfit similar to a ninja's as vice captain. I will make sure your death is as painful as possible, bloody eclipse. The stupid girl no one wanted. Those suits their squadron 25. Once Izuku recovered, he would see who his opponent would be. It was a young man of approximately 27 years old, wearing a uniform similar to Chinese clothing, this one white in color. Sir, one of the enemies would say with difficulty, using what little energy he had left. Thanks for putting up with it, looking challengingly at Izuku, now leave the rest to us. After saying that, Izuku would fire an energy attack which would be easily deflected by the enemy using only his fingers. Did you really defeat them with this, Tusk? Anyway, getting into a fighting stance, my name is Kijiang Yu, leader of Squadron 25. Su Chang-du and master of the best martial arts style after the death of Archibaldino Fan, carefree counterattack. Faced with such an action, Midoriya would go on guard using 10% of the pseudo-full cowl. No introductions. How rude. Well, if you're not going to attack. In the blink of an eye, he would appear in front of the green-haired man, at which point he would launch a blow enveloped in flames from the solidified lightning. Unfortunately, it would be dodged as if it were nothing, at which point he would attack repeatedly, receiving the same result. Is that all you know how to do? Just punch the air in such a mediocre way. Don't mock me. Throwing a kick using 13%. Brush. Kijun counterattacked, repelling the blow and sending Izuku's leg slamming back to the ground, leaving him in shock. Noticing this, he launched an attack using his index and middle fingers, which Midoriya tried to block, but it was ineffective as the enemy exploited an opening and struck him. This caused significant damage, making him spit out saliva. Pathetic, he would say as he stretched his hand upwards, Jasai Chinese letter, die scum, launching his attack. A strong gust of wind would take the Mafia member by surprise, sending him flying a few meters. Delaware smash. Damn kid would be what he thought as he watched Izuku with his hand outstretched. And then land on his feet in a spectacular fashion. I thought you were just an insignificant pawn of Vengola, but I see I was wrong, assuming a fighting stance, then launching an attack. Izuku would dodge the blow that was aimed at his face, then grab his arm trying to knock him down, lifting him into the air. Judo techniques, falling to the ground on his feet then quickly spinning while holding Izuku, throwing him against a wall. Izuku took advantage of this, firing another sphere at him before landing on his feet against the wall and jumping to the ground. I already told you. As he tried to deflect the sphere, something would happen because upon impact with his hand, it would stick to his hand as if it were a mass. Before he could even react in surprise, he would feel a considerable amount of energy surge forth. Moldable ball shot, he said as he launched 3 more shots which hit him directly, electrocuting him. I'm sorry, but we can't waste time with you seeing you kneel in pain, charging an attack. Blush. An attack would hit Izuku in the arm, deflecting the trajectory of the shot. Bastard. Push, push, push. More shots would be directed towards Izuku, who would quickly dodge them. Vangola pig. Die trash. Don't worry, Yusun, we came to save you. Upon hearing those voices, Kijang could barely see that they came from Milifear soldiers. Did they come to save me, Lokeless soldiers, he thought, while Izuku knocked out the attackers. Damn it, he would say as he stood up, taking a few steps in Izuku's direction. Is he still standing? He asked, seeing the state he was in. You'd better give up if you keep going like this. Be quiet. I can't let it continue, would be what he would think before launching another attack. Before it impacted, the enemy would create a green barrier, thanks to its lightning rings, Purity B blocking the energy shot. I will not forgive you for this humiliation. Launching his attack, while his hands were engulfed in lightning flames, Mimi Jiandu Fengge. Wanmei Ansha Chinese letter 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 secret combat style. Flawless assassination. After saying this, he began launching attacks at Izuku, who was sent flying while shielding himself with his solidified flames after receiving a powerful blow. Without wasting any time, at great speed, he got behind the green-haired boy, delivering a powerful kick that destroyed his barrier. As he fell, Midoriya barely managed to turn his body, landing on his feet only to find himself facing the enemy, who then used Pseudo 1 for all at 60%, engulfing his gloves and equipment in flames. Texas, seeing how Toga was a few meters from the direction of the attack, if I launch this attack. Smash! The serious attack was launched, but it would be thrown in another direction, easily dodged. Seeing that he had missed, he would assume a fighting stance, blocking some attacks. His fighting position would quickly be broken due to the difference in combat experience, which the enemy would exploit by delivering a fierce blow that would pierce the flames covering his equipment, forcing him back a few meters. Hit. Izuku coughed up a large amount of blood, falling to his knees, breathing rapidly, as he clutched the area where he had been struck. Trying to lift his gaze, he saw that the enemy was already upon him, and he attempted to shield himself, only to receive a kick that sent him crashing into the wall, sustaining a severe injury to his arm that cushioned the impact. I can't believe this idiot will be the first to receive the attack that Byakuran-sama helped me perfect. He enveloped his body in an impure amount of flames, except for his attacking arm, which was almost crystalline, launching himself to attack Lightning Dragon Strike. Just as he was about to launch his attack, he was tackled in midair, sent flying a few meters and landed abruptly face down. WH. Before he could say anything else, several knives would be plunged into him. T. Tagachin, Izuku would say with difficulty. How, looking up, upon seeing the place where Toga was supposed to be fighting, observing the remains of the corpses of her companions who had been brutally murdered. Darling, are you all right? Lighting up her sun. Don't worry about me, He won't do anything, he's not strong enough. He's not even the leader of Squad 25, he's the weakest of the Rainbow Dragons, the Green Dragon. He has no enhancements or quirk, he's a C++ class soldier. With superhuman strength, I'd say he's B class. The only thing that makes him fearsome is his fighting style, which is currently the greatest, but in Shandong, this guy's just a charlatan. After what Himiko said, you tried to stand up. Damn, be falling from the pains. You see, now tell me, where does it hurt? Thus Toga would use the flame of the sun on Izuku, causing him to recover slightly. How do you feel? It still hurts a little. I'm sorry, I can't increase the purity of my ring any further, otherwise it will explode. No, I'm sorry, he said, his expression turning sad. I was supposed to come and help you, and all I've done is cause you trouble. It was my weakness. I thought you were out of the fight, but you managed to shoot me in the arm. If only I were more like you, you wouldn't have needed to save me. Darling, you don't need to be like us, but I know you've been holding back even against our enemies. And contrary to what you might think, that's a good thing. What you call weakness, I would call piety, mercy, compassion, something we haven't seen in a long time, and that's because you're a good person. He gave her a small smile. Upon hearing Toga's words, Izuku blushed as he looked at her with admiration. Okay, we have to go, we can't waste any more time. Once we get there, if they haven't arrived yet, I'll be able to help you better. That won't happen. Upon hearing that voice, they would turn around, seeing that it was Kijyoung, that guy. Can you still stand, walking towards the enemy? I can't leave this like this. What are you talking about? You're finished, you can barely stand up. Will those be your last words? She would say weakly as she got into a fighting stance. I see you won't understand, raising his guard. Thus both would wait for the other to make a move. That's enough, he said, grabbing Yu by the shoulder. Kijyoung would become annoyed at such an action, turning his body to attack whoever was behind him. Who the hell did you? Brush. Before he could do anything, his serious skull was pierced by a punch, ending him. Why? Well, look what we have here. Looking at Toga Bloody Eclipse, I thought you were still in Italy, but I see I was wrong. Looking at Izuku and you. I don't know you, but I suppose you're some kind of Vengola ally. He is the true leader of Squadron 25. If I'm not mistaken, you are Namquang Distroklater 187. Namquang Distroklater 187, class a soldier belonging to the White Spell, personally chosen by Byakuran-sama to be the leader of the 25th Squadron Rainbow Dragons, the Yellow Dragon. A pleasure, Madam. Bowing. Why did you kill him? Because it was trash. Wasn't he supposed to be your partner? Comrade, he asked, giving her an annoyed look. Personally, I don't like to mix with that kind of undisciplined scum, trying to put themselves above others without remembering their place. Fortunately, this was their last act of insolence. I don't care that they were nominated by Cervello's number 345 and number 346. Cervello's, weren't they supposed to work for Vengola? That's right, I'm talking about Shuichi-sama's right and left hands. What is it that? You'd better stay back, this guy is dangerous. Looking at the enemy, so don't get involved. Throwing his device at him, I don't even know if I'd be able to beat him. Why don't you check it out now, madam? Getting into a fighting stance. Getting on guard. You'll use a fighting style like that, box. I suppose you learned it from his guardian of the sun, Tusk. So what if that's the case? If you're going to box, you'll need more than that. Shut up. Launching his attack. Namquang would manage to dodge such an action. You know, my fighting style was originally based on the movements of reptiles, who are most similar to dinosaurs and dragons. He began throwing multiple punches that would impact Himiko's guard. This fighting style has only been passed down for a few generations, but it has been perfected, including techniques from other disciplines. He broke through Toga's guard, to such an extent that it was said to rival Master Fawn's monkey style. He threw a powerful kick. Pelion Thai letter E 40, Thai letter E 1B, Thai letter E 25, Thai letter E 35, Thai letter E 22, Thai letter E 19. Change, coming face to face with the enemy. Faced with this action, the Milifear member would attempt to attack, only to be met with a powerful blow to the face. Povernut, Pe ave ye erenu te yeri, turning vertically behind, kicking him in the direction below his chin. Brush. The blow would resound in the place, making him retreat a few meters, showing how Distroklater 1ED7 had blocked the attack. Surprising, Izuku would think. Bastard, throwing several knives ablaze from the storm. Poo. All the knives would be caught by the enemy, who engulfed his hands in the flames of the sun. How I catch the knives? Izuku. You're not the only one with tricks, throwing them back at her. Press. Toga would have barely deflected all the knives. Well, I expect nothing less from you, Bloody Eclipse, getting into a fighting stance, so you know more than just boxing. Did you learn that from the Varia? I heard one of their members is a great fighter. Not entirely, my trusted older sister taught me Muay Thai, Systema, and a little Greco-Roman wrestling. Flashback. Italy, Varia's lair. What? Toga would be sent to explode against a pillar. I think I went a little too far, Lusheria would say. Are you alright, Himiko-san? Plush. Toga would spit out a little blood. Don't worry, Sasagawa-san. If you keep worrying about trivial things, I'll never get better. Standing up despite his condition. Let's try again. End of flashback. But that wasn't enough for my fighting style, so he suggested I train with two of the families still fighting under Vengola's command. There I learned Sambo and Jujutsu, adopting a stance like in Muay Thai. What family could it be? That intrigues me. Launching his attack, tell me. Unpleasant, responding, moving at high speed. Grush. Before they could do anything, one of the walls was destroyed by a Namu, who indiscriminately swept them both away, creating another hole in the other wall. Izuku was left alone. Tagachin, he said worriedly, seeing that he wasn't getting any response. Again, he began, tears welling in his eyes. Why does this have to happen to me? First it was Iadasan and now Tagachin. He clenched his fists tightly. Damn it. For now, let's continue with the plan, was the only thing that came to Midoriya's mind, after which he wiped away his tears and then ran towards the indicated place. I can't worry about that now, the mission is our priority, they'll be fine, right? What? Later in the sewers, several robots could be seen advancing at full speed. Plip. The reading detected 2 signals of the last will flame rising, he would say, speaking through a communicator. I see them, I'm approaching one. Here he is, he's the 10th Vangola. Have fun with your straw flies, ending the communication. I also see a target, he said, watching a green-haired boy move by jumping between the walls at great speed, which shone with the flames of the lightning. This guy seems familiar, but I can't lose trying to remember him. Anyway, let's see how he does against my 3-point robots. Well, that's all lol, I know I didn't release it before the end of the month. But you know me lol, I don't have much time, so this chapter probably won't be that great. I tried to make it a bit longer, but I literally couldn't. I wanted the fights to be a bit longer and more epic, but I think I got the opposite effect, although it doesn't really affect what I wanted to highlight, I think. I don't know what you all think about the chapters being a bit shorter, unlike the 20k word chapter, but oh well, the next chapter will be the beginning and end of this fight, leading into the middle of this arc maybe. I don't know how quickly the rest will go by, since there's only one more act left for Izuku. I'm also going to give a bit more prominence to 2 characters. As some of you may remember, Hibari infiltrates the Mafia hideout. You'll see who the surprise is, but I suppose you'll guess. Also, I might write a short chapter related to the allies and the Vangola base once they've neutralized the enemies. Well, that's all XD, give it a like, comment and stuff XDDD. That's all, I'm StiferShadow and I'll see you next time. Now I'll tell you about the character sheet plus a nice touch that I didn't include in Chapter 5. Name, Tsuneyoshi Sawada Maron Base Arc. Codename Vangola Decima. Age 17 years. Affiliation Vangola Letters. Grade C+. Rings Vanga of the Sky Purity A+. Boxes none. Equipment Gloves X Communicator Lastwell Pills Suit made by Lion. Quirks none. Improvements none. Appearance wears the same outfit as in the Maron Base Invasion arc. Types of Flame Sky. One name Tagaru Kamakiri. Code name Jack the Reapers. Age 27 years. Affiliation Milifear Black Spell. Grade A. Rings Storm X2 Purity B. Boxes Ragni della Dilettante Tempesta Purity B. Equipment Durable Clothing Communicator. Quirks Razor Sharp Enhanced Mutation Copy Fast Evolution Copy Spiderwebs Copy Temporal Recovery Copy Hard Scales Copy Sharp Copy Razor Claws Copy. Upgrades Strength ++++, Stamina +++, Speed ++. Appearance he wears the standard black spell outfit but with shorter sleeves and a dark cloak for warmth. He also wears boots without the top part of the toe. Appearance 2. After mutating, its build becomes much thicker and stronger to the point that it destroys the upper part of its clothing, and it possesses 2 extra pairs of arms. In addition, its body takes on a more metallic hue due to the scales, giving it a more mantis-like appearance. Types of Flame, Storm. 2 names Tenya Ueda. Codename Inganium, age 27 years. Affiliation Vangola Base Division Leader. Grade +336 +336B. Rings Rain X1 Purity C, Cloud X1 Purity D+. Boxes Higher Quality Katanas Medical Kit Boxes of Grapefruit and Orange Juice Rain Handcuffs. Equipment Ingenium Armor V1 Purity C, Standard Katanas Purity C, Armor Gloves V2 Purity D+, Boots V2 Purity D+, Trap Devices Communicator Rain Guns Purity C Laptop. Quirks. Upgrades Strength +, Speed +. Appearance physically he has a much more mature appearance. He wears a dark hood which covers a dirty combat armor which is the same as the one his brother wears, except he does not wear the helmet. Types of Flame, Rain, Lightning. 3 name Kijang Yu. Codenames Green Dragons. Age between 25 and 30 years old. Affiliation Milifear Black Spell Squadron 25 Rainbow Dragons. Degree C++. Rings X-Ray C+ Purity. Boxes Team Communicator, Quirks none. Upgrades Strength +, Stamina +, Speed +, Vision +, Endurance +. Appearance he wears a white Chinese suit despite belonging to the Black Spell, wanting to look imposing like his leader, whom he admires too much. Types of Flame Sun. 4 name Namquang Distrocletter 187. Code names Yellow Dragons. Age between 20 and 25 years old. Affiliation Milifear White Spell Leader of Squadron 25 Rainbow Dragons. Grade A. Rings Sol X1 Purity B+, Sol X1 Purity B. Boxes Equipment Quirks Fast Think Copy 4 Scale Copy. Improvements none. Special ability to divide the damage received proportionally throughout his body. Appearance wears a casual white Chinese suit. Types of Flame Sun.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.